A meteor shower triggered a global wave of abilities. As an ordinary clerk, you unexpectedly obtained a system ahead of time. Attributes? Abilities? Proficiency? As long as you complete tasks and level up, everything is within your reach. Your first task: give your mean supervisor a sound thrashing. From that moment on, your path to leveling up begins. Chapter 1. When luck isn't on your side, you can choke even on a sip of cold water. Suha used to think this was just an exaggerated joke, but as it turns out, the ancients did not deceive me. Just a moment ago, he had just reached for a glass of water while typing away at a document when a full-screen jump-scare face suddenly popped up. Startled, he choked violently, spraying a mouthful of water all over the company's ancient, beat-up monitor. With a sharp crackle of electricity, the antique all-in-one PC flickered and went completely black. Holy crap! My business reports. Suha's eyes widened in shock. Without even stopping to wipe the water off the screen, he scrambled to mash the power button. To his horror, the water caused the power button to malfunction. A surge of electricity arced from the dilapidated monitor, traveling straight up his arm. His entire body began to shake uncontrollably as if he were having a seizure, teetering on the brink of foaming at the mouth. Fortunately, a nearby colleague noticed just in time, swinging a plastic folder and knocking Suha to the ground with a sudden blow. "Are you okay? Do you need an ambulance?" the colleague asked. I'm fine." Slumped on the floor, Suha rubbed his head, only to find to his surprise that he wasn't injured. The hand that had touched the power button wasn't scorched, and there were no signs of an electric shock at all. It was as if nothing had happened. "What's going on here?" I could hear those strange screams all the way from my office. "Suha, what on earth are you up to now?" The office door was pushed open, and a stout man in his 30s wearing a suit walked in with a frown, his gaze shifting between the blackened monitor and Suha, who was slumped on the floor. "Manager Liu, the monitor leaked electricity and gave Suha a shock." A colleague stepped in to explain. "Leaked electricity? He looks more spirited than I am." Manager Liu sneered. "First, tell me what's with the water on top." "Suha, you're the one who broke the company computer, aren't you?" "It wasn't me, I didn't do it, don't talk nonsense." Suha stood up and said hurriedly, "I was working on the reports just now when a ghost face suddenly popped up on the screen. Someone must have messed with my computer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sprayed a mouthful of water all over the monitor. I don't have time for your excuses. The repair costs will be deducted from this month's salary. Now, get this month's reports finished before the end of the day." "But the report data is still stored in the all-in-one PC. Figure it out yourself. Don't even think about leaving until those reports are done." Manager Liu didn't give Suha a single look of approval. He let out a cold sneer and turned to leave without another word. Damn that Manager Liu. As the office door slammed shut, Suha slammed his fist onto the desk. This piece of junk company computer should have been scrapped ages ago. And now he's scamming me for a repair fee? For all I know, he's the one who had someone secretly install that Ghostface virus. He had been working at this company for over a year now. While he generally got along well with his colleagues, Manager Liu was the sole exception, constantly finding malicious ways to pick on him. Being deliberately targeted like this today was certainly not the first time. Usually, not only did the manager intentionally assign him the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks, but he also made every possible excuse to deny his sick leave or personal time off. The moment there was even the slightest error in his work, the man would immediately start clamoring to dock his bonuses and performance pay. Originally, Suha was quite puzzled, as he hadn't done anything to offend this man. After some digging, he found out that a female receptionist Manager Liu liked happened to have a crush on him, something he had no idea about, and she had used that as an excuse to reject Manager Liu's advances. Just like that, he had been held in a grudge for no rhyme or reason. Talk about getting caught in the crossfire while just minding his own business. This guy is the definition of a petty man seeking revenge from dawn till dusk. The more Suha thought about it, the angrier he got. "I'm done. I can't stay at this company a second longer. I'm quitting." A colleague tried to calm him down, take it easy. It's almost the end of the month. If you leave now, Manager Lu definitely won't pay you. Just bear with it a bit longer. Hurry up and switch to another computer to finish the reports. There's only an hour left until clock out. Ding! Side quest triggered, write reports. Task requirement, complete the reports before the 6 p.m. clock out. Task reward, 1 EXP, 1 proficiency point. Do you accept this mission? If no choice is made within 20 seconds, the system will automatically accept. A string of mechanical sounds suddenly echoed in his ears. Suhao froze for a moment and asked his colleagues in confusion, "Which one of you is playing a game with the speakers on?" "Where would these crappy company computers get speakers from?" his colleague shot back. "Then where did that sound just come from?" Suhao was a bit dazed. "I couldn't have been shocked into having auditory hallucinations, could I? By the way, does this count as a workplace injury? You must have misheard, right?" His colleague gave him a strange look, didn't pursue the conversation, and sat back down to continue working. 20 seconds have elapsed. Task accepted automatically. The mechanical voice rang in his ears once more. Suhao slumped into his chair and took a sip of water to steady his nerves. He waited silently for several minutes, but the mechanical hallucination did not return. Why did it stop again? Was I really just hearing things? Though puzzled, he didn't dwell on it for long. Quickly putting the matter out of his mind and yielding to the reality of his yet-to-be-paid monthly salary, he switched to another computer and resumed the grueling task of recompiling the reports. An hour passed. Under Suhao's relentless hard work, a brand new report was finally completed. Side quest. Reward issued, 1 EXP, 1 proficiency point. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 1, you have obtained 4 free attribute points. Again? Sitting in front of his computer, Suhao was dumbfounded. EXP. Leveling up? These hallucinations are getting out of hand. Could it be that I really am possessed by a system? But why is there no system interface? How am I supposed to allocate my attributes? Just as he was wavering between belief and doubt, a deep blue system interface suddenly materialized before his eyes. Character, Suhao level 1. Constitution 9. Strength 10. Agility 10. Spirit 11. Free attribute points, 4 points for the 4 categories above. The average attribute for an ordinary person is 10 points. EXP required for next level, 10 points. Holy shit! Is it really a system? Suhao stared blankly at the interface before him, then suddenly shook his head. No, I can't get ahead of myself. I can't be sure this is real yet. What if these are just hallucinations following the auditory ones? He had always been a calm and composed person. He would never jump to conclusions before the dust had truly settled. I happen to have 4 free attribute points on hand. Let's see if this system is just an illusion or not. Suhao's gaze swept across the interface. Among the 4 attributes, only my constitution is slightly lower than that of an average person, so I'll start by increasing that. Well, I won't add too much, let's just go with 2 points for now. He reached out and tapped the interface twice. A white light flashed, and his constitution changed to 11 points. Suddenly, he felt the fatigue from work vanish instantly. Even the chronic stiffness in his neck from years of sitting at a computer was completely cured. He stood up in pleasant surprise to stretch his limbs, listening to the crisp popping of his joints. The sense of lightness he felt was beyond words. The system is real. Adding attribute points actually improves physical fitness. Suhao clenched his fists in excitement. After struggling for so many years, it seemed his luck was finally about to change. What are you standing there dazing for? Are the reports finished yet? Director Lu had emerged from his office at some point, a sneer on his face as he said, "If they aren't done, you'd better stay behind and work overtime, and since this is part of your job description, don't even think about getting overtime pay." They're done. Suhao snapped out of his ecstasy, gestured casually toward the monitor, and began packing his things to leave. He planned to wait until he got home to thoroughly study this system that had suddenly popped up and properly map out his bright future. For instance, how to use the system to strike it rich and make a fortune. To completely bid farewell to a life of poverty, drive luxury cars, live in villas, become a CEO, marry a beautiful heiress, and reach the pinnacle of life from then on. Just thinking about it gets me a little excited. Chapter 2, Giving Manager Lu a Beatdown. No, you can't leave yet. Just as Su Hao was getting ready to clock out and head home, Manager Lu called out to stop him. What is it now? Su Hao said irritably, the reports are finished, and my pay has already been docked. What more do you want? Manager Lu gave a cold snort, turned back into the office, and carried out a thick stack of documents. These are the projects left behind by Wang, who resigned last month. Weren't you two on good terms? You're now fully responsible for handling all of them. All of them for me? Su Hao's brow furrowed as he suppressed his anger. Projects from former colleagues are usually handed over to new hires. At the very least, they should be distributed among the entire team. What right do you have to dump all the work on me? On what grounds? On the grounds that I'm your boss. Manager Lu sneered, if you're so capable, why don't you quit right now? And don't even think about getting this month's salary. Manager Lu, don't push people too far. Su Hao could no longer suppress his rage and took a few steps forward. Even a clay Buddha has 3 points of spirit. Not to mention that Manager Lu clearly had a face begging to be punched. Just looking at his hideous expression was enough to make one's blood boil. If he didn't give him a good thrashing, he truly wouldn't be able to swallow this resentment. Seeing this, several colleagues who were on good terms with Su Hao hurried over to dissuade him. An older colleague whispered, Xiao Su, why get worked up over someone like Manager Lu? His uncle is the company's vice president, we can't afford to cross him. Another colleague chimed in, exactly. At worst, the rest of us can just split Wang's workload among ourselves. Don't be angry anymore. With his colleague's persuasion, Su Hao calmed down slightly, thank you, everyone. Humph, coward. Manager Lu was initially a bit intimidated seeing Su Hao storming toward him, but as soon as he saw someone holding him back, his arrogance returned instantly, you coward. I'm standing right here, hit me if you have the guts. If you dare lay a finger on me today, I guarantee you won't be able to survive in this city anymore. What did you say? The anger Su Hao had just managed to suppress was reignited. Ding! Side quest triggered, give Manager Lu a thrashing. Quest requirement, the harder you hit him within the limits of minor injury, the higher the reward. Task rewards, 1-5 EXP, 1-3 proficiency points. Ding! Main quest triggered, Eve of the Meteor Shower. Quest requirements, the world is undergoing a great change, and a wave of ability awakenings is imminent. Please reach level 5 within 48 hours. Resigning as soon as possible is recommended. A system quest? Su Hao was momentarily stunned, but after scanning the information, a smirk played across his lips. Exactly what I had in mind. While Manager Lu across from him was still shouting arrogantly, Su Hao took a step forward and swung a fierce right hook straight into his fat face. Manager Lu, who had been acting so overbearing just a moment ago, was instantly dazed by the blow. He slumped to the ground, clutching his swollen right cheek and staring at Su Hao in terror, unable to believe that this kid actually dared to punch him in front of everyone. You actually dared to hit me. What's wrong with hitting you? I'm going to kick you too. Su Hao didn't say a word. He raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach, his fists raining down on the man's face and ribs, specifically targeting sensitive areas that caused intense pain without inflicting permanent injury. Stop hitting me. Manager Lu, his nose bleeding profusely, curled into a ball and shouted at the nearby colleagues, what are you all just standing there for? Stop him. Do you still want your performance bonuses this month? Because Su Hao had lashed out so suddenly, the colleagues hadn't reacted in time. They now rushed forward to intervene, with several people attempting to restrain Su Hao from behind. Su Hao, that's enough. Yeah, exactly. Lu the skinflint, Manager Lu was about to be beaten into a pulp by you. Let's stop now. We have to be careful not to attract the security guards. Stop? What a joke. He had only thrown a few punches. He was far from finished. Without saying a word, Suhao summoned the system interface and dumped his remaining 2 attribute points into strength. Instantly, a steady stream of power surged through his body. In that moment, he felt as though he could even wrestle a bull. Of course, that was just an illusion. Adding 2 points of strength, at most, made him about 20% stronger than the average person. However, this burst of strength was more than enough to break free from the hesitant, timid grip of his colleagues. With a sudden surge of force, he shook off the several co-workers clinging to his arms. Suhao grabbed Manager Lu by the collar, hoisting him up like a helpless chick, and delivered 2 more sharp slaps to his face. "Manager Lu, you wanted to force me to quit, didn't you? Fine, I'm done. But before I go, we're going to settle the score. Please don't hit me. Suhao, let's talk this out. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Beaten senseless and dizzy, Manager Lu pleaded for mercy through a mess of snot and tears. Had he not been held aloft with his feet dangling off the ground, he likely would have already been on his knees kowtowing. "I feel like giving you a beating right now." Suhao snorted coldly, slapped that fat face a few more times, and tossed him onto a chair. Had he not been afraid of losing control of his strength, he would have certainly added a few more punches and kicks. Not giving you a beating would be a total waste of such a punchable face. Side quest. Reward issued, 5 EXP, 3 proficiency points. Listening to the pleasant system notification, Suhao walked away nonchalantly under the astonished gazes of his colleagues, waving his sleeve without taking a single cent of his salary. He took the elevator down to the ground floor. At the company's front desk, a pretty receptionist with a generous figure greeted him with a dazed, cute expression. "Suhao, are you off work already? There's a new restaurant nearby that's really good. Do you want to go there later with?" "I quit." "Eh? What? Why?" "No reason." Suhao shrugged without offering an explanation, then turned around and walked out of the company. The receptionist was Willow, when the same girl Manager Lu had failed to woo, and who happened to have a secret crush on Suhao. Suhao certainly wasn't going to take his temper out on this cute, ditzy girl. She hadn't done anything wrong. The one at fault was that petty scumbag Manager Lu, who was using his position to settle a personal grudge and target him. Still, getting caught in the crossfire was frustrating, and Suhao wasn't in the mood to engage in lighthearted banter with her for the time being. He walked out onto the bustling streets, filled with heavy traffic. Suhao felt incredibly refreshed after venting his pent-up emotions. He wasn't at all worried about being hauled off to the police station for beating up Manager Lu. First of all, although the beating looked dramatic, it actually only resulted in minor injuries. Such slight injuries don't carry criminal liability at most, it's a civil dispute. A fine of a few hundred yuan would be the absolute maximum penalty, and even if he were detained, he could still be released on bail pending trial. Secondly, he could bet his life that Manager Lu would never dare to let this matter blow up. The guy already had a terrible reputation at the company. If news got out that he had driven an employee to quit and then got thrashed for it, the company would definitely take action to save face. Even with his uncle being the deputy general manager, there was no way he would be allowed to keep his position. What a pity about my salary for this month. Suhao scratched his head, though he didn't care too much. He was now a man with a system at his side. A mere few $1,000 was nothing but a drop in the bucket, right? Anyway, the system also suggested that I resign as soon as possible. After all, I need to reach level 5 before that meteor shower or whatever it is. This main quest seems to hide a lot of information, so I'll have to spend some time pondering it carefully. Chapter 3, Acting Bravely for a Just Cause. Walking to the bus stop, he caught a ride home. Suhao gripped the railing, his gaze drifting across the system interface. He read the few lines of the main quest over and over, his thoughts racing. Quest requirements: the world is undergoing a great change, and a wave of ability awakenings is imminent. Please reach level 5 within 48 hours. Resigning as soon as possible is recommended. An ability wave? It seems something major is about to happen. Could it really be like those novels, where a group of people across the world suddenly awaken abilities and become so-called ability users? The system urged him to reach level 5 as quickly as possible, likely to ensure his safety. Based on the calculation of 4 free attribute points per level, reaching level 5 would grant him 20 attribute points. Even if distributed evenly across the 4 attributes, his physical fitness would be 50% higher than that of an ordinary person. If he were to allocate all of them to strength or agility, he would gain speed and power far exceeding twice that of a normal person, making him practically a mini Superman. By then, even if an ability awakening truly occurs across the globe, he would certainly not be considered weak among them. Not to mention, he can continue to level up by completing various tasks to earn attribute points and enhance his physical fitness. Furthermore, he had an intuition that this system was likely not as simple as just improving physical attributes. After all, besides experience, there was also something called proficiency points, though he currently had no idea what they were used for. I'm still 5 experience points away from reaching level 2. Where should I go to find a quest? Closing the system interface, just as Suhao was at a loss for what to do, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a yellow-haired punk not far ahead. The punk was huddled behind a beautiful woman in a red dress, taking advantage of the crowded carriage to stealthily slide a pair of tweezers into her bag. Ding! Side quest triggered, Act of Justice. Shot to stop him 3 EXP, 1 proficiency point. Stop the pickpocket and call the police 10 EXP, 3 proficiency points. Ignore abandon this quest. Talk about perfect timing. Rest in peace, Mr. Thief, I won't forget you. Given the 3 options, Suhao naturally chose the one with the greatest reward. He stepped forward, firmly grabbing the yellow-haired man's wrist, and tapped the woman in the red dress on the shoulder, saying, "Beautiful, keep an eye out while you're on your phone. Look, a pickpocket has grown into your bag." Seeing that his scheme had been exposed, the yellow-haired man tried to pull his hand away in a panic, only to find that the young man's grip was like a vice immensely strong. He tried several times but couldn't break free. The woman in the red dress turned around, saw the thief, and hurriedly pulled her bag away, thanking Suhao gratefully, "Thank you so much. Watch yourself next time." Suhao smiled without saying a word, then shouted toward the bus driver, "Driver, there's a pickpocket here. Could you please drive to the nearest police station?" With all the commotion, everyone in the bus turned their gaze toward them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yellow Hair completely lost his cool. "Brother, don't push things too far. I run with a crowd in this neighborhood, let go of my hand, now." Realizing the gap in strength between himself and Suhao, Yellow Hair spat out a vicious threat in an attempt to intimidate him. "Save your breath. We can talk once we get to the station." Suhao shrugged nonchalantly. "Even if I were willing to let you go, there's no way everyone on this bus would just look the other way. Right, folks? Right. Well said. A true act of courage. Good job, young man. You can't let him go. Pickpockets belong in the police station." The passengers in the carriage responded one after another, pulling out their phones to call the police while buzzing with praise for Suhao. Many of the passengers on the bus had been victims of theft before and harbored a deep-seated hatred for pickpockets. Now that they had finally caught one, how could they possibly let him go easily? Without a word, the bus driver made a U-turn and headed straight for the local police station. "Damn it! Kid! You forced my hand." Realizing there was no escape, Yellow Hair grew desperate. Gritting his teeth, he pulled a gleaming folding knife from his jacket. "Let me off this bus right now, or this knife won't show any mercy. I just got out of lockup not long ago, and I'm not going back in." At the sight of the knife, the surrounding onlookers immediately backed away, forcing open a clear space in the once crowded carriage. Seeing Yellow Hair pull out a blade, Suhao felt a surge of panic. He hadn't learned any combat techniques, and his system had only just reached level 1. At most, he was slightly stronger than the average person. Fighting an armed thug in such a cramped environment could easily turn life-threatening. Now that a knife was involved, there was almost no chance any of the bystanders would step in to help him. "Don't panic. I'm pulling over right now." "Young man, don't lower yourself to his level, safety comes first." The bus driver, witnessing the scene through the monitor, quickly brought the vehicle to a halt and swung the doors open. Fearing that Suhao might act on impulse and get into a violent confrontation with Yellow Hair, he shouted a warning toward the back. Hearing the driver's words, the onlookers chimed in with their own words of persuasion, offering Suhao a graceful way to back down. Taking advantage of Suhao's momentary hesitation, Yellow Hair wrenched himself free from the restraint and bolted off the bus in a flash. Oh no! As Yellow Hair vanished into the crowd, Suhao frowned. He hadn't managed to hand the thief over to the police station. Would this mean the mission was a failure? Side quest completed. Rewards issued, 10 EXP, 3 proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 2, you have gained 4 free attribute points. The quest is finished? Suhao was momentarily stunned. He then remembered that the quest didn't require him to hand the thief over to the police station, it only required him to stop the crime and report it to the police. No matter what, I've finally reached level 2. One step closer to completing the main quest. After that little episode, the bus continued its route as usual. Thanks for earlier. If it weren't for you, my wallet probably would have been stolen. There wasn't much cash in it, but it's full of important IDs that would be a huge pain to replace. The woman in the red dress thanked him graciously. She sized Suhao up, blinking as she said, "To show my gratitude, how about I treat you to a meal some other day?" The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with a delicate oval face and light makeup. Paired with her shoulder-length black hair, she looked elegant and charming, especially those bright, soulful eyes that seemed to speak, full of wit and spirit. It was no trouble at all, but since you're offering a meal, I won't stand on ceremony. Suhao agreed with a smile. Only a fool would turn down a meal from a beautiful woman. He extended his hand. I'm Suhao. Su as in Su sure, and Hao as in vast. Nice to meet you. The woman in the red dress let out a soft giggle and reached out her slender hand to shake Suhao's. I'm Autumn Chiu. Chiu as in autumn, Miao as in wonderful, and Han as in self-restraint. Please take care of me. Her hand was warm and smooth, but Suhao released it after a brief, polite squeeze, which earned him a bit more favor in Autumn Chiu's eyes. Autumn Chiu asked curiously, "You're so strong. You look quite lean, yet you pinned that thief down with just one hand." I watched from the side as he struggled for ages without being able to break free, tee-hee. I'm doing all right. Suhao pulled back his forearms, the biceps bulging beneath his sleeves. I'm the type who looks lean in clothes, but I actually work out quite often. Chapter 4, Proficiency. The two chatted casually while exchanging contact information. Autumn Chiu's phone suddenly rang. She glanced down at it and said, I have some things to handle this afternoon, so I'm afraid I won't be able to treat you to dinner today. When are you free in the next couple of days? I've been quite free lately, I'm available anytime. Suhao shrugged, having just resigned. The one thing he had plenty of was time. How about tomorrow afternoon then? You can. I'll call you tomorrow then. This is my stop. What a coincidence, I'm getting off at this stop too. Are you serious? Autumn Chiu asked in surprise. Don't tell me you live in the Vermilion Bird residential area too. Suhao broke into a wry smile. I've been living in the Vermilion Bird residential area for over a year. After a brief conversation with Autumn Chiu, Suhao learned that she had only recently moved to the Vermilion Bird residential area. Even more coincidentally, they lived in the same building. However, Suhao lived on the 5th floor, while Autumn Chiu was on the 18th. After getting out of the car, the two engaged in a pleasant conversation and only parted ways once the elevator reached their floor. Luck is on my side today. Suhao hummed a cheerful tune as he returned home. The apartment he rented was only about 40 square meters. Although it wasn't large, it was a case of the sparrow may be small, but it has all its vital organs. It had a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Thanks to the landlord's kindness and generosity, the rent was only 700 yuan a month. After casually ordering takeout on his phone, Suhao lay on the bed and began to study the system. The system interface floating before his eyes was a deep azure blue, displaying his current attributes and the EXP required to reach the next level. 25 experience points. Excluding the 5 extra experience points he gained when leveling up to level 2, it meant that level 2 to level 3 originally required 30 points, triple the experience needed to go from level 1 to level 2. Just like a game, the further you progress, the harder it is to level up, and the more EXP you need. Suhao wasn't surprised, he calmly accepted this mechanic. He also discovered that after reaching level 2, a faint, translucent sub-interface had appeared in the upper left corner of the system screen, seemingly waiting for him to click it. He reached out and gave the sub-interface a light tap. A system notification box popped up. Proficiency unlocked. Immediately following was a brand new system interface. Currently unlockable proficiencies: combat uninitiated, music uninitiated, cooking beginner tier, driving beginner tier, languages beginner tier, calligraphy painting uninitiated, computer operation beginner tier. Upgrading various proficiencies requires consuming proficiency points. Proficiency points 7 point. Proficiency? There's even a feature like this? Suhao was momentarily stunned and tried clicking the combat option on the interface. Consume 3 proficiency points to upgrade combat to beginner tier? Yes, sir. Suhao thought to himself that 3 proficiency points wasn't much anyway, he might as well spend them to explore the new function. The moment combat was upgraded to the beginner tier, he felt a slight pain deep in his head. He couldn't help but reach up to cover his forehead. The sensation just now felt as if something had been forcibly stuffed into his mind, vanishing in a flash. After a brief moment of recollection, he discovered that he truly had gained a significant amount of knowledge and experience regarding combat. He sprang up from the bed with a kip up and tentatively performed a set of freestyle kickboxing moves. His actions were incredibly fluid, with no disconnect between theory and practice. It was as if he had truly spent a year practicing day and night, to the point where his body had developed genuine muscle memory. This effect is absolutely incredible. Suhao cheered in excitement. This system was clearly about more than just enhancing physical fitness. It seemed that everything could be upgraded. Reaching level 2 had already unlocked proficiency. Perhaps, as his level continued to rise, the system would unlock even more miraculous new functions in the future. The next level for combat is mastery, and upgrading requires 10 proficiency points. TSK, just like EXP, the requirements keep increasing as you go. Suhao glanced over and noticed he only had 4 proficiency points left, not nearly enough to reach the next level. He secretly resolved to complete more tasks as quickly as possible to thoroughly upgrade both his attributes and proficiency. The takeout arrived. By the time Suhao finished his meal, evening had already set in, but he had no intention of idling away his time at home. Instead, he headed out to search for system tasks. He walked along the dimly lit streets. Since he started working, he rarely went out for strolls at night. Most of his free time outside of work was spent cooped up at home playing on his computer or phone. After all, he lived alone in a rented place nearby, and going out by himself usually felt pointless. There is a saying on the internet that puts it well: when 2 people go out, it's called shopping; when 1 person goes out, it's called walking the dog. Walking myself, the lone dog that I am. Based on previous experiences, the trigger for a mission is either something related to myself or a sudden, unexpected event. Suhao looked around the streets, feeling that finding a mission might be quite difficult. His daily life was already as plain as water, and having just quit his job today, there was even less going on. As for sudden events? How could there be so many emergencies in the world waiting for him to solve? This city wasn't exactly Gotham, known for its simple and honest folk. Hey! Isn't that the kid from the bus? A crude, thuggish voice called out. Suhao looked toward the sound and discovered that the man walking toward him was none other than the yellow-haired guy from the bus. It was a small world indeed. For the 2 of them to cross paths twice in a single day amidst a sea of people, one might almost believe in fate, though in this case, it was a stroke of ill fortune, as the yellow-haired man was flanked by 3 of his cronies. Grab him, boys. This is the kid who ruined my score today. Let's drag him into the alley and give him a proper thrashing. The yellow-haired man let out a shout, and the 3 punks behind him closed in with hostile expressions, reaching out to pin Suhao down. Ding! Side quest triggered, lawful self-defense. Requirement: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Be the last person standing. Mission reward, 25 EXP, 8 proficiency points. Tisk, 1 against 4. This quest is no walk in the park. Despite his words, Suhao's expression remained unchanged. He stepped to the left, dodging a thug's surprise attack, and instinctively delivered a roundhouse kick that sent the man crashing to the ground. Fortunately, he had upgraded his combat proficiency to the entry level. As the old saying goes, even a hero struggles against 4 hands, let alone a 1-on-4 street brawl. If he had possessed nothing but raw strength, he would have certainly been pinned to the ground and beaten senseless by these men. Watch out! This kid's had training. Grab your weapons and get him. The punk who had been knocked down shouted through the pain, clutching his stomach as he scrambled up from the ground. Seeing this, the remaining 3 punks looked at Suhao with newfound caution. 2 of them pulled telescopic batons from their pockets and flicked them open into short black clubs, charging forward to swing them directly at Suhao's head. Damn! They're even using weapons? Suhao rushed to block the batons, but being empty-handed put him at a disadvantage. Coupled with being outnumbered, he took several hard hits to his arms. The pain was excruciating, and the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. System, put all points into agility. The interface flashed by, and the agility attributes surged to 14 points. Suhao felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his body. He became as light as a swallow, and even the movements of the punks in front of him seemed to have slowed down significantly. With a light tap of his foot against the ground, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Moving with the speed of lightning, he lunged toward the nearest thug, snatching the telescopic baton in one swift motion before driving his elbow violently into the man's chin. Chapter 5, Welcome Anytime. Arg! As the elbow slammed upward, the thug let out a blood-curdling scream. His grip on the baton failed, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his jaw and wailing in agony. Strike while the iron is hot. Suhao gave the remaining 3 no time to react. He hurled the captured baton at another thug holding a club. Taking advantage of the split second the man spent instinctively dodging, Suhao lunged forward and delivered a swinging punch to his face, taking him down in a single move. As for the last 2, Suhao simply aimed for their midsections. He charged forward and struck them each with a punch in one fluid motion. Their faces turned pale as they clutched their stomachs, curling up and twitching on the ground like shrimp. In less than 3 seconds, all 4 men had been leveled. Side quest. Mission reward, 25 EXP, 8 proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 3, you have gained 4 free attribute points. You guys think you're pretty tough, don't you? Suhao squatted down and looked coldly at Yellow Hair, who was clutching his stomach and wailing. He reached out and lightly patted the man's face. Who was it that wanted to drag me into the alley and give me a beating just now? Big brother, I was wrong. Please, have mercy and let me go. Yellow Hair squeezed out a forced smile that looked worse than crying, feeling deathly regret in his heart. If he had known Suhao was this powerful, he would have tucked his tail and slipped away long ago. How would he have dared to come looking for trouble? They had really bitten off more than they could chew today. This kid had handled the 4 of them like it was child's play. He was clearly a formidable martial artist. They couldn't afford to mess with him. If apologies actually worked, what would we need the law for? Taking the knife from Yellow Hair's pocket, Suhao pinned both of the man's arms behind his back and pulled out his phone with one hand, preparing to call the police. Since they had crossed paths like this, it must be fate. It was the perfect opportunity to send this guy to the police station for some re-education. As for the fact that he had beaten these 4 up? Are you kidding? This was self-defense. Besides, he hadn't even hit them that hard. Although these 4 guys were rolling around on the ground, their injuries wouldn't even qualify as minor. Since upgrading his combat proficiency, he had become increasingly precise with his strikes. Wait, stop. Big brother, please don't call the police. Yellow Hair struggled in a panic. I've already been locked up twice this year. If I go back in, I'll be sentenced for multiple counts of theft. Big brother, I'll give you money. Please, show some mercy and let me go. Oh. Suha was intrigued. He had indeed been a bit short on cash lately. How much are you planning to give? Well, yellow hair stammered, his eyes darting around. I only have $200 left on me. You can have it all. Suha shrugged. Forget it, I'll just call the police. Was he joking? $200? Did he think he was dealing with a beggar? Seeing Suha start to dial, yellow hair panicked. Big brother, I remembered wrong. I have 800 in my pocket. I can't give you any more, that's really all I have on me. It's in my left pocket. Suha reached into his pocket and felt around. There were indeed $800 in cash inside. Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time. Don't let it happen again. Calmly pocketing the money, Suha released yellow hair's hands and gestured with his eyes for them to beat it. I'll keep those 2 batons and the knife as souvenirs. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. He wasn't worried about being reported for extortion after taking the cash. After all, the police wouldn't even open a case for anything under 1,000 yuan. He was quite confident in his legal knowledge. The punks looked as if a great weight had been lifted. They scrambled off the ground, propping each other up as they hurried away. Suha watched the 4 of them leave, a genuine, bright smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He waved and called out, if you're still not satisfied, remember to bring more people next time. I live right around here, I'll be waiting. The 4 thugs shuddered as they looked at his retreating back, quickening their pace and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Suha hadn't been making empty threats just now. He genuinely hoped Yellowhair would bring more people to deal with him. If he could trigger a few more system missions, he might even be able to reach level 4. That thief really is a good person, delivering both experience and money right to him. If there's a next time, he'd try to hit him a little lighter. Right, I have exactly 10 proficiency points now, enough to level up combat once more. Through this fight, Suha had gained a deep understanding of the importance of combat proficiency. It was always better to upgrade it as early as possible. Consume 10 proficiency points to upgrade combat to adept tier? Yes, sir. Suha confirmed without a moment's hesitation. In the next second, his memory was flooded with an influx of combat theories and knowledge. Techniques from Sanda, Taekwondo, Karate, and more were all integrated and synthesized, transforming in his mind into a brand new, highly effective set of combat skills. Testing out a few punches, Suha found his strikes to be far more precise with a single blow. Countless techniques felt like second nature, ready to be deployed at will. As expected of the adept tier, all combat techniques are fully integrated, no longer confined to rigid forms. I suspect the combat skills of most professional MMA fighters might not even reach this level. Suha's heart raced with excitement. With these combat skills combined with physical fitness far exceeding that of an average person, if he were to enter a freestyle fighting competition, he would most likely secure a solid ranking. While a championship wasn't guaranteed, a top 3 finish was definitely within reach. He took a quick glance and saw that the next level for combat proficiency was elite tier, which required 30 proficiency points. Right, I gained another 4 free attribute points after reaching level 3. Where should I allocate them this time? Attributes: Constitution 11, Strength 12, Agility 14, Spirit 11. Increasing agility seems to do more than just boost speed. My reaction time and dynamic vision have improved significantly as well. It looks like I need to research these 4 attributes more thoroughly. For now, it's best to leave them untouched. Suha closed the interface. Fair enough, I'll start with a few laps to see exactly what my current physical fitness is capable of. He decided to start with a jog of a few miles to test the waters. However, due to his high agility, what he considered a jog appeared to others as nearly a full sprint. Under the astonished gazes of passers-by, Suha ran through 3 streets in one breath. When he stopped, he found he wasn't particularly tired. It seemed the 2 points he initially added to Constitution were taking effect. His Constitution had shifted from a deficit to a surplus, now roughly 10% higher than that of an average person. Constitution, strength, and agility are all vital. The 3 complement one another. Suha thought to himself, without sufficient constitution to back them up, no amount of strength or agility can be sustained. I'll add 2 points to Constitution first. I can't let physical endurance become my Achilles heel. With 2 dings, his Constitution rose to 13 points. Su Hao then turned his attention to spirit. Of the 4 attributes, this was the only one he hadn't invested in yet, and the one he understood the least. His initial spirit was 11 points, the highest of his starting attributes. He wondered what exactly this stat represented. Intelligence? Mental strength? Or perhaps the ethereal soul itself? Chapter 6, The Little Girl Next Door. Forget it, I probably won't need the spirit attribute for now, so I'll hold off on adding to it. I'll keep the remaining 2 free attribute points in reserve for later. Su Hao took a quick glance at the EXP required to reach level 4. 100 EXP. It had more than tripled again. It looks like I'm going to be quite busy over the next 48 hours. Su Hao gave a bitter smile. If reaching level 4 required 100 experience points, wouldn't level 5 require 200 or 300? The main quest required him to reach level 5 within 48 hours. Although he didn't know the rewards or penalties since the system hadn't provided any prompts, he had no intention of gambling on it. Out of all the current tasks, this was the only main quest he could tell it was vital without even having to think about it. Pulling out his phone to check the time, Su Hao saw it was getting late and prepared to head home. It wouldn't be too late to figure things out tomorrow after all, he still had nearly 2 days left. If he really couldn't find any tasks, the worst-case scenario was that he could go out and pick a fight on purpose, for instance, finding a few more punks to scrap with. I went home and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, the doorbell rang at the entrance. Su Hao groggily got out of bed to open the door, only to find a cute little girl in a snow-white dress standing outside. She had doll-like features and a petite stature, her head barely reaching his chest. She looked to be only about 13 or 14 years old. "Good morning, Brother Su Hao." The little girl greeted him with a beaming smile and a wave, then skipped inside and plopped down on the sofa. "Oh, it's you, E. No one home again today?" Su Hao, accustomed to this, took a can of soda from the fridge and handed it to the young girl. The girl was his neighbor's child, named E. Despite her middle schooler baby face and standing at only 1.5 meters tall, she was actually a high school sophomore on the verge of adulthood. "My parents had to head out for something, so I'm here to crash for a meal. I'm counting on you for today's portion too. We're having fried eggs and toast for breakfast. As for lunch, let's go with shredded pork and garlic sauce over rice." Su Hao glanced at the ingredients in the refrigerator, took out the eggs and lettuce, and prepared to head to the kitchen to chop them for later use. As a single guy living alone in a different city, cooking was a mandatory skill he couldn't do without. In his proficiency list, both his driving and cooking were at the beginner tier. While his dishes weren't exceptionally delicious, they were decent enough for home-cooked meals. The only reason he hadn't cooked yesterday was simply out of sheer laziness. Yi's parents seemed quite busy with work and often went on business trips out of town. Starting about 6 months ago, once the little girl got to know him better, she began frequently coming over to his place on weekends to hitch a meal. It was no big deal to cook an extra portion, so Su Hao never refused. In return, his neighbors often sent him local specialties from their travels. It was a mutually beneficial and harmonious relationship. He prepared 2 servings of fried eggs and took the whole wheat bread and milk out of the refrigerator. After the 2 finished breakfast, the little girl's eyes kept drifting toward the PS4 next to the TV. With great enthusiasm, she suggested, "Brother Su Hao, let's play King of Fighters. I'm definitely going to beat you today." Normally, Su Hao would have agreed, but since he hadn't completed his main quest today, how could he spend his time playing games with her? "No, today I..." Su Hao was just about to refuse when he heard the system notification chime in his ear. Ding! Side quest triggered, King of Fighters Master. Quest requirements, win with more than 50% HP remaining. The more victories achieved within 30 rounds, the higher the rewards. Quest rewards, 130 EXP, 110 proficiency points. I can trigger quests just by playing games? Su Hao was both surprised and delighted. He quickly changed his tune, saying, "Alright, let's play King of Fighters." Whoever loses the first round has to do the dishes this afternoon. No problem. E was overjoyed, skipping over to turn on the PS4. She connected the controllers and handed one to Suhao. Suhao pulled up King of Fighters, entered the interface, casually picked a character he was comfortable with, and calmly waited for the game to start. He wasn't worried about this task at all. After all, the two of them often played two-player games on the PS4. At least in a combat game like King of Fighters, this little girl had never beaten him. She was KO'd with full health every single time. Don't underestimate me, brother Suhao. I spent a long time practicing at the arcade last week. I'm definitely going to win this time. He sat on the sofa, swinging her legs, and chose Iori Yagami. As the battle began, Suhao noticed that the little girl's control over the moves was indeed much more proficient than before. She could now manage some corresponding counterattacks based on the moves, making it slightly challenging to defeat her while keeping his health above 50%. But that was the extent of it. With his agility increased to 14 points, his reaction speed was nearly 50% faster than an average person's. Combined with his extraordinary dynamic vision, playing combat games was like a fish in water. He effortlessly neutralized the little girl's counterattacks one by one and finished her off with a series of combos. At first, E tried to attack, but later she simply focused on defending. However, she still couldn't withstand Suhao's devastating offensive. Almost every round ended within 1 or 2 minutes. Watching the character on the TV screen suffer yet another defeat, Yi's eyes welled up with shimmering tears, looking as though she were on the verge of a breakdown. Losing 5 or 6 times is normal, but being utterly crushed for dozens of consecutive rounds without any chance to fight back is no longer just about winning or losing a game. It is a psychological, dimensional strike. Under normal circumstances, Suhao would certainly go easy on her once in a while, letting the little girl win a few rounds to keep her spirits up. However, for the sake of the mission rewards, he had no choice but to let E suffer for a bit. He would make it up to her later. In less than an hour, the 30 rounds were over. Unsurprisingly, Suhao had achieved a total victory in every single round with an almost overwhelming dominance. Side quest. Task rewards, 30 EXP, 10 proficiency points. Seeing the task completed, Suhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stole a glance at the pouting E during this round. He had intentionally held back and left several openings, which the little girl quickly seized to KO him. I won! E jumped up from the sofa in high spirits. Seeing that the little girl had finally turned her tears into smiles, Suhao patted her small head. Let's stop playing this and try something else. Great, sounds good. E nodded hurriedly. Having finally managed to win a round, she had no desire to continue being crushed and bullied by Suhao. It was best to quit while she was ahead. Suhao's thought, however, was whether playing other games could trigger new missions. In just this 1 hour of King of Fighters, he had earned 30 experience points. This reward was undeniably generous. As long as he could get 2 or 3 more missions with such high rewards, he could level up to level 4. The ideal was grand, but reality was harsh. He and E tried playing several more PS4 games: Sekiro, Zelda, the Dark Souls series, and even Super Mario Party, but none of them managed to trigger another system quest. Chapter 7, Elite Cooking. As expected, EXP isn't that easy to earn. It's already a stroke of luck that a gaming quest triggered even once. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Looking at the word death appearing on the Sekiro screen, Suhao reluctantly handed the controller back to E and got up to start cooking. Brother Suhao, I don't want any carrots in mine. No, you're not allowed to be a picky eater. Suhao rejected the little girl's request. The carrots were added specifically for you to ensure a balanced diet. But carrots really taste awful. E pouted. Although she didn't throw a tantrum or refuse to eat, she began mashing the buttons crossly, taking out her frustration on the innocent monsters in the game. Ding! Side quest triggered, a sumptuous lunch. Requirement: prepare a lunch that earns the little girl's high praise. Must include carrots. Reward: 15 EXP, 3 proficiency points. Ha! Even making lunch counts as a quest? Suhao was momentarily stunned. The scope for triggering system quests was truly extensive. This task is going to be a bit tricky, though. He already has a natural dislike for carrots, and coupled with the fact that Suhao's cooking skills are mediocre at best, the combination of these two factors makes preparing a lunch that would earn her high praise an almost impossible feat. Wait, I almost forgot I'm a man with the power to level up. What's a simple lunch compared to that? Suhao slapped his forehead, summoned the system interface, and selected cooking proficiency. Consume 2 proficiency points to upgrade cooking to adept tier? Huh, the cost to level up cooking is this low? If he remembered correctly, it had cost 3 experience points just to raise combat to beginner tier yesterday, and a further 10 points to reach adept tier. Yet now, raising cooking to adept tier only required a mere 2 proficiency points? Could it be? A theory formed in Suhao's mind. He immediately leveled cooking up to adept tier and then initiated another upgrade. Consume 6 proficiency points to upgrade cooking to elite tier? As expected, the proficiency points required to upgrade different skills are not fixed. For instance, upgrading cooking costs significantly less than combat. To confirm his hypothesis, Suhao checked driving and found that upgrading it to adept tier required even fewer proficiency points, only 1 point. It seemed that the simpler the proficiency was to master, the fewer proficiency points it consumed to upgrade. Since it only costs 6 proficiency points anyway, I might as well go all the way and upgrade cooking to elite tier. This time, I'll definitely make that little girl's mouth water until she cries. A smirk played on Suhao's lips as he casually leveled up his cooking skill once more, a massive influx of recipes and culinary experience instantly flooding his mind. A second later, he snapped back to reality. The kitchen knife in his hand spun lightly, as nimble and effortless as an extension of his own body. He placed a carrot on the cutting board, and with a series of rapid thuds, sliced it into thin rounds within seconds. Then, with a few more deft strokes, he transformed each slice into fine julienne strips. Steaming the rice, heating the wok, and preparing the ingredients, everything was done in one smooth, continuous motion. Countless combinations of seasonings flashed through his mind. At this moment, he possessed at least dozens of techniques to use those seasonings to completely eliminate the carrot's distinct, earthy odor. Before long, a steaming plate of shredded pork and garlic sauce was ready. Wow, today's food smells amazing. Who was playing games in the living room, caught the scent and couldn't help but put down the controller, poking his head into the kitchen doorway to take a look. Suhao smiled without saying a word. He scooped the steamed rice into 2 plates and topped them with several spoonfuls of the dish. The aroma instantly mingled with the scent of the rice, creating a sweet, savory, and mouth-watering fragrance. He brought the rice bowls to the dining table and took 2 cans of cold drinks from the refrigerator. Delicious. Today's food is just too good, isn't it? Even the carrots are so fragrant, it's simply incredible. He buried her head in her meal, taking occasional sips of her drink, her eyes curving into happy crescents. Eat slowly, don't choke. Side quest. Task reward, 15 EXP, 3 proficiency points. Suhao also tasted the dish he had prepared. Sure enough, it was delectable, perfect in color, aroma, and taste no less impressive than the signature dishes made by master chefs in high-end restaurants. And this was achieved using only the most ordinary ingredients and seasonings. Even without a professional chef's certification, his stunning cooking skills alone would be enough to land him a high-paying job at any major restaurant. Brother Suhao, did you secretly run off to a culinary school for special training? Today's cooking is worlds apart from before. It's so delicious it's mind-blowing. He quickly finished her plate and looked at Suhao with pure admiration. Is the difference really that big? My cooking used to be pretty good too. Suhao stubbornly insisted, though he had to admit to himself that compared to today's meal, his past cooking really wasn't up to par. He sipped her drink. Brother Suhao, did you get a girlfriend? Is that why you're working so hard to improve your cooking? A girlfriend? What's that? Is it more fun than a PS4? Suhao rolled his eyes. I haven't even made any money yet. How would I have time for a girlfriend? I can't afford a high-end luxury like that. His former monthly salary was just over 4,000 yuan. After deducting daily expenses, rent, and utilities, there was almost nothing left at the end of the month. If he had a girlfriend on top of that, he'd probably end up literally eating dirt. However, now that he had the system, money would soon no longer be an issue. Perhaps there was hope for him to finally leave the single life behind? Well, that beauty in the red dress I met on the bus yesterday was quite something. I'm supposed to take her out to dinner this afternoon, maybe I've got a shot. Just as Suha was lost in his wandering thoughts, Yi gave him a mischievous grin, obediently gathered the 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and ran off to the kitchen to wash them while humming a tune. This was the steak from their King of Fighters match this morning. You stay here and play PS4 for a bit, I have some things to take care of outside. While he was busy washing the dishes, Suha finished putting on his clothes, shoes, and socks, getting ready to head out. It didn't seem like any new missions would be triggered here, so he couldn't afford to keep wasting time staying at home. He blinked. Huh? Then I'll go with you. I was planning to head out for a stroll anyway. Well. Suha hesitated for a moment. What I'm about to do, it's not really suitable for you to be there. He was heading out to find all sorts of tasks to complete. If he couldn't find any, he might even have to pick fights with street thugs. Whether it was dangerous or not was one thing, but it was definitely not for kids, and he couldn't let E tag along. What kind of business is so unsuitable for me to be there? He asked suspiciously. It couldn't be a date with a girl, could it? How is that possible? It's just some unimportant business. Suha thought for a moment and added, though a girl actually is treating me to dinner this afternoon. Eh? Your girlfriend? I told you, I don't have a girlfriend. She's treating me to dinner to say thank you. Suha simply recounted the incident on the bus from yesterday to E. I helped her chase off a pickpocket yesterday, so she wants to treat me to a meal. It's as simple as that. By the way, that girl seems to live in this building too, on the 18th floor. For real? What a coincidence. You play the hero, and then it turns out you live in the same building. E blinked, her mind racing with unknown thoughts, before suddenly blurting out, how about taking me along for dinner this afternoon? Chapter 8, Supernatural Phenomenon? That wouldn't be very appropriate, would it? Suha hesitated. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's just one more person eating. At worst, I'll just share the same portion with you. E leaned in, blinking her big eyes and acting pitiful. Otherwise, wouldn't it be miserable for me to eat leftovers at home all by myself? Right? Right? All right then. Suha ultimately couldn't resist Yi's adorable pleading. He figured he would just treat it as taking his sister out for a meal he believed Autumn Cho wouldn't mind. He. Brother Suha is the best. He rushed forward with a grin and hugged him. Wait a second, I'm going back to change my clothes, I'll be right back. Eh? I only agreed to take you out for dinner this afternoon, I didn't agree to let you follow me around. Watching E dash back to her house, Suha covered his forehead helplessly. This little girl was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. It felt like having an extra clingy younger sister. The plan to go pick a fight with street thugs died in the womb before it could even be implemented. Are there any tasks that align with core socialist values waiting for me to do? Suha felt his brain cells being rapidly depleted. He could only take things one step at a time. For now, he decided to head to the nearby Qingfeng Park. About 15 minutes later, E had changed into a pink camisole dress and a brown felt hat, looking exceptionally pure and lovely. E asked, Brother Suha, where are we going? The park. Suha replied. Don't ask him why they were going to the park, he didn't know either. The two took a bus all the way to Qingfeng Park. After buying 2 ice cream cones at the entrance, they strolled through the grounds while eating. With the spring flowers in full bloom, the scenery was quite pleasant, though the crowds of tourists were a notable downside. In the center of the park lay a vast lake, where many middle-aged and elderly people gathered along the banks to fish. Rental boats glided across the water, and every now and then, a swan or two could be seen swimming past. Tisk, it's so peaceful, Suha thought. There wasn't even a hint of an unexpected incident in sight. Suha was in no mood to appreciate the scenery. In fact, he was practically itching for chaos. To him, the more trouble, the better. Oh, look, Brother Su-hao. There's a child crying over there. Do you think they're lost? He pointed deep into the woods beside the path. Sure enough, a young boy of about 6 or 7 was sitting on the grass crying. If one didn't look closely, they really wouldn't have noticed him. Su-hao, who had been worrying about not being able to find a quest, looked delighted. He stepped forward and asked, "Hey there, little guy, what's wrong? Did you get separated from your family?" Wah, my daddy was taken away by bad guys," the little boy said through his tears and snot, his voice thick and muffled from sobbing. "Your father was taken by bad guys? When did this happen?" Su-hao frowned slightly. He had initially thought it was a simple case of a lost child, but he hadn't expected there to be more to the story. Could it be the work of a criminal gang? To suddenly kidnap an adult in such a public place? The little boy wiped away a few tears. Just a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago? Su-hao looked around but found no signs of a struggle nearby. Which direction did they go? The little boy pointed in a direction. Su-hao looked over, only to find a single set of adult male footprints on the ground. They extended for about 10 meters before abruptly vanishing. At the spot where the footprints vanished, there was an extremely well-hidden hole, roughly the size of a human head. It was pitch black inside, and there was no telling where it led. Why was there only one set of footprints? Why did they suddenly disappear? And why was there a large hole right there? Before Su-hao could give it more thought, a system prompt rang out. Ding! Side quest triggered, the lost child. Quest requirement: leave the park as soon as possible and take the little boy to the police station. Task reward: 20 EXP, 5 proficiency points. Friendly tip: do not delve into any supernatural phenomena before reaching level 5. Cherish your life and act within your capabilities. Supernatural phenomena. Gazing at the large hole not far away, Su-hao felt as if several gazes were staring back at him through the opening. A sudden chill ran down his spine. He quickly pulled the little boy up, called out to E, and hurried back to the path, walking briskly toward the park exit. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Brother Su-hao? I thought I saw something over there just now." "You must have seen it wrong. Let's get the kid to the police station first." Su-hao interrupted E, explaining, "If his father was kidnapped, wouldn't it be dangerous for us to stay there? The right way to handle this situation is to let the police deal with it." E nodded half-comprehendingly and followed Su-hao out of the park to the nearest mobile police post, where they handed the little boy over to the officers. The officers questioned the boy, but he repeated the same few sentences as before. The officers looked incredulous upon hearing his story. They used their radios to call for backup to investigate the scene at the park while praising Su-hao and E for their actions, stating that they would take over the matter from there. With the system's prompt in mind, Su-hao had no intention of getting involved in what came next and quickly led E away from the area. Side quest. Task rewards: 20 EXP, 5 proficiency points. Despite the minor setbacks and lingering heart palpitations, at least one task was completed. He was now only 15 EXP away from reaching level 4. He didn't dare return to Qingfeng Park for the time being, so he could only wander around nearby crowded tourist spots with E. The two of them bought a stick of candied haws and ate as they walked, looking exactly like they were out on a casual date. When Su-hao spotted a ring toss stall set up on the side of the street, he had a sudden flash of inspiration. The kind of stall where various prizes are laid out on the ground, and people throw plastic rings to try and catch them. Su-hao asked, "E, is there any prize you want from that stall over there?" E blinked and pointed at the largest teddy bear in the prize area. "I want that one. Or, this one would be fine too." She hesitated for a moment, then pointed to a slightly smaller doll that seemed easier to catch. Ding! Side quest triggered, the teddy bear. Requirement: capture the teddy bear using no more than 3 rings. Reward: 10 EXP, 3 proficiency points. No problem, just watch me. As expected, the mission was triggered. Su-hao smiled slightly, walked up to the stall, and bought 3 rings from the owner. Although he rarely played these types of tourist games, with the bonus from his agility attributes, he was confident that his physical coordination far surpassed that of an ordinary person. In a game like this that tested strength control, his advantage was significant. Standing behind the yellow line, Suhao adjusted his breathing and tentatively threw the first ring. The ring grazed the head of the teddy bear but was thrown slightly off course. It bounced once and landed around a metal fidget spinner just to the front left of the bear. Having roughly grasped the feeling, Suhao didn't stop and immediately tossed the second ring. The ring traced an arc through the air, and this time it landed precisely on the stuffed bear's ear, wobbling a few times but barely managing to stay on. Chapter 9: The Hot Pot Restaurant. Seeing this scene, the surrounding tourists let out a chorus of gasps, and even the stall owner glanced at Suhao in disbelief. This stuffed bear could be considered the most valuable and difficult prize to win at the stall, with a wholesale price of 400 or 500 yuan alone. The bear's head was larger than the plastic rings, and since it was positioned the furthest away, it was extremely difficult to catch with a ring. Since the opening, very few people have been able to land a ring on it, let alone someone like Suhao, who succeeded on his very second throw. "Suhao, you're amazing!" He cheered with joy as she took the plush bear, which was even taller than she was, from the owner, her large eyes squinting into happy crescents. Side quest. Task reward, 10 EXP, 3 proficiency points. It was nothing. Listening to the system notification ringing in his ears, Suhao rubbed his nose with a smile and casually tossed the remaining ring toward the red panda plushie that he had pointed out next. The ring spun through the air, tracing an arc before scoring a perfect hit. And just like that, another doll was added to Yi's arms. Amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, Suhao initially thought about buying a few more rings for fun. However, noticing the stall owner looking at him with a hint of trepidation, he gave an awkward smile and led Yi away, carrying their 3 prizes. Playing games is all about having a bit of fun. The owner is just trying to make a living, and it's not easy. No need to make things harder for him. It's 4 o'clock already. Time flies when you're out having fun. By the way, brother Suhao, what exactly did you come out here to do? Clutching her stuffed bear, Yi looked at him with a mischievous grin. Well. Suhao was momentarily speechless when his phone suddenly rang. Hello? It's me, Autumn Chiu. A crisp female voice came from the other end of the line. I've reserved a table at Donglai Hotpot near the neighborhood. Are you free at 5? Yeah, I'm free. I'll head over there at 5 then. Suhao added, by the way, my younger sister wants to come along too. You don't mind, do you? Autumn Chiu giggled and said, of course I don't mind. I actually quite like children. Is she your biological sister? She's a little girl from next door. Suhao glanced at Yi, who was clutching her doll, and teased, this little girl usually comes over to my place for free meals on weekends. Since I didn't cook this afternoon, she's going to have to go hungry. You know how to cook? Autumn Chiu asked, slightly surprised. Just a little bit. Suhao was being modest. With his current elite tier cooking, if he only knew a little bit, wouldn't that make most restaurant chefs look like incompetent fools? Autumn Chiu joked, then next time, I'll come over to your place for a free meal too, to have a taste of your cooking. You're welcome anytime. After some small talk, the call ended. Suhao noticed Yi staring at him with her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. You actually called me a freeloader? Yi said, clearly dissatisfied. I was just joking, don't sweat the details. Suhao laughed it off and changed the subject. Alright, let's head home first and get ready to go out for hot pot. Taking such large dolls onto a bus would be a hassle, and since he wasn't particularly short on cash now, he simply took a taxi back to the residential complex. After dropping the 2 dolls off at Yi's home and resting for a short while, he set off again for Donglai Hotpot. Donglai Hotpot was considered a fairly good establishment in the area. Suhao had eaten there with colleagues before and was quite familiar with the environment inside. Upon entering the restaurant, Suhao immediately spotted Autumn Chiu waving at him. He led Yi over to the dining table and took a seat. This child is so adorable. Come here to big sister. Are you in elementary school or middle school? Autumn Chiu's eyes lit up when she saw Yi wearing the felt hat. She reached out affectionately to rub her head, but he dodged her hand. "Don't treat me like a child, I'm a high schooler." He protested with dissatisfaction. "A high schooler?" Autumn Chio looked at Suhao in surprise. "Are you serious?" The little girl before her had a cute, slightly chubby oval face tucked under a brown felt hat. With her petite frame standing less than 1.5 meters tall, she looked no older than 12 or 13, no matter how you sliced it, looking even more youthful than most middle school students. "It's true. Her name is E, and she's a sophomore." Suhao reached out and took off her felt hat, teasing, "But this girl's mind and appearance are still stuck in middle school. Honestly, there's no harm in treating her like a child." "Brother Suhao, what are you talking about? I am not." He pouted and hammered his arm with her pink fists, though it didn't hurt at all. Autumn Chio covered her mouth and smiled. "I really envy you too. I wanted a younger sister so much when I was a child, but unfortunately, my family wouldn't allow it." The waiter soon brought out the soup base and the dishes. After Autumn Chio thanked Suhao once more, the three of them chatted while they ate. During their conversation, Suhao learned that Autumn Chio was a recent college graduate who had just entered the workforce. She was 22 years old, 2 years younger than him, and worked as an accountant at a small nearby company. Currently, she was single. "Ahem, this girl is quite pretty and lives nearby, perhaps there's a chance to pursue something further?" During the meal, he noticed that Autumn Chio genuinely liked E, enthusiastically serving her slices of mutton from the hot pot. However, for some reason, he remained quite cold toward Autumn Chio. Could it be that she was annoyed because Autumn Chio was treating her like a child? Before they were even halfway through the dishes on the table, a sudden commotion broke out behind them. Suhao glanced back curiously and discovered that a man at the table behind them had drunk too much and was acting out. He was standing on a restaurant table, clutching a broken wine bottle, gesticulating wildly and swaying unsteadily. Several waiters and security guards were frantically surrounding the man, attempting to get him down, but none dared to approach because of the beer bottle in his hand. As food service staff, they knew all too well that a drunk person is capable of anything. Some drunks are as aggressive as psychiatric patients, there's no telling if they might swing a beer bottle and crack your skull open the next second. The intoxicated man appeared to be drinking alone to drown his sorrows, with no companions in sight. He was hurling incoherent insults to vent his emotions, and every time he finished a bottle of beer, he would casually toss it onto the floor, sending glass shards flying everywhere. The two tables were very close, and some shards even splashed near the feet of the trio. Autumn Chio frowned and said, "Should we move to another spot?" Suhao was about to agree when a crisp ding-dong sound echoed in his ear. Ding! Side quest triggered, drunkenness is shameful. Requirement, subdue the drunkard and hand him over to security. Reward, 15 EXP, 6 proficiency points. Another quest triggered? My drunk friend, I've got to give you a thumbs up. Suhao smiled and said, "No need to change seats. Just stay here and wait for a moment." Autumn Chio and he both watched in surprise as he stood up and turned toward the table behind them. Seeing Suhao approach, the waiter assumed he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to switch tables. He hurriedly said, "I am terribly sorry for the disturbance to your meal. We will arrange a new table for the three of you immediately, and we'll handle the situation here right away." Chapter 10, Drunken Trouble. No need to move. Suhao waved him off, then looked up at the drunken man and said, "Come on down, buddy. Aren't you afraid of falling, standing up that high? See our crash?" "What crash? My stocks have already hit the limit down and I'm trapped. What the hell am I supposed to be afraid of?" Who would have thought this guy was a stock trader? Judging by his state, he must have lost a fortune, which explained why he was out drowning his sorrows. Who are you?" The drunk man's face was flushed and his neck veins were bulging. He glanced at Suhao and slurred, "Just some pretty boy. Get lost, don't get in the way of my drinking, or I'll crack a bottle over your head." "Oh? Then I'd like to see you try." With a smirk playing on his lips, Suhao stepped right up onto the table. Adept tier combat proficiency activated. His right fist shot out like an arrow released from a bow, feinting toward the drunkard's face. Seizing the moment, the man instinctively covered his face, his left hand swept across like a palm blade, striking the wrist with such force that the broken beer bottle was knocked loose. Before the bottle even hit the ground, his right fist suddenly shifted form, opening into a palm to seize the man's right shoulder. Simultaneously, his left palm gripped the man's right wrist and twisted it backward with force, pinning the drunkard's arm behind his back and rendering him immobile. It was the most basic grappling maneuver, a common sight in police and crime movies. Sometimes, the simplest moves are often the most effective. Suhao executed this sequence of movements in one fluid motion, completing it in barely a second. It was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Not only did the drunken man have no time to resist, but even the surrounding onlookers, security guards, and waiters failed to react in time. By the time they regained their senses, Suhao had already subdued the drunkard. "You little punk! How dare you sneak attack me? If you've got the guts, let me go and let's have a fair fight. Ow, ow, it hurts. Don't press so hard. Big brother, I give up, please just let go, alright?" The drunken man started off cursing and swearing, but as soon as Suhao applied a little pressure to his arm, he was left with nothing but pleas for mercy. "Here, he's all yours. Make sure this fellow gets a good chance to sober up." He hauled the drunkard off the table and handed him over to the two nearby security guards. The guards hurriedly expressed their gratitude, flanking the drunkard and escorting him toward the security room. The diners who had witnessed the commotion were all marveling at Suhao's recent display of skill. A few had even recorded the entire incident on their phones. Perhaps Suhao would be featured in tomorrow's trending short videos online. Suhao, however, couldn't care less about any of that. He was focusing all his attention on the system interface. Side quest. Mission reward, 15 EXP, 6 proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You are now level 4 and have earned 4 free attribute points. 200 experience points to reach the next level? Phew, at least it only doubled this time. That's better than I expected. Suhao glanced at the interface and breathed a silent sigh of relief. He had assumed that all subsequent level UPS would require triple the experience, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Perhaps the experience required for the next level followed a different formula, or maybe it was completely inconsistent? Excluding the 10 extra experience points from this task, he still needed 190 more EXP. With a full 24 hours remaining on the task timer, it shouldn't be too difficult to complete. Back in his seat, and Autumn Chio both stared at him with looks of utter disbelief. E's large eyes were filled with admiration. "Brother Suhao, you're amazing. You actually took that guy down in a single move. I never noticed before. Have you specifically trained in Sanda or combat sports? Was it really that impressive?" Suhao laughed. "I just taught myself some combat techniques in the past and used them instinctively. It really was incredible. Stop being so modest." Autumn Cho also said with a serious expression, "Even as a layperson, I found your moves incredibly impressive. You were so fast I could barely see what happened before the drunkard was pinned down. This is far beyond the level of ordinary combat techniques. Let's not talk about that, let's get back to eating." Suhao gave a dry laugh and didn't pursue the topic further. He didn't want to dwell on this subject. His combat proficiency was something he had upgraded through the system. Unlike his cooking, which he already had a foundation in, he felt a bit guilty about showing off something like this. Curiosity is a woman's nature. The two girls naturally refused to let the topic drop, chirping away as they asked him where he had learned his combat skills. Left with no choice, Suhao had to make up a story on the fly. He claimed that he had been obsessed with martial arts since he was a child and often mimicked moves from movies and combat books. Over time, he became self-taught. Although this excuse was a bit far-fetched, its strength lay in the fact that it had no obvious flaws. If he had claimed to have learned combat at a specific martial arts gym, he would eventually be exposed. However, the scope of being self-taught was so broad that there was no room for further scrutiny, making it almost impossible to debunk. It was foolproof. Yes, exactly. That's it. After that little interlude, the three of them went back to their hot pot. Before long, the manager of the hot pot restaurant rushed over after hearing the news. Likely concerned about the potential fallout of the incident, he thanked Su Hao with the utmost respect and informed them that their meal would be on the house. Wait, something's not right. Autumn Chiu suddenly realized something and said blankly, I was supposed to be the one treating you, so how did it end up being your treat instead? The three of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Su Hao smiled and said, then this meal doesn't count. How about you treat us again next time? Sure, sounds good. What do you guys want to eat? How about a seafood buffet? I heard a new one just opened nearby, Yi suggested tentatively. Su Hao shrugged and said, I don't have any particular favorites, you guys decide. Then it's settled, seafood buffet it is. Just as the three of them were discussing where to eat next, a young man wearing a white t-shirt walked up to Su Hao. Is there something I can help you with? Su Hao keenly sensed that this young man's gaze had been fixed on him for quite some time. The man stood about 1.9 meters tall, nearly half a head taller than Su Hao. He had a clean-cut buzz cut and a face with rugged, resolute features. A robust physique was faintly visible through his t-shirt, and he carried an oppressive aura that gave off a strong "don't mess with me" vibe. Of course, Su Hao wasn't intimidated by him. So what if he was a muscular guy? Su Hao still had 6 free attribute points in reserve. If he dumped them all into strength, he'd turn into a mini Superman in a matter of minutes. The young man locked eyes with Su Hao and paused for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Hello, I am a disciple of the Hongfeng Martial Arts Hall. I was wondering which hall you study at, friend. Would you be open to a brief sparring session? Martial Arts Hall? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. I've never studied at a place like that. I just practice combat techniques for fun on my own. You've got the wrong person. You practiced that yourself? The young man's face was etched with astonishment. How is that possible? That fluid execution just now clearly reached a level that can only be achieved after mastering and integrating the moves. Changing forms several times within a single second. Forget ordinary people, even most martial arts school elites would find that difficult to pull off. There was another sentence he left unsaid. He had a feeling that the level displayed just now was merely the tip of the iceberg of this young man's true strength. Chapter 11, Give me a reason to beat you up first? Could it be? The young man, having come to his own conclusions, nodded knowingly. I take it you'd prefer not to disclose your martial arts lineage? Many schools have such rules, I understand. We don't have to talk about it. Sure, whatever you say. Su Hao shrugged, indifferent. If there's nothing else, we'd like to get back to our meal. Take care. Wait. The young man said bluntly, to get straight to the point, would you care to spar with me? A spar? You mean you want to pick a fight with me? Su Hao looked at him as if he were mentally impaired. We live in a harmonious society, why so quick to resort to violence? As the saying goes, a gentleman uses his tongue, not his fists. Could you give me a reason to beat you up first? Ding. Side quest triggered, Yang Hongwu's challenge. Quest requirement, defeat him, grind him into the dirt, and show him exactly what you're made of. Task reward, 60 EXP, 20 proficiency points. Well then. Before the young man could even speak, the system had already laid out the incentive. This was the first time he had ever seen such a generous reward. Now, even if the guy wanted to avoid getting hit, Su Hao wouldn't allow it. 60 EXP. If he could just go a few more rounds, wouldn't he be able to reach level 5? Plus, with 20 proficiency points added to his previous savings, he could even upgrade his combat proficiency to the elite tier. A fierce fighting spirit ignited deep within his eyes. For the sake of experience, for the sake of training. What will it take for you to agree to a match with me? The young man, Yang Hongwu, was still racking his brains for a way to stir up Su Hao's fighting spirit, unaware that Su Hao's competitive drive had already gone off the charts just moments ago. Just as Su Hao was about to give his immediate consent, a sudden flash of inspiration struck the young man. How about this? If you beat me, I'll give you $10,000 as a reward, but if you lose, you don't have to give me anything. What do you think? Willing to spar with me now? Oh. You really are a clever one. Su Hao was overjoyed upon hearing this. The more he looked at this hot-headed youth, the more likable he seemed. He's delivering both experience and money. What a saint! He is practically more adorable than that yellow-hair fellow from last time. So, you agree? The young man was also delighted. Yes, I'll accept the challenge, but I have one more condition. Su Hao extended a finger and gave it a wag. If I lose, I'll give you 10,000 as well. I'm not the type who likes taking unfair advantage of others. Deal. It's a promise. The young man looked at Su Hao with a hint of newfound admiration. My name is Yang Hongwu, a disciple of the Baji Martial Arts Hall. And yours, brother? He had no idea that the only reason Su Hao dared to say such a thing was because losing simply wasn't an option in his mind. Su Hao replied, My name is Su Hao. Su as in Su sure, and Hao as in vast and mighty. So it's brother Su, a pleasure to meet you. Yang Hongwu smiled and extended his hand. Out of politeness, Su Hao also reached out to shake his hand. Just as he was about to pull back, he realized that Yang Hongwu was gripping his hand tightly and gradually increasing the pressure. He looked up at Yang Hongwu, only to find the burly man giving him a meaningful smile. Holy crap, I'm not into guys, let go and get away from me. Su Hao shuddered, suppressing the chill running down his spine. He knew exactly what Yang Hongwu was up to. He simply wanted to test his grip strength in advance. Are you joking? Do you think my 12 points of strength are just for show? Not to be outdone, Su Hao slowly increased his strength and gripped back. From the perspective of Autumn Cho and Yi, the two of them were simply shaking hands with smiles on their faces, gazing at each other silently in a scene of harmony and peace. In reality, the two were secretly competing with each other, squeezing each other's wrists until they ached, neither willing to be the first to show weakness and let go. This guy's Kirin arm is incredibly powerful. His strength is probably more than 12 points. As the grip strength gradually increased, Su Hao began to find it a bit difficult to handle. He had originally thought that having a strength stat 20% higher than an average person was already quite impressive, but it seemed there were still many fitness fanatics in the world whose power could not be underestimated, and the guy in front of him was one of them. Perhaps sensing that Su Hao's grip was no longer intensifying, Yang Hongwu flashed a slight smile, increased his pressure once more, and shot him a triumphant look as if victory were already in his grasp. TSK, this guy is actually getting cocky? Fine, I'll admit your grip is indeed strong, but you want me to lose? Not a chance. Calling up the system interface, Su Hao simply added 2 more points to his strength. A surging sense of strength welled up from deep within his body. He flashed a brilliant smile at his opponent, and the grip strength in his hand suddenly skyrocketed. The smile on Yang Hongwu's face instantly froze. Originally, the gap in strength between him and Su Hao wasn't that large. However, once Su Hao's strength surged to 16 points, the situation instantly turned into a one-sided crushing defeat. I lose. Yang Hongwu hurriedly withdrew his hand. Glancing at the bruised grip marks, his expression turned slightly unsightly. Thank you for holding back, brother Su. It was I who overstepped my bounds. He assumed Su Hao had been holding back earlier, and with a look of shame in his eyes, he offered a sincere apology. Beside them, Autumn Cho and Yi looked on in confusion. They couldn't understand why, after shaking hands with Su Hao for a moment, he suddenly looked so defeated and admitted he had lost. What exactly had happened? Su Hao said, let's put the match on hold for a bit until we've finished our meal. Sure, no problem. Yang Hongwu nodded and pointed toward the private booths in the back left. Actually, I came here for hot pot with some friends from the martial arts hall. I just happened to see Brother Su in action and felt an itch to test my skills, which is why I impulsively challenged you. Brother Su, you can find me in booth 103 once you're done eating. With that, he turned and left. Autumn Cho said, that person is so strange. His opening lines sounded just like something out of a kung fu movie, talking about lineages and challenges. But judging by his tone, he didn't seem to be joking. Are there any martial arts dojos around here? I think there might be. Martial arts dojos, just hearing those words couldn't help but bring to mind period dramas or kung fu films. Perhaps in the last century, there were still many places opening dojos. But in modern times, this profession has essentially declined, gradually replaced by foreign cultures, such as taekwondo, karate, sanda, and gyms. Even if there are occasionally training classes in the city bearing the name of a martial arts dojo, most of them are unlikely to teach any real skills. They are merely hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. To put it bluntly, they still just teach those popularized, basic combat techniques. He asked worriedly, "Brother Su-hao, are you really going to compete with him?" "Of course, I've already agreed to it." Su-hao took a sip of his drink and smiled nonchalantly. "It's 10,000 yuan delivered right to my door. It would be a waste not to take it." "Brother Su-hao, are you really that confident?" Yi was still a bit anxious. She knew Su-hao was very good at combat games, but when it came to real-life combat, she had never seen him fight anyone. He was usually so gentle and refined that he didn't look like the type who was good at fighting at all. Besides, that thick-headed, muscular young man earlier looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with, and he claimed to be a disciple of some martial arts hall, which made it hard not to worry. Autumn Chiu, on the other hand, looked at Su-hao with a face full of curiosity, remaining silent. After all, unlike Yi, she didn't know Su-hao well. Today was only their second meeting, so it wasn't appropriate for her to speak up and discourage him. Chapter 12, Baji Martial Arts Hall. "Don't worry." Su-hao reached out and rubbed Yi's head. "It's just a sparring match, not a street brawl. Both sides will show restraint, so there's nothing to worry about. Once I've earned that 10,000 yuan, I'll treat you to a giant tub of Haagen-Dazs. Deal." Hearing this, he stopped worrying and said with a grin, "I want strawberry flavor." Autumn Chiu smiled and asked, "Would you mind if I came along to watch?" "Of course not." 10 minutes later, this eventful hot pot meal finally came to an end. Su-hao wiped his mouth, stood up, and headed toward private room 103, which Yang Hongwu had pointed out earlier. Pushing open the door, he saw over a dozen men sitting inside. They were stripped to the waist, sweating profusely as they downed beer and huddled around a hot pot, the atmosphere exceptionally rowdy. Most of the people in the room were young men in their 20s or 30s, though there were also a few teenagers among them. Regardless of age, every one of them was built like a tank, boasting sharp, well-defined muscles. With over a dozen burly men crammed into such a small space, the sight was like a scene straight out of a muscle-bound bro fest. It was almost too much to look at. "Sorry, wrong room." Su-hao didn't say a word. He simply shut the door and turned to leave. "Hey! Brother Su, wait." Yang Hongwu caught sight of Su-hao and hurriedly stood up. "I'm right here. You've got the right room." "All right then." Su-hao clicked his tongue. He really didn't want to step inside, so he stood by the door and said, "Are you free now? Why don't we head to the martial arts hall for our match right away?" "Sure." The moment Yang Hongwu heard the word match, his spirit surged. His eyes lit up like a true martial arts fanatic. "Let's go to the martial arts hall right now." Overhearing the conversation between the two, the group of muscular men at the table all turned their gazes towards Su-hao, whispering among themselves. "Is this the expert Brother Wu was talking about? He doesn't look like much. I don't know what Brother Wu is thinking. Although this guy's physique is stronger than an average person's, he's still far behind us. Don't be so quick to judge. Didn't Brother Wu say it? The man's techniques have reached the level of mastery. He's at least on the same level as Brother Wu. So what if his techniques are exquisite? The most important thing in martial arts is building a solid foundation. Master said, without raw strength, no amount of moves will do you any good." Exactly. Moves without a solid foundation are just for show, like those martial arts movies on TV where they look like girls dancing. Ha ha ha. Every one of these muscular men was a disciple of the Baji martial arts gym. Yang Hongwu held a status among them nearly equivalent to that of a senior brother. He was unrivaled in combat and, in their eyes, the strongest individual second only to their master. Therefore, when Yang Hongwu suddenly claimed to have encountered an expert who might be stronger than him, everyone's first reaction was one of shock and skepticism. This disbelief only intensified once they caught sight of Su-hao's appearance. Seeing the group of muscular men sizing him up with scrutinizing glares while letting out ambiguous laughter from time to time, Suhao couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He simply turned away from the private room's entrance and headed back to Autumn Chiu and the other. Only a fool would choose to stand there and be gawked at by a bunch of men when they could be laughing and chatting with a beautiful woman. As for what those people were saying to each other, he couldn't be bothered to listen. Quiet down, everyone. The private room was buzzing with discussion until young Hangwu raised his hand and pressed it down for silence. Don't judge a book by its cover, he said. That brother Su's strength is no less than mine. We've tested each other's grip strength at the very least, and I was indeed inferior. How is that possible? The martial arts hall disciples exclaimed in surprise. Yang Hongwu's grip strength might not have been the absolute highest among them, but he was at least in the top 3. He could crush an unopened soda can with his bare hands. How could he possibly be inferior to that kid who didn't even look particularly robust? You guys go ahead and eat. Brother Su and I are heading to the martial arts gym. As young Hangwu stepped out of the private room, the group behind him exchanged glances. Ignoring the hot pot, they all followed closely, eager to witness the confrontation between the two. Suhao and the other two were waiting outside the hot pot restaurant when they suddenly saw young Hangwu emerge, followed by a large crowd of aggressive-looking muscular men, their expressions turning peculiar. Autumn Chiu whispered, "Why did so many people suddenly show up? Could it be dangerous? Should we call the police first?" Brother Suhao, these people are so scary. He shrank back behind Suhao. It's okay, I'm here. Suhao remained calm and asked young Hangwu, "What do you mean? Does sparring mean I have to take on your entire group alone?" Yang Hangwu glanced behind him, looking a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Brother Su, you must be joking. These brothers are disciples of our martial arts hall. They likely followed us just to watch our match. Don't mind them. Oh, I see. Suhao nodded and said to Yi and Autumn Chiu, "How about you two head back first?" The two girls exchanged a glance, looking somewhat hesitant, but ultimately shook their heads. Our martial arts hall is right across the street. Yang Hangwu pointed across the road. Indeed, there was a building hanging a vintage plaque for the Baji Martial Arts Hall. The entire building occupied a considerable area and stood about 3 or 4 stories high, at least much larger than the storefronts of most training classes or gyms. It seemed to be a legitimate business. With the system at his side, Suhao wasn't afraid of anything. He still had 4 free attribute points left. If any real danger arose, he could simply boost his agility to 18 and grab any weapon at hand. Even if all dozen or so of these burly men attacked at once, they wouldn't necessarily be able to handle him. The group made their way across the road in a grand, imposing manner. Upon entering the building, Suhao found the interior of the martial arts hall to be even more exquisite than he had imagined. The floors were paved with marble, and the building was fully equipped with elevators. Inside, there were small playgrounds and archery ranges. Everything found in a modern gym was available here, along with plenty of traditional martial arts equipment, such as wooden dummies, plum blossom poles, and stone locks. Arriving at the second floor, the first thing that caught his eye was a vast, empty hall. The hall spanned roughly 100 square meters. Aside from racks holding cold weapons along the sides, there was nothing else. The floor was covered in mats similar to Japanese tatami, and the surrounding walls were fitted with rubber padding. Hanging directly in front was a piece of calligraphy with a powerful, grand character, "Martial." Is this the sparring ground? Suhao glanced at the tatami on the floor and asked, "Do I need to take off my shoes to enter?" No need. The mats in the hall are replaced every week. It doesn't matter if they get stepped on with shoes. Yang Hangwu made a gesture of invitation and said, "Is Brother Su ready?" "Yes, let's begin." Suhao nodded and stepped into the center of the arena. Seeing young Hangwu clasp his hands in a traditional fist and palm salute, he followed suit and returned the gesture. Secretly, he summoned the system interface and silently allocated his 4 remaining free attribute points, 2 into Constitution and the other 2 into Agility. He immediately felt light all over, as if he were floating. His 3 primary attributes had reached a staggering Constitution 13, Strength 16, and Agility 16. In terms of strength and agility alone, he was now more than 50% higher than an average person. Suha was confident that he could now suppress Yang Hongwu through physical fitness alone, without worrying that his foundation couldn't compete with the other side. In the center of the sparring hall, the two stood about 2 meters apart. Seeing Suha standing still, Yang Hongwu took the initiative. He stepped forward and threw a tentative right straight punch toward Suha's chest, while keeping his left hand in front of him, wary of any counterattack Suha might make. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The straight punch is the simplest move in combat, something almost everyone knows, but it is often the fastest and most effective. It is the premier choice whether for a full assault or a probe. Chapter 13, I humbly accept. Suha was well prepared. His dynamic vision, far exceeding that of a normal person, instantly captured the movement of the fist. Recognizing it was only a probing strike, his combat proficiency took effect, and over a dozen countermeasures flashed through his mind. His body shifted a step to the side almost instinctively, dodging the fist. Just a split second before Yang Hongwu could retract his fist, he stepped forward, his right hand forming a vertical palm strike that hit the inside of Yang's elbow, instantly neutralizing the force of the entire arm. Almost simultaneously, his left hand shot out and seized Yang's wrist. Immediately after, Suha shifted his right arm into an elbow strike and took a sudden, forceful step forward, slamming into Yang Hongwu's chest with the full weight of his body. The entire sequence of actions was executed in one smooth motion, as swift as a bolt of lightning. Jeet Kune Do? Startled, Yang Hongwu hurriedly tried to block with his left hand. But caught off guard and relying solely on his left hand, how could he possibly withstand an elbow strike delivered with the full force of Suha's entire body? Although he barely managed to grab Suha's right elbow, he failed to deflect much of the force. The impact of the elbow strike still slammed his left hand against his chest. There was a dull thud. Yang Hongwu felt a tightness in his chest and exhaled sharply. His vision blurred, and he clutched his chest, struggling to catch his breath. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers surrounding them erupted in a frenzy. No way! In just one exchange? Brother Wu couldn't be taking it easy on him, could he? No, Brother Wu's punch was fast enough. I just didn't expect that guy's reaction to be even faster. To be able to catch a straight punch at such close range with such ease, that reaction speed is simply beyond human. His combat experience is also terrifying. That elbow strike just now blocked all avenues of retreat. There was simply no way to dodge it. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have even been able to block it. The dojo disciples whispered in shock about the exchange. The looks they directed at Suha shifted from initial skepticism to bewildered awe. They knew full well that this man's physical attributes and combat skills were by no means inferior to any of theirs. In fact, he might even be on par with their master. Compared to the group of muscle-bound men, Yi and Autumn Chiu didn't think nearly as much. They were simply impressed without fully understanding why, feeling that Suha was truly incredible for dazing a man much bullier than himself in a single instant. Are you all right? Seeing Yang Hongwu looking as if he were about to vomit blood, Suha released his left hand. He had no intention of pressing the advantage, instead taking a step back and silently waiting for him to catch his breath. It was just a spar, not a blood feud. Being too aggressive would be poor form. Even if he won, it would only result in begrudging submission rather than genuine respect. Nothing should be rushed. Everything must be done step by step. Only those on the same level compete for dominance. I first need to cultivate an aura of calm, high-level composure. Then, I'll defeat him with a peaceful mindset until he is thoroughly convinced. By giving the opponent more chances and dominating him through more exchanges, I can let him know the true meaning of despair. Thank you. Yang Hongwu took several deep breaths before he managed to recover. Seeing that Suha hadn't used the opening advantage to pummel him and had instead saved him some face, a hint of gratitude and respect couldn't help but surface in his heart. In just a split second, Suha had not only intercepted his punch and easily dissipated its force, but had also followed up with an elbow strike to the chest, leaving him breathless and weak. If this had been a real fight, he would have already become a human punching bag at the mercy of his opponent. Brother Su, do you specialize in Jeet Kune Do? Yang Hongwu did not rush to attack again, instead asking out of curiosity. Jeet Kune Do? Suha glanced at Yi and Autumn Chiu watching from the side and shook his head. I just practice randomly. I learn whatever moves I find in books. I've only dabbled in Jeet Kune. Do I know a bit of other styles as well? Yang Hongwu's eye twitched. He clearly didn't believe Su Hao's nonsense. If you're just practicing randomly, then what does that make those of us who have trained in martial arts for over a decade? Are we just messing around blindly? I can't help it if you don't believe me. Let me trade a few more blows with you using other combat techniques. With that, Su Hao assumed a taekwondo starting stance and gave a slight nod, signaling Yang Hongwu to attack. Yang Hongwu exhaled slowly. Although he didn't believe Su Hao was truly so versatile, he didn't dare underestimate him. Learning from his previous mistake, he no longer threw a tentative punch recklessly. Instead, he assumed the opening stance of his dojo's Bajikwan and began to close in on Su Hao with slow, steady steps. Bajikwan. The meaning of Baji originates from the Han Dynasty text Huainanzi, which refers to the 8 extremities of the 9 provinces between heaven and earth. The essence of the fist is that the power can reach to the furthest points in all directions. It was the heritage martial art of their dojo. This style is a short-range combat art, and its movements generally pursue a style that is fierce, unpretentious, and explosively powerful. The core of his techniques consists of nothing more than these 6 elements: leaning, assisting, squeezing, bumping, bursting, and shaking. With every step Yang Hongwu took, his heels invariably struck the ground first. His waist was squared and his shoulders aligned, and the explosive power he was gathering was evident from the tension in his rigid frame. Once he closed within a 1-meter range of Su Hao, he stopped advancing. Instead, he stared him down while circling sideways step by step, biding his time. Tisk, afraid to attack? With a quick glance, Su Hao saw that Yang Hongwu was searching for a weakness, like a tiger waiting for its chance to strike from any direction at any moment. Fine then, I'll make the first move. Su Hao pivoted on his foot, raised his leg, and delivered a horizontal kick toward his opponent's midsection. The kick was incredibly swift and fierce. Even a trained fighter like Yang Hongwu would likely struggle to stand back up anytime soon if it connected. Seeing the kick coming, Yang Hongwu was delighted rather than alarmed. He pushed off his heels, channeled the force through his waist, and lunged to the side. He reached out and grabbed Su Hao's incoming ankle, a thick look of joy spreading across his face. He must think he has finally caught a break, right? Su Hao smiled too. His left foot, which was planted on the ground, instantly sprang up. His entire body became airborne as he launched a flying kick toward Yang Hongwu's face, utilizing the rotational strength of his waist. Before Yang Hongwu could even begin his counterattack, he saw another foot hurtling toward his face at an even greater speed. Pale with shock, he hurriedly released Su Hao's right ankle and crossed his arms in a crossblock in front of his face to intercept this mid-air spinning side kick. A muffled thud echoed. His arms took a violent impact. Yang Hongwu tilted backward and retreated several steps in a frenzy, yet he still failed to stabilize himself and landed hard on his backside. He scrambled to his feet, only to find his forearms throbbing with numbness and shaking uncontrollably. Although he could barely move them, he couldn't exert much force. It would likely take an hour or 2 of rest for the sensation to subside. Good match. Su Hao sprang up with a kip up. Just now, both his legs had been in mid-air after kicking Yang Hongwu back. He had inevitably fallen as well. This was the price of executing that mid-air double kick. If it failed to push the enemy back, he would certainly have been at a disadvantage. I've learned a lot. Yang Hongwu cupped his hands, admitting defeat. Brother Su's techniques are truly superb, and you held back many times during our match. I am not someone who fails to recognize such grace. In this contest, I concede. He had realized that against Su Hao's versatile moves and incredible reaction speed, he didn't stand a ghost of a chance. He couldn't even reliably execute his Bajikwan techniques. Once it became a close-quarters fight, he was destined for a crushing defeat. The two of them were simply not on the same level. Chapter 14, Want me to be a coach? Side quest. Task rewards, 60 EXP, 20 proficiency points. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Su Hao knew that Yang Hongwu was now truly and utterly convinced of his skill. Well, your martial arts techniques aren't bad either. In the face of Yang Hongwu's unreserved praise, Su Hao naturally had to offer a humble remark. Actually, I only know these few moves. If my reaction had been even half a second slower just now, I might not have been able to handle it. Ah, Brother Su, you're far too modest. Yang Hongwu chuckled, then shifted his tone, speaking with solemn respect. I wonder if you would be willing to serve as an instructor at our martial arts gym, Brother Su? I am prepared to offer a substantial salary to hire you. You can set your own terms. My only request is that you teach us a few of your moves. Ha? Hire me as an instructor? Suha was stunned and quickly shook his head. No, that won't do. I'm just an amateur myself. I wouldn't know the first thing about teaching. Besides, don't you already have a master? You're practicing traditional Chinese Bajikwan. What would you need me for? In his combat proficiency, the vast majority consisted of modern combat techniques, with only a small portion involving basic Chinese martial arts, for instance, Jeet Kune Do, which incorporates elements of Wing Chun. In terms of the sheer sophistication of actual techniques, Bajikwan was undoubtedly superior. It was only because Yang Hongwu hadn't mastered the fist technique to its full potential, coupled with the gap in reaction speed, that he had been defeated so easily. In the domestic traditional martial arts world, there is a long-standing saying, Taiji brings peace to the world, while Baji stabilizes the universe. This illustrates the significant status Bajikwan holds within the martial arts community. If given the chance, Suha would much rather learn Bajikwan techniques than combat proficiency. It would be ideal if an upgrade option for martial arts skills appeared within his proficiency, but perhaps because he hadn't encountered them yet, the system didn't contain that type of proficiency. No, combat techniques are also very important. Yang Hongwu shook his head and said, I have to admit, mastering Bajikwan is far too difficult. Without over a decade of hard work, one can't achieve much. In contrast, most modern fighting techniques are easier to pick up quickly. Furthermore, learning more combat moves can also enhance one's experience with fist techniques. That is true indeed, Suhao nodded. Yang Hongwu said solemnly, I've observed that your expertise covers a wide range of disciplines, Brother Su. It would be ideal if you could serve as an instructor at our martial arts gym. The monthly salary is at least 50,000, with full benefits including social security and a housing fund, plus room and board. If you feel the compensation is too low, we can certainly negotiate further. His eyes were filled with sincerity. A monthly salary of 50,000? Room and board included? Suha was instantly intrigued. At his previous company, he was just a struggling salesman. Even with bonuses and performance pay, his monthly salary barely reached 4 or 5,000 yuan. He could hardly save any money, and his bank balance had remained steadily in the 4-digit range. However, after a moment of hesitation, Suhao still chose to refuse. I really can't handle being a coach. Suhao shook his head and said, but if you don't mind, I could occasionally come to the gym to spar with everyone and exchange pointers. To be honest, I'm also quite interested in the Bajikwan you practice. Suhao had never seriously considered becoming a coach. Although combat proficiency had instilled a wealth of combat knowledge and experience in him, he felt a bit uncertain about actually teaching others how to fight. As for the latter half of the sentence, it was also true. Suhao was indeed very interested in the fist techniques of the Baji Martial Arts Hall. He was currently wondering if he could try to learn a move or two to see if the system would pop up a Bajikwan proficiency notification. Yang Hongwu felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't recruit Suhao as a coach for the martial arts hall, but his spirit lifted immediately upon hearing the second half of the sentence. How could we possibly mind? Our martial arts hall welcomes Brother Su anytime. Please come by whenever you're free. Sure, no problem. Suhao nodded slowly. Let's exchange contact information. I have some other matters to attend to, so I have to head out first. As he spoke, he opened WeChat and pulled up his QR code to show it. Yang Hongwu pulled out his phone to scan it, then muttered in confusion, Huh? Brother Su, this is your payment QR code. Oh. Look at my memory. He tapped his thumb on the screen a few times, and a second later, Suhao's phone displayed a notification for a 10,000 yuan deposit. Sorry, I must have clicked the wrong thing just now. Suhao gave a knowing smile, then unhurriedly switched to his contact QR code and added Yang Hongwu as a friend. After adding him, he bid Yang Hongwu farewell and left the martial arts hall with Autumn Chioi. As the sky outside gradually darkened, Suha decided to take a taxi back to the neighborhood with the two girls. Under normal circumstances, he would never have been so extravagant, but today he had earned 10,000 yuan with ease. In comparison, what was a few dozen yuan? Back at the residential complex, Su Haoani got off the elevator on the 5th floor and bid farewell to Autumn Chiu. "Brother Su Hao, you were so cool just now. You crushed them both in a single move, just like a peerless master in a TV drama." Once they were home, he couldn't contain her excitement, waving her little pink fists as she mimicked the moves Su Hao used to repel Yan Hangwu. "What do you mean just like? I clearly am a peerless master." He. In front of his acquaintances, Su Hao naturally stopped feigning modesty. With a hearty laugh, he picked up the petite and spun her around, his mood soaring. "I earned 10,000 yuan today. This is absolutely amazing. Don't you think so, E?" This 10,000 yuan was merely the beginning. As long as he continued to complete tasks, level up, and strengthen himself, there would inevitably be a steady stream of income in the future. This was the true reason behind Su Hao's immense excitement. Wah! Suddenly being lifted high into the air, E was startled, her face flushing crimson. "Put me down quickly. Don't spin, I'm afraid of getting dizzy." Su Hao calmed his excitement and set her down, offering an awkward smile. "Sorry, I got a bit carried away. I'll buy you that strawberry Haagen-Dazs tomorrow." "Oh, it's getting late. Why don't you head home for now?" He currently had over 40 proficiency points on hand and needed to carefully consider which proficiencies would be the most cost-effective to invest them in. E blinked and said, "It's only 9 o'clock. Can't we play some more PS4? "Oh? Have you finished your homework? It's Sunday, you know." Su Hao had no choice but to pull out his trump card. E immediately lost her spirit, slumping dejectedly as she hurried home to finish her homework. She had been playing all day from morning till night, and hadn't touched a single bit of her homework. Originally, she had planned to act cute and brush it off, then secretly catch up during tomorrow's morning self-study session. But since Su Hao had brought it up, she couldn't very well lie about it. After seeing E off, Su Hao returned to his bed and lay down lazily in a spread eagle position. So much had happened today from morning to night, he had completed about 7 or 8 system missions alone. The pace was so fast that he barely had a moment to relax, leaving him undeniably exhausted. Phew, no rainbow without the rain, right? Hang in there. He took a deep breath, leaped out of bed with a kip up, and summoned the system interface. Character, Su Hao level 4. Constitution 1-3. Strength 1-6. Agility 1-6. Spirit 1-1. Free attribute points 0. Proficiency points 4-1. EXP required for next level, 130 points. Chapter 15, Pretending to be the boyfriend. Still need 130 EXP? That's just a few missions away. Su Hao felt a significant sense of relief. He was just one final step away from completing the main quest, and there was plenty of time left. A full 20 hours remained. He turned his gaze toward the proficiency interface. Su Hao hesitated. Upgrading combat to elite tier requires 30 experience points. I have enough right now, but should I go through with it? Had he not encountered that group from the martial arts gym, he might have straightforwardly upgraded his combat proficiency to adept tier. However, after coming into contact with the Baji martial arts hall, he suddenly realized that combat was merely a common proficiency. Although its early stage moves were concise and effective, it likely lacked long-term potential for growth. If he could learn the Baji fist technique and unlock a martial arts proficiency or something similar, wouldn't it be much better to use these proficiency points to upgrade that kind of skill instead? Besides combat proficiency, there are quite a few other proficiencies that seem very valuable. Su Hao turned his gaze toward music, language, painting and calligraphy, computer operation, and so on. Setting aside purely artistic pursuits like music, language, and painting for now, the computer operation proficiency was actually quite intriguing. His computer skills were at the beginner tier, which was perfectly normal. As a modern individual, he naturally had some familiarity with computers, not to mention he was a salesman who spent his days writing reports on one. How could he not know his way around a PC? If browsing the web or compiling spreadsheets fell under beginner-tier operations, then what kind of actions would qualify for the adept or even elite tier of this proficiency? Coding? Decryption? Network intrusion? What computer operations? This should clearly be called the hacking proficiency. Sensing the true value of this proficiency, Suhao's interest was instantly piqued, and he tentatively began to upgrade it. Do you wish to consume 25 proficiency points to upgrade computer operation to adept tier? So expensive? It's more than double the cost of combat proficiency. Suhao was astonished. Could it be because upgrading this proficiency requires too much knowledge? That's certainly possible. Even basic coding requires a lot of foundational knowledge, like C language and the like. In all likelihood, the consumption of proficiency points is correlated with the strength and complexity of the proficiency. Keeping this hypothesis in mind, Suhao closed the interface, deciding to leave these proficiency points untouched for now and use them only when necessary. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Early Monday morning, Suhao got up, washed up, and got dressed before heading out to look for tasks. At the entrance of the residential complex, he happened to run into Autumn Chiu. She seemed to be just about to leave for work, standing next to a vase with her bag over her shoulder, looking awkward as she spoke to someone. When Suhao spotted her, she saw him as well. Her eyes lit up as if she had seen his savior, and she quickly walked over to him. "Manager Feng, you should head out first. My boyfriend is here to take me to work." Autumn Chiu linked her arms through Suhao's, looking every bit the picture of a petite and clinging woman. Suhao was completely bewildered. What on earth was happening? Autumn Chiu leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Do me a favor and pretend to be my boyfriend." "Oh, all right." Suhao realized that Autumn Chiu was doing this to avoid Manager Feng, so he remained silent and stood there quietly, waiting for the vase to drive away. The window of the vase rolled down, and a slightly chubby man in his late 20s poked his head out. He frowned at Suhao with a look of hostility, which quickly turned into a mocking smile once he realized Suhao was just a poor kid. Manager Feng said playfully, "Xiao Qiu, I have to say, your taste in boyfriends is a bit lacking, isn't it? Look at him dressed head to toe in cheap street market clothes and doesn't even have a car. What's he going to do, take you to work on the bus? You're better off taking my car." "Manager Feng, what exactly do you mean by that?" Hearing this, Autumn Chiu grew quite angry and shot Suhao an apologetic look. Suhao, however, remained indifferent. His self-esteem wasn't so fragile as to be wounded by something so trivial. After all, being poor was a fact. He hadn't sought out a girlfriend before precisely because he was well aware of this. Moreover, with the system in his possession, he was destined not to remain poor for long. However, since he wouldn't have any future dealings with Manager Feng anyway, he had no interest in engaging in a jealous rivalry with him. Seeing that Suhao remained silent, Manager Feng gave a smug smile and continued his verbal assault. "Young man, if you have any self-awareness, you should leave Xiao Qiu as soon as possible. How can someone as poor as you give her happiness? Can you even afford the things she wants?" "None of your damn business," Suhao said, casting a sidelong glance at Manager Feng. Manager Feng's expression froze, and he said indignantly, "How can you be so rude? I'm giving you well-intentioned advice here." "None of my damn business either," Suhao replied. Suhao couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on the guy. "Isn't it about time you left?" As he spoke, he took a step forward and casually punched the nearby plane tree. With a loud thud, the trunk nearly half a meter thick shook so violently that leaves showered down, and several chunks of bark were even knocked clean off. Manager Feng's face turned pale with fright. No longer daring to push his luck, he scrambled back into his car as if fleeing for his life. Once settled in the driver's seat, the man seemed to regain some of his bravado. He poked his head out and said, "Autumn, why don't you just get in my car? It's already 8:30. I'm afraid you'll be late if you take the bus." Autumn Chiu declined awkwardly, thinking to herself that if he hadn't been pestering her for so long, she would have been gone on the bus ages ago. "Don't bother yourself, I'll call a taxi for her." Su Hao shrugged. He could still afford the fare for a taxi. Just as he walked to the roadside to hail a cab, before a taxi could stop, a Land Rover inexplicably pulled up right in front of him. While the three of them were wondering what was going on, the window rolled down, revealing that the person in the driver's seat was actually that guy, Yang Hangwu. "What are you doing here?" Su Hao asked, puzzled. "Brother Su, I have a favor to ask of you." Yang Hangwu scratched his head sheepishly. "I originally wanted to tell you over WeChat, but after thinking it over, I felt that wouldn't be sincere enough, so I made a special trip to your house to find you." "What are you two doing?" He looked toward Su Hao and Autumn Chio by the roadside. Su Hao asked doubtfully, "A favor? What is it?" "It's a long story." Yang Hangwu sighed. "A few martial artists from a neighboring city came to the gym this morning. They claimed it was for a friendly exchange, but in reality, they're here to challenge the dojo. My master happens to be away lately, and I'm usually the one in charge. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold them off." "So, you want to ask for my help?" "Yes." Yang Hangwu decided to get straight to the point, his tone respectful. "Though it's a bit sudden, I would like to ask Brother Su to serve as a temporary martial arts instructor for a day to help deal with a group of challengers. We can negotiate the compensation. I wonder if Brother Su is free right now." Ding! Side quest triggered, group fight the challengers. Quest requirement: you dare challenge a dojo with such pathetic skills? All of you, come at me at once. I want to take on 5. Task reward: 200 EXP, 50 proficiency points. Hearing the task notification in his ear, Su Hao was stunned. What the hell? A group fight against the challengers, yet I'm required to take on 5 by myself? So group fight means they get to gang up on me? But the reward is truly generous, a full 200 EXP. Completing this task will definitely push me to level 5. It's worth the risk. Chapter 16, Challengers? Alright, I agree to this. Su Hao glanced at Manager Fong and Autumn Chio. However, I still need to take a taxi to drop off my free girlfriend at her company. I won't be able to head to the martial arts hall until later. Why bother with a taxi? Leave a small matter like this to me. Yang Hangwu slapped his chest generously and pulled open the car door. Sister-in-law, please get in. I guarantee I'll get you to your company in record time. Hearing the term sister-in-law, Autumn Chio's face turned slightly red. She looked at Su Hao hesitantly, only to find that he had already taken the passenger seat and was gesturing for her to get in. Manager Fong, sitting in his Vitu, was dumbfounded by the scene. What was going on? This poor kid actually knew such a wealthy friend, and the other party was even respectfully begging him for a favor? What kind of world was this? After Autumn Chio got into the car, Yang Hangwu sat back in the driver's seat and slammed on the gas. The Land Rover sped off. Su Hao hadn't spared Manager Fong a single glance from beginning to end, leaving him sitting alone in his Vitu in a state of utter confusion. Where is sister-in-law's company? Yang Hangwu asked. The North Xiaojia intersection. Blushing, Autumn Chio thanked Su Hao. I'm really sorry about pretending to be your girlfriend just now. Our company's manager Fong has been pestering me and even chased me down to the apartment building today. That's why I resorted to this. Thank you so much for your help. It's fine, it was no trouble at all, Su Hao said calmly. People like that are indeed very annoying, I can understand. Seeing Manager Fong reminded Su Hao of Manager Lu from his own company, and a sense of disgust welled up instinctively, making him not want to look at the guy for a second longer. Hearing their conversation, Yang Hangwu turned his head from the driver's seat to give Su Hao a surprised look. His eyes seemed to say, So, Brother Su, you haven't actually won sister-in-law over yet? Su Hao glanced back at Yang Hangwu. We only met the day before yesterday. Even if things progressed quickly, they wouldn't be that fast. First, tell me specifically what you need me to help with. Right, here's the situation. Yang Hongwu's expression turned serious. Early this morning, an old master of Tong Biquan from a neighboring city brought his disciples to our martial arts hall. He said he plans to open a gym nearby and came to pay a visit to his peers and seek guidance on our hall's Bajiquan. While those were the polite words used, in reality, they are clearly here to challenge the hall. That's how the rules of the trade work. If a new gym wants to make a name for itself in a city, it has to challenge an established hall first to build a reputation. Normally it wouldn't matter, but I can see they are clearly trying to take advantage of the fact that our master isn't here to use our hall as a stepping stone. Su Hao roughly understood what young Hanwoo meant. I see. Someone wanted to challenge the Baji martial arts hall to establish their prestige, and they were likely specifically targeting a week period when the master was away. Yang Hanwoo felt he couldn't handle the challenge alone, so he had come to ask Su Hao to help hold down the fort. Su Hao asked knowingly, how many of them are there in total? Su Hao. The system task stated that he had to take on 5 opponents at once, so there would most likely be 5 people on the other side. Yan Hanwoo said, an old master with 5 apprentices, 6 people in total. Oh? 6 people? Su Hao was slightly surprised, but quickly felt relieved. It seemed that the system's requirement for him to take on 5 people only referred to the apprentices of the challengers their master would not step into the ring, likely out of a desire to save face and avoid being seen as a bully. Young Hanwoo scratched his head. Our martial arts hall hasn't been open for very long. Although we have quite a few disciples, they've only been practicing for 2 or 3 years at most. I'm afraid they're no match for the other side. That's why I had no choice but to turn to you for help, Brother Su. I hope you don't mind. It's fine. Su Hao said sincerely, if the martial arts hall needs anything in the future, just come to me. I'm more than happy to have more opportunities to spar with others. This was 24K gold-plated truth. With the system at his side, he wasn't afraid of trouble. Every bit of trouble was a stepping stone for him to level up. Not to mention troubles like this, where he could earn both money and experience. The more, the better. Brother Su, I truly consider you a brother now. Yang Hanwoo felt a surge of gratitude. The Land Rover tore down the road, covering a distance that usually takes a bus nearly half an hour in less than 10 minutes. After dropping Autumn Cho off at the entrance of her company, the Land Rover roared its engine again, and the two of them soon arrived at the entrance of the martial arts gym. As soon as they reached the gym, a disciple ran up to them. Brother Wu, where did you go just now? Those guys brought by that old man have already fought 7 or 8 rounds with us. They fight dirty, aiming for vital points every time. Our brothers are really no match for them. Isn't this the guy from yesterday? Yang Hanwoo said, I've invited Brother Su to be a temporary instructor. With the two of us holding the fort, we won't have to fear them even if they try to wear us down with a gauntlet of fights, right Brother Su? I'm doing all right. Su Hao replied vaguely, where are the challengers? The martial arts school disciple led the two of them into the elevator and arrived at the 3rd floor, stopping before a tea pavilion crafted from traditional solid wood. 5 men wearing t-shirts emblazoned with the characters for Tongbei were waiting at an 8 immortals table. The eldest was in his 30s, while the youngest was a youth of 16 or 17. Seated right in the center was an old man dressed in a tang suit. Judging by his shock of gray hair, he appeared to be around 60 or 70 years old. Seeing Yang Hanwoo enter, the old man took a sip of tea and remarked, your school's decor is indeed quite fine. My disciples have already finished their warm-ups with yours, so I wonder when we might begin the match? We can start now, Yang Hanwoo replied. However, my master is currently out of town and likely won't be able to make it back in time. No matter. The old man chuckled and said, I came here today mainly to let my disciple gain some experience and see the world. It's enough for you young people to interact and learn from each other. By the way, this young brother looks quite unfamiliar. I haven't seen him before? The old man turned his gaze towards Su Hao. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is our martial arts gym's newly hired instructor, Su Hao. Yang Hanwoo said, Brother Su, this is Senior Lu Wanmin, a master of Tongbiquan. Su Hao greeted him, greetings, Master Lu. I hardly deserve the title of master, just calling me Old Master Lu will do. Old Master Lu waved his hand with a chuckle. For Coach Su to become a martial arts instructor at such a young age and teach the disciples here, his boxing skills must be quite impressive, wouldn't you say? They're just average, Su Hao replied vaguely. What he knew wasn't actually traditional boxing. The moves within his combat proficiency were a mixed bag. Although they included many strikes and kicks, they had little to do with formal martial arts forms. If anything, they could only be classified as combat techniques. Coach Su was truly modest, haha. Old Master Lu stroked his beard and said meaningfully, "Why don't you trade a few blows with my eldest disciple later?" This old man is quite curious to see the caliber of this gym's instructors. I trust it won't be too disappointing. Sure thing, Su Hao chuckled. This old man's words were loaded. First, he praised Su Hao's boxing technique, then he tied Su Hao's skill level to that of the martial arts gym. Finally, he proposed a match against his top disciple. It was clear he wanted to use a victory over Su Hao to further suppress the Baji martial arts gym and bolster his own reputation. If Su Hao won, it would be perfectly normal for a coach to beat a disciple. They would have nothing to lose. If the match ends in a draw, they can claim, "Your coach is only as good as our disciples," gaining a huge psychological advantage. If Su Hao loses, they'll be even more insufferable. "Your gym's coach can't even beat one of our students." No matter the outcome, they don't lose a thing. That old fox is truly cunning. Su Hao gave a cold smile. "So you dare to target me? Don't worry, I won't let you down." Chapter 17, I want to take on 5 at once. Inside the tea pavilion, Yang Hangwu and Master Lu exchanged pleasantries for a long while before finally getting down to business. The group then moved in a grand procession to the practice area on the second floor. According to the old rules, it's still the best of 5 matches. Which of your esteemed disciples does your gym plan to send out first? At the front of the venue, Master Lu sat composedly in his chair, looking toward Yang Hangwu. "I'll take the first round." Yang Hangwu was just about to step forward when Su Hao took a step ahead of him. "Let me do it." The two exchanged a look, and Yang Hangwu retreated to his original spot. He was confident that Su Hao's skills were beyond reproach. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Hao strolled leisurely to the center of the hall. His gaze swept across the room before finally settling on Master Lu and his group. "Since Coach Su is in such high spirits, I'll let my eldest disciple go first and show his humble skills." With that, Master Lu smiled and glanced at the oldest middle-aged man beside him, signaling for him to step forward. "No need." Su Hao spoke up. Under everyone's bewildered gazes, he glanced down at his watch. "Tisk, it's already past 11. Master Lu, just have all your disciples come at once. Let's finish this quickly. We might even make it in time for lunch." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The next instant, the place erupted. "What?" one of the challenging disciples shouted. "What did this guy just say? Is he looking down on us?" The youth sneered. "He's actually telling us to come at him all at once? Has he lost his mind?" The senior disciple let out a cold snort. Maybe he knows he's got no real skill, so he wants to lose with a bit of dignity? After all, there's no shame in losing a 5-on-1. Hearing this, the disciples of the Baji martial arts school couldn't take it anymore. Although they didn't know what Su Hao was playing at, given their position, they naturally had to back him up. "What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Su's combat skills are incredible. If he says for you all to come at him together, then just do it." "Exactly. If you've got the guts, then step up. Why all the talk? Are you getting cold feet? Let your fists do the talking. Enough with the endless bullshit." In an instant, tensions reached a breaking point. The entire martial arts hall became as rowdy as a wet market, with both sides hurling insults back and forth incessantly. "Quiet down, everyone." Yang Hangwu pressed his hand down, signaling the disciples of the Baji martial arts hall to be silent. "You all shut up as well." Master Lu barked in a low voice at his disciples. With a calm expression, he looked toward Su Hao in the center of the hall. "Coach Su certainly likes to joke. Let's stop fooling around and start the match as soon as possible." Su Hao shook his head. "No, I intend to take on all 5 at once. A match is meant to be one-on-one. How could we allow the many to bully the few? That would be a total breach of etiquette." Master Lu remained composed. If Coach Su is truly intent on this, there is no harm in finishing the match with my eldest disciple first. Oh, that works too. It won't take much time anyway. Su Hao remained composed, his expression suggesting he didn't care about these challengers at all. You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. The burly lead disciple lost his patience and stepped forward with a menacing look. He raised a leg and an arm, settling into the opening stance of the Tong Biquan style. Lu Changhua. Prepare yourself. My name is Su Hao. Su Hao also nodded in return. In fact, long before stepping onto the stage, he had secretly summoned the system interface and spent 30 experience points to upgrade his combat proficiency to elite tier. His indifferent expression was not out of contempt for Master Lu's disciples, rather, he was focused on absorbing the massive influx of combat experience in his mind. The blank look was simply a natural byproduct of deep concentration. Once the formal martial arts salutations were exchanged, the eldest disciple, Lu Chenghua, rushed forward impatiently. The 20 character essentials of Tong Biquan: cold, snapping, crisp, fast, hard-sinking, long, lively, soft, clever, heavy, fierce, light, nimble, shaking, containing, empty, sticky, linked, following. The burly man raised his fists and legs simultaneously, keeping his hands, feet, and nose aligned. He executed a feint with his leg to distract Su Hao's vision, immediately followed by a punch aimed at Su Hao's waist and abdomen from a blind spot. His movements were swift, and his techniques were a dazzling blur. This speed and technique were indeed more than a level above Yang Hongwu's. However, in the eyes of Su Hao, who possessed proficient-level combat skills, it was as simple as a child flailing their fists. Facing Lu Chenghua's feint, Su Hao remained completely unshaken. He struck out with a plain, unadorned left palm, meeting the punch aimed at his midsection head-on. He caught the fist firmly, countering force without yielding an inch. A flash of surprise flickered in Lu Chenghua's eyes. He hurriedly tried to withdraw his fist, only to find it gripped firmly by Su Hao, rendered completely immobile. What incredible strength! Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he hastily retracted his leg to change his move, kicking once more toward Su Hao's lower body. To his surprise, Su Hao was even faster. With a counter kick, Su Hao knocked his leg aside. In the instant he lost his balance, a right fist struck out, magnifying infinitely before his eyes. You lost. Just as Lu Changhua closed his eyes and braced himself for the blow, Su Hao retracted his momentum with perfect control, bringing his fist to a steady halt right in front of him. I lose. Lu Changhua let out a sigh, his entire body relaxing. Defeated in a single move, the gap in strength was obvious even to a layman. Furthermore, since his opponent had shown mercy, continuing to struggle would only be unsightly. Seeing Su Hao win so decisively, the disciples of the Baji Martial Arts Hall couldn't help but cheer and jump for joy, shouting that Coach Su was incredible. The challengers, on the other hand, were filled with doubt and alarm, unable to believe that Lu Changhua had been defeated so easily. Old Master Lu's face was particularly grim. He clearly hadn't expected that his most skilled senior disciple wouldn't even last a single round against Su Hao. Can I take on 5 at once now? Su Hao looked at Master Lu, uttering the most arrogant words in the calmest tone imaginable. Are you serious, Coach Su? Fists and feet have no eyes, don't blame us if you get hurt. Master Lu was fuming at Su Hao's repeated provocation. This young man was simply too conceited. I'm serious. Su Hao urged, hurry up. At worst, I won't hold back this time, and we'll call it even. Fine, then this old man will grant Coach Su's wish. Go on. Master Lu snorted coldly, shooting a meaningful look at the disciples behind him, signaling them to give this fellow a harsh lesson. The 4 disciples had already been struggling to contain their rage after Su Hao's mockery. Seeing their master's approval, they swarmed forward, cutting off all paths of retreat from every direction and glaring at Su Hao with ill intent. Seeing this, the disciples of the Baji Martial Arts Hall felt a surge of indignation and turned their eyes toward young Hongwu, silently asking if they should step in to help. There's no need. Since Brother Su dared to make such a claim, he must have something to rely on. We should trust him. Yang Hongwu had been somewhat hesitant at first, but seeing Su Hao give him a confident look, he immediately felt at ease. In the main hall. Standing before Su Hao, Lu Chenghua frowned and said, "While you are indeed very powerful, taking on 5 at once is far too arrogant. Take back your words now and don't go looking for trouble. I have no desire to win by outnumbering you. Just come at me if I told you to. Why all the nonsense?" Su Hao shrugged, his gaze sweeping over the 5 people present. Before they could completely surround him, he kicked off the ground and lunged straight toward the youngest one. Chapter 18, Ability Module. The first one. In the instant before anyone could react, he struck the left side of the boy's neck with the edge of his palm, knocking him unconscious. The other 4 were stunned, clearly not expecting Su Hao's speed to be so extraordinary. They rushed forward in a panic, not even bothering to assume the starting stance of the Tongbiquan. The one closest to Su Hao even attempted to lunge forward and tackle him into a clinch. "Trying to catch me? You've got to be kidding. Do you think my 16 points in agility are just for show? That's 2. A smirk played on Su Hao's lips. Just before they could grab him, he lashed out with a powerful roundhouse kick, striking the man squarely in the ribs. The violent impact instantly sent the man off balance, leaving him collapsed on the ground, wailing in pain. At that moment, another man swung a fist toward the back of Su Hao's head. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Su Hao ducked to evade the blow just before it connected, then swiftly rose to drive his elbow into the man's abdomen. The man who had been elbowed clutched his abdomen in agony, curling his body like a shrimp and rolling across the ground. Third one. Seeing 3 of his companions taken down in an instant, the remaining man was stunned with fear, even forgetting to attack. Fourth one. Su Hao had no intention of letting him off. He rushed forward with a feint, knocking out the already panicked and terrified disciple. In just a few seconds, the 4 Tongbiquan disciples who had aggressively stepped onto the stage to gang up on Su Hao were all lying on the ground, either groaning or unconscious. Once again, only 2 people remained standing. "You." Before Lu Chenghua, the eldest disciple, could even speak, he saw a fist the size of a sandbag smashing toward his face and scrambled to dodge it. "What about you?" The match is still ongoing. Su Hao remained calm and composed. After a feint with his fist, he followed up with a flying roundhouse kick that knocked Lu Chenghua off balance. Then came another punch. This time, there was no dodging it, and he was sent crashing to the floor. Now, only one person was left standing in the hall. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Everyone stood frozen in shock. They hadn't even processed what had just happened. A 1-on-5 match had ended in a flash. This was the definition of a total blowout. Brother Su is unstoppable. Someone started the chant, and soon the entire martial arts hall erupted in a deafening roar of cheers. Old Master Lu, seated in his chair, could no longer maintain his composure. His weathered face darkened to a somber scowl as he gripped the armrests tightly, glaring with suppressed fury at Su Hao standing in the center of the hall. Having just completed the pentakill, Su Hao couldn't be bothered with the crowd. He was busy listening to the sweet melody of the system notifications. Side quest. Mission reward, 200 EXP, 50 proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 5, you have gained 4 free attribute points. Congratulations on completing the main quest ahead of schedule. The ability module is now unlocked. You have gained 1 ability point. The ability module? Su Hao was ecstatic. Could it be those flashy abilities from games? This system really does expand its functions as it levels up. This is amazing. It would be incredible if there were abilities like 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Before Su Hao could study the ability module, Old Master Lu stood up from his seat and walked toward his unconscious disciples. He gave them a sharp slap on the forehead, instantly jolting the 2 unconscious ones awake, while the remaining 3 hurriedly endured their pain and scrambled to their feet. Master Lu squinted his eyes. Coach Su is indeed highly skilled. I apologize for the intrusion today. It is time for this old man to take his unworthy disciples and depart. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall return to seek your guidance. With that, he turned with his hands behind his back and led his group of disciples toward the elevator. Su Hao asked, puzzled, "Aren't you going to have a match with me?" Master Lu stumbled and nearly fell. He coughed twice and said, "This old man is well up in years and my strength has faded. How could I possibly be compared to a young man? If I were 20 years younger, perhaps I could still put up a fight." Had it been anyone else, Master Lu might have stepped up to exchange a few blows. But he could see that Su Hao had a profound foundation that could not be overcome by technique alone. As the saying goes, a single force can defeat 10 skills. Even if he took the field, he would be nothing more than a punching bag. "Oh, take care. I won't see you out." Su Hao waved his hand, feeling a slight pang of regret in his heart. If he could have given that old Master Lu a beating as well, there was no telling how much EXP he might have been rewarded. Once the group of challengers had left in disgrace, the disciples of the Baji Martial Arts Hall could no longer contain their excitement. They swarmed around Su Hao, everyone talking at once, asking him how he had pulled it off or if he had truly become a hall instructor. They showered him with unreserved praise, venting their exhilaration. Being surrounded by a crowd of muscular men, Su Hao felt a bit awkward. "Come on, guys, you're not exactly cute girls. What's with the blushing faces and crowding around me shouting, 'Brother Su, you're amazing'? Can you give me some space?" To celebrate Brother Su's feat of taking on 5 opponents at once, lunch is on me today. We're heading to the Honghu restaurant for a feast. Yang Hongwu was equally thrilled, raising his arms and cheering, which triggered a wave of excitement among the dozen or so martial arts gym disciples. "Ha! Lunch? There's no need, I have things to do." Su Hao had planned to head home to study the ability module, but he was swept out of the gym by the crowd. They insisted he was the star of the celebration and urged him to stay, leaving him absolutely no chance to slip away. Since it was already lunchtime anyway, there was no harm in going for a meal, so he had no choice but to agree. The place Yang Hongwu chose to host the meal wasn't some ordinary restaurant, but a renowned 3-star hotel in the vicinity. It was the kind of place where a casual banquet could easily cost tens of thousands, featuring every delicacy from land and sea imaginable. Glasses were raised and toasted throughout the banquet as the group took turns offering drinks to Su Hao. Perhaps because his constitution attributes were higher than those of an average person, Su Hao managed to drink everyone under the table despite downing over a dozen glasses of spirits and beer. He was merely tipsy, even though the meal had dragged on for a full 2 or 3 hours. "Brother Su, I really owe it all to you this time." Yang Hongwu spoke with a thick, drunken tongue. "That fight just now was absolutely blood-pumping. 5 against 1. And they were all trained martial artists. In all my years, I've never seen anything like it outside of TV shows. Only you could pull that off, Brother Su." Su Hao replied calmly, "I only caught them off guard. If they had truly managed to surround me, I would have been the one to lose. A win is a win. Why so humble, Brother Su? Come, let's drink." Yang Hongwu poured 2 more glasses of white liquor. Amidst his excitement, he felt a sense of inadequacy. "When we sparred yesterday, I didn't even manage to force out a fraction of your true skill. It's truly shameful. It seems I still have a long way to go on my path of martial arts." Little did he know that Su Hao not only possessed combat proficiency but also had attributes far exceeding those of an ordinary person. He was simply not someone who could be used as a benchmark. "Martial arts, is it?" Su Hao took the opportunity to ask, "I wonder if I could learn some of your gym's fist techniques?" "Of course you can." Yang Hongwu seemed delighted. "If you want to practice, Brother Su, I can teach you the introductory fist techniques and footwork anytime. However, the core essence will have to wait until the master returns before it can be taught to you." He already had every intention of recruiting Su Hao, so he naturally welcomed Su Hao's interest in learning their martial arts school's boxing techniques. "Then I'm much obliged. Once I'm free in a few days, I'll definitely come to the school to learn." Su Hao smiled and downed another glass, mentally calculating that he needed to save up as many proficiency points as possible during this period. Chapter 19, An Invitation to Watch the Meteor Shower. He proceeded to get the entire group from the martial arts school completely wasted. Stepping out of the hotel, Su Hao glanced at his fitness tracker. It was already 4 p.m., leaving only about 2 hours before the meteor shower mentioned in the main quest was set to arrive. The great upheaval of heaven and earth mentioned in the mission, what exactly is going to happen? As Suhao was lost in thought, his WeChat suddenly chimed with a notification. He opened his phone and saw that Yang Hanggu had transferred 50,000 yuan to him. A message followed, explaining that the total reward for this time was 100,000 yuan. However, due to the daily transfer limit, he could only send 50,000 today, with the remaining 50,000 to be sent tomorrow. If the 10,000 from yesterday was included, that would be a total of 110,000 yuan in income. While this amount wasn't exactly a fortune, for Su Hao, who had never had much in the way of savings, it was nothing short of a windfall. As expected, with the system, money comes fast. I don't have to worry about ways to make a living at all. In a great mood, Su Hao casually scrolled through the messages others had sent him. He hadn't checked WeChat much over the past few days, so a lot of unread messages had piled up. Scrolling down, he saw messages from Willow, the receptionist girl who had a crush on him. There were dozens of unread notifications from her. The night before last, I'm so sorry. I heard what happened from your colleagues. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been forced to resign. I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble. Yesterday morning, Su Hao, are you there? Hello? I really didn't mean for this to happen. How about I resign too? Yesterday at noon, could I treat you to a meal? Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Similar messages continued all the way until this morning. What am I even supposed to say to this? Looking at the dozens of messages, Su Hao was momentarily speechless. How should he respond? Scrolling to the most recent message, his eyes flickered. He noticed one of Willow Wen's messages warning him to watch out for Manager Lu's retaliation. Rumors in the company said that Manager Lu had a cousin in the underworld who had vowed to give Su Hao a brutal lesson. Teach me a lesson? Tisk, I'd like to see them try. A few days ago, Su Hao might have found this troublesome, but now, he could simply laugh it off. A few mere thugs think they can teach him a lesson? Even if they brought a dozen people armed with weapons to surround him, with his current combat skills and physical fitness, he was confident he could take them all down. On the contrary, Su Hao was looking forward to seeing how much EXP the mission would reward him with when the time came. He typed a line on his phone to thank Willow Wen for the warning, telling her not to worry. He also explained that he wasn't angry but simply hadn't logged into WeChat for a few days, adding that there was no need for her to treat him to a meal. That's about it, anyway. I've already quit my job at the company, so I probably won't have much interaction with this girl in the future. Su Hao had no intention of pursuing anything further with Willow Wen, even though she was indeed quite cute and sweet. To his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, she replied instantly. I heard there's going to be a meteor shower tonight around 8 o'clock. Are you free? Shall we go watch the meteor shower together? A meteor shower. Su Hao froze instantly, recalling the main quest eve of the meteor shower. Could it be that he wasn't the only one who knew about it? Meteor shower? What do you mean? He sent a message to Willow Wen asking for clarification. Willow Wen replied, haven't you seen the news? The meteor shower is trending everywhere. Immediately after, she sent another string of text, supposedly, the space agency only just observed it this morning. A small cluster of meteoroids is expected to streak through the atmosphere around 8 p.m. They're all very small and pose no danger, but they're spread out so widely that it's said a spectacular meteor shower will be visible across most of the globe. It's a once-in-a-millennium event, so romantic. A meteorite belt? Su Hao pondered for a moment and opened his browser to search. Sure enough, a vast number of web pages were buzzing with topics about the evening meteor shower. However, everyone's focus was on how romantic the meteor shower would be, much like the previous blue moon spectacle. No one believed this minor astronomical phenomenon would have any impact on their lives. It was seen as nothing more than a fleeting trending topic. But Su Hao, who had learned of the impending global upheaval from the system in advance, knew that those meteorites were anything but ordinary. Ding dong! Another message arrived from Willow Wen, asking if he was free to watch the meteor shower together. Su Hao thought to himself that since he was free anyway, why not accompany the girl to witness the meteor shower? Just as he was hesitating, he noticed another message from a different contact. He clicked it and saw it was from E. Brother Su-hao, there's actually a meteor shower tonight. I happened to secretly duplicate a key to the rooftop gate while the property management wasn't looking, hee hee. Shall we go to the rooftop together to watch the meteor shower? The rooftops in their residential complex had always been locked down, and residents were not allowed to enter the rooftop area privately. He hadn't expected E, that quirky little girl, to have secretly made a copy of the rooftop key. TSK, well done. Watching a meteor shower from the top of a 30-plus story building would surely be exceptionally beautiful. Su-hao smiled knowingly. Between a neighbor's sister he had known for over a year and a front desk girl he barely knew, any fool would know which one to choose. He sent an OK cat meme to E, while telling Willowin that he had things to attend to. After handling the matters on WeChat, Su-hao put away his phone, hailed a taxi by the roadside, and headed home. Of course, he didn't forget to stop by the supermarket on the way to buy a tub of Haagen-Dazs for E. Upon returning home, he put the Haagen-Dazs in the refrigerator, took a swig of a cold drink, and flopped onto his comfortable bed. He then opened the system interface, preparing to study the newly unlocked ability module. At the top of the system interface were 3 small squares labeled Status, Proficiency, and Ability. Su-hao clicked on the ability icon, and a tree diagram interface immediately popped up. From top to bottom, it was intricately marked with countless ability icons. At the very top were elemental abilities such as wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. On the right were special abilities like X-ray vision, sword kinesis, illusions, and cloning. On the left were passive abilities such as absolute balance, weakness insight, and limb regeneration. The massive array of abilities left Su-hao dazzled and filled with joy. Am I seeing this right? Elemental abilities. Even cloning and sword kinesis. There's even legendary immortal techniques like the myriad sword return. Su-hao was so excited that he couldn't help but jump up from the bed, his fists clenched tight. He could even visualize his future self wielding the 5 elements, soaring through the sky on a sword with thousands of flying blades suspended behind him, shouting "Sword, come!" The aesthetic would be absolutely incredible. Calm down, calm down. Su-hao forced himself to suppress his excitement. That kind of scene is still far off. I should focus on deciding which ability to spend this single ability point on for now. Although there were many abilities on the tree diagram interface, most were grayed out and locked, requiring the acquisition of a prerequisite ability or the fulfillment of unknown conditions to unlock. Furthermore, some special abilities were extremely expensive. For instance, although the clone ability was unlocked, it required a full 10 ability points to acquire. Su-hao had no idea how long it would take him to save up that many points. Chapter 20, Basic Lightning Element Control. After all that fuss, there are only a mere 9 abilities I can actually add points to. Su-hao gazed at the few initial abilities at the very top of the tree diagram. 2 special abilities, X-ray vision and invisibility. Basic mastery of the 5 elements, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. 2 passive abilities, absolute balance and near-death sustenance. These 9 abilities only require 1 ability point each to unlock, and they all seem quite effective. Su-hao was torn over which one to prioritize. The 5 elements wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning go without saying. As long as I invest points, I can control the corresponding elemental strength. Holding a small fireball or commanding lightning would be as cool as it gets, and the power shouldn't be weak either. The 2 special abilities, X-ray vision and invisibility, are also incredible. In God of Gamblers, having X-ray vision makes you invincible at the casino. The money would just come rolling in. And normally, I could use it to check out the color of girls' underwear or something. Ahem. Invisibility coming and going without a trace is incredibly effective for both escaping and fighting. Furthermore, if I can turn invisible, I can sneak back into the company and give Manager Lou another beating, and this time, I can hit him even harder. Absolute balance. This ability doesn't sound particularly powerful, but in reality, it allows me to maintain an absolute sense of balance at all times. Even if my body loses its equilibrium, I can recover instantly. This is a perfect match for combat skills, and it has many other specialized uses as well. Near-death suspension. This is a must-have ability. It allows me to remain in a near-death state for 3 minutes after sustaining a fatal injury. For example, if my heart is pierced or more than half of my body is annihilated, as long as my head isn't gone, I can hold on for another 3 minutes without dying. Su Hao carefully examined all 9 of these abilities. He felt a bit skeptical about the near-death suspension ability. What would happen to him once the effect wore off? Would he still die? After all, if even his heart was gone, going to a hospital would be useless, wouldn't it? He suddenly recalled the limb regeneration ability he had seen earlier and realized that perhaps this near-death life-sustaining ability needed to be paired with other abilities or treasures to achieve its maximum effect, primarily to protect oneself from being instantly killed. In the short term, the most valuable ones are still the 5 elemental abilities. As soon as Su Hao thought of the various cool abilities in the game, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. He decided to first add one of the elemental abilities: wind, fire, water, earth, or lightning. Which of the 5 elements possesses the greatest power? Without a doubt, lightning. In a modern city, what is the most indispensable thing? Without a doubt, electricity. And so, without a second thought, Su Hao chose the elementary mastery of the lightning element. His body convulsed as if struck by an electric shock. It felt as though a current was flowing from the top of his head through the meridians of his limbs. The entire process lasted for a full 10 minutes. His body felt both crisp and numb, a sensation of discomfort mingled with a hint of pleasure. Finally, the currents settled within his chest cavity. Phew! Su Hao exhaled a long breath of turbid air, only to find that his breath was actually smoldering. He rushed to the mirror and saw that he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His hair was standing on end, and his entire body was charred black. Are you kidding me? Adding an ability causes such a huge commotion? If I were to learn a fire element ability, wouldn't I be roasted alive? Su Hao muttered to himself, then simply went to the bathroom to take a shower, washing away the charred residue from his skin. After the shower, he discovered that his skin texture had inexplicably improved significantly. It was several shades fairer and incredibly smooth. It was almost like newly grown, tender white skin. His already somewhat handsome face had become even more dashing. Getting electrocuted actually has this kind of benefit? Su Hao touched his face and clicked his tongue. It's like I've been through a whitening and skin smoothing filter. Being too pale isn't great either. People might start calling me a pretty boy, and I'm a man of substance who relies on hard skills. So, where was the lightning element? He raised both hands, a peculiar sensation surfacing in his mind. He turned his palms upward in a gripping motion and exerted a bit of force. Crackle! Wisps of deep blue current flickered between his fingers like sudden bolts of lightning, momentarily illuminating the dim room. I can actually release lightning! Su Hao was beyond excited. He exerted his strength once more, every muscle in his body tensing up. Faint wisps of lightning began to emerge from the surface of his skin. Although each bolt was incredibly weak, thinner even than a strand of hair, the visual impact was still profound. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, his entire body emitted a subtle, shimmering glow. This feeling is incredible. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, his body draped in lightning, Su Hao grew increasingly exhilarated, nearly unable to suppress a triumphant shout. Possessing a mysterious strength is a fundamentally different concept from the simple physical enhancement he experienced before. Everyone has fantasized about one day awakening a special ability, becoming an omnipotent being capable of anything. Now, that very path lay tangibly before him. This surge of joy was something words could never truly convey to others. Unfortunately, the moment was short-lived. Less than 10 seconds after the lightning flickered across his skin, a wave of intense exhaustion suddenly surged from deep within his body. As the glow faded, Su Hao's legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed. He barely managed to steady himself by grabbing the sink, feeling as utterly drained as if he had just run a dozen kilometers. Releasing thunder is far too exhausting. It's only been a few seconds, and I already feel like I'm completely spent. Staggering back to the bedroom while leaning against the wall, Su Hao collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily like a dog. It turns out releasing thunder consumes physical stamina. Overusing it leads to total collapse. Isn't there some high-end stuff like spiritual power or mana? With a sudden thought, Suhao opened the ability tree diagram to search carefully. Sure enough, he found an ability called Mana Source, which required 3 ability points to condense the first elemental vortex within his body. 3 ability points? I'm not sure how to obtain ability points yet, so I'll just make a note of it for now. Once I have some, I'll prioritize adding them to this. Since using abilities consumes physical strength, I should add a few points to Constitution first to avoid the embarrassment of sudden collapse during battle. Suhao allocated all 4 attribute points gained from reaching level 5 into Constitution. His Constitution attribute instantly jumped to 17 points. His attributes for strength and agility had surpassed those of ordinary people by more than half. His weakness receded rapidly, and his physical stamina was soon restored to its original state. He felt filled with an inexhaustible surge of vitality. Aside from a slight sense of hunger, he had never felt this good in his entire life. Taking some breakfast bread from the cabinet, Suhao ate 10 slices in one go before finally feeling full, as his digestive capacity had also been enhanced. Having regained his spirit, Suhao couldn't help but start experimenting with lightning element control again. This time, he didn't dare release lightning from his entire body. Instead, he spread his right hand open, attempting to condense a palm bolt in the center of his palm. A strand of lightning, roughly the thickness of a human hair, danced between his 5 fingers like the arcs leaping between the electrodes of a stun baton. It crackled and interlaced, weaving into a net-like pattern, its azure glow reflecting off Suhao's face. Chapter 21, The Rooftop. It looks decent, but I wonder how much power it actually packs. Suhao looked around, his gaze eventually locking onto the kitchen. I choose you, cutting board. Walking into the kitchen, he raised his right hand, which flickered with lightning. Palm facing down, he shouted a playful Rasengan and slammed it hard onto the innocent cutting board. Bang! The cutting board let out a crisp crack under the slap, and a wisp of scorched smoke rose from between his fingers. When Suhao lifted his hand to take a closer look, he found that the wooden board was only charred in a tiny circle. The burn was very shallow. It didn't seem to have much destructive power at all. Could it be that I'm doing this wrong? Suhao scratched his head in confusion. An arc of electricity flickered between his thumb and index finger, and he tried to zap his own arm with it. Instantly, his entire body convulsed violently, as if he had touched a live power outlet. He nearly lost his footing and face planted again. Good grief, this power is truly something else. Lightning elements are terrifyingly lethal to living beings, but their destructive power against non-conductive objects isn't very strong, at least not in the early stages. Suhao reached the above conclusion after testing the lightning on himself. Despite being badly shocked, he continued to study his lightning element control with tireless enthusiasm, much like a child who had just received a new toy. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. After Suhao's repeated research, he obtained the following data. With my current 17 points of constitution, I can release about 9 bolts of lightning capable of knocking an ordinary person unconscious. As for lethal force, I'm not sure how much it would consume yet, maybe 2 or 3 times? Additionally, regarding the parts of the body that release lightning, the hands are the easiest, followed by the legs. Releasing lightning from other parts is much more difficult. Not only is the consumption higher, but it's also imprecise. The released lightning is currently confined to the surface of my body, and it's only about the thickness of a strand of hair. There's no way to make the lightning pierce through the air or throw it like in a video game. Maybe it's because my proficiency is too low? Having summarized those 3 points, Suhao opened the ability tree diagram again. He discovered that the lightning element mastery ability could indeed be upgraded further. It would cost 3 ability points to reach intermediate mastery, which would provide enhancements such as increased power, reduced consumption, and improved precision. Furthermore, there were many lightning element skills in the branches waiting to be unlocked, such as lightning spear, lightning thorns, lightning elementalization, lightning teleportation, and a whole host of derivative skills, each requiring a varying number of ability points. The lightning elementalization skill not only requires 10 skill points but also requires lightning element mastery to be upgraded to advanced before it can be unlocked. It looks like a very powerful lightning type skill. Suhao had seen elementalization abilities in anime before. It allowed the user to turn their entire body into elemental strength, making fatal injuries almost non-existent. Attack power and mobility were both incredibly high, and one could even absorb similar elements to enhance strength or heal wounds. The road ahead is long and arduous. Closing the ability tree diagram, Suhao continued practicing his lightning element manifestation. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 p.m. The doorbell rang at the entrance. Suhao walked over to open the door, knowing without guessing that Yi must have returned from school. "Yi, you're back quite early today." Autumn Chio? Pulling the door open, he found Autumn Chio standing outside. Autumn Chio held a large, covered plate in her hands and blinked. "What, am I not welcome?" "No, of course you're welcome." Suhao invited her in and asked curiously, "What brings you here so suddenly? Is something the matter?" "Thanks for helping me out this morning. I've been learning how to make pastries lately and baked some egg tarts, so I brought some over to thank you." Autumn Chio giggled and placed the plate on the coffee table. She opened the lid, revealing 10 fragrant little egg tarts inside. It was nothing, just a small favor. Suhao picked up an egg tart and took a bite. Tastes good. It's my first time visiting your place, so I thought I'd just drop by and have a look around. Autumn Chio scanned the living room with her gaze. I've heard that the homes of guys living alone are usually a mess, but I didn't expect yours to be so surprisingly tidy. It looks even cleaner than my room, tee-hee. Suhao said helplessly, I don't have much of a choice. That little girl from next door pops over every now and then, so I have to keep the place somewhat decent. Autumn Chio blinked and said, by the way, I heard there's going to be a meteor shower later. Do you want to go watch it together? A meteor shower again? Suhao was taken aback. Was he having a stroke of luck with women today? Why were girls inviting him one after another? Is that a no? Seeing the strange look on Suhao's face, a hint of disappointment flickered in Autumn Chio's eyes. It's not that. Just as Suhao was about to explain, a crisp knock sounded from the entryway. This time, as expected, it was Yi standing outside in her school uniform. Something smells amazing. Brother Suhao, what delicious food did you make this time? Yi poked her head in and saw Autumn Chio in the living room, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Huh? Why is she here too? I baked some egg tarts and brought them over. Have a taste. Autumn Chio walked over carrying a plate, her fair hand picking up an egg tart and holding it to Yi's lips. Oh. Yi didn't stand on ceremony and finished it in a few bites, it's just so-so. After finishing the tart, Yi tugged at Suhao's sleeve. Brother Suhao, let's go to the rooftop. We don't know when the meteor shower will appear, so how about we go up early and wait for a while? Autumn Chio heard them, her gaze falling upon Suhao. Suhao said, Autumn Chio wants to see the meteor shower too. Why don't we take her to the rooftop with us? She's coming too? He nodded with a look of reluctance. I guess that's fine. Are you guys going to the rooftop? Autumn Chio asked, somewhat puzzled. Isn't the gate to our building's rooftop locked? Hee, I have the key. He probably pulled a key out of her pocket. The three of them first went downstairs to the convenience store to buy some snacks and drinks, packing them into several large bags. Then, they took the elevator to the 33rd floor and arrived at the gated entrance leading to the rooftop. He skipped over and unlocked the door. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces on the rooftop, where the faint glow of the setting sun could still be seen, making the atmosphere exceptionally peaceful. The view is surprisingly good. Suhao stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance. With his enhanced, superior vision, he could even make out the bustling street scenes beyond the residential complex. Under the fading glow of the setting sun, nearly half the city unfolded before his eyes. Spreading a pre-prepared tablecloth on the ground, the three of them laid out snacks and drinks, sitting together in a circle as if on a picnic, feeling incredibly relaxed. Suhao, how did things at the martial arts hall turn out in the end? Autumn Chio asked curiously. Sitting in the back row that morning, she had overheard every word of the conversation between Yang Hangwu and Suhao. It was no big deal. I made short work of those challengers and sent them all packing. Suhao spoke casually, as if mentioning a trivial matter. He pulled a tub of ice cream from the bag and handed it to Yi. Here, the strawberry Haagen as I promised. Yi took the ice cream happily and chirped her thanks. Brother Suhao is the best. She pried open the lid and took a large, satisfied bite with her spoon. Ruffling Yi's hair, Suhao turned to Autumn Chio. If that manager Feng of yours harasses you again, just tell me. I have plenty of ways to make him behave, for instance, bringing a dozen muscular bros from the martial arts gym to discuss philosophy with him? Thanks, Autumn Chio said with a giggle. Eating her ice cream, Yi wondered aloud, what on earth are you guys talking about? Chapter 22, The Falling Meteor. Time ticked away second by second amidst the idle chatter. The sky gradually grew dark, and once the sunset had completely faded, a silent arc of light streaked across the horizon. Look! A shooting star! He pointed excitedly toward the north. The three of them looked up at the night sky and indeed saw meteors falling from the horizon, like strokes from God's casual paintbrush, a moment of breathtaking beauty so dreamlike it left them in a daze. This is just the appetizer, the main event is yet to come. At first, only 2 or 3 meteors streaked across the sky, but after a few seconds, it became like a sudden torrential downpour. Countless meteorites descended simultaneously, as if the entire galaxy were falling, crowding every inch of the canvas known as the night sky. Suhao's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the endless streams of light, yet he still found it impossible to take in the full majesty of this magnificent meteor shower. Amidst the shock, he couldn't help but feel a sense of profound wonder. Is this the meteor shower mentioned in the main quest? It truly lives up to its reputation as a peerless spectacle preceding the Great Change. People across the globe likely won't ever forget this night. Once tonight passes, the world will usher in the wave of ability awakenings. After freezing for a few seconds, the three of them pulled out their phones one after another to record this astronomical wonder, which might not occur again for tens of millions of years. The meteor shower did not last long, persisting for only a few brief seconds. With his near-eagle-like dynamic vision, Suhao noticed that these meteors did not vanish through friction with the atmosphere as the experts had predicted. Instead, a large portion of them maintained full momentum, making it highly likely they would crash into the ground. What exactly are these meteors? Why can they trigger an ability wave? Since there's a possibility of them hitting the ground, perhaps I could try to collect one of the meteorites. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Suhao's mind. At that moment, he happened to see one of the meteors growing brighter and brighter. His pupils constricted as a sudden, ominous premonition surged in his heart. Get down! Suhao shouted, pulling Yi and Autumn Chio into his arms as they dove to the ground. Sure enough! In the next second, the meteor streaked straight toward them, its scorching heat wave sweeping over their heads before crashing down about 10 meters away. Boom! The entire building shuddered violently as a massive hole was gouged into the rooftop. Debris flew in all directions, with several jagged stones narrowly missing the three of them. What happened? With their eardrums buzzing from the deafening blast, Yi and Autumn Chio were too terrified to move, huddling tightly in Suhao's arms. A meteorite just flew right over our heads. TSK, talk about some incredible luck. Suhao released the two of them, his eyes fixed on the hole smashed by the meteor. Wait here for a moment, I'm going to check out the situation. With that, his figure shot forward like an arrow from a bow, moving so fast that the two girls didn't even have time to call out to him. The meteorite crater was not large, only about a meter in diameter. Through the billowing smoke and dust, it was easy to see that the meteorite had crashed into an apartment on the 33rd floor. Fortunately, the unit was just a shell apartment and was unoccupied. After assessing the situation inside the room, Suhao jumped into the crater without a second thought. In the dim light, a silver-white bead about the size of a ping-pong ball could be faintly seen. It was as crystal clear as glazed glass, embedded in the hole in the floor. It continuously emitted silver-white specks of light and seemed to be gradually dissipating, growing smaller and smaller. Is this the true face of the meteor shower? Suhao froze for a moment, noticing that the bead was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would likely vanish completely within 10 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward and grabbed the bead. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a miniature ability essence bead. This ability essence bead provides 10 ability points. Would you like to absorb it? An ability essence bead? Suhao was both surprised and delighted. I can actually get 10 ability points. That many? Absorb them, quickly. The silver-white bead in his palm melted into his skin. Beginning absorption of ability essence bead. Absorbing. Detected that your physical fitness is too low, unable to rapidly absorb the essence bead's energy. System automatically converting to slow absorption. Ding! Detection complete. Full absorption will take 1 month. You will gain 1 ability point every 3 days. What? It takes a whole month to finish absorbing? A series of notification tones rang in his ears, leaving Suhao bewildered. My current physical fitness is considered low? You've got to be kidding me. Do I need to reach Superman level fitness just to absorb things quickly? He felt a bit disappointed, but overall, it was still a good deal. After all, he had essentially gained 10 ability points for free. Brother Suhao, are you down there? Are you hurt? Shouts from Autumn Chiu and Yi echoed from the edge of the crater. I'm fine. Suhao leaped up, grabbed the edge of the hole, and easily climbed back onto the rooftop. Let's get downstairs quickly. Someone will probably come to check things out soon. It'll be a hassle if the property management catches us up here without permission. They hurriedly packed up the tablecloth and snacks, carrying the armful of things as they took the elevator back to Suhao's apartment on the 5th floor. Sitting on the sofa, all 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I can't believe a meteor actually fell. If Suhao hadn't pulled Yi and me down in time, we might have been tomorrow's headlines. Despite her lingering fear, Autumn Chiu didn't forget to joke around. Her mindset seemed to recover quite quickly. Yeah, it's all thanks to brother Suhao. He added with lingering trepidation, I never dreamed I'd almost be killed by a meteorite. I don't think I'll ever dare to go play on the rooftop again. Compared to the 2 girls who were still shaken, Suhao was in a rather good mood. He took 2 cans of cold drinks from the refrigerator and handed them to the pair. Surviving a disaster brings good fortune. Here, have a drink to calm your nerves. Yi took a sip of her drink and asked curiously, by the way, brother Suhao, why did you suddenly jump into the meteorite crater? That? I was actually worried about whether the meteorite had injured anyone else. After all, there are residents downstairs too. Fortunately, that room was empty. A flash of inspiration struck Suhao as he concocted this flawless excuse. After hearing this explanation, the 2 women didn't suspect a thing. Instead, they curiously asked him if he had seen what the meteorite looked like. Suhao naturally couldn't just talk about the ability essence pearl to anyone. He simply claimed he hadn't seen the meteorite at all, making up a story that it might have exploded along with the crater or fallen through to a lower floor. To divert their attention, Suhao turned on the television and tuned it to a news channel. Sure enough, it was broadcasting news about the meteor shower. Breaking news, multiple meteorite impact events have occurred across various regions. According to experts, these meteorites are highly likely to carry dangerous radiation. If you discover an impact crater, please stay away and notify the relevant authorities immediately. The first person to report a site will receive a 1,000 yuan reward. A 1,000 yuan reward. He said excitedly, Brother Suhao, let's call the police quickly. I'm afraid it's already too late. Suhao shrugged and smiled. Look downstairs. He had already heard the sound of police sirens approaching from the distance. He leaned over to the window and looked out. Sure enough, a police car was driving into the residential area. She couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The 1,000 yuan that had practically fallen into her lap had just flown away. Chapter 23, Looking for Trouble. The entire residential complex was buzzing with excitement due to the meteorite landing on the roof. Many residents, believing news reports that the meteorite's radiation was dangerous, fled their homes. They gathered at a distance, afraid to approach Suhao's building, and waited for the police to process the scene. E and the other person originally intended to head downstairs as well, but Suhao stopped them, saying it was unnecessary. He knew perfectly well that the meteorite posed absolutely no danger after all. It was a precious treasure capable of increasing ability points. Furthermore, even if there had been any radiation, he had already absorbed it all, making it completely unnecessary to stay away from the crater. They stayed home, waiting for the police to finish inspecting the crater and depart. The three of them chatted for a while longer at Suhao's house before saying their goodbyes and heading back to their respective homes. Radioactive meteorites, could these meteorites be the catalyst for awakening abilities? Combining the available information, Suhao felt that this was highly likely. He didn't consider going out to search for other meteorites after all. Despite the intensity of the meteor shower, the probability of two meteorites landing in the same city was far too low. Furthermore, Suhao noticed that the fallen meteorites would dissipate automatically. Even if no one touched them, they would completely melt away within a few seconds. Even if he did find a meteorite crater, he likely wouldn't be able to obtain a second ability essence crystal. Could someone else have also obtained an ability essence crystal? The possibility is slim. Unless they were like him, rushing to the crater at maximum speed the very instant the meteorite landed and grabbing it without hesitation before it vanished, there would be no chance at all to obtain an ability essence crystal. Ask yourself, how many people would voluntarily approach a dangerous meteorite crater? Even if some curiosity seekers approached the crater, how likely is it that they would take the initiative to touch a meteorite that might be radioactive? Anyone would hesitate, and the ability essence crystal would completely dissolve during those few seconds of hesitation. The probability of others obtaining a complete ability essence crystal is infinitesimally small. By comparison, he was a lucky 1 in 10,000. Faint lightning flickered between his fingers as Suhao snapped them, producing a series of crackling electric arcs. Even if the rest of the world began to awaken their abilities one after another, he would never be trampled underfoot by anyone. With his lightning element ability and the upgrade system, he was destined to stand at the very forefront of this era. He turned off the TV and washed his face, getting ready for bed. The night deepened. Suhao was sleeping soundly when he was jolted awake by a loud pounding on the front door. Who is it? He frowned and walked to the door. Such a crude way of knocking couldn't possibly be Autumn Cho or E. Peering through the peephole, he saw an unfamiliar man standing outside. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a thuggish expression, the man was impatiently slamming his hand against the door. Who's out there? Suhao asked. Police department, the man urged. Open the door for inspection immediately, or you'll be charged with non-compliance with law enforcement. Police department? Cut the crap. Suhao was actually amused. It's the middle of the night, you're not even wearing a uniform, and you have the nerve to pose as a cop while dangling a cigarette from your mouth? I'd say you're more likely a patient who just escaped from a mental asylum. You looking for a death wish, kid? You dare call me a mental patient? The ruffian's eyes widened as he slammed a fist violently against the security door. A gloating laugh came from the man beside him. Tisk, brother Lou, I told you that wouldn't work. Why don't we just smash the door down? Wait, smashing the door makes too much noise. Doesn't Monkey know how to pick locks? It's time for his performance. PSH, you only think of me now? I told you to let me open it ages ago. Move aside. Hurry up, and watch out, that kid might take the chance to call the police. What's there to be afraid of? If he dares to call the police, we'll just bail and come back to mess with him next time. A chaotic mess of chatter. Judging by the voices, there were likely more than 3 or 4 people outside the door. Click, clack. Strange noises came from the door lock. Someone was picking it with something. Are those guys outside looking for trouble on purpose? Before Suhao could even figure out what was happening, the system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Side quest triggered, midnight ambush. Quest requirement, give manager Lou's cousin and his gang a severe beating and hand them all over to the police. Quest reward, 100 EXP, 20 proficiency points. I see. So this group of thugs are the ones manager Lou sent to get revenge on me. TSK, Talk about a quest falling right into my lap while I'm just sitting at home. A smile curled at the corners of Suhao's mouth. An EXP gift pack delivered right to his doorstep, how could he possibly refuse? He shoved the door open abruptly, followed by a sharp cry of pain. It turned out one of the thugs picking the lock had his head slammed right against the doorframe, sending him sprawling flat on his back. The kid opened the door. One of the thugs shouted, and 7 or 8 people swarmed into the room like a plague of locusts, surrounding Suhao. The thuggish man, clutching an intimidating machete, spat on the ground. Boys, pin this kid down and give him a hell of a beating. As long as you don't kill him, hit him as hard as you can. Suhao swept his gaze across the group of hoodlums. There were 8 of them in total. Aside from the leader with the machete, only 3 of the remaining 7 held telescopic batons. The other 4 were empty-handed, appearing as if they were just there to make up the numbers. Generally speaking, when a crowd bullies a single person, it doesn't really matter whether they have weapons or not. After all, most ordinary people would have lost their nerve seeing so many opponents, not daring to resist and leaving themselves at the mercy of others. However, Suhao was no pushover. As the thugs moved in to grab him, he struck. With a simple, unadorned straight punch to the face of the first man to charge, the lead aggressor was instantly knocked unconscious. This kid dares to fight back. Pin him down, quick. The other thugs who had been watching from the sidelines immediately lunged forward as well. Trying to pin me down? What a joke. Suhao let out a disdainful sneer. In such a cramped space, his reflexes were pushed to their absolute limit. Using both his fists and feet, he targeted the vital joints of the group. Within a few moves, several more thugs were taken down, each of them howling in agony and completely incapacitated. To be honest, this gang was pathetic. Their attacks were disorganized and lacked any real ferocity. They were fine for bullying ordinary people in a pack, but they couldn't hold a candle to a trained fighter. Seeing his men falling like rotten fruit, the thuggish leader realized something was wrong and began to panic. He raised his machete and shouted, "Stop! This blade of mine doesn't have eyes. Believe it or not, I'll hack you to death." "Oh? Then I'd like to see exactly how you plan to do that." Suhao knocked down the last thug attempting to flee and began closing in on the rowdy man step by step. Driven to desperation, the rowdy man actually swung his blade at Suhao. However, given the absolute gap in their strength, how could Suhao possibly be hit? Sidestepping the blow, Suhao snatched the machete from the man's hand and instantly pressed it against his throat with a backhand grip. "You want to hack me to death?" Suhao narrowed his eyes slightly. The sharpened blade grazed the hoodlum's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. The man's face turned deathly pale. He retracted his neck in terror and stared at Suhao, his entire body stiff and frozen with fear. The man instantly lost his nerve. Don't. Let's talk this out, just put the knife away." 2-4 strength ability user. In the entryway, a young man in pajamas held a machete against the neck of a man wearing a black jacket. Behind him, in a living room of less than 20 square meters, a group of thugs lay scattered across the floor. Some were groaning and wailing incessantly, while others had simply fallen unconscious, making the atmosphere exceptionally bizarre. "So, your manager Lou's cousin?" "Yeah," the man responded, his voice weak and listless. Without a word, Suhao stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. The man saw stars, left completely dazed by the blows. "You!" Just as the man was about to flare up in rage, he felt the cold steel against his neck and swallowed the curses back down. "We admit defeat today. I won't get involved in your business with Liu Chang anymore. Leave us a way out, brother, just let us go. What do you think my home is? A place where you can just come and go as you please? Save your explanations for the police." Maintaining his grip on the knife, Suhao pulled out his phone and dialed the police station with one hand. "Don't call the police." The man panicked at the sight. "If you dare call the cops on me today, my big brother will bring dozens of brothers to kill you tomorrow." "Oh? And who is your big brother?" Suhao grew interested. He hadn't known much about the local gangs in this area before. If he could gather intelligence on these underground syndicates, he wouldn't have to worry about finding mission leads in the future whenever he was bored. He could just go stir up trouble with that gang. My big brother is Dragon Gu, the one in charge of this entire district. The man's confidence returned as he spoke. Brother Long has a boss above him. Ever heard of the Baji Martial Arts Hall? My big boss is the top dog there, known in the streets as Brother Wu. He has got a whole crew of martial artists under him. You might be tough, but Brother Wu could crush you with one hand. What did you say? Brother Wu? Su Hao looked utterly bewildered. Is his name by any chance Yang Han Wu? So you've heard of Brother Wu too? The man said arrogantly, now that you know Brother Wu's reputation, you'd better move that knife away. It's not too late to let us go. Su Hao looked at him with a peculiar expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Alright, I'll give your Brother Wu a call right now. As he spoke, under the man's bewildered gaze, Su Hao casually dialed a number and switched on the speakerphone. The call connected, and Yang Hongwu's voice came through. What's up, Brother Su? It's the middle of the night. Su Hao asked directly, does your martial arts gym have any gangs under its management? I suppose you could say that? Yang Hongwu hesitated for a moment. Running a martial arts gym is expensive, so I've made connections with people across various circles. Do you know Brother Long? He's the one in charge of this area. Oh, you mean Little Long? He practiced boxing at our gym for a few years back in the day. The thuggish man clearly recognized Yang Hongwu's voice. He stared at Su Hao in terror, unable to believe that Su Hao actually knew his top boss and that Yang Hongwu was treating Su Hao with such immense respect. Su Hao glanced at the man, who was nearly scared out of his wits. Some of his subordinates were looking for trouble with me. I'm planning to send this lot to the police station, understood? Who has the nerve to mess with you, Brother Su? Yang Hongwu's tone was filled with surprise. In his eyes, Su Hao's martial arts prowess was no less than that of his own master. Taking on 10 opponents at once was routine for him. Which brat was so blind as to actively provoke such a powerhouse? Say it yourself, what's your name? Su Hao held the phone out to the thuggish man, who was so terrified that he couldn't even speak coherently. Yang Hongwu said bluntly, Brother Su, do as you please. I'll give Xiaolong a heads up and tell him to keep his men in line from now on. Hanging up the phone, Su Hao looked at the man once more. Anything else you want to say? Brother, I was wrong. Please, just call the police. The rogue cursed his cousin in his heart. That brat actually had the nerve to make him trouble such a powerful figure. Having offended someone even Brother Wu treated with such respect, he was completely finished. Brother Long would certainly stop protecting him. Once he got out of the police station, he was absolutely going to give that jinx of a cousin a brutal beating. Ding! Side quest completed. Quest rewards, 100 EXP, 20 proficiency points. After this brief interlude, several police cars drove into the residential area. 2 officers spoke with Su Hao to understand the situation before following him upstairs, where they escorted the thugs who were sprawled all over the room down to the police cars one by one. Man, you're incredible. You took down all these people by yourself? Downstairs, a young officer marveled. Aside from martial arts movies, I've never seen anyone take on so many people at once in real life. It was just pure luck. Su Hao asked casually, how long will these guys likely be sentenced for? The other officer shrugged and said, probably about 15 days of criminal detention? At most, a fine of 1,000 yuan each. Although they committed illegal entry into a residence, you weren't injured, were you? Cases like this are usually downplayed. As the two were chatting, a thunderous bang suddenly erupted from the police car behind them, and the door was actually kicked flying off its hinges. What the hell? What happened? The young officer exclaimed. A small-time thug's body suddenly began to swell like the Hulk. His muscles surged, and his height skyrocketed to nearly 3 meters. With a single sweep, he threw off several officers attempting to restrain him, then turned and bolted, fleeing toward the exit of the residential complex. What kind of monster is that? Every officer on the scene was stunned, watching the giant escape the complex. Intimidated by that overwhelming and massive physique, they didn't even dare to give chase. Domestic police officers are generally unarmed, carrying at most batons, stun guns, and other self-defense weapons. With even a bit of thought, it was obvious that they stood no chance against that Herculean, rampaging giant. One of the officers snapped back to his senses and hurriedly pulled out his radio to call for backup. Headquarters, headquarters. Requesting immediate backup. There's a monster here at Suzaku residential area. What? I'm not joking. There really is a monster. It kicked the door right off the police car. Send armed SWAT teams for support immediately. While one officer reported the situation to headquarters, the others rushed over to check on their injured colleague. For a moment, the scene was in total chaos. Su Hao, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, was also struck with shock. Compared to the others who were completely in the dark, he at least knew some of the inside story. The wave of abilities has likely already begun. That thug from just now had most likely awakened some kind of ability, which is why he transformed into that state. Kicking a car door flying. Just how much brute force would that require? If nothing else, that person's strength after transforming definitely exceeded 20 points. No, exceeding 30 points is entirely possible. Ding! Side quest triggered, the Berserk ability user. Mission objective, subdue the Berserk strength type ability user before police backup arrives, rendering them unconscious or incapacitated. Mission rewards, 300 EXP, 70 proficiency points. So that person really did awaken an ability, a strength type? He looks like a handful. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and chased after the giant, running toward the entrance of the residential complex. What are you doing? The young police officer exclaimed in surprise, "Don't go over there, it's dangerous." He tried to grab Su Hao but caught only thin air before he could even finish his sentence. The young man had already vanished in a flash. That speed was incredible, swifter even than a cheetah in the wild. It made one wonder if this guy was some kind of monster himself. Chapter 25, The Power of the Thunder Element. Rushing out of the residential complex gates, Su Hao immediately spotted the giant sprinting northward. However, due to its massive size, its steps were heavy, creating loud thuds against the ground. Even its full-tilt sprint was barely faster than a regular person's jog. Fortunately, it was late at night and the streets were nearly deserted. Otherwise, this rampaging giant would have certainly incited a massive riot. Great strength but slow speed? What a cliché setting! Su Hao quipped, his tension easing slightly. This strength-type ability user was certainly terrifying. If a single punch landed, even with Su Hao's constitution, he would likely end up a corpse on the spot. However, raw power is useless if it can't hit the target. That is exactly what combat techniques are designed for. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up and was right behind the giant. Up close, the giant, standing nearly 3 meters tall, was like a solid wall. His shirt had burst open due to his expanding physique, revealing slabs of iron-like muscle bunched together. Just standing before him, one could feel an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure. Taking advantage of the giant's delayed reaction, Su Hao tentatively threw a heavy punch toward the vital point near the vertebrae. The fist slammed into the giant's muscle-bound back, letting out a dull thud. So hard! Su Hao was inwardly startled. The sensation against his fist was not like hitting a human body at all, but rather like striking tough leather, leaving the web of his thumb tingling from the impact. What the hell hit me? The giant let out a pained howl and whipped his head around toward Su Hao. His eyes turned bloodshot with rage the moment they met. It's you. I'm going to beat you to death. Although the awakening of his ability had made this thug's mind somewhat dull and sluggish, his memory remained sharp. He hadn't forgotten the grudge from the brutal beating Su Hao had just given him. He stopped running immediately, swung his fists, and charged at Su Hao. You want to beat me to death? You'll have to actually land a hit first. Su Hao retreated with effortless ease, dodging the fist before pivoting to deliver another sharp kick squarely into the giant's abdomen. Bang! It was still a dull thud, as if kicking a rubber tire. He couldn't deal any damage at all. Ah! The giant's face was contorted with rage as he swung his fists wildly and frantically, yet he couldn't even graze the hem of Su Hao's clothes. Although this fellow's fists contained terrifying strength capable of crushing a person's head, his excessive muscle mass meant his punching speed was slower than even an ordinary person's. To Su Hao, he was like a moving leather sandbag. Deftly dodging the giant's onslaught, Su Hao's fists and feet continuously struck his body, producing dull, drum-like thumping sounds. The police officers chased them out of the residential area, only to be stunned by the scene before their eyes. They saw a towering giant lashing out frantically on the street, throwing punches in every direction. Before him, a young man maneuvered through the onslaught with astonishing speed. It was like dancing on a tightrope. He countered with a few moves from time to time, toyed with the giant, and kept him spinning in circles. A police officer stood stunned. I suspect I might have fallen asleep in the duty room. Am I actually dreaming right now? Isn't that the guy who took on 8 people earlier? Holy crap, he actually knows Kung Fu? The young officer's eyes widened in shock. To be able to handle a monster like that with such ease, it's unbelievable. Another officer remarked, first a monster, now a badass expert fighting it. Why does this feel like a movie? Isn't this exactly the plot of those American superhero films? Should we go up and help? The young officer gripped his electric baton, asking his colleague beside him with hesitation. Help with what? A scrawny guy like you wouldn't last one punch from that monster. Watch out, or you'll lose your life. The officer holding the radio patted his shoulder and said, I've already requested backup from headquarters. The armed police will be here in 10 minutes at most. Until then, it's up to this superhero to see if he can hold his ground. A group of police officers stood around watching the scene unfold. One individual even went as far as pulling out his phone to start recording a video. Tisk, these guys have some nerve. It's one thing not to come over and help, but can't they see I'm unarmed? They could at least throw me an electric baton, or even a regular nightstick would do. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Oh well, it wasn't as if he had expected any help from this lot anyway. In just over 10 seconds, he and the giant had exchanged at least a dozen blows. This strength-type ability user wasn't just incredibly powerful, his massive muscles were also highly resilient. Punches and kicks were useless even with Su Hao's strength, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He could at most make the opponent wince in pain for a moment without causing any real damage. The giant's massive size also made many of Su Hao's combat techniques impossible to execute. Relying solely on physical brawling, neither side could gain the upper hand in the short term. Is that move my only option? Su Hao frowned. His current control over the lightning element was still too crude, and he was reluctant to use it on a person. But right now, there was no other way, and time was running out. He had to subdue the strength-type ability user before the armed police arrived on the scene, or the mission would be judged a failure. Damn brat, all you do is dodge around like a slippery loach. If you've got the guts, take a punch from me. The giant roared in exasperation. Once I catch you, I'm going to snap those damn legs of yours first and see how you run then. Take a punch? Fine, as you wish. Su Hao laughed instead of getting angry. This time, he stopped dodging and closed in, meeting the giant's swinging fist head-on. Narrowly evading the incoming fist, Su Hao locked his arms around the giant's thick limb, and a flash of lightning element surged from his palms. Instantly, the giant's arm convulsed, losing all control and becoming completely paralyzed. What did you do? His mind reeling from the shock, the giant looked on in terror as he realized Su Hao had once again pressed his palm against his abdomen. In the next instant, a flash of lightning erupted. The giant curled into a ball and collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, clutching his stomach as his limbs spasmed and twitched in agony. Is that it? The lethality of the lightning element against living beings is truly remarkable. Su Hao was also surprised by the results. He had only used half of his power when releasing the lightning element just now, and he hadn't expected the giant to be unable to withstand it. Fortunately, he hadn't used his full strength, or he might have electrocuted the man to death. While wielding lightning element control, his entire being was like a mobile high-voltage utility pole, even more effective than the most powerful electric baton. Placing his hand on the back of the foaming giant's neck, with tiny arcs of electricity flickering in his palm, the once arrogant strength-type ability user lost consciousness almost instantly, falling into a coma as his body gradually shrank back to normal human proportions. Ding! Side quest completed. Task reward, 300 EXP, 70 proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 6, you have received 4 free attribute points and 1 ability point. Huh? I leveled up? Suha was stunned. He hadn't paid much attention to his EXP after reaching level 5, and he hadn't expected to level up again so soon. Plus, leveling up grants ability points? He pulled up the system interface and took a quick look. He found that reaching level 7 required 730 EXP, which was much less than expected. Just 2 or 3 more missions to subdue ability users would be enough. It seemed the path to further leveling up wouldn't be particularly difficult. Chapter 26, The Chief of Police. Seeing the giant shrink back to a normal human size, the surrounding police officers cautiously approached. After tentatively prodding him a few times, they grew bold enough to pull out handcuffs and secure the thug. One officer hesitated before asking Suhao, "Is this guy dead?" "No, he's just passed out." Suhao warned, "You'd better give him a sedative and keep tranquilizer guns ready at all times, just in case he goes on another rampage when he wakes up." "Oh, okay, right away." Several officers nodded repeatedly as they dragged the thugs back toward the police cruiser. Having witnessed the intense battle just moments ago, the officers looked at Suhao with eyes full of awe and wonder. However, now was not the time for questions. The commotion caused by the giant had awakened many residents in the neighborhood, and they still had to go and calm the public. To be honest, Suhao was also nursing a massive headache. If it weren't for the system mission, he wouldn't have wanted to stand out like this. He estimated that he would have to undergo a comprehensive interrogation by the police next. After all, reality wasn't a movie, and being a superhero wasn't that simple. So many people had witnessed him taking down a strength-type ability user with their own eyes. This wasn't something that could be brushed off by simply claiming he knew a bit of martial arts. He might even be officially identified as an ability user. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to stay in the shadows and develop his powers quietly anymore. Aside from finding it a bit troublesome, he wasn't worried about being hauled off for dissection. If he were the only ability user, there might be a risk of being treated like a lab rat. But the surge of abilities was a global phenomenon. A strength-type ability user had popped up in this city and this very neighborhood tonight alone. It was clear that ability users would not be rare in the future. "Man, you were incredible just now. We couldn't even see clearly. How exactly did you take that guy down?" The young police officer who had chatted with Suhao earlier approached him, his face filled with excitement and admiration. Suhao replied dismissively, "I just landed a heavy elbow strike to the back of his neck. I barely managed to knock him out." It seemed his lightning element hadn't been exposed. After all, the electric arcs he released weren't very conspicuous, and since the officers were standing quite a distance away, it was normal that they didn't see them. Since he hadn't been found out, Suhao decided to play along and keep the lightning element as his trump card. In this life, it was never a mistake to keep an ace up one's sleeve, especially since the world was likely about to descend into chaos. "I never thought mutated criminals actually existed." The young officer said admiringly, "Brother, you actually dared to charge in and fight a monster like that, and you really took it down. You wouldn't happen to be one of those legendary reclusive martial arts masters, would you? You've watched too many movies, haven't you? I'm just an ordinary person who knows a bit of combat." Suhao couldn't help but laugh, shrugging his shoulders as he said, "That mutated giant had nothing but brute strength, but his punching speed wasn't fast at all. He's actually far less difficult to deal with than he looks. Any practitioner who knows a bit of the trade could remain undefeated against him." Remaining undefeated was true, but winning was also nearly impossible. Strength-type ability users are not only incredibly powerful but also thick-skinned and tough. Not only are they immune to punches, but Suhao even suspected that a knife that wasn't sharp enough would struggle to pierce its skin. It felt as thick and solid as cowhide. Since he had nothing better to do, Suhao chatted with the young police officer for a while. From their conversation, he learned that the young officer was truly green, 2 years younger than himself. His name was Chen Jiahao, a rookie who had just graduated from the police academy last week, and this was the very first field assignment of his career. To encounter a supernatural event on one's first day on the job, it was hard to say whether that was a stroke of good luck or bad. Several police riot vans came speeding from the other end of the street. A squad of fully equipped, heavily armed paramilitary police jumped out of the vehicles. They scanned the perimeter with their weapons raised in caution, only to find themselves utterly bewildered. They had arrived a step too late, as the monster had already been dealt with. The paramilitary squad quickly took control of the scene and sought out the veteran officer who had initially called for backup to get a briefing on the situation. What followed was straightforward. The unconscious strength-type ability user was loaded into a riot control vehicle by the armed police and taken to an unknown location, while Suha was respectfully invited into a police cruiser by the civil officers to head to the station and provide his statement. First was the testimony regarding the illegal breaking and entering of a private residence. Presented with such a golden opportunity, Suha naturally didn't miss the chance to deal with Manager Liu. He stated that those men had been dispatched by Manager Liu due to a prior dispute between them, arguing that the responsibility should fall on the mastermind behind the scenes. The officer recording the statement had witnessed Suha's fight with the giant and held him in high regard. Without a second thought, he followed Suha's lead and included Manager Liu in the list of offenders, ensuring he would face at least 15 days of criminal detention. Once the statement was finished, Suha should have been free to leave according to standard procedure. However, the police officer asked him to wait in the interrogation room for a moment, saying that someone from the higher-ups of the police department was coming to personally commend him for his courageous act. So, that fight with the strength-type ability user really did alert the state authorities, he thought. Suha clicked his tongue inwardly. Commendation? It was clear the state had sent someone to investigate him. In fact, this was quite normal. Whenever something major happened in the world, state agencies were always the first to have first-hand intelligence. It was highly likely the government had known about the existence of the ability wave for a long time and simply hadn't made it public yet. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, he wondered what attitude the government agencies held toward ability users. The strength he displayed didn't seem particularly formidable. The fact that it took him so long to deal with the strength-type ability user suggested to onlookers that he was, at most, only slightly stronger than the giant. Consequently, state agencies likely wouldn't pay him much attention. In reality, had he not been empty-handed, he could have easily dominated the strength-type ability user even without utilizing his lightning element ability. Of course, Suha had no desire to be noticed. While being highly regarded might bring fame and fortune, the price would be strict surveillance and a complete loss of freedom. Suha thought to himself, with the system in hand, it's only a matter of time before I become powerful. Until then, I must keep a low profile. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, a middle-aged man in a high-ranking police uniform entered the courtyard, holding a form in his hand. "Are you Mr. Su?" "I am." Suha nodded, observing the officer. On the shoulders of his uniform were 2 bars and 3 pips, the insignia of a superintendent first class. He was likely a department-level head of a county public security bureau. He hadn't expected to alert the district police chief himself, which left Suha feeling a bit flattered. He had assumed that, at most, a SWAT officer would come to investigate him, or perhaps a deputy chief at the very most. "Mr. Su, first of all, we would like to thank you for your courageous act in assisting law enforcement with the capture of the fugitive." The police chief began with a string of official platitudes, mentioning that they would present him with a silk banner and a 500 yuan reward. Just as Suha was starting to grow impatient, the chief abruptly shifted his tone. "Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Su. Have you awakened a special ability?" "Special ability?" A perfectly timed hint of wariness appeared on Suha's face. "What exactly are you referring to?" Chapter 27, The Olive Branch. For instance, suddenly possessing some kind of extraordinary ability? Or perhaps your physical fitness has suddenly far exceeded that of an average person? The Public Security Bureau chief crossed his hands and smiled calmly. "Mr. Su, there is no need to worry. Although people who awaken special abilities are rare, they are not unheard of. The state refers to this category of people as ability users. As long as you do not abuse this strength, the government generally maintains a friendly attitude toward ability users." Since the chief had put it that way, it seemed he was already convinced that Su Hao was, in all likelihood, an ability user. Alright, my physical fitness has indeed become much stronger recently. Su Hao hadn't intended to keep it a secret anyway. After learning about the state's attitude from the chief, he simply decided to come clean. The director's expression grew more serious. Physical fitness? Specifically in what way? Strength or speed? A bit of both, I suppose. Su Hao replied vaguely, my strength has increased by nearly half, and I'm much faster than before. My reaction time, stamina, and other attributes have all improved. Although I haven't measured them precisely, I should be able to leave top-tier athletes far behind. A comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness? The director looked thoughtful as he jotted down a few notes on the form. No other special abilities? Probably not. Su Hao let out a yawn. Officer, when can I go back to sleep? I just had a fight with that giant, and I'm exhausted. By the way, was that punk who turned into a giant also an ability user? He feigned ignorance, asking a question he already knew the answer to in an attempt to fish for information. Yes, that's correct. The chief nodded. Considering Su Hao was also an ability user, he didn't hold anything back. Based on current intelligence, we suspect he was a mutation-type strength ability user who significantly enhanced his strength by altering his physical size. A mutated strength-type ability user? Su Hao frowned slightly, asking in confusion, are there many different categories of ability users? Mutant type? Does that mean there's also a common type? Naturally. The director explained, common-type strength ability users experience direct physical enhancement. Mutant types are different. Their inherent strength isn't necessarily great, but they can strengthen their bodies by altering their physical form, and their constitution after transformation is generally much higher than that of common-type strength ability users. According to that logic, were mutant types stronger than common types? No, it would be more accurate to say that each has its own pros and cons. After all, the mutant type involves the extra step of transformation. If the original body is weak, it can be a major pitfall. Su Hao asked, then what type of ability user am I? Based on what you've said, your body has been comprehensively enhanced, so you should be considered a comprehensive type common ability. The director said with some uncertainty, we'll need to find time for a test to be sure. For now, we don't know exactly how much stronger your constitution is compared to an average person. Su Hao asked again, what will happen to that special type strength ability user? Detain them, re-educate them, and turn them into pillars of the nation. The director uttered those three phrases with an expressionless face. All right then. Su Hao's lips twitched slightly. He now had a crystal clear understanding of the state's attitude toward ability users. Just as he had imagined, the government maintained strict control over such unstable elements, with the best-case scenario being their recruitment into the official system to serve the state. They chatted for a while longer. In response to Su Hao's questions, the director was remarkably forthcoming, sharing a wealth of information regarding ability users. He even went so far as to subtly hint that the benefits and compensation for ability users within the government establishment were exceptional. With the preceding groundwork laid, it was no surprise when the director finally extended an olive branch to Su Hao. A government position? It just so happens I'm currently unemployed. What's the role? Su Hao acted as if he were very interested. If he could work at the police station, he would have the opportunity to encounter more incidents. This way, the probability of triggering system missions would increase significantly, allowing him to level up even faster. A specific position hasn't been arranged by the higher-ups yet, but it will be at least at the deputy section chief level, and you'll be eligible for additional stipends. The director paused before continuing, however, joining the official ability user ranks may require a period of training and assessment. Not everyone is qualified to make the cut. Training and assessment? Su Hao frowned. What does that entail exactly? The director handed over a document that had been prepared in advance. The document outlined that ability users were required to undergo ability evaluations, participate in specialized training to master their powers, and pass written exams on various rules and regulations. This series of training and assessments would take at least 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks? That was far too long. It definitely wouldn't work. The entire world was at the dawn of the ability wave. If he spent 2 or 3 weeks in training now and lost touch with the outside world, heaven knows what state things would be in by the time he came out. Is it possible to skip the training? Can I just join the official ranks directly? Suhao asked tentatively. After all, my ability is an all-around physical enhancement, so training is completely unnecessary. As for the rules and regulations, I can memorize them on my own at home. How about we get me on board first and handle the formalities later? I can't make that call. I'll have to report it to my superiors. Go back and wait for notice for now. Someone will contact you by tomorrow at the latest, so make sure to keep your phone reachable. Seeing that he didn't agree immediately, the director didn't seem to mind much and ended the conversation right there. After cautioning Suhao not to reveal anything about abilities to ordinary people, he summoned an officer to record Suhao's personal information for the files, then signaled that he was free to go home. By the time he left the police station, the sky was beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. Suhao looked up at the sky. The director showed an interest in recruiting me, but he didn't seem to place much importance on my ability. That's fine. Less importance means less surveillance, which is a good thing for me. He had learned from the director that ability users are generally divided into 4 categories: elemental, special, mystical, and common. Common abilities are the simplest, consisting of nothing more than the enhancement of a specific physical attribute. Subordinate branches include strength type, agility type, all-rounder type, and so on. The strength Suhao displayed was mistaken by the director for being an all-rounder type. Common type ability? It sounds very ordinary, just the physical body becoming stronger. In this era where firearms dominate, increasing that little bit of strength is essentially useless. No wonder it's not taken seriously. Suhao clenched his fists. Even if I don't use lightning element skills, the attribute points that come with leveling up alone are enough to rival the vast majority of common type ability users. That being said, if anyone dared to treat him as a common type ability user, they would definitely regret it. Don't forget that he also has system proficiency. His combat skills are the elite among elites, and they can continue to level up. When the gap in strength between the two sides is not insurmountable, Suhao can crush his opponents through his exquisite and masterful techniques. As for elemental abilities, there isn't much to explain. The lightning element Suhao currently commands is a prime example of an elemental ability. The special category covers a vast range, somewhat similar to the special and passive abilities found in the system ability module. For instance, invisibility, cloning, limb regeneration, and absolute balance all fall under the umbrella of special abilities. Chapter 28, Types of Abilities. As long as he works hard to level up and finds ways to acquire more ability points, he will one day unlock every single ability in the module. When that time comes, he will be virtually comparable to the gods of legend, capable of anything in heaven or on earth. The problem is, where can I obtain ability points? Aside from leveling up, he currently knew of only one other way to get them: ability essence crystals. The meteor shower that had fallen from the sky previously consisted entirely of ability essence crystals. Furthermore, it was highly likely that these crystals had triggered the so-called ability wave. Suhao wondered, was the appearance of these crystals a coincidence? Or had someone deliberately cast them onto Earth? Despite his doubts, he couldn't be bothered to overthink such a complex matter. The main issue was that those ability essence crystals evaporated too quickly. Those that fell during the meteor shower had likely long since vanished into thin air, and he had no other channels to acquire them. He was at a stalemate once again. Forget it, things will work themselves out. I'll find a way to look for it later. Since he had no leads, Suhao didn't dwell on it too much. He returned home, grabbed a bite to eat, and fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours ago, he had been jolted awake in the middle of the night by thugs, fought a strength-type ability user, and spent a long time giving a statement at the police station. By now, he was exhausted, sleepy, and starving. Before unlocking the mana source passive ability, using the lightning element would consume a massive amount of physical energy. The most obvious signs of this depletion were fatigue and hunger. Suhao had tested his limits before at full strength, he could release about 9 bursts of lightning powerful enough to knock someone unconscious. However, this time, in dealing with a strength-type ability user, he had exhausted nearly half of his physical stamina's lightning element just to barely knock him unconscious. It was evident that the stronger the enemy's constitution, the exponentially more lightning element would be required to defeat them. By the time he woke up, it was already noon. Upon waking, Suhao opened his phone and immediately saw that young Hangwu had transferred another 50,000 yuan to him, bringing his WeChat wallet total to over 110,000 yuan. Now that I have money, wouldn't it be a waste not to treat myself? And so, filled with joy, Suhao opened a food delivery app and ordered a family bucket and pizza combo. By nature, he wasn't one for extravagance. Rather than heading out to a fancy restaurant, he preferred the comfort of nesting at home, curled up with a bucket of chicken drumsticks and wings while watching a movie. It was far more cozy. After reaching level 5, the main quest had yet to refresh. Consequently, Suhao was in no rush to level up and decided to take some time to relax. Once he finished washing up, his takeout arrived right on time. He reclined lazily on the sofa, munching on a drumstick and sipping a cold drink, as he casually flipped the TV to the news channel. The news was reporting on the damage caused by last night's meteorite strikes. According to statistics, meteorites had fallen in at least half of the cities across the country. Even the TV tower in Shanghai had been destroyed by a strike, resulting in losses of at least several billion yuan. In addition to the domestic regions, many areas abroad were also bombarded by the meteor shower. Experts claim that the reason for such frequent meteorite falls may be due to the extreme hardness and heat resistance of the materials, allowing them to withstand the friction of the atmosphere and crash onto the ground. This meteor shower has been hailed by international news media as a global disaster unseen in hundreds of thousands of years. Most surprisingly, despite so many meteorites falling, the world has miraculously suffered no casualties beyond structural damage. So, if I hadn't reacted quickly last night, the three of us would have been the only unlucky souls in the world to die from a meteorite? Heh, if we were really that unlucky, maybe we'd even end up in the history books? Suhao gave a self-deprecating laugh, not actually feeling particularly unfortunate. As the saying goes, blessing disguises disaster. If the meteorite hadn't brushed past him, he never would have obtained the ability essence crystal, a staggering 10 ability points. Although it would take a full month to absorb completely, he was already more than satisfied. He finished his cold drink in one gulp and flipped through several news channels. Almost every single one was reporting on the meteorite. Suhao felt quite surprised. There's actually no news about abilities on TV? It seems the government is keeping a tight lid on information. Will the ability wave not trigger a global upheaval in the short term? Even though it was called an ability wave, he estimated that only a small fraction of people would actually awaken. It was impossible for all billions of people worldwide to possess abilities. After watching the news for a while, he turned off the TV, summoned the system interface, and fell into deep thought. How should I use this single ability point gained from leveling up? I won't consider elemental abilities for now. I haven't even fully mastered the lightning element yet. It's better not to dabble in other elements for the time being, lest I become a jack of all trades but master of none. Suhao stroked his chin. The remaining upgradable abilities are just these 4: X-ray vision, invisibility, absolute balance, and near-death life sustenance. The first two are quite attractive to me. Should I learn the invisibility ability first? A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Most people have probably fantasized about what they would do if they could turn invisible, haven't they? Since no one could see him anyway, he could do whatever he wanted, things he usually wouldn't dare to do but desperately wanted to. For instance, slipping into a bank to grab a massive stack of cash, or perhaps sneaking into a women's bathhouse for a look? The system's basic invisibility probably isn't that invincible, otherwise, it wouldn't cost just 1 ability point to upgrade. Suhao dispelled the messy thoughts in his head and clicked on the description for the invisibility ability. Basic invisibility achieves a visual cloaking effect through light refraction. Cannot conceal scent, sound, body temperature, or other details. Maintaining the invisible state consumes 1 mana point per second. If mana is depleted, stamina is consumed instead at a rate of 3 points per second. Holy crap! 3 points of stamina per second? Isn't that a bit much? Suhao's eyes widened as he couldn't help but complain, I only have 17 points of constitution right now, which means I can only maintain invisibility for a little over 5 seconds? That's so short, it's not even enough time to take off my pants. Ahem, the topic has strayed. In short, 5 seconds of invisibility is simply too brief. Many things cannot be accomplished, whether they are serious or not so serious. Suhao sighed. It seems that in the early stages, invisibility can only serve as a trump card for surprise attacks in battle. To maintain invisibility for a long duration, I'll have to wait until I've learned mana source. To be honest, 5 seconds of invisibility isn't exactly weak either. In battle, this single move might just be the key to victory. Think about it, if you were in a fight and your opponent suddenly vanished, you'd definitely be dazed for a moment, wouldn't you? You'd wonder if the enemy had fled or was hiding somewhere, and right then, a blade silently pierces a vital spot. The way of the assassin, kill with a single strike. Just thinking about it is thrilling. The invisibility ability has a high cost, but it offers great flexibility for both offense and defense. It's useful whether for escaping or launching a surprise attack. Should I invest some points into it? Chapter 29, Ability Evaluation. Suhao pondered for a long while, but in the end, he decided not to spend his ability points. Almost all abilities consume a significant amount of physical stamina. If he were to use the invisibility ability, he would inevitably lack the stamina to execute his lightning element abilities. This was a classic case of biting off more than one can chew. While it might seem like adding another ability, it wouldn't actually provide a significant boost to his overall combat power. Since he had no immediate need for invisibility anyway, he figured it would be better to save up 3 ability points first and unlock the mana source ability instead. As long as I reach level 7, combined with the feedback from tomorrow's ability essence, I'll have enough points to upgrade the mana source. Suhao glanced at the 4 free attribute points. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to pour them all into Constitution. Instantly, his Constitution surged to 21 points, twice that of an ordinary person. His reasoning was simple. With more physical stamina, he could unleash his lightning element ability more frequently, which provided a greater boost to his short-term combat effectiveness. As for strength and agility, he was already more than 50% beyond the average person, so there was no immediate need to increase them further. The phone began to ring. Suhao picked up his phone and saw an unknown number. He answered, "Hello? Who is this? Is this Mr. Suhao?" It was an unfamiliar, crisp female voice, speaking in a formal and meticulous tone. "Yes, that's me. Please proceed to training building number 3 at the provincial stadium within 2 hours for an ability assessment. Once you arrive, please call this number to contact the relevant personnel. Regarding the matter of your official appointment, we will discuss it in person after the assessment is completed." An evaluation? Alright, I'll head over right now. Suhao hung up the phone, thinking to himself that the government's efficiency in these matters was remarkably fast. He had only been identified as an ability user this morning, and they had already arranged an ability evaluation for him before noon. Ding! Main quest triggered, ability evaluation. Task requirement, obtain a grade of E or higher in the ability evaluation. Mission reward, bonus 4 free attribute points. Ha! The main quest has been updated? Suhao was momentarily stunned this time. The main quest actually offered a reward. And it was even attribute points. He wondered what level an E rank evaluation actually represented. He would have to get a feel for the situation once he arrived at the testing site to avoid accidentally failing the mission. After all, the value of 4 free attribute points was significant. He finished getting dressed and prepared to head to the provincial stadium. The residential complex was less than 5 bus stops away from the provincial stadium. In under half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of training building number 3, only to find the entire building cordoned off. Seals and police tape were plastered across the main entrance, strictly prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering. He pulled out his phone and contacted the woman from before. A short while later, a young woman in a police uniform stepped out from the side entrance of the training building. Mr. Su, we've been expecting you. Please, come in. The young policewoman sized Su Hao up and gestured for him to follow. Following behind her, Su Hao noticed the 2 bars and 2 pips on her shoulders. He was slightly surprised to find that this woman, who looked only a few years older than himself, was already a level 2 superintendent, at least a deputy section chief rank. Generally speaking, it would take an ordinary officer over a decade to reach the rank of level 2 superintendent, unless they had powerful connections, exceptional academic credentials, or perhaps were an ability user. Su Hao recalled the director's words: joining the ability user establishment would grant a rank no lower than deputy section chief. Could it be that the policewoman before him was also an ability user? Lost in thought, Su Hao followed the policewoman into the training building. This building was typically used for gymnastics training. The interior was vast and open, spanning at least several thousand square meters. The usual training equipment had been moved aside, replaced by various testing machines. There were speed tracking tracks, punch force testers, high jump bars, and more. He even spotted blood sampling equipment and medical staff stationed nearby. Such a grand setup, surely this wasn't prepared just for me? Su Hao whispered to the policewoman, "Hey gorgeous, could you give me a hint? Just how high are the standards for joining the force? Something like a 9-second 100-meter dash? There are other ability users undergoing evaluation besides you." The policewoman was well prepared. She pulled a sheet from her folder and handed it over. "As for the standards, see for yourself." Su Hao took the folder and read through it carefully. The rating standards for ability users are typically divided into 7 levels: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The minimum requirement to join the official establishment is an E rank evaluation. Abilities are evaluated based on 3 major criteria. The first is type, the second is characteristic, and the third is strength. For example, if you possess an elemental type ability, you are immediately granted a B rank evaluation or higher and placed under strict protection. It is said that elemental type ability users are as rare as giant pandas. Specialty depends on the specific nature of the ability. Abilities like X-ray vision or invisibility are naturally ranked C or above. However, if it is something like absolute balance or merely sustaining life at death's door, it would likely only be rated as an F. As for ordinary type abilities like Su Hao's, they are generally ranked between C and F initially, depending on their specific strength. As long as one physical attribute is more than 3 times that of a normal person, or 2 attributes are more than double, can one achieve an E rank evaluation? After reading the descriptions on the form, Su Hao fell into thought. Based on that, the mutated strength ability user I took down yesterday must be at least E rank or higher, right? His strength was definitely more than 3 times that of an average person, and his constitution wasn't low either. More or less. However, mutated ability users often lose their sanity, so we aren't considering recruiting them for the time being. The policewoman looked at Su Hao and blinked, suddenly smiling. "You don't actually need to worry too much. I watched the video of the scene yesterday. Being able to suppress a mutated ability user in such a short time, with your skills, getting an E rank evaluation is absolutely no problem. It might even be possible to reach D rank." Su Hao asked in confusion. "Video? What video? Don't you know?" The policewoman pulled out her phone and opened a short video app. "See for yourself." Su Hao took the phone. The screen was prominently displaying footage of him locked in a fierce struggle with the giant in the middle of the street. Not only that, but the combat footage was paired with stirring background music. Had the person filming not been standing so far away, and the streetlights not been so dim, one might have mistaken it for a promotional trailer for some big-budget blockbuster. From a third-person perspective, he was seen dodging and weaving effortlessly under the giant's onslaught. Finally, seizing the perfect opportunity, he delivered a fatal blow that reversed the situation, bringing the massive giant crashing to the ground. The soaring background music reached its crescendo at that exact moment. It was absolutely blood-pumping. It was incredibly badass. Holy crap! Someone actually posted the video online? Su Hao was dumbfounded. Looking closer, he found that the video had been shared over 100,000 times. The like count exceeded 1 million. He couldn't help but click on the 999 plus comments section to investigate. A martial arts master fighting the Hulk? Holy shit! What movie is this? I want to watch it. What do you mean movie? Can't you see this was filmed on a phone? This is a real-life event. Hey! Isn't this our neighborhood? No wonder it was so noisy last night. Oh my god! Is there a martial arts master hiding in our community? In the world of Kung Fu, speed is the only thing that matters. This is so hype. Master, please take me as your disciple. Coach! I want to learn Kung Fu. Coach, get out of here, person above me, you want to learn everything. Chapter 30, E-Rank Ability User. Scrolling through the string of bizarre comments, Su Hao's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but ask, don't national regulations forbid disclosing information about ability users? Is the government not going to do anything about this video? It reveals way too much. Information blackouts are a matter for the higher-ups. What's the use in asking me? The policewoman spread her hands with an innocent look on her face. Don't you see that this video has already been shared over 100,000 times? Even if we delete it now, it's useless, it will still circulate privately. Doing so would only inadvertently confirm that it's real. It's too late to contain it. Su Hao was speechless, so you're just going to ignore it completely because it's too late? The policewoman said, actually, it's not a big deal. Nothing supernatural was exposed anyway. Ordinary people will just think it's two people fighting. Besides, your face is very blurry in the video, no one will be able to recognize you. Indeed, because it was nighttime and the distance was significant, the mobile phone footage was not clear. Furthermore, Su Hao moved so quickly in the video that his facial features were almost impossible to discern during his maneuvers. However, based solely on his build, clothing, and the residential area, it was still very likely that acquaintances would recognize him. Su Hao checked his phone and, as expected, his WeChat was overflowing with messages. Many acquaintances had forwarded the video to him, asking if the person in it was him. That wasn't the biggest problem, however. Opening the video, Su Hao narrowed his eyes as he watched the final scene where he knocked down the giant. While an ordinary person wouldn't notice anything unusual, with his eyesight, he could faintly see a flicker of blue light flashing between his palm and the giant's abdomen. What a hassle! It might be difficult for the average person to detect, but if someone observant noticed it, combined with the statement that strength ability user might give about his body being numbed by electricity and such, the fact that he controlled the element of lightning would still be exposed. Should he continue to keep it hidden, or simply reveal everything to secure a better position and higher benefits? Su Hao furrowed his brows, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. There's no need to be so conflicted, is there? Seeing Su Hao's troubled expression, the policewoman consoled him, becoming famous isn't a bad thing. Maybe the higher-ups will even use you as a case study for promotion. Take me, for example, I'd love to be famous but never get the chance. Promotion? What do you mean by that? Su Hao asked curiously, will information regarding abilities and such be made public in the future? Let's not talk about that for now. Hurry up and go take the test, don't keep everyone waiting. The next candidate could be back any moment. Realizing she had let something slip, the policewoman's expression stiffened slightly as she urged Su Hao to proceed with the ability assessment. Seeing that she was unwilling to say more, Su Hao had no choice but to drop the subject and head onto the field. The items included in the ability assessment were both tedious and comprehensive. It began with explosive power tests such as the 100-meter sprint, punching force, grip strength, weightlifting, and vertical jump. Leveraging the meticulous physical control provided by combat proficiency, Su Hao performed at a level far beyond the norm. Despite having base strength and agility stats of only 16, he managed to hit benchmarks nearly double those of an average person. The subsequent tests focused on endurance, including long-distance running, weighted carries, and diving. In this segment, Su Hao capitalized on his 21 points of constitution, easily achieving a rating of over twice the standard. After the final blood draw for the activity test, he was indeed effortlessly classified as an E-rank ability user. Furthermore, a plus sign was appended to his rating, signifying that his actual combat capability could reach D rank. Main quest. Mission reward, bonus 4 free attribute points. The test is complete. Returning to the policewoman, Suhao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Can we discuss the official staffing issue now? I don't think training is necessary for me. After all, my ability has enhanced my reaction speed along with it, so there's no risk of me being unable to control my strength. The policewoman nodded. Let's go. Come with me to see the team leader. With that, she headed down the corridor of the training building. Suhao followed closely behind. They arrived at an office where 3 men and 1 woman were currently seated. Sitting behind the desk was a middle-aged man. The police rank on his uniform consisted of a single olive branch and a star, a third-class commissioner, indicating he was at least a bureau-level official. This high-ranking official was explaining something to 2 men and a woman. From their conversation, words like ability group, benefits, regulations, social security and housing fund, and contract confidentiality could be heard. The female officer said, "Group leader Xing, this is the person I mentioned yesterday," as she handed over Suhao's evaluation form. Group leader Xing looked up, glanced at Suhao, and took the evaluation form to scan it briefly. "You are Suhao?" "That's me," Suhao nodded. Before he could get a good look at the people in the office, a lightning-fast punch suddenly swung toward him from the side. Suhao shifted his body slightly, dodging the fist, and used his arm to clamp down on the attacker's wrist. Simultaneously, his other hand pressed against the assailant's neck. The entire movement was seamless, taking less than half a second. Looking at the young man with the buzz cut whose throat he held, Suhao frowned and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" The young man remained silent, struggling violently. His strength was surprisingly immense, and he nearly managed to break free. Suhao wasn't about to indulge him. He wrenched the man's arm backward with force, and the joint let out a sharp, crisp pop. Ouch! Ow! Hey, man, let go! The crew-cut youth's expression changed instantly as he shouted frantically, "Don't get worked up! I wasn't trying to pick a fight. Team leader Xing asked me to test you. Don't shoot the messenger, man." Suhao released the youth's arm and turned his gaze toward team leader Xing, who was sitting at the desk. Team leader Xing had an appreciative smile on his face as he clapped his hands. "Exquisite combat skills, clean and decisive. You're easily on par with special forces professionals. It's no wonder you were able to suppress a mutated strength ability user without taking a scratch in just 2 minutes. Suhao shrugged. "Officer, that little test just now wasn't exactly friendly. I've reviewed your file. You have no criminal record, which meets the basic requirements for joining the regular ranks." Ignoring Suhao's complaint, team leader Xing continued, "As for your request, Chief who mentioned it to me. You want to be enrolled directly without undergoing training. Given your skills, that shouldn't be a problem." "Oh?" Suhao's expression shifted slightly. "However." "But what?" "Training isn't necessary, but you still need to undergo an assessment." Suhao asked, "What kind of assessment?" "Before the assessment, we first need to confirm that you are truly willing to join the national establishment." Changing the subject, team leader Xing flipped through the documents on the desk and handed a contract to Suhao. "Think it over carefully. The contents of this contract are classified as state secrets. Once you read what's inside, you must join the ability user establishment, otherwise, the state has the right to detain you until the secrets are declassified." Suddenly getting involved with something as high level as national secrets? It actually makes me a little nervous. Suhao couldn't help but mutter a small complaint, his eyes darting across the page as he quickly and carefully scanned every single word of the contract. Chapter 31, The Ability Group. After finishing the contract, Suhao learned that this so-called official establishment for ability users actually belonged to a special independent national military organization. Its full name was the Ability Special Operations Group, or the Ability Group for short. The Ability Group focuses exclusively on handling difficult and major cases such as supernatural crimes and paranormal incidents worldwide. During operations, their authority even supersedes that of local judicial institutions, and they answer only to the higher-ups within the Ability Group. Initially, the Ability Group had very few members, as ability users were rare to begin with. However, due to the recent surge in awakening ability users and the frequent occurrence of supernatural phenomena, the higher-ups decided to expand the scale of the group. I can understand supernatural crimes ability users using their special powers to cause trouble falls under that category, but what exactly do you mean by supernatural incidents? Speaking of supernatural incidents, Suhao couldn't help but recall the strange occurrence he encountered a few days ago when he took E to Qingfeng Park. At that time, the system had prompted him to leave as soon as possible and warned him not to delve into any supernatural incidents before reaching level 5. What exactly was inside the deep hole in the woods? Whenever he recalled the chilling sensation of being watched by something back then, his skin would crawl. He wondered what had become of that park since. Back to the point, aside from a few specific clauses, there wasn't much truly valuable information in the contract. It mostly boiled down to the fact that once he joined the official ranks, he had to accept state mobilization, obey superior management, and so on, along with some related benefits and perks. I'm finished reading. Suhao signed it directly and handed the contract back. I agree to join the ability unit. Captain Xing, go ahead, what's the assessment? Excellent, I like your directness. Leader Xing's gaze swept over Suhao and the others. There is only one assessment, and it requires all of you newcomers to complete it together. This assessment will also serve as your first mission upon joining the Ability Department, investigating the supernatural phenomena at Qingfeng Park. Qingfeng Park? A flicker of surprise flashed in the depths of Suhao's eyes. Talk about perfect timing. He had just been thinking about the supernatural occurrence he encountered in that park the other day. He never expected that his first assessment for the Ability Department would be to investigate that very incident. Was it a mere coincidence, or was it inevitable? Ding! Main quest triggered, the park disappearance case. Quest requirement: investigate the supernatural phenomena within Qingfeng Park and personally eliminate the root of the evil. Task reward: 1 ability point. Me, together with the 3 of them? Suhao shifted his gaze toward the 2 men and 1 woman standing nearby. The young man with the buzz cut was rubbing his arm with a pained expression. Beside him stood a man in his late 20s wearing black-rimmed glasses, and the last member of the group was a woman in her early 30s with an ordinary appearance. These 3 must be new recruits as well, right? I wonder what their abilities are. To be precise, it's the 5 of you. Team leader Xing turned his gaze toward the policewoman at the door. Xiaoying, you're in charge of taking these newcomers along to gain some experience. Eh? The policewoman called Xiaoying was taken aback. She asked hesitantly, is that appropriate? Letting untrained rookies deal with supernatural phenomena directly is far too dangerous. Usually, the assessments are. According to our intelligence, the supernatural phenomenon in that park is only E-class. If it's just an investigation, the danger is minimal. Team leader Xing's tone shifted as he spoke to Suhao and the others with a sinister edge. However, if you let your guard down, you could still end up dead. Aside from Suhao, the expressions of the other 3 changed slightly upon hearing this. Who would have thought that a mere assessment could be life-threatening? It seemed that being part of the ability user establishment was no easy task. The young man with the buzz cut asked sheepishly, Chief, are we just going to investigate empty-handed? Isn't there any equipment or anything like that? Of course there's equipment, but it won't be issued until after the assessment. You aren't considered official staff until you pass. Xiaoying, why don't you brief them on the rules of the ability group while you're on the way? Group leader Xing lowered his head to continue browsing the documents, waving his hand to signal that they could leave. Suhao and the others exited the office. What exactly are supernatural phenomena? The only woman among the newcomers looked toward the policewoman, her expression filled with trepidation. Is there really a risk to our lives? There might be. The policewoman hesitated. However, team leader Xing only asked you to investigate. Observing from the sidelines should be fine. As long as you don't get too deeply involved, nothing should go wrong. After all, no one present is an ordinary person. The 4 looked at each other, followed the policewoman out of the training building, and got into a police car heading for Qingfeng Park. In the car, Suhao sat in the passenger seat. By the way, I don't know how I should address you, senior. My name is Miao Yueying. The policewoman introduced herself while driving. I joined the ability unit 3 months ago, not much earlier than you. My ability is also E-class common type, with an explosive speed about 3 times that of an average person. I'm Zhang Chenghui. My ability is also E-class common type, with 3 times the explosive strength. The young man with the buzz cut also chimed in to introduce himself, looking towards Su Hao. Buddy, your ability must be pretty strong, right? When I tried to sneak up on you earlier, you pinned me down instantly. I didn't even have a chance to fight back. Just a bit of combat technique, nothing special. My name is Su Hao, E+ evaluation. My constitution, speed, and strength are all double the average. Su Hao modestly gave his name and glanced around at the others. Is everyone here a common type ability user? I have a special type ability. The woman in her 30s said, my name is Lu Yuan. My ability is sensory enhancement. My hearing, smell, and vision are all more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Although it's a special type, the ability evaluation isn't high like everyone else here. I'm E rank. A sensory-related ability? Su Hao couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at the woman. This was the first time he had encountered a support type ability user. The man with glasses said briefly, I'm Gao Sibo, E rank evaluation. My strength and speed are twice those of an ordinary person. After finishing his sentence, the man fell silent, gazing out the window as if lost in thought. He seemed like the type of person who was difficult to approach. After the few people in the car finished their self-introductions, they could be considered acquainted with one another. Su Hao didn't pay much attention to the other 3 newcomers, nor did he have any intention of building rapport with them. In any case, once the assessment was over, these 3 would head off for training and wouldn't cross paths with him again anytime soon. He turned to Miao Yueying in the driver's seat and asked, what exactly are these supernatural phenomena? And how are we supposed to investigate them? That's a bit complicated to explain. Miao Yueying wore a troubled expression. Normally, you should have undergone training before being assessed. I don't know what group leader Xing was thinking this time, letting you encounter supernatural phenomena directly. Anyway, let me give you a brief overview. Supernatural phenomena are divided into many categories. Generally speaking, the most common are ghosts or demons. The phenomenon at Qingfeng Park belongs to the latter. It's likely some kind of demonized creature causing trouble. Chapter 32, A Little Sprite? The 3 rookies in the back seat cried out in shock. Demons? Ghosts? Do things like monsters and spirits actually exist in this world? Even though Su Hao was mentally prepared, hearing Miao Yueying say these things personally was still a shock. After all, the worldview he had built over a long time was not so easily overturned. Was that eerie gaze from inside the cave that day some unknown demon staring at him? The mere thought of it was terrifying. Su Hao couldn't help but shudder. He recalled the crying little boy in the woods whose father had been dragged into the pitch-black cave by a demon and had most likely been killed. Had he not appeared in time, the boy would probably have met a grim fate as well. Supernatural phenomena are indeed not something ordinary people can handle. Miao Yueying continued, like ability users, supernatural phenomena are categorized into 7 danger levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Among them, F is considered a negligible, non-hazardous situation that generally requires no intervention. Our regional ability team is primarily responsible for handling hazardous situations of grade E and above. Su Hao asked, how are the danger levels determined? Human lives. Miao Yueying said calmly, a supernatural phenomenon where no one has died is classified as grade F. Once a life is lost, it is immediately categorized as grade E or higher. The other 3 newcomers couldn't sit still and began to whisper nervously among themselves. Su Hao, however, had expected this. How many people died in Qingfeng Park? Only 1 known so far. As Miao Yueying spoke, she drove the police car into the cordoned-off Qingfeng Park and parked in front of a small path bordering the woods. We're here. Let's head to the scene. Remember to stay together, and no matter what you see, do not act on your own. The group stepped out of the vehicle one by one. Several officers patrolling the cordoned-off area approached to verify their identities. Miao Yueying pulled an ID card from her uniform pocket. After a quick glance, the officers saluted and allowed them through, watching as the 5 of them headed into the woods. As they walked along the sparse forest path, everyone except Miao Yueying and Su Hao was visibly on edge, their nerves taut for fear that a monster might suddenly spring from behind a tree. Su Hao, however, remained perfectly calm. Even if they did encounter some so-called demon or ghost, his lightning element ability gave him enough confidence not to back down. Before long, they reached a dim thicket. Not far ahead, a head-sized deep pit was cordoned off with tape, marked by a large X sign warning people to stay away. Stopping before the barrier, Miao Yueying pointed at the hole and said, 2 days ago, a middle-aged man went missing in these woods. The officers on duty came searching and saw a monkey-like shadow dart from the darkness into this pit. One officer took it upon himself to reach inside to grab it, and then, his hand was gone. The 4 of them breathed unevenly, staring at the medium-sized crater with eyes filled with a complex mix of terror, curiosity, and tension. Based on current intelligence, the organization speculates that the demon in the cave might be some kind of sprite. Miao Yueying glanced at the cave behind her, picked up a stone from the ground, and tossed it inside. The moment the stone entered the cave entrance, it was swatted away with a sudden whoosh. The deflected pebble struck a tree trunk with a dull thud, causing the small tree to tremble violently from the surprisingly immense impact. The strength and speed of these small sprites are beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Furthermore, they are mostly cautious by nature and will not leave their caves without absolute certainty. At close range, it is also very difficult to hit them with firearms. Su Hao asked, since it's so dangerous, why not just use explosives to blow up whatever is in the cave? It's useless. Miao Yueying shook her head and said, unless you bomb the entire park, it's very difficult to kill spirits hiding in the soil. They aren't stupid, they would have fled long ago while you were setting up the explosives. Grenades are useless too. That pebble just now is a perfect example. Zhang Chenghui, the young man with a buzz cut, couldn't help but ask, then how are we supposed to investigate? Should we find a way to lure it out? I'm more interested in asking, what exactly are we supposed to be investigating? Gao Sibo pushed up his glasses. According to what you said, the murder happened 2 days ago, and the higher-ups have already speculated that it might be the work of a spirit or monster. Since the cave is in such an obvious location, what exactly is left for us newcomers to investigate? There really isn't much to investigate. As he said, all you need to do is find a way to lure whatever is inside the cave out and snap a few photos. Once that's done, the assessment is over. Miao Yueying pulled her phone from her pocket, turned on the camera, and pointed it at the 4 of them as she stepped aside. You may call upon the police force within the park for assistance, but you are not permitted to disclose any information regarding supernatural phenomena. From this moment on, I will report your performance truthfully. The assessment officially begins. The 4 of them stood rooted to the spot, exchanging uncertain glances. Zhang Chenghui leaned in. Hey man, should we go find a wooden pole or something? See if we can poke whatever's in there out? A wooden stick probably won't be of much use. We should at least get something made of iron, shouldn't we? Su Hao stared at the burrow. The spirit creature inside could tear a human hand clean off, let alone a mere wooden stick. It would likely be shredded the moment it was thrust in. Besides, I don't think poking it with a stick will force it out. This is a spirit creature, not some wild animal. Flooding it with water is still the most practical option. Gao Sibo, the man in glasses, said, since we can mobilize the local police force, why don't we get a hose and fill the hole? Actually, there are plenty of ways to flush it out. The real question is, once we force it out, will we be in danger? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Hao and the others fell silent. According to what Miao Yueying said, spirits are difficult to hit with firearms even at close range. Just how fast must they be? Coupled with team leader Xing's previous warning about potential life-threatening danger, everyone couldn't help but feel on edge. There seems to be a sound coming from inside the cave. The middle-aged woman, Lu Yuan, whispered, the cave entrance is too dark. Although I can't see what's inside, I can hear something that sounds like it's digging. Do you think the spirit is trying to escape? Don't delay any longer. If the spirit comes out, I'll handle it. Su Hao didn't want to dwell on it any longer. He decided to cut the Gordian knot and began directing the others. Buzzcut, go find some iron bars, and it's best if you can bring back some weapons too. Glasses, go to the police and get a water hose. You, the special type, keep monitoring the activity inside the hole. It would be ideal if you could determine where this tunnel leads. Zhang Chenghui, got it. I'll be right back. Gao Sibo, I'll go ask them for the water hose right now. Lu Yuan, understood, I'll give it a try. The three of them lacked a natural leader to begin with, and since Su Hao was the strongest person present, no one resisted his orders. They followed his instructions and busied themselves with their respective tasks. While the three were occupied with their duties, he walked over to Miao Yueying, who was currently filming. May I ask exactly how strong these sprites are? Aside from their speed, are there any other dangers? Chapter 33, Firearm Mastery. The danger level of a minor sprite is roughly equivalent to a trained E-rank ability user. Their weapons are their claws and teeth, and their attack patterns are similar to wild beasts. Many forms of minor sprites have been discovered to date, and most of them possess no special abilities. Miao Yueying answered truthfully, adding, however, the higher-ups are only speculating that there are imps in the cave. It's not 100% certain. You'd better be prepared to run at any moment. Sure, will do. Su Hao glanced at the holster on her hip. Could you lend me your gun for a bit? Miao Yueying looked at Su Hao suspiciously. What do you need a gun for? For self-defense, of course. Su Hao replied with righteous confidence, the ability team handles such dangerous work, surely they wouldn't leave us without even a sidearm? According to the regulations, it's not impossible to lend you one. Miao Yueying hesitated slightly. But do you even know how to use a gun? You didn't graduate from a police academy. A little bit. Su Hao looked up at the sky, his voice betraying a lack of confidence. During university military training, I had the privilege of practicing with live ammunition, though I only fired 5 rounds. The ones used in school military training are rifles. They're different from handguns, the policewoman couldn't help but retort. Don't sweat the details. Su Hao shrugged. Handguns aren't that hard. Isn't it just 4 steps, chambering, flipping the safety, aiming, and firing? Who hasn't seen enough action movies to know that? With my reaction speed, accuracy won't be an issue either. Fine, I suppose you have a point. Miao Yueying looked utterly defeated. She pulled her Type 92 service pistol from her waist and handed it to Su Hao. Monsters move very fast. At close range, you might not even get a chance to aim. Be careful not to let that thing bite your neck, it'll kill you. Thanks for the heads up. Su Hao took the pistol, his expression calm, though he was actually incredibly thrilled. This was the first time in his life he had ever touched a real handgun. What man doesn't love firearms? The cold metallic texture, the heavy weight, and the sheer destructive power, it was all so exhilarating. Although he had practiced target shooting with a rifle during his university military training, he had only fired a few rounds. The memory was already quite blurred. Aside from remembering his arm aching from the recoil, he didn't have much of an impression. Once this assessment was over and he joined the ability group, he would be able to legitimately obtain a service weapon of his own. New proficiency added, firearms. The system notification sounded in his ear. Su Hao was overjoyed and pulled up the system interface to find the firearms proficiency. Spend 3 proficiency points to upgrade firearms mastery to beginner tier? Do you wish to consume 10 proficiency points to upgrade firearm mastery to adept tier? Do you wish to consume 30 proficiency points to upgrade firearm mastery to elite tier? He upgraded firearm mastery to elite tier in one go. Having completed several missions, he had plenty of proficiency points on hand, and could easily spare 30 or 50 points. To ensure his speed could keep up with the spirit, Su Hao assigned all 4 attribute points previously obtained from the main quest into agility. His body suddenly felt lighter as his agility attribute broke past 20 points. 108 proficiency points. Su Hao glanced at his remaining proficiency points and immediately decided to upgrade his combat proficiency by another level. Do you wish to consume 100 proficiency points to upgrade combat to Master Tier? Hiss, it actually takes this much experience to reach Master Tier? It's more than tripled. Despite his shock, Suhao felt a spark of anticipation toward Master Tier combat. He had originally planned to save his proficiency points to learn the fist techniques of the Baji martial arts hall, but on second thought, combat proficiency wasn't weak at all. If he reached Master Tier before learning other techniques, perhaps he could achieve a breakthrough through cross-disciplinary insight? Level up! A massive surge of knowledge and experience flooded into his mind. When Suhao opened his eyes again, it felt as if a long time had passed, though in reality, he had only been dazed for less than a few seconds. Before long, the rookie trio gathered the equipment, connected plastic pipes to a nearby faucet, and began pouring water into the pit. "Hey buddy, I asked the police officers for some batons and riot shields. Do you think these will work?" Zhang Chenghui ran back carrying a pile of police gear. Seeing the service pistol in Suhao's hand, his eyes widened. "Holy crap, where did you get a gun?" Suhao pointed at Miao Yueying, asked her for it. "Sis, could you get one for me too?" Zhang Chenghui tossed aside what he was holding and approached Miao Yueying with a fawning expression. "You're too late," Miao Yueying said, spreading her hands. "I only have one service pistol." "No way!" Zhang Chenghui let out a wail of despair and had no choice but to pick up the baton and riot shield from the ground. From time to time, he cast envious glances at the gun in Suhao's hand, deeply regretting why he hadn't asked Miao Yueying to borrow a pistol sooner. Suhao ignored him, picked up a riot shield, and weighed it in his hands. It was a standard police riot shield, commonly found in police stations or security rooms. Made of transparent polycarbonate, it was lightweight yet sturdy, with impact resistance comparable to steel. With this shield, their safety was much better guaranteed. Suhao handed the remaining 2 riot shields to the other 2 and said, "Lu Yuan, your ability isn't suited for combat. Stay further away from the hole so you don't become a target for any escaping imps." Lu Yuan nodded and ran to a spot some distance behind them. Besides the sound of rushing water, there are some strange low growls coming from the hole. However, the sound of digging has temporarily stopped. A low growl? Was that from the gremlin? Suhao instinctively glanced at Miao Yueying. The policewoman was also holding her phone and walking toward the back row, away from the hole. She clearly had no intention of stepping in to help them easily. "Can you use the sound of the pouring water to hear where this tunnel leads?" Suhao asked Lu Yuan. He could faintly hear the water flowing through the cave and could even feel the sound of rushing water beneath his feet. "We need to watch out in case the thing in the hole crawls out from somewhere else to escape." Lu Yuan closed her eyes and listened intently, her finger beginning to trace a path starting from the direction of the pit. The group realized she was indicating the direction in which the water was spreading. They gripped their riot shields tightly and looked toward where her finger pointed. A muffled thud echoed from beneath his feet. Before Suhao could react, a creature resembling a hairless monkey burst out of the ground, covered in mud, and lunged at him with claws bared and teeth gnashing. Startled, he instinctively raised his riot shield to block his front. Bang! The monster slammed into the shield with a pained shriek and was knocked back onto the ground. Suhao also swayed from the violent impact, nearly losing his balance. The small sprite before him stood less than a meter tall, its body covered in ugly, folded skin. Its eyes were as tiny as 2 mung beans, and its limbs resembled those of a wild beast. Shocking remnants of flesh and blood even clung to its jagged, tooth-filled maw, making for a truly horrifying sight. Ah! Lu Yuan, who had been listening intently to the sound of the flowing water, snapped her eyes open. Seeing the monster collapse not far in front of her, she couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. While the monster's appearance was indeed terrifying, this woman's psychological resilience was truly lacking. Chapter 34, The Capture. Setting Lu Yuan aside, since she wasn't a combat-type ability user to begin with, the other 2 young men were also paralyzed by the creature's appearance. Despite clutching batons and riot shields in their hands, they stood frozen in place, failing to step forward and assist Suhao immediately. Suhao hadn't expected these people to help him in the first place. Steadying himself, he swiftly aimed his pre-loaded pistol at the monster before him. With elite-tier firearm mastery, the pistol felt like an extension of his own limb at that moment. This sense of being connected by flesh and blood meant that while he couldn't claim to never miss a shot, he could certainly hit any target within a dozen meters with absolute precision. Almost instantaneously, Su Hao aimed at the small creature's diminutive body and pulled the trigger. A deafening gunshot rang out. The little monster, however, had kicked off the ground a split second before the muzzle was even aimed at it, darting several meters away with astonishing speed and escaping into the depths of the forest. The bullet embedded itself into the ground, sending a spray of dirt flying. "TSK, I missed." Su Hao clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and fired several more shots at the fleeing creature, but as expected, they were all in vain. What a pity! The distance between the muzzle and the target was less than 2 meters, just now an excellent opportunity. He hadn't expected it to escape from such close range. Just as Miao Yueying had said, firearms were hardly effective against such monsters. Their speed was simply too fast and their bodies too small. Trying to hit one at close range was as frustrating as trying to shoot a fly with a bullet. Phew, it escaped. Does that mean the assessment is over? Seeing the imp flee, everyone except Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the scope of the assessment was merely an investigation. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how the few of them could have dealt with a monster that even firearms couldn't touch. I can take care of it. Give me a few minutes. Su Hao tossed aside the riot shield and, without a word, pursued alone into the woods. He hadn't forgotten the main quest. The requirement was for him to personally eradicate the root of the evil, not just conduct a simple investigation. Hey, don't act on your own. Seeing this, Miao Yueying, who was responsible for supervision, hurriedly gave chase. Before leaving, she turned her head to instruct the other three, "You guys wait here." The trio of novices looked at each other, feeling like they were just there for the ride. In the woods. The short, grotesque creature moved with incredible speed, scuttling between the trees on all fours like a wild beast. This kind of speed is at least twice that of an average person, isn't it? It's a good thing I put those 4 attribute points into agility beforehand, otherwise, I probably wouldn't even be able to keep up. Su Hao looked around, searching for the best route to pursue the creature. What are you doing? The assessment is over. You don't need to handle the cleanup. Behind him, Miao Yueying quickly caught up. Her ability speed was 3 times that of an ordinary person, making it effortless to overtake Su Hao, who was moving at double speed. I'm confident I can take care of it. Su Hao casually made up an excuse. If we resolve a supernatural phenomenon during the assessment, wouldn't the evaluation be higher? Is the ability department forbidding us from killing this little sprite? Miao Yueying pondered for a moment. It can be killed. Then that settles it. Su Hao asked tentatively, "Miss Miao, could you do me a favor?" Miao Yueying gave him a sidelong glance. Didn't you say you were confident you could handle it? Su Hao gave a dry laugh. With your help, I'll be much more certain of success. Go ahead. Miao Yueying tacitly agreed to help. Perhaps because she had seen the short video of Su Hao suppressing the mutated ability user, she had a particular trust in his strength. Su Hao whispered a few words to Miao Yueying. After a brief hesitation, she accelerated and sped ahead to intercept the little monster. Sensing someone intended to block its path, the little monster didn't hesitate for a second. It spun around and lunged at Miao Yueying with bared fangs and brandished claws, adopting a life-or-death combat stance that revealed its ruthless nature. Miao Yueying hurriedly changed direction and fled backward. Although she was fast, her strength was no match for the little monster. If it managed to close the distance, she would be doomed. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Su Hao took advantage of the moment the imp lunged at Miao Yueying to fire a predictive shot, the bullet striking one of the creature's forelimbs. Wounded and in pain, the imp decisively abandoned Miao Yueying and continued its flight. However, with a broken leg, its speed was severely compromised, and it didn't get far before Su Hao caught up once again. Su Hao fired another shot, this time piercing the imp's chest. Flesh and blood splattered as the monkey-like little creature collapsed on the spot, motionless. Is it over? Su Hao approached slowly, but suddenly realized the system hadn't notified him of the task's completion. His heart jolted, and he stopped in his tracks to fire a few more rounds. The corpse of the little monster let out a sudden shriek of agony. It began twitching and rolling violently on the ground. It was actually playing dead. If he had leaned in to inspect it just now, he likely would have been ambushed by the creature. Su Hao couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of dread. Although his constitution was on par with the monster and he possessed a lightning element ability, life and death combat is often decided in a split second. If the monster had suddenly lunged at close range and torn into his throat, it would have been a disaster. This monster's vitality is incredibly resilient. It's taken several shots and can still move. A normal person would have been dead long ago. He was considering firing a couple more rounds to finish it off, but when he pulled the trigger, he realized he was out of ammo. The Type 92 pistol has a magazine capacity of 15 rounds. In other words, even with elite-tier firearm proficiency, Su Hao had to fire all 15 shots just to barely inflict heavy damage on the imp. "You succeeded?" Miao Yueying, catching up, saw the fallen sprite and spoke in a voice full of astonishment. Having joined the ability unit 3 months ago and participated in similar missions, she knew exactly how dangerous these sprites were. Normally, it would take a team of at least 3 E-rank ability users to form a perimeter and block off escape routes just to barely manage a kill. Yet Su Hao had accomplished it all by himself. Even though she had provided some support, his strength was clearly not to be overlooked. "Just luck. I took a few blind shots and didn't expect them to actually hit." Su Hao handed the pistol back to Miao Yueying. "The magazine is empty. Do you have any spare ammo?" Miao Yueying took the pistol, pulled a fresh magazine from her belt, and skillfully reloaded it. "It's best if we can capture the imp alive. Keep an eye on it while I find some rope to tie it up. There will be a reward from the organization once we hand it over." "That thing can still survive?" Su Hao glanced at the imp, which was still struggling not far away. He had fired several follow-up shots into the creature. Even if it hadn't died on the spot, it shouldn't have much longer to live. Miao Yueying, however, remarked, "It's just a few holes." The vitality of sprites far exceeds that of ordinary creatures. As long as the head and heart aren't destroyed, they're very hard to kill. Keep an eye on it and don't let it escape. With that, she ran toward the edge of the woods to borrow some rope. Su Hao approached the small sprite, maintaining a safe distance of several meters as he observed it warily. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the sprite's blood was actually a purplish red. Furthermore, the gunshot wounds were contracting automatically, and the bleeding was gradually stopping. Its self-healing capabilities were simply beyond imagination. Chapter 35, Small Talk. Within a few minutes, Miao Yueying returned with a rope and tossed it to Su Hao, signaling for him to tie up the creature. As Su Hao approached with the rope, the little monster bared its teeth fiercely, attempting to intimidate him. He grabbed the creature's claws and bound its limbs together, tying it up securely like one would truss a crab. Carrying the tightly bound little monster, Su Hao and Miao Yueying headed back the way they came. "My God! You actually managed to catch this monster." The trio of onlookers waiting at the scene were struck with disbelief when they saw Su Hao carrying the limp, weakened sprite in his hand. How could there be such a massive gap between people who had joined as ability users at the same time? While they had been unable to help at all, he had managed to deal with the monster independently, and the entire process had taken less than 5 minutes. Miao Yueying waved her hand and said, "The assessment is over. You all head back first and wait for further notice. The police will be here shortly to process the scene. Mr. Su and I need to head to the ability department to turn in the mission." After speaking, she signaled for Su Hao to follow. The two returned to the police car, with Su Hao sitting in the back row to keep the sprite suppressed. Ding! Main quest completed. Task reward, 1 ability point. Wrapping the bound sprite in a cloth bag, he asked, "Where are we going?" "To the ability department branch?" "That's right." Miao Yueying drove away from the park. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to actually catch the sprite." Group leader Xing had originally planned to send someone to deal with this supernatural phenomenon this afternoon, but now that's no longer necessary. Su Hao asked curiously, "Why does the ability department want to catch them alive?" "They have research value." Miao Yueying said, little sprites are actually mutated life forms resulting from genetic mutations. They were originally ordinary animals. The state hasn't yet discovered the cause of their mutation, much like how the reason why ability users can awaken their abilities remains a mystery. Simply put, are these little sprites essentially animals that have awakened abilities? Su Hao thought pensively. From a certain perspective, ability users were also mutated life forms resulting from genetic mutations. Glancing at the hideous-faced sprite, Su Hao said with disgust, by the way, what exactly was this thing originally? It's truly eyesore. Miao Yueying responded in a joking tone, maybe a stray cat or dog? Animals are much more unpredictable than humans. When they mutate, it's normal for their appearance to change drastically. On our last mission, we even encountered a monster that looked like an alien facehugger. Su Hao smiled as well. For real? If something like that actually exists, I'd love to see it for myself. You'll have the chance to encounter it in the future. Miao Yueying lowered her voice. I overheard group leader Xing complaining privately yesterday that the ability group's workload is likely to increase. I didn't expect so many ability users to suddenly pop up first thing this morning. You have to realize, normally we don't necessarily see a single newcomer join in an entire year. Oh? Did something happen? Su Hao feigned ignorance. I'm not sure either. The higher-ups haven't released any information. Miao Yueying shook her head. However, I suspect it has something to do with that meteor shower yesterday. That shower felt far too much like a large-scale supernatural phenomenon, don't you think? It did, a bit. Su Hao nodded. A massive meteor shower covering the entire country is strange no matter how you look at it. It wasn't just the country. Miao Yueying corrected him, that meteor shower was actually global. No way, right? Su Hao was startled. Previously, he had only seen TV reports about major domestic cities being hit by meteorites and hadn't paid much attention to international news. A meteor shower covering the entire globe, holy crap, just thinking about it felt eerie. This was no longer something that could be explained as a simple astronomical phenomenon. He would even believe it if someone said an alien civilization was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Miao Yueying asked, according to your records, a meteorite hit the roof of your building yesterday, right? Did you go to check out the crater? That did happen. Su Hao replied, looking out the window with a slightly guilty conscience. Watching? Didn't they say on TV that there's radiation? I didn't go. The meteorite hadn't just hit the roof of his building, it had missed his head by a hair's breadth. As for checking out the crater? The meteorite had already been devoured clean by his system. What was there left to see? I heard from Leader Xing that the meteorite's radioactivity is actually beneficial to ability users. According to high-level research, it's said to slightly enhance one's ability? Miao Yueying glanced at Su Hao in the rearview mirror. It seems your residential area was the only place in the entire city where a meteorite landed. Once I'm off work, I'm planning to visit your neighborhood to see the crater. You're coming to our neighborhood? You're welcome to. Su Hao had long known that the meteorites were actually ability essence crystals, but to avoid exposure, he had to feign surprise. Still, it's incredible that a meteorite crater can enhance abilities. Did the higher-ups actually manage to capture the fallen meteorite? I'm not sure about that, but with the country's vast resources, capturing a meteorite shouldn't be a problem, right? After moving on from that topic, the atmosphere in the car grew somewhat quiet. The tightly bound little monster kept letting out low growls. Su Hao simply stuffed a section of the rope into the creature's mouth to gag it. To his disgust, a reddish, foul-smelling saliva began to leak from the corners of its mouth, filling the air with a stench. Su Hao asked, can we put this thing in the trunk? Of course not. Miao Yueying glanced at the rearview mirror. What if it breaks free from the ropes? Just bear with it a little longer, we'll be at the bureau soon. Helpless, Su Hao could only pull a burlap sack over the little monster's head and roll down the windows on both sides to let the air circulate. Looking at the blood-streaked saliva on the car seat, he couldn't help but recall the lost child he had sent to the police station a few days ago. The person who was dragged into the hole, was he really eaten by it? Yes. Niao Yueying's expression turned slightly solemn. When most little monsters get hungry, they are actually no different from wild carnivores. They become extremely aggressive. And in a metropolis, humans are undoubtedly the most abundant prey. Then, how do we explain it to the victim's family? Su Hao remained silent for a moment. The young boy's missing father was destined never to return. The cleanup is the responsibility of the local public security bureau. Usually, they announce it as a disappearance or a homicide, and the government provides appropriate compensation to the victim's family. As the conversation continued, the atmosphere grew inexplicably heavy. Let's not talk about that for now. Su Hao patted the sack containing the little sprite and asked, "What's the reward for turning this thing in?" 20 points, and a third-class merit to go with it. Niao Yueying explained, the ability department has a point contribution system. Points can be used for promotions and transfers, or they can be exchanged for special perks, for instance, extra paid leave. Oh? You can do that? 1 point can be exchanged for 1 day of leave. Niao Yueying smiled and said, "It's really enviable. You haven't even been in the ability department for a full day yet, and you've already secured 20 days of paid leave. Usually, for tasks like capturing minor spirits, those 20 points would have to be split among 3 or 4 people." Chapter 36, Ji Changmin. During their casual conversation, the car arrived at a semi-restricted special police bureau located in the suburbs. The two got out of the vehicle. Su Hao, carrying the sack, followed Niao Yueying into the main hall and down a corridor to a holding area. It was a cramped space of less than 10 square meters, partitioned off by dense iron bars. At Niao Yueying's signal, Su Hao tossed the little sprite inside and locked the cell. The research institute will send someone to transport this thing away by tomorrow at the latest. Come with me first to register your contribution points. With that, Niao Yueying led him toward the other end of the building. Su Hao glanced at his phone. It was 3 in the afternoon. He hadn't eaten a thing since the morning's ordeal began. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering just how much longer the induction process for the ability department would take. A man in a yellow shirt approached them from the opposite end of the corridor and greeted them. "Yo, Yueying's back. Is this the newcomer next to you?" Niao Yueying smiled and said, "Yes, this is the martial arts master everyone's been talking about on the internet today." Facing the girl's good-natured teasing, Su Hao shrugged and introduced himself to the man in the yellow shirt. "I'm Su Hao. I just joined the ability department today. I look forward to learning from you, senior." The man in the yellow shirt was burly, standing half a head taller than the 6-foot-tall Su Hao. He had a rugged, tough guy look and appeared to be in his early 30s. "So you're the legend everyone's talking about online. Impressive." The man in the yellow shirt smiled back and patted Su Hao on the shoulder. "My name is Ji Chungjun. We're colleagues now. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Chengjun." "Sure, will do." Su Hao didn't mind. The man in the yellow shirt was nearly 10 years older than him, so calling him brother didn't feel like being taken advantage of. Niao Yueying joked, "Su Hao, this is a veteran of our group. Besides having physical fitness twice that of an ordinary person, he possesses a special type ability that can incapacitate biological beings. Although it only lasts for a brief 10 seconds, everyone in the group calls him Ji Wu." "Hey, Yueying, what are you saying? Don't ruin my towering image in front of the newcomer." Ji Changmin hurriedly interrupted. The two of them seemed to have a very harmonious relationship. Su Hao asked curiously, "Biological incapacitation? What does that mean?" "Oh, literally speaking, as long as I come into contact with a living being, I can make them go completely weak." Ji Changmin pointed to his hand resting on Su Hao's shoulder. "I'm not much of a scholar, so explaining the principles is a bit of a hassle. Little brother, do you mind if I give you a demonstration?" Are there any side effects?" "Don't worry, absolutely none." "Then go ahead and demonstrate." Su Hao was actually quite curious about special abilities. Since there were no side effects, he felt there was no harm in experiencing it for himself. Ji Changmin applied a slight pressure with the hand resting on his shoulder. A numbing sensation, akin to an electric current, rapidly spread from his shoulder. Su Hao instantly froze in place, unable to even blink. The sensation was difficult to describe, a mixture of numbness and discomfort, much like the jolt of hitting one's funny bone. His entire body was so numb he couldn't move, and it even felt as though his blood flow had slowed to a crawl. After the brief contact, Ji Changmin quickly lifted his hand. It took several seconds before Su Hao's body gradually regained sensation. How was it? Impressive, right? Ji Changmin said with a smile. It truly is a terrifying ability. Su Hao nodded in agreement. That feeling of total paralysis just now was as if the brain had completely lost control over the body. In a close-quarters fight, this ability could definitely decide the outcome in an instant. This incapacitating power was arguably on par with his own lightning element ability. If he had possessed such a specialized ability back then, he might have been able to subdue that mutated ability user in a single move. You're quite impressive yourself, young man. Usually, when an ordinary person is touched by my ability, it takes at least 10 seconds before they can even speak. I didn't expect you to return to normal in just 3 or 4. Seeing Su Hao recover so quickly, Ji Changmin looked surprised. He turned to ask Miao Yueying, shouting, how many seconds did it take you to recover back then? Was it 7 or 8? What's the point of asking that? Miao Yueying rolled her eyes, ruthlessly exposing his shortcomings. Su Hao, his ability isn't actually that impressive. Not only does it require physical contact, but the stronger the individual, the shorter the duration of the neutralization. Furthermore, organisms gradually develop a resistance to his ability, and by the 3rd time, it becomes completely ineffective. Oh? It has that many flaws? Su Hao was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Ji Qingmin's special type ability to have such significant limitations. Young man, what is your ability? Su Hao replied, my ability is just a common type. My physical fitness across the board is simply twice that of an average person. You're being too modest. Miao Yueying said, I feel your ability is more than just a common type. Your records don't show any prior training, yet your skills are comparable to those of a rigorously trained special forces soldier. You even managed to hit a lesser sprite the first time you held a gun. Other common type ability users can't do that. Ji Changmin was surprised. You shot a lesser sprite? What on earth were you two up to? Old Ji, looks like we've got nothing left to do this afternoon. Miao Yueying spread her hands and said, Group Leader Xing told me to take this batch of newcomers to investigate Qingfeng Park as an assessment project. I never expected this young man to just go ahead and capture the sprite directly, and yes, he did it single-handedly. Su Hao said calmly, not at all, it was all thanks to Ms. Miao's assistance. Ji Changmin was too stunned for words. He patted Su Hao on the shoulder and offered a few more words of praise, saying the young man's potential was limitless. How many ability users are there in our city in total? Su Hao asked. 9. Miao Yueying said, if we count you newcomers, there are 13 now. That's really few. Do the others all work in this building? Su Hao was slightly surprised. With only 9 ability users on the official staff of a major city, it was conceivable that the entire National Ability Group's roster might not have exceeded 200 in the past. The Ability Group has flexible working hours. We only convene when there's a mission. Normally, besides the administrative staff, there are only a few ability users on duty stationed in the building. Miao Yueying added, actually, our city's numbers aren't that low. The neighboring city only has 6 people. The Ability Group has been expanding recruitment lately. I heard the higher-ups want to establish a staff of at least 100 people per city. I really don't know where they're going to find so many ability users. 100-person staff, an expansion of more than tenfold? Su Hao understood the situation clearly. The wave of abilities had arrived, and from now on, ability users would spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain, becoming more and more numerous. He just wondered where the state had obtained its information. Had they already deduced that the meteor shower was the root of it all? After chatting for a while, Miao Yueying took Su Hao to register his merit point file, while Ji Changmin left first to attend to other matters. The file information was then entered into the computer. With this, he officially became a civil servant within the formal national establishment. Chapter 37, Visiting the Meteorite Crater. The ranks within the ability group are divided into 9 levels. Suhao is currently a level 1 member, the lowest tier, while his public identity is that of a second-class superintendent, a civil servant position at the deputy section chief level. Starting a job with an official rank already secured wasn't bad at all. Looking at the points displayed on the computer screen, Suhao asked, how many points are required to be promoted to a level 2 member? According to the rule of 1 rank promotion per level, a level 2 member is equivalent to a police superintendent first class, which corresponds to a section level official within the regular establishment. 50 points. A level 3 member requires 100 points, and level 4 requires 300. Miao Yueying said with a look of helplessness, the ability department doesn't usually have many missions. It took me 3 months just to save up 30 points. At this rate, I'm afraid it might take another year or even longer just to reach level 3. That's not necessarily true. Suhao smiled and said, haven't they said that supernatural phenomena will become more and more frequent? Who knows, you might even make it to level 3 by next month. Miao Yueying burst into laughter. Spare me, please. Wouldn't having too many missions just work someone to death? That's true. Suhao also let out a couple of chuckles. This policewoman named Miao Yueying appeared gentle and refined, but her personality was actually quite easygoing and blunt. This wasn't a flaw, if anything, it made her very easy to get along with. Having a colleague like her was actually quite nice. After finishing the filing process, the two of them went to the warehouse to collect their standard issue equipment. A standard issue police type 92 pistol, a satellite phone, and a National Secret Service ID. The perks of the ability group are indeed substantial. Level 1 members are authorized to carry firearms. Suhao even skipped the month-long training typically required, though he still had to memorize the rules and regulations, otherwise, he'd be liable for disciplinary action if anything went wrong. Miao Yueying sent Suhao a copy of the regulations and related information via an electronic document. Scanning the long list of rules and regulations, Suhao felt a massive headache coming on. Memorizing all of this wouldn't be easy. Perhaps he should just upgrade his spirit? It would be the perfect chance to see if that attribute was linked to intelligence. Miao Yueying glanced at a message on her phone. Normally, you're supposed to meet with group leader Xing after passing the assessment, but it looks like he's tied up with something else right now. Let's head out for now. Suhao breathed a sigh of relief. The matters regarding the ability group were finally settled. Miao Yueying blinked and said, let's go, we're heading to your residential area. Huh? Oh. Only then did Suhao remember that Miao Yueying had mentioned earlier she wanted to check out the meteorite crater. Before we go home, let's grab a meal first. My treat. He hadn't had a chance to eat since this morning, and he was absolutely famished. Then I won't stand on ceremony? Miao Yueying smiled and said, there's a decent rice bowl restaurant nearby. I'll take you there. The two finished their meal at the restaurant and took a taxi back to Suhao's residential complex. The gate to the rooftop of the building was open, but a no-entry sign stood before it. Suhao crossed the cordon and noticed 2 police officers guarding the area near the meteorite crater, with some strange noises coming from inside the pit. One of the officers shooed them away, saying, what are you doing here? Didn't you see the sign outside? Get out of here, now. Miao Yueying skillfully produced her ability department credentials. We are from the National Special Service Department, here to inspect the meteorite crater. The 2 police officers glanced at the IDs and let Suhao and her inside. One of them muttered under his breath, which special service department is this? Why are people coming every day? This is already the 4th group. It appeared that other members of the ability department had visited besides the 2 of them. This crater is so small. If I hadn't known in advance, it would be hard to believe this was caused by a meteorite. Miao Yueying leaned over the meter-wide crater and peered inside. Eh? Why is there someone down there? Is it a resident of this building? Suhao said, I remember this house was unoccupied. He also leaned over the crater and poked his head in to look. He discovered several staff members in hazmat suits digging up the floor inside the house. It looked as though they intended to excavate the entire meteorite crater. TSK, digging 3 feet deep. They aren't even letting the leftover ash from the ability essence crystals go. So it's people from the research institute. Miao Yueying recognized the staff's attire and pointed to the Big Dipper logo on the back of the hazmat suits as she introduced them to Su Hao. This is the emblem of the North Tech Research Institute. Many of the supernatural items obtained by our ability team are handled by them, aside from those handed over to the Kyoto Research Institute. For instance, the little sprite you caught today will also be sent to the Institute's headquarters. I see. Su Hao joked, it's a good thing we arrived early, otherwise, there wouldn't even be a meteorite crater left to see. The Research Institute has always been known for acting swiftly. Miao Yueying smiled as well. She circled the crater once more, her expression gradually shifting into one of confusion. People from the ability teams in other cities said they felt a warmth all over their bodies in front of the crater, and their abilities were slightly enhanced, but why don't I feel anything special? Could it be because we arrived too late? Su Hao, do you feel anything? No. Su Hao spoke the truth. A sudden thought occurred to him. Could it be because he had taken the ability essence crystal before it had dissipated that Miao Yueying couldn't feel the phenomenon of ability enhancement? He felt truly sorry. Having found the answer in his mind, Su Hao kept a straight face. Since it's not having any effect, shall we head back first? Do you want to come over to my place for a bit? Huh? So enthusiastic, you're not trying to hit on me, are you? Miao Yueying looked at Su Hao in surprise and gave him a playful wink. Little brother, as nice as you are, big sister isn't planning on dating anyone just yet. I was just being polite. Su Hao shrugged helplessly. Whatever makes you happy. Miao Yueying said huffily, hey. Being that blunt is really hurtful, you know. Alright, my bad. The two chatted for a while longer. In the end, Miao Yueying went to Su Hao's house to familiarize herself with the location and left her contact information. After reminding him to keep his satellite phone on him at all times, she took her leave. After seeing Miao Yueying off, Su Hao sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. The ability group, huh? Not bad at all. Aside from mission hours, the rest of the time is free, and you can even exchange points for vacation days. For someone like me with a system, it's practically an ideal, perfect job. Su Hao speculated that the ability group's field missions would likely become part of the system's tasks, much like today's main assessment quest. Main quest. Generally speaking, the main quests in a game are designed to guide the core storyline. However, with this system of his, aside from the first main quest that guided him to reach level 5 on the eve of the meteor shower, all subsequent main storylines have been triggered by himself. Now, the main quest has cut off again. This system seems a bit unreliable, doesn't it? Ding! Main quest released, ability group promotion. Task requirement, promote to a level 3 member within 1 month. Task reward, all attributes increased by 2 points. Chapter 38, Willow when pays a visit. Speak of the devil. Su Hao frowned slightly as he heard the notification in his ear. Promote to level 3 within a month? That means I need to earn 150 points. This main quest seems quite difficult. Miao Yueying had been in the ability group for 3 months and still hadn't reached level 2 status. Granted, since the ability wave began, earning points had become much easier than before, but reaching level 3 within a single month was still an incredibly tight deadline. 150 points meant he would have to capture nearly 8 imps single-handedly. Setting aside whether he could even manage the captures, where would he find that many imps in just 1 month? He'd be lucky to encounter 1 or 2 more. As for other field assignments, those were entirely down to luck, leaving him with no clear path to work toward. What a pain! Su Hao opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. While it was great that the system tasks didn't have an explicit punishment mechanism, no complete or be eliminated scenarios, this main quest was far too arbitrary. The total lack of any predictable pattern was truly a headache. Could it be that the system intentionally wanted him to hold a high-ranking position within the ability department? Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Is that girlie back from school already? Suhao walked to the foyer to open the door, only to find a figure standing outside who was both familiar and yet strangely distant. Willow-1? What are you doing at my house? That's right, the person standing outside the door was none other than the receptionist from his previous company. Are you okay? I heard this morning that a lot happened in your neighborhood last night. I tried calling you at noon, but no one answered, so I took the liberty of coming to check on you. Willow-1 lowered her head timidly, a fruit basket clutched in her hands. I'm fine, of course. I was just out running some errands at noon and had my phone on silent. He was busy hunting little spirits in Qingfeng Park at noon, and with his phone set to Do Not Disturb mode, it was only natural that he missed the call. It's good to know you're okay. Willow-1 placed a small hand over her chest and let out a sigh of relief. I saw Manager Lu being taken away by the police today, and I thought something had happened to you. Come inside first, then we can talk. Suhao naturally wouldn't turn her away at the door, so he invited her into the living room to sit down. The two sat on the sofa as Suhao opened the refrigerator, grabbed a drink, and handed it over. Thanks for the heads up on your phone yesterday. It was nothing. Willow-1 gave a secret smile, then asked worriedly, what exactly happened yesterday? Did those people cause trouble for you? Yeah, you could say that. Suhao said calmly, those guys came over in the middle of the night and disturbed my sleep, so I had no choice but to give them all a good thrashing and call the police to take them to the station. You beat up the people Manager Lu sent? Willow-1 blinked in disbelief. For real? That's incredible. How many of them were there? 9. Suhao shrugged. Actually, I've practiced combat techniques before. Taking down a bunch of punks like them was child's play. I'm just glad you're okay. Willow-1 was skeptical of Suhao's words after all. During her year or so at the company, she had never heard anything about him practicing Sanda. To be honest, the two of them didn't interact much on a regular basis, usually just exchanging greetings after work. Suhao had only learned of Willow-1's feelings for him through office gossip. Had it not been for Manager Lu targeting him over the past few months, he might not have even believed it. Is there anything else? Well. Willow-1 took a shy sip of her drink, her eyes darting around as if she were wrestling with something internally. Finally, gathering her courage, she raised her slender hand and said, actually, there's something I want to tell you. Could you hold my hand first? A handshake? What for? Suhao was stunned for a moment. Wait, she isn't about to confess, is she? Man, I haven't even prepared myself mentally. His heart skipped a beat. Before he could even speak, Willow-1's delicate hand had already rested upon the back of his. Warm, soft, icy. Wait? Icy? Why are your hands so cold? Suhao looked surprised and grabbed her delicate hand, only to find that Willow-1 was as cold as a lifeless object without any body temperature. I don't know what's going on either. My colleagues mentioned my hands were freezing when I got off work today, and that's when I noticed it. Willow-1 set down her drink can and said uneasily, I clearly don't feel anything wrong with my body, but for some reason, I just don't have any body heat. Plus, everything I touch turns ice cold. Do you think I should go to the hospital and get checked out? Suhao noticed that a layer of frost had condensed on the drink can she had just put down, emitting a white, frigid mist even colder than when it was first taken out of the refrigerator. A strange sensation of icy coldness throughout the body, with the ability to freeze anything she touched. Could this girl have awakened an ability? Willow-1, could you play a little game with me? With a solemn expression, Suhao grasped Willow-1's petite hand and said, close your eyes, try to focus all your attention on this hand, and exert force throughout your body. Okay. With her hand held in Suhao's grasp, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Willow-1's cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes in a slight panic. Sure enough, the temperature of her palm grew increasingly cold, plummeting from a chilly 10 degrees or so all the way down to the freezing point. Even her once delicate and soft skin became as hard and smooth as ice. Suhao felt as if he were clutching a block of ice fresh from a cryo chamber. The biting cold seeped into his hand, making his very bones ache, and the temperature was still steadily dropping. It really is an ability. Is it the ice element? Or perhaps some kind of special type ability? After a few seconds, even with Suhao's constitution, he couldn't withstand the low temperature. He let go of Willow Wen and rubbed his bright red palms to get the blood flowing again. Had it been an ordinary person, their entire hand might have frozen solid. Don't worry, your low body temperature isn't caused by any illness. Suhao paused, unsure of how to explain the concept of abilities to Willow Wen. Do you believe in supernatural phenomena? Why do you ask? Willow Wen was taken aback, not knowing why Suhao had suddenly brought up such a topic. She replied vaguely, well, I'm a bit of a skeptic, I guess. I can't really say if I believe in them or not. Her perspective was actually representative of most people's attitude towards supernatural phenomena. Even if they claim not to believe in them, it's impossible for them not to care at all in their hearts. If I told you that your current state is a type of supernatural phenomenon, would you believe me? Suhao smiled. Since he knew Willow Wen wasn't a staunch materialist, things would be much easier to explain. What are you talking about? Willow Wen's mouth parted slightly as she looked at Suhao with a bewildered expression, failing to understand the meaning behind his words for a moment. See for yourself. Suhao poured a drop of liquid from the drink can onto the back of Willow Wen's hand. The low temperature on the back of her hand hadn't fully dissipated yet. Under their gaze, that drop of liquid actually flash froze into ice. Chapter 39, Did she awaken an ability? No way. It actually froze? How is that possible? Are my hands really that cold? Willow Wen's eyes widened as she stared in disbelief at the bead of ice on the back of her hand. She couldn't feel any temperature change herself, let alone realize that her hands had just dropped below the freezing point. I suspect you might have awakened an ice-type ability. Of course, the possibility of it being a special type hasn't been ruled out. Suhao spoke with an air of expertise. Back when he awakened, or rather, when he upgraded his lightning element ability, it felt like an electric current was coursing through his entire body. His skin was scorched black by the electricity, and he practically shed a whole layer of skin. Willow Wen's current situation was highly likely a certain phenomenon caused by the awakening of an elemental type ability. It makes sense for a lightning element user to be surging with electricity, so it shouldn't be any different for an ice element user to be freezing cold, right? Suhao, you're not just messing with me, are you? Where did you buy these magic props? Willow Wen naturally couldn't believe the existence of abilities so easily. She blinked her eyes, assuming Suhao was just performing a magic trick. Since when did I ever know how to do magic? Suhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really wanted to manifest his lightning element control with a wave of his hand, but considering that elemental abilities should be kept as a trump card, he suppressed the urge to show off. If you don't believe me, look, go to the kitchen and get some water yourself. Try closing your eyes again the way I just told you and see if the water freezes. Willow Wen walked to the kitchen with a look of skepticism. She caught a handful of water from the tap in her palm, closed her eyes, and focused her mind. A moment later, the handful of water gradually began to freeze. Within a few seconds, it transformed from the bottom up into a solid block of ice. When Willow Wen opened her eyes and saw this, she was absolutely stunned. It actually froze? She stared at the ice in her hand with wide eyes, her face a mask of disbelief. She tossed the ice back into the pool and scooped up another handful of water as expected. It didn't take long for this handful to turn into a solid block of ice as well. Well, do you still think it's a magic trick? Suhao smiled and said, if anyone's performing magic here, it's you. But, where did I get an ability from? This is just too sudden. Willow Wen was at a loss, her mind in a complete muddle. She felt as though her long-held worldview had been hit by a devastating shock. It's a long story. Let's put it this way, there is a very small group of people in this world who suddenly awaken special abilities. For example, some possess immense strength, others can control ice, fire, wind, or lightning, and some can even turn invisible or have X-ray vision just like in the movies. The government refers to these people as ability users. Suhao spoke eloquently while Willow Wen listened quietly, blinking in surprise. The government? She asked doubtfully. Yes, the government has an organization specifically responsible for managing this area. But... Suhao, how do you know all this? Suhao smiled faintly. Actually, I'm an ability user too. He casually took a pot from the wall rack and placed it upside down on the cutting board. With a sudden punch, a loud bang echoed as the hard pot was dented into a deep crater, its edges riddled with cracks and signs of shattering. This was an iron wok used for cooking. A normal person would need several strikes with a hammer to barely break it, yet Suhao had used nothing but his fist. Compared to this, the brick-breaking feats of taekwondo or karate seemed like mere child's play. Willow Wen was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes darted between the broken pot and Suhao's unscathed fist. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Suhao shrugged. Of course, I'm different from you. I've only had some improvements in physical fitness, which is far inferior to the ability you awakened. Naturally, he wouldn't expose his lightning element ability so casually. Willow Wen shook her head hurriedly. What are you saying? I think you're amazing. You can actually smash an iron pot with one punch. In comparison, my body temperature is just a bit lower, and I can't do anything at all. Suhao couldn't help but laugh. Your ability has only just awakened, so of course you can't see much yet. But once you've completely mastered this power, it will be incredibly formidable. It's much stronger than ordinary type abilities. Is that for real? Willow Wen blinked, her face lighting up with a hint of excitement. I suspect you might have awakened an ice element ability. Even if it's not, it's at least a special type ability related to temperature, Suhao explained. Suhao continued with an example. Right now, you can only freeze water into ice cubes. But if you become more proficient in the future and lower the temperature even further, wouldn't you be able to freeze a person into an ice block instantly? Is it really that powerful? Willow Wen stared blankly at her own hands. Suhao pondered for a moment. Since we know you've awakened an ability, there's something I have to ask. Have you considered joining a national organization? A national organization? Yes, the organization is called the Ability Unit. Willow Wen asked curiously, are you part of this organization too? Suhao nodded, not hiding it from her. That's right, I only joined recently. How recent was recently? Actually, it was just this morning. Great, I want to join too. Willow Wen giggled. How could Suhao not see through her little scheme? She simply wanted to work together with him. Speaking of which, this girl's level of affection for him was inexplicably high. Suhao didn't consider himself exceptionally handsome at most, he was just a little bit good-looking and he hadn't had much interaction with Willow Wen in the past. Why on earth would this girl take a liking to him? He was completely bewildered. The ability group isn't as simple as you think. You should learn more about it before making a decision. Don't worry, since we know each other, I won't say a word about your ability if you decide not to join. Out of goodwill, he recounted everything he knew about the ability group to Willow Wen. From the process of capturing the little sprite at noon, it was clear that the ability group was by no means a place where just anyone would be willing to enter. An organization like this might offer decent benefits, but the risks involved were equally high. Facing entirely unknown and terrifying supernatural phenomena, it might be even more dangerous than being a common soldier during wartime, especially with the recent turmoil of the ability wave. Suhao said with earnest concern, the work in the ability department is too dangerous. You should really give it more thought. After hearing Suhao's description, Willow Wen's face showed a hint of trepidation. After all, she was just a young girl from an ordinary family. How much courage could she have? Hearing that she might have to fight for her life against monsters naturally made her want to back out. Then, Suhao, why did you join an organization like that? Aren't you afraid of monsters? Willow Wen asked curiously. Me? Suhao gave a helpless smile. I've lost my job, and now a prestigious government position is right in front of me. What reason do I have to turn it down? Besides, my ability provides a comprehensive boost to all physical attributes. If nothing else, I can at least protect myself. Chapter 40, Agreement. I'm sorry. Willow-Wen lowered her head slightly. After all, it was because of her that Su-hao had lost his job in the first place. Su-hao said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. I've been sick of Manager Liu for a long time anyway. I even gave that grandson a beating before I left, so I'm coming out ahead." Willow-Wen couldn't help but burst into a giggle, covering her mouth, her profile looking quite adorable. "It's decided. I want to join that national organization. Even if there's danger, you're in it too, aren't you, Su-hao? We can look out for each other." Su-hao was slightly surprised. "Are you sure? The monsters the ability department has to deal with are no less terrifying than those in horror movies. As a girl, are you really not afraid?" "Of course I'll be afraid." Willow-Wen brushed back the stray hairs from her forehead and smiled faintly. "But I don't want to be a receptionist forever. Like you said, with such a great government position right in front of me, what reason is there not to take it?" She only had a junior college degree. To be honest, in an era where postgraduates are everywhere and undergraduates are treated like dirt, those with low academic qualifications have very little room for growth in society. Joining the national establishment might be a life-changing opportunity. "All right then." Su-hao nodded and stopped trying to persuade Willow-Wen otherwise. The ability she awakened wasn't weak even if it wasn't an elemental type, it should be a powerful special type ability. After joining the ability group, her initial rating definitely wouldn't be low. It was even possible her official rank would end up being much higher than his. He pulled out his phone and dialed a series of numbers. "Hey, Miao Yueying, are you home yet?" The sound of splashing water came from the other end of the line, followed by a lazy voice. "I've been home for a while, just taking a shower." "What's up?" "A friend of mine just awakened an ability." "Is our ability team still recruiting?" "Oh, that. Wait. Did you say someone awakened an ability?" A surprised shout erupted from the other end of the phone. Su-hao rubbed his ears and said helplessly, "Why are you shouting so loud?" "Nonsense. Ability users aren't exactly a dime a dozen. Of course I'm surprised that another one suddenly popped up." "What's his ability?" "I'm not entirely sure. She's freezing cold, as if she has no body temperature at all, and she can lower the temperature of anything she touches to below zero. I suspect it's an ice element ability, though I can't rule out the possibility of it being a special type ability." Su-hao glanced at Willow-Wen beside him and gave Miao Yueying a general description of her symptoms. "An elemental or special type ability user?" Miao Yueying's voice carried a hint of excitement. "Hold on a second, I'll report this to group leader Xing right away and call you back in a bit. Oh, by the way, congratulations. Discovering a new ability user comes with a massive point reward, and there are even extra points for recruiting them into the organization." "You can get points for this too?" Su-hao was pleasantly surprised. Shaking his head, he asked, "Let's put that aside for now. Based on the abilities she's shown so far, is she an elemental type?" "I'm not sure about that either." Miao Yueying replied, "There aren't many historical records regarding elemental ability users to begin with, and low-level ability users like us don't have access to all the archives. Plus, awakened abilities are so strange and varied that they're hard to distinguish. As for the specifics of her ability, we'll have to wait for group leader Xing to take a look." Su-hao said thoughtfully, "Oh, all right then." The person on the other end hung up the phone. Su-hao turned to Willow-Wen and said, "I've already informed them. I'll probably need to take you to the bureau later to meet team leader Xing and test your ability type while we're at it." Willow-Wen asked diffidently, "Will they really accept me?" "The ability team is currently expanding its recruitment, so they'll definitely take you in." Su-hao smiled and said, "Your ability is likely an elemental or special type, which is much stronger than my common type. Once we join the ability department, your rank might even be higher than mine." Willow-Wen asked curiously, "Are abilities categorized into different types?" "Yes, there are 3 main categories of abilities." Since they had time to kill, Su-hao took the opportunity to explain all the basic information he had heard today to Willow-Wen. The ditzy girl listened in a daze, and it was hard to say how much she actually retained. Regardless, Suhao only had a superficial understanding himself, and the information wasn't particularly comprehensive, so getting the general gist of it was enough for her. Before long, the phone rang. "Hello?" Miao Yueying laughed and said, "Group leader Xing was very happy to hear the news. He wants you to bring the person to the bureau. You know the way, right? I just finished showering, so I won't be joining you. You've really hit the jackpot with all this good luck today. Remember to treat me to dinner tomorrow." He. "Alright, no problem. I'll treat you to a feast tomorrow." Suhao smiled, hung up the phone, and said to Willow 1, "Let's go. We're heading to the ability group." He tossed the soda can into a trash bin several meters away, stood up, and led Miao Yueying toward the door. Just as they stepped out, they happened to run into Yi, who was returning home after her evening self-study session. "Oh? Are you going out, Suhao?" With her backpack on, Yi tilted her head curiously to look at Miao Yueying behind Suhao, her small brow furrowing slightly. "And who is this?" "This is my colleague, Willow 1. Suhao casually rubbed Yi's head and introduced her with a smile. "This little girl is my neighbor's daughter. I usually just call her Yi." "What an adorable little girl." Willow 1's eyes lit up as she leaned in, wanting to pinch Yi's baby fat cheeks. With a gentle smile, she asked, "Little sister, how old are you this year? Come over here to big sister." Yi, however, was not amused. She dodged Willow 1's hand and snapped, "Don't call me little sister. You're not that much older than me." Left out in the cold, Willow 1 looked embarrassed and awkwardly withdrew her outstretched hand. "Ha ha." Suhao couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't let her height fool you. She looks like an elementary schooler, but she's actually almost a senior in high school. Her biggest pet peeve is people treating her like a child." He pouted coquettishly, "Suhao, believe it or not, I'll bite you." "I was just joking." Suhao smiled and said, "I still have some work-related matters to handle with this lady. Why don't you head home and do your homework first?" "Suhao, didn't you already quit your job?" He was puzzled. She had heard some rumors about Suhao's resignation. "I found a new job, and it's a formal government position." Pretty impressive, right?" Suhao flashed a smug, gloating smile. "A government position?" He pulled out her pink phone to check the date and said in surprise, "Wait, today isn't April Fool's Day, is it?" Suhao's expression darkened. "What's that supposed to mean? You don't think I can land a government-subsidized job?" He dodged backward. Of course not. I was just joking. Brother Suhao is so talented, I wouldn't be surprised at all if you found a great job with a national establishment. Really, not surprised one bit. Hey, you little brat. Suhao grabbed Yi and tickled her underarms, making the girl laugh until she was out of breath, letting her go only after a bit of playful punishment. He asked curiously, "What kind of job is it? A civil service position?" "More or less, and the position isn't bad either." Suhao nodded, but since he couldn't reveal too much information about the ability department, he didn't say much else. Before leaving, he looked at Yi, hesitated for a moment, and said, "If anything unusual happens over the next few days, remember to tell me right away." "Anything unusual?" Yi tilted her head in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant, but then agreed, "I've got it." With that, she used her key to open the door and went home. Suhao had his own reasons for giving Yi those instructions. Yesterday, he, Yi, and Autumn Chill were the closest to the meteorite. It had practically brushed past them. As far as he knew, the meteor shower composed of ability essence crystals was the very source that triggered the ability wave. Therefore, logically speaking, Yi and Autumn Chill, having been in such close proximity to the meteorite, stood a high chance of awakening an ability. It was something worth keeping an eye on. Chapter 41, Elemental Crystals? After watching Yi head home obediently, Suhao and his companion took the elevator downstairs. They hailed a taxi outside the residential complex and headed toward the suburban location where the ability unit branch was situated. It was about a half-hour drive. The Special Police Bureau, where the ability group was located, was a semi-restricted area where no one except permit holders was allowed to approach. The taxi dropped Su Hao and his companion off about half a mile away, leaving them to walk the remaining short distance on their own. After paying the fare, Su Hao clicked his tongue and said, "It looks like I need to buy a car as soon as possible. Otherwise, every time I come to the bureau, the round-trip fare alone will be a huge expense. I wonder if the bureau offers public reimbursement." He had obtained his driver's license back in university, but he had always been too poor to afford a car. Now that he was no longer short on cash, putting the purchase of a necessary transportation tool on his agenda was a natural next step. What kind of car should I buy? A Mercedes? A BMW? It seems I can't afford either of those yet. He currently only had the 110,000 in his account that Yang Hangwu had transferred to him. It wasn't a huge sum, but it wasn't pocket change either. However, it certainly wasn't enough to buy a decent car. He needed to think of other ways to make some quick cash. Su Hao led Willow Wen toward the ability department while pondering ways to make money. Following behind, Willow Wen looked uneasy, her fair hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her shirt, which was even beginning to show faint signs of frosting. "Relax, there's nothing to be nervous about." Noticing her distress, Su Hao smiled and said, "That place isn't actually anything special. It's just a group of ordinary people with some unique abilities no different from you or me." Hearing this, Willow Wen nodded slightly and quickened her pace to walk side by side with Su Hao. She asked curiously, "Su Hao, how did you join the ability group?" "Well, that story starts yesterday." Su Hao rubbed his nose, opened a short video app on his phone, and handed it over. "Yesterday, I helped the police catch a mutated strength ability user, and then the people from the ability group reached out to me. See for yourself." The app was playing the blurry footage of his battle with the mutated ability user. This short video had only 100,000 shares this morning, but after just one day, it had skyrocketed to over 1 million. It was incredibly viral. The authorities hadn't intervened at all, and the comments section was buzzing with millions of messages. Is this you?" Willow Wen stared intently at the screen, looking at Su Hao in astonishment. So powerful. It's alright, I guess." Su Hao laughed it off, though he was secretly quite pleased. After all, who in this world doesn't enjoy a bit of the spotlight? If it weren't for the need to keep a trump card in reserve, he might have even shown off his lightning element ability as well. Reason told him that keeping a low profile was the best course of action until he could figure out the situation. He walked along the highway until he reached the front of the police bureau. Although the ability unit was small in numbers and scale, the branch office occupied a vast area. Its decor was no less impressive than that of the public security department in the city center. However, it was built in the suburbs, isolated from any nearby towns or villages. As the sky grew dark, the iron barred gate, over 2 meters high, was tightly locked. Su Hao looked around but couldn't find a guardroom. Walking up to the barred gate, he discovered it was actually a high-tech access control system featuring both iris and fingerprint recognition. No wonder Miao Yueying had him record all his physiological markers, such as irises and fingerprints, into the files at noon. After scanning his iris and fingerprints, the small door on the left side of the iron fence opened in response. Su Hao led Willow Wen into the bureau, heading toward office 302 according to the floor and room number Miao Yueying had mentioned from memory. Although the massive building was brightly lit, it was deathly silent, as if no one were there. Only 1 or 2 duty personnel in black uniforms passed quietly through the corridor, their gazes sweeping briefly over Su Hao and his companion. Arriving in front of the office, he knocked on the door. "Come in," came team leader Xing's voice from inside the room. Su Hao pushed the door open and entered with Willow Wen. "Team leader Xing, I've brought someone to report for duty." Team leader Xing was looking through several files. He flipped them face down, looked at the 2 people entering, and smiled. "Well done, Su. You just joined the ability team today and you've already achieved 2 major feats." "Not at all, it was just good luck." Su Hao naturally knew what leader Xing was referring to. He gave a light-hearted laugh and introduced her. "This is my former colleague, Willow Wen." She just awakened an ability similar to the ice element, capable of rapidly cooling down objects. Is she truly an elemental ability user? Leader Xing could not hide the look of anticipation in his eyes. He stood up, walked over to the two of them, and sized Willow One up. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Willow One shrank back slightly toward Su Hao. Realizing his rudeness, Leader Xing cleared his throat twice. Could you give me a demonstration of your ability? Willow One glanced at Su Hao, who nodded to her. Leader, could we borrow some water? Yes. Leader Xing picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water from the desk and handed it to Willow One. Willow One took the mineral water, closed her eyes, and gripped the bottle tightly with both hands. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, and a visible layer of cold mist even rose from her fair, jade-like hands. Frost began to appear on the plastic bottle as the water inside gradually spread and froze into ice. Leader Xing watched from the side, nodding repeatedly with eyes full of admiration. A very rare ability. Even if it isn't an elemental type, it's sufficient to be rated as a special type of grade C or higher. After saying this, he turned back to his desk and pressed a button underneath it. With a crisp click, a small hidden drawer popped out from the side of the desk, containing a transparent, diamond-shaped crystal. The crystal was about the size of a thumbnail, with a smooth surface that was as crystal clear as a diamond. Group Leader Xing picked up the diamond-shaped crystal. This elemental crystal can detect elemental-type abilities. Hold it and try to activate your ability. If the crystal changes color, it proves that your ability is indeed an elemental type. Understood. Willow One carefully took the crystal, placed it in her palm, and activated her ability once more. Her palm rapidly cooled again as wisps of frost seeped out, but after several seconds, the diamond-shaped crystal remained completely unchanged. Team Leader Xing looked slightly disappointed. So, it's not an elemental type? As mentioned before, elemental abilities are extremely powerful and far rarer than the other two categories. They are the giant pandas of ability users. Currently, there are only a handful of them in the entire country. If they could recruit an elemental ability user, it wouldn't be long before their ability team had a new ace at the helm. Upon learning that Willow One did not possess an ice element ability, Su Hao felt it was a pity, yet he wasn't overly surprised after all. He had long anticipated this possibility. Sorry. Willow One opened her eyes and looked at the two of them with an innocent expression, as if it were her fault for not being an elemental type. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. What are you apologizing for? Willow One said, it seems I don't have the ice element ability you were talking about? If it's not, then it's not. Powerful special type abilities aren't any weaker than elemental ones anyway. Su Hao offered Willow One a word of comfort, then picked up the elemental crystal from her palm, preparing to hand it back to Team Leader Xing. To his surprise, the moment the elemental crystal touched his hand, a faint spark of azure electric current suddenly flickered. Chapter 42, Special Type Ability. Holy crap? Su Hao was momentarily stunned, realizing something was wrong. With a slight tremble of his hand, the crystal, which had been emitting a deep blue glow, slipped and fell. The elemental crystal that fell to the ground quickly reverted to its transparent color, bouncing a few times on the floor before coming to a stop at Team Leader Xing's feet. Just now, did the elemental crystal light up? Team Leader Xing didn't even bother to pick up the crystal. Instead, he stared at Su Hao with a look of utter astonishment. It seems it did. Su Hao was momentarily speechless and asked tentatively, could there be something wrong with the crystal? I'm clearly just a common type ability user. No, Group Leader Xing shook his head. There has never been a precedent for an elemental crystal making a mistake. Hearing Group Leader Xing's certain tone, Su Hao fell silent in resignation. He never imagined this thing would light up just by being touched. He hadn't even channeled his lightning type ability at all. Willow One asked in confusion, Is Su Hao an elemental type ability user? I'm not. But that crystal lit up. Su Hao looked up at the sky. I'm just as confused as you are. His mind was a complete mess. Not even a day had passed since he started hiding his lightning element ability, and now it was inexplicably exposed? What kind of luck was this? Now, he could only play dumb and leave the rest to fate. Try it again. Group leader Xing picked up the elemental crystal and shoved it back into Su Hao's hand. The crystal was in hand, emitting a flickering azure shimmer like an electric current, as beautiful as a sparkling sapphire. The elemental crystal is reacting. Group leader Xing frowned slightly, raising a hand to stroke the stubble on his chin. Arc-like phenomena inside the crystal? Could it be a lightning-type ability? This kind of ability is a rare, top-tier find among elemental types. Su Hao said awkwardly, well, group leader, although I don't know why the crystal is reacting, I haven't discovered any elemental special powers besides physical enhancement. Besides, when using an elemental crystal, aren't you supposed to activate your ability for the appraisal to work? As long as an elemental crystal comes into contact with an elemental ability user, there is a chance of an anomaly occurring. Having her activate her ability during the appraisal is only to ensure success. After finishing his explanation, Leader Xing sized Su Hao up again and said thoughtfully, have you really not awakened an elemental type ability? No, Su Hao replied, spreading his hands. That shouldn't be right. Leader Xing muttered to himself in confusion, could it be that it hasn't awakened yet? Did the crystal identify your ability potential instead? Su Hao feigned ignorance and asked, I already have a common type ability that enhances my physical fitness. Is it still possible for me to awaken an elemental type ability? There is a probability. Group leader Xing nodded and said, an ability user doesn't necessarily have only one ability. A tiny minority of people can awaken 2 or more special powers, and they are known as super ability users. Among them, a hybrid of the common type and the other 2 categories is the most frequent occurrence. It's not that rare. Oh? So based on what you're saying, I really do have a chance to awaken an elemental ability? Su Hao deliberately feigned a look of joy, while thinking to himself that people possessing multiple abilities actually existed in this world. This could serve as a perfect cover for upgrading his ability modules in the future. As he accumulated more and more ability points, he would inevitably learn more abilities. If others ever found out, he could simply use the excuse that he was a super ability user who had awakened multiple powers. There should be a certain probability. Leader Xing took the crystal back from Su Hao and patted him on the shoulder. If you awaken an elemental ability, remember to report to me immediately. When that happens, your salary and benefits will be raised by at least 2 levels, and you'll even have the chance to go to headquarters for further studies. Keep it up. The leader's attitude toward him was clearly much warmer than before. After exchanging a few jovial pleasantries, Su Hao asked again, what exactly is my friend's ability? There are too many types of special type abilities, and there are very few precedents, so it's difficult to identify for the time being. Team leader Xing looked at Willow 1, however, I suspect her ability might be related to body temperature. For instance, the capacity to freely lower her skin temperature to below freezing? That makes sense. Su Hao felt that this was a strong possibility. Willow Win's body temperature consistently remained around 10 degrees Celsius, and when she activated her ability, her body became even colder, causing water to freeze. Identifying special type abilities is quite a tedious process. If it truly is a temperature-lowering ability, we still need to evaluate its minimum temperature limit, as well as its duration, coverage area, and so on. Group leader Xing changed the subject, however, based on the abilities you just demonstrated, you're guaranteed a rating of at least D class. Therefore, we'll skip the initial assessment for joining the ability team. You'll head straight to training along with the 3 people who joined this morning. Did I pass? Willow One asked excitedly, training? What kind of training? Group leader Xing replied, training to help you master your ability, as well as tactical training for executing missions. Willow One looked toward Su Hao, are you going to the training too? Me? I don't need to. Su Hao shrugged. Willow One was dazed. Didn't you just join the ability group today as well? Why don't you need to train? My ability also enhanced my reaction speed. I don't need to train for ability control. Su Hao rubbed his nose. Good luck. The training period is only about half a month. Hearing this, Willow One was clearly disappointed, hanging her head low. Don't get ahead of yourself, team leader Xing interjected. Once you awaken an elemental ability, you'll have to come in for training as well. Su Hao shrugged it off. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Next, team leader Xing gave Willow an overview of the ability department's salary and benefits package and had her sign several paper contracts. Su Hao caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and noticed that the compensation was indeed significantly higher than what he had signed for, and she was starting as a level 3 member right off the bat. The disparity in treatment between special type and ordinary type ability users was plain to see. The contribution reward for discovering an ability user is 5 points. Introducing them to join the ability department adds an extra 5 points. After the contract was signed, team leader Xing glanced at Su Hao and said with a smile, "Not bad, Xiao Su. Adding the 20 points from capturing that little sprite at noon, you're already close to becoming a level 2 member on your very first day." It was just pure luck. Su Hao glanced at the sky outside the window. Team leader, we'll head back for now then. We just need to wait for the notification, right? Yes. Team leader Xing continued to busy himself with his documents without looking up. Remember to come for training tomorrow at 9. As for Xiao Su, if you have any questions, just ask Xiao Miao. According to the rules of the ability department, aside from a few days each month where members were required to be stationed at the bureau, their time was usually quite free. According to Miao Yueying, ignoring the danger of the missions, the ability department was actually quite relaxed. The two bid farewell to team leader Xing, left the ability department, returned to the road, and took a taxi back. Su Hao first dropped Willow one off at home, and it wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock at night that he finally returned to his own house. Why does it feel like things are getting more and more chaotic? Lying flat on his bed, Su Hao stared at the ceiling, suddenly feeling an unprovoked doubt about whether his choice to join the ability group was truly correct. While being part of an organization has many benefits, being monitored and mobilized by the state is also inevitable. In a sense, his level of freedom would be significantly reduced. Oh well, it's already a done deal anyway, there's no use overthinking it. He opened the system interface and browsed for a while until drowsiness took over, and he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 43, What exactly is hidden force? In the early morning, Su Hao woke up naturally after a full night's rest. After whipping up a quick breakfast, he checked the unread messages on WeChat while eating. The combat clips on the short video app had prompted many acquaintances to message him, including college classmates he hadn't contacted in a long time, former colleagues, Yang Hanwu, Autumn Chiu, and others. However, aside from Yang Hanwu, most of the inquiries from others were filled with playful banter. After all, those who knew him well certainly didn't believe Su Hao was actually that badass. They simply noticed the person in the video looked like him and took the opportunity to drop by for a laugh. Only Yang Hangwu and the group from the martial arts gym truly understood the profound level of Su Hao's combat skills. One must remember that during the gym challenge, Su Hao had turned the tide by fighting 5 opponents single-handedly. And he wasn't fighting ordinary people, but genuine, trained martial artists. As for Yi and Autumn Chiu, although they had witnessed the match between Su Hao and Yang Hangwu, they were merely laypeople watching the spectacle and didn't realize exactly how formidable Su Hao truly was. Facing these unread messages, Su Hao replied to them one by one, either pretending not to know or playing it off with vague jokes. The only person he didn't hide it from was Yang Hangwu, to whom he sent a message saying, "Yeah, it was me." The moment the message was sent, the other party returned a voice call almost instantly. "Brother Su, you're awesome. When I saw that video yesterday, my first thought was to wonder if it was you, and it really was. By the way, how did you end up fighting that big guy? Was he really nearly 3 meters tall?" That guy was indeed massive, probably taller than Yao Ming. Su Hao laughed in spite of himself. That night, the guy tried to violently escape police custody. It happened right at the entrance of our residential complex, so of course, I couldn't just stand by and watch. That's why I fought him. Awesome! Yang Hangwu said excitedly, "I've never met anyone that big in my life. Just looking at his punches, I could tell he had incredible strength. Brother Su, how exactly did you subdue him with those last few moves?" The sudden question gave Su Hao a bit of a headache. His final moves were enough to fool a layman, but as a trained martial artist from a dojo, Yang Hangu couldn't fail to notice that while those moves skillfully hit weak points, a mutant-type ability user of that size couldn't have been subdued so easily. There had to be other external factors involved. Many keen-eyed observers on short video apps had also noticed this, which led them to question the authenticity of the video. "Brother Su, don't tell me you used the legendary hidden force in those last few moves." Just as Su Hao was struggling with how to brush it off, Yang Hangu said impatiently on the other end of the line. "I heard from my father that when martial arts reach the highest level, one can cultivate an invisible strength called hidden force. An instantaneous burst can even shatter gold and crack stones." I used to think he was bragging. Could it be that you used hidden force to subdue that man, Brother Su? What? Hidden force? What was that? Su Hao was momentarily stunned, then followed his lead on a whim. "Oh, right. I did use a special strength to subdue that guy. It might be what you call hidden force. Yang Hanwu was incredibly excited. "Brother Su, could you teach me how to develop hidden force?" Su Hao stammered, "This can't be taught." "My apologies, I was being presumptuous." Yang Hanwu said apologetically, "I was too excited just now and forgot the rule that martial arts cannot be easily shared with outsiders. I hope Brother Su can forgive me, just ignore what I said." Su Hao was speechless. "No, I meant it literally. This thing really can't be taught." "Can't be taught?" Yang Hanwu said thoughtfully, "Do you mean, Brother Su, that it can only be understood intuitively and not conveyed in words? That there are no shortcuts in martial arts, and one must reach a profound level of hidden power before they can comprehend it on their own?" "Something like that." Su Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Talking to a martial arts fanatic like Yang Hanwu was exhausting. The man's penchant for overthinking was so intense that it was impossible to keep up with his erratic train of thought. "Brother Su," Yang Hanwu said, "do you have time to drop by the martial arts hall? Is something the matter? Didn't you want to learn Bajikwan? I called my father yesterday to ask, and he agreed to let me teach you some introductory routines. He also asked me to thank you on his behalf. If you hadn't stepped in so gallantly to drive off those challengers, the dojo's reputation would have been ruined. It was just a small favor, no need for thanks." "Hang on, I'll head over to the hall right now." Su Hao looked delighted. He held very high expectations for ancient martial arts. Compared to combat proficiency, the martial arts techniques passed down in China for thousands of years are undoubtedly more profound and extensive. Furthermore, most modern combat consists merely of self-defense techniques, whereas true martial arts are genuine killing arts. The two simply cannot be mentioned in the same breath. The only drawback is that most traditional Chinese martial arts require a long time to achieve any significant results. Modern combat can be mastered in just a few months, but with ancient martial arts, it is possible to see no progress even after 2 or 3 years. Some traditional masters often immerse themselves in the way of the martial arts for decades before they truly begin to grasp the essence of their fist techniques. In a restless and fast-paced modern society, the decline of ancient martial arts, which require long periods of time to hone, was inevitable. But for Su Hao, the drawbacks of ancient martial arts were of little consequence. Lest we forget, he was a man with a system at his side. As long as he acquired even a basic grasp of a martial art, the system interface would generate a corresponding proficiency entry, allowing him to use proficiency points to pay to win his way through upgrades. Bajikwan, an ancient martial art that typically takes 3 years to learn the basics and 10 years to master? TSK, as long as he had enough proficiency points, he could power level it to grandmaster status in a matter of minutes. Hanging up the phone, Su Hao hummed a little tune happily. After clearing away the dishes, he headed out to catch a taxi to the Baji Martial Arts Hall. When he arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall, many apprentices greeted him with smiles on their faces. Su Hao responded to each of them one by one. He hadn't forgotten that he still held the title of temporary instructor at the hall. Since the challenge incident a few days ago, he had become quite famous in the martial arts hall. Regardless of whether they were present at the time, all the students had heard of this temporary instructor's heroic feat of taking on 5 opponents at once, so they were naturally very respectful toward him. On the second-floor training ground, Yang Hanwu was teaching 7 or 8 students punching postures. Seeing Su Hao come out of the elevator, he hurried over to meet him. "Brother Su, you're finally here. Could you show me that hidden force? I've been so curious about it." Su Hao's eyes twitched as he gave a firm refusal. "Hidden force isn't something you can just use whenever you want. It takes a massive toll on the body. My mastery isn't deep enough yet, so I won't be able to perform it again for a few days." "Ah? It consumes that much energy?" Yang Hanwu appeared quite disappointed. He continued to chatter about hidden force, giving Su Hao quite a headache. How could he possibly know anything about hidden force? His understanding of ancient martial arts was still stuck at the level of TV dramas and novels. He and Yang Hanwu were simply not on the same wavelength. A single lie requires countless more to cover it up, the saying truly held weight. "Let's not talk about that for now." Su Hao changed the subject. "Weren't you going to teach me the basic routines of Bajikwan? Let's get started, I can't wait." Yang Hanwu sighed with emotion. Brother Su was indeed a fellow martial arts enthusiast. "Very well, let's begin. First, the opening stance." Chapter 44, Bajikwan. Yang Hanwu dismissed the apprentices on the training grounds to provide Su Hao with one-on-one instruction on the fundamental routines of Bajikwan. The technical core of Bajikwan revolves around the 6 grand openings and 8 major moves. Its routines include the Baji small structure, Baji sparring, 6 elbow heads, hard force Baji, Baji new structure, and Baji double soft, among others. Its power techniques emphasize bursting, shaking, lunging, striking, leaning, poking, squeezing, and shoulder bumping, as well as crashing, leaning, and entangling binding forces. The characteristics of this fist style include concise movements, a combination of long and short range attacks, explosive power delivery, prominent use of bumping and wrestling, sequential elbow strikes, and a stable lower stance. Do not be fooled by what often appears to be a simple punch. There is a wealth of complexity within. Everything from the method of power generation to footwork, posture, and the shifting of the center of gravity constitutes the unique secrets inherent in this martial art. The Bajikwan of our martial arts hall is primarily divided into several key forms: the inner strike and rising elbow, left and right lifting strikes, crotch guard, window prop, rotating palm, large wrap, small wrap, shoulder collapse, kneeling strike, face palm, and the falling step smash. As Yang Hanwu spoke, he dropped into a horse stance to demonstrate the techniques. The footwork mainly consists of the bow stance and horse stance, while the movement patterns are formed by combining the stomping step and the charging step. The essential techniques lie in springing, rubbing, sweeping, hooking, collapsing, kicking, biting, fanning, intercepting, and treading. Su Hao pricked up his ears and listened intently, committing every detail of Yang Hongwu's movements to memory. "I'll start by teaching you the most fundamental 8 Vajra forms." Yang Hanwu continued. "The fist techniques are divided into bracing hammer, dragon taming, tiger subduing, mountain splitting palm, scouting horse palm, tiger embrace, bear squat, and crane step push." As he spoke, he performed another set of wide open, sweeping fist techniques. His punches whistled through the air with such force that even a layman like Su Hao could easily see how every movement perfectly harnessed his strength, engaging every muscle in his body. After finishing these 8 forms, Yang Hanwu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Su, did you get all that? Do you need me to demonstrate again? I think I've remembered a bit of it." Su Hao rubbed his chin, recalling Yang Hongwu's physical movements, and casually struck out with the first form, the bracing hammer. Stepping forward, he unleashed a punch, his entire body's musculature surging with power. The wind from his fist whistled with the force of 1,000 pounds. Aside from the footwork being slightly off, your power delivery technique is very standard. To achieve this level after seeing it only once is nothing short of incredible as expected of you, Brother Su. Yang Hanwu commented from the side in admiration. "I only managed to memorize the general movements of the first form. My impression of the subsequent forms is rather blurred." Su Hao wasn't surprised after all. With his master-level combat proficiency as a foundation, his ability to grasp related concepts meant that his first attempt at learning Bajikwan could never be poor. New proficiency added, Bajikwan. The system notification chimed in his ear. "It's finally here." A faint, subtle smile played across the corners of his mouth. He summoned the system interface, clicked on the Bajikwan proficiency, and hit upgrade. Do you wish to consume 8 proficiency points to upgrade Bajiquan to beginner tier? The required proficiency points were indeed substantial. While basic combat only required 3 points to reach the entry level, Bajiquan demanded nearly 3 times as much. Su Hao glanced at his remaining proficiency points, 8 points. Well, exactly enough for 1 level up. He confirmed the upgrade without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, a vast amount of fist techniques, forms, and experiential skills were suddenly flooded into his mind. He took a tentative step forward, his footwork tracing a crescent arc like the moon. His fist, elbow, and nose aligned in a single plane as he slightly crouched, lowering his center of gravity. It was the quintessential opening stance of Bajiquan. Brother Su, let me demonstrate it for you one more time. Wait, what? Before Yang Hongwu could finish his sentence, he saw Su Hao begin to execute the forms with thunderous momentum. It was none other than the 8 Vajra attendance set. It would have been one thing if he were merely mimicking the superficial movements, but Yang was shocked to discover that every punch Su Hao threw, from the footwork to the method of power generation, was flawlessly standard. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. In fact, the sheer ferocity of his technique was several times more intense than the set Yang had just demonstrated. For a moment, Yang Hongwu began to question his very existence. Who the hell was the actual apprentice of the Baji martial arts hall here? After finishing the 8 Vajra forms, Su Hao circulated his breath and withdrew his strength, a layer of fine sweat appearing on his forehead. After completing this set of fist techniques, even with a constitution more than twice that of an ordinary person, he felt a hint of fatigue. The power delivery techniques of Bajiquan were indeed sophisticated. Every punch could mobilize the muscles of the entire body, exerting nearly 10/10 of his strength. Brother Su, you didn't just memorize all that after watching it once, did you? Yang Hongwu swallowed hard, staring at Su Hao in utter disbelief. Something like that. Su Hao nodded in admission, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. The Bajiquan technique certainly lives up to its reputation. It's quite exhausting to execute. Memorizing all those complex footwork patterns and power generation points was no easy task. Brother Su, do you hear yourself right now? Yang Hongwu was nearly moved to tears. When I first learned the 8 Vajra forms, my father had to drill me relentlessly for nearly 2 weeks before I finally managed to master them. Yet you memorized everything after seeing it just once. How can the gap between two people be this massive? I have a bit of a foundation to begin with, so it's only natural that I could barely manage to memorize a few routines, right? Su Hao shrugged. By the way, are you interested in a few rounds? I'd like to test out these new Bajiquan moves I just learned. I'm not fighting you. Yang Hongwu refused decisively. I enjoy testing my boxing skills against others, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to take a beating. Su Hao laughed. I'll try my best to hold back. Really? Yang Hongwu felt a bit tempted. He figured that since Su Hao had only just started learning Bajiquan, it wouldn't be easy to integrate the techniques into actual combat so quickly, even if he had memorized the mechanics. Besides, Su Hao had promised to hold back. Perhaps, if they fought, he wouldn't get beaten too badly? Seriously, I promise I'll only use 70% of my strength. Su Hao settled into a Bajiquan stance and urged, stop being such a wimp. Come on, let's go. Great. Stealing his resolve, Yang Hongwu assumed his opening stance, stepped forward, and threw a punch aimed straight at Su Hao's chin. Su Hao remained unmoved. Tracing a half-moon arc with his feet, he shifted his body and used a mountain splitter strike to intercept Yang Hongwu's punch, before driving his right fist downward toward the other man's chest. Startled, Yang Hongwu hurriedly shifted his technique to block Su Hao's incoming fist. To his surprise, the moment he moved, Su Hao abruptly changed his stance. His right fist feinted, pinning down Yang Hongwu's guard, while his left fist followed through immediately. Yang Hongwu adjusted his footwork to pull back and create distance. Resetting his stance, he maintained an aggressive offensive, refusing to give Su Hao even a moment to search for a weakness. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate, surrounded by a crowd of martial arts apprentices who had gathered to watch. In terms of technique and skill, Yang Hongwu was undoubtedly superior. However, he lacked Su Hao's lightning-fast reflexes, making it appear as though he were at a disadvantage. In truth, had their physical attributes been equal, Su Hao likely would have lost within a few moves. But Su Hao's physical prowess was an undeniable reality. With agility and constitution more than double that of an average person, he was not someone an ordinary human could contend with, even when he deliberately held back his strength. By the seventh move, he could have easily taken Yang Hongwu down, but he chose not to. Instead, he feigned a vulnerability to keep the sparring match going. Winning or losing this match was irrelevant. The true objective was to hone his practical application of Bajiquan. Chapter 45, One Man Against an Army. I can't do it anymore, I'm exhausted. After trading dozens of moves, Yang Hongwu retreated frantically, panting heavily with sweat pouring down his face. This is too draining. I've never fought this long using Bajiquan. Brother Su, don't you feel tired at all? Unlike ordinary combat, every strike in Bajiquan mobilizes the strength of the entire body. An average person would likely collapse from exhaustion after performing 2 standard sets of the 8 attendant warriors. This is even more true in actual combat, where one must constantly force transitions between moves and control the release and retraction of power. It is a bit tiring. Su Hao had a few beads of sweat on his forehead, though they were not particularly noticeable. After all, he possessed 21 points of constitution, nearly double that of an ordinary person, so he wasn't someone who would succumb to exhaustion so easily. Just a little? Yang Hongwu looked at him as if he were a monster and let out a long sigh. I'm done comparing myself to a beast like you. I thought I had the upper hand in the application of Bajiquan and might actually edge you out this round, but I never expected to lose again. Don't stop now. I just started getting into the groove. One more round? Man, I'm completely wiped out. Why don't you find some other students to practice with? Yang Hongwu bolted away as if his life depended on it. He grabbed a bottle of energy drink, gulped it down, and tossed one to Su Hao from a distance. Su Hao caught the drink, took a few sips, and went along with Yang Hongwu's suggestion. That's actually a good idea. Since I'm still technically a temporary instructor, I might as well take this chance to spar with the students and give them a few pointers. Huh? Are you serious? Yang Hongwu was dumbfounded. But the gap between the other students and you is too large. It wouldn't really serve the purpose of honing martial arts skills, would it? And for the students, being unilaterally crushed wouldn't exactly have any instructional value, would it? Of course, Yang Hongwu didn't dare say the second half out loud, he only muttered it to himself. I never said it would be a one-on-one duel. Su Hao downed a can of energy drink in one go, wiped his mouth, and said with a confident smile, let them all come at once. All at once? That's right. Bring as many as you've got. Yang Hongwu's lip twitched. Are you serious? That's a bit much, isn't it? Su Hao said, don't worry, I'll try my best to hold back. Still holding back, truly insane. But then again, perhaps that is exactly how a true martial artist should be. Yang Hongwu burst into laughter, turning to shout at the surrounding apprentices, did you hear that? Coach Su wants us all to take him on at once. With so many of us here, do we have the confidence to take him down? Absolutely. There were over 20 disciples watching from the sidelines. Their blood had already been pumping as they watched the two fight, and hearing Su Hao's bold claim that he would single-handedly crush every student in the gym, their fighting spirit was as expected instantly ignited. While they acknowledged that Su Hao was indeed powerful and held deep respect for him in their hearts, they were not about to back down. However, anyone with a shred of sanity would find it impossible for a single person to take on over 20 burly men empty-handed in such a confined indoor space. Reality isn't a movie. No matter how formidable Su Hao might be, he isn't Superman. Wait a second, I never said you could join in too, did I? Su Hao was momentarily stunned. Yang Hongwu had just said he was unwilling to fight, yet now he was suddenly including himself. How shameless. Ha, I finally have a chance to defeat you, Brother Su. How could I possibly miss out? Yang Hongwu laughed heartily and took a step forward, launching a punch as he charged, everyone, attack with me. Let's show Coach Su what we're made of. In an instant, the spectating martial arts apprentices surged in from all directions, surrounding Su Hao so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The spacious training ground suddenly became chaotic and crowded, with dense throngs of people as far as the eye could see. Ding! Side quest triggered, 1 man against an army. Mission requirement, go for it. Knock down everyone present and be the last victor standing. Task reward, 400 EXP, 80 proficiency points. Bring it on! A side quest at last. Su Hao was ecstatic. He crushed the empty soda can in his hand, tossed it into the corner, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Assuming the Bajiquan parry stance, he tuned his entire body to its peak state, ready to face the enemy. Of course, if the situation called for it, he would also consider utilizing his master-level combat proficiency. Crack! Snap! Thud! Over the next 10 minutes, the entire martial arts hall was shrouded in a chorus of agonizing wails. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but glance over, wondering if the gym was secretly running a slaughterhouse on the side. Side quest. Mission reward, 400 EXP, 80 proficiency points. TSK, not a single one of them could actually fight. Su Hao brushed the dust off his hands and stood his ground, looking down at the martial arts apprentices scattered across the floor like a field of corpses. The students, exhausted and unable to get up, wept in silence. Though they resented his assessment, they had no way to refute it. Who could have known this inhuman monster would actually take them all down single-handedly? Despite Su Hao's seemingly effortless demeanor, his clothes had long since been soaked through with sweat. Had it not been for his master-level combat proficiency, which allowed him to take others down with the most energy-efficient techniques, he would have run out of stamina and collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Sigh, if only I had an infinite stamina ability. Huh? It seems like the ability module actually has it? But a powerful ability like that must cost an intimidating amount of points. Brother Su! You cheated! Clutching his stomach and lying on the ground, Yang Hongwu squeezed these words through his teeth. We clearly agreed to only use Bajiquan. From the second minute onwards, the routines you were using weren't the 8 Vajra forms at all. Su Hao played dumb, eh? Did I say that? Of course you did. Yang Hongwu spoke with grief and indignation. You said from the very beginning that you were looking for someone to practice Bajiquan with you, and that's why we agreed to spar. Isn't that right, brothers? The martial arts school students wailing on the ground began to jeer one after another. Yes. We all heard it. Coach Su is cheating. You promised to only practice Bajiquan. Unfair. One more time. The heckling was a chaotic mess. Su Hao scanned the martial arts students surrounding him. TSK, was he still too easy on them just now? Fine, my bad. Su Hao said nonchalantly, how about we go for another round? This time, I guarantee I'll only use Bajiquan and no other moves. For real? Yang Hongwu's spirit instantly surged. He knew full well that Su Hao had only started learning Bajiquan recently. Su Hao's proficiency with the 8 diamond forms wasn't even as good as his own. There was no way he could defeat over 20 people relying solely on such an unrefined technique. Of course it's for real. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Rest for half an hour, then we'll go at it again. Deal. It's a promise. Yang Hongwu roused his spirit. Everyone, rest up quickly. In half an hour, we must show Coach Su what we're made of. This is our only chance at victory. If we lose again, I'll lead everyone in running 100 laps around the training field. No problem. Chapter 46, Mastering the 8 Extremes. Ding. Side quest triggered, Kyushu Bajiquan. Quest requirement, second round of battle. Use Bajiquan techniques to knock down everyone present and be the last victor standing. Task reward, 400 EXP, 80 proficiency points. Another side quest? Su Hao was slightly taken aback. He felt he was gradually discovering the trick to triggering side quests. As long as he deliberately challenged difficult events, there was a high probability of triggering a corresponding mission. Combat events, in particular, were the easiest to trigger system missions. Once I complete this mission, I'll be able to reach level 7. Su Hao's heart burned with excitement. Reaching level 7 meant he had accumulated 3 ability points, enough to unlock the mana source in the ability module. Once he possessed the mana source, he would no longer need to worry about physical stamina when using lightning abilities, allowing his strength to increase significantly. Even in close quarters combat with the little monsters, he wouldn't be afraid he could go full output with 100,000 volts. He de-stunned every single one that came his way. While Su Hao was blissfully imagining his ability upgrades, the martial arts apprentices gathered around young Hangwu, excitedly discussing their encirclement tactics for the upcoming battle. He simply gave a faint smile, completely unconcerned, as he sat in his chair leisurely sipping an energy drink. Losing? Not a chance. Given his personality, how could he possibly fight a battle he wasn't sure of winning? His confidence stemmed from 2 factors. First, they had just finished a fight and exhausted all their physical strength. The agreed-upon half-hour break would certainly not be enough for an ordinary person to fully recover. The martial arts apprentices would be lucky to recover even more than half of their condition. But he was different. His 21 points of constitution didn't just mean long-lasting stamina. It also meant that his recovery speed was more than twice that of an ordinary person. Half an hour was more than enough for him to recover to near peak condition. With his strength returning while his opponents waned, his chances of victory naturally increased significantly. Furthermore, who said his Bajiquan was necessarily poor? A playful smirk played across the corners of his mouth. Summoning the system interface, Su Hao gave an imperceptible swipe of his finger, switching the display to proficiency. Consume 50 proficiency points to upgrade Bajiquan to adept tier? 50 proficiency points? Su Hao was stunned. It only took 8 points to reach the beginner tier just now, so why did it jump to 50 points for the adept tier? That's a 6-fold increase. In the past, this many proficiency points would have been enough for him to raise his combat proficiency all the way to the elite tier. As expected, ancient martial arts become increasingly difficult to master the further one progresses. Accordingly, the proficiency points required to level up increase significantly as well. Fine, you win. I'll take it. I just hope this fist technique is strong enough. Sigh, I can't even imagine how many proficiency points it'll take to reach the elite or master tier. Just thinking about it gives me the chills. Su Hao gritted his teeth and tapped to confirm the upgrade. As the proficiency points were deducted, streams of knowledge materialized out of thin air deep within his mind, encompassing various fist forms and adaptive combat techniques. So this is how force can be channeled through these strikes. To think the human body has so many vital weak points. Martial arts truly are lethal techniques designed to seize victory in an instant. Su Hao's eyes grew increasingly bright, as if he had undergone a spiritual awakening, his mind suddenly clearing with newfound clarity. The deeper his understanding grew, the more he realized the vast chasm between modern combat and ancient martial arts. Immersed in the profound martial arts knowledge flooding his mind, Su Hao appeared to onlookers as if he were simply sitting in his chair, dazed. Could Coach Su have given up on himself? The martial arts apprentices, who were busy discussing their tactics, noticed Su Hao staring blankly into space. It's no wonder. Even though Coach Su's combat skills are miraculous, Bajiquan is a different story. He only learned the 8 Vajra forms from Brother Wu today. No matter how much of a genius he is, there's no way he could have mastered them deeply yet. Making him use a style he just started learning while 20 of us gang up on him, isn't that a bit shameless? Get out of here. Whose side are you on anyway? Do you still want your sweet revenge or not? Well, revenge is still a must. Let's just go a little easier on him later then. Yang Hongwu said solemnly, stop messing around. It's not like we've won this yet. Let's get back to the tactics. In a moment, I'll pin Coach Su down, and the rest of you need to lunge in from the other corners and grab his arms and legs. Wu Ji, isn't that a bit devious? Yang Hongwu's face flushed, but he replied with righteous indignation, all warfare is based on deception. How can you call that devious? The group discussed their tactics in a flurry of voices. Their volume was moderate, and they made no deliberate effort to avoid Su Hao, allowing him to overhear bits and pieces of their conversation. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Hao paced to the center of the training grounds and stood with his hands behind his back, facing over 20 burly men who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, hungry and thirsty for, aggressive and imposing. "Brother Su, please guide us." Yang Hangwu shouted loudly, assuming a grappling stance from the Bajiquan style as he closed in on Su Hao to engage in close combat. The other 20-odd martial arts students also lunged from all directions, their eyes fixed on Su Hao's limbs, clearly looking for an opportunity to grapple his arms and legs. These guys were truly shameless in their pursuit of a single victory. "Since you won't fight fair, don't blame me for getting rough." Su Hao lowered his stance slightly, assuming the Bajiquan posture in an instant. At this moment, he no longer possessed the clumsiness and stiffness of a beginner tier. Instead, his movements were a seamless display of exquisite skill. To be able to apply every strike and footwork with such proficiency and precision, this was what it meant to achieve mastery. Taking a step forward, he unleashed a thunderous punch. The fist technique appeared to be a feint against Yang Hangwu, but in reality, a hidden snap kick was launched at a martial arts school apprentice lunging from the side. The tip of the toe struck an acupoint on the back, causing the man to collapse instantly, weak and powerless. Stepping with the core footwork of Bajiquan, Su Hao maneuvered left and right. Leveraging his agility advantage, he deliberately avoided getting entangled with Yang Hangwu. With every change of move, he knocked down one or two students attempting to close in. In terms of physical fitness, there was already a gap between the martial arts school group and Su Hao. Coupled with their poor condition, for a moment, no one could truly keep him in check. Su Hao moved through the crowd with a leisurely pace, like a fish in water. The more he dodged, the more comfortable he felt. The more he fought, the more energized he became, racking up kills frantically as if he had activated a Dynasty Warriors-style grass-cutting mode. Meanwhile, Yang Hangwu and the students watched their companions fall one by one. The harder they struggled, the more exhausted they became, and the more they fought, the deeper their despair grew. Yet, they were utterly helpless against Su Hao. They couldn't catch him, and they couldn't beat him. The frustration was enough to make one spit blood. To everyone's surprise, this group brawl ended even faster than the last. In less than 5 minutes, not a single martial arts student was left standing on the field except for Yang Hangwu. Holy crap! Brother Su, are you even human? How can you be such a beast? Left isolated and without help, Yang Hangwu was on the verge of tears. "I only taught you the 8 Vajra forms less than an hour ago, didn't I? How are you performing them even more fluently than me? If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed in my wildest dreams that someone could take on 20 people at once using nothing but the 8 Vajra forms. Maybe it's just a case of applying related knowledge after all. I already have a foundation in combat skills." Su Hao shrugged and urged, "Whatever you have to say can wait until after the fight. If you don't make a move, I'm going first." Chapter 47, The Source of Mana. "I'm done fighting, I concede." He was just preparing to go all out to finish off Yang Hangwu, but to his surprise, the guy surrendered without a moment's hesitation. Side quest. Task reward, 500 EXP, 100 proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 7, you have received 4 free attribute points and 1 ability point. The notification sound of the level up echoed in his ears, but Su Hao was somewhat dazed, the hot-blooded excitement he had just felt vanishing without a trace. Holy crap, you're the eldest senior brother of this martial arts hall after all. Can't you show some backbone? We're at the critical moment, and you're just calling it quits? Yang Hangwu said guiltily, backbone depends on the occasion. With such an obvious gap in strength, only a fool would rush in to let you abuse them. If I can't afford to provoke you, can't I at least hide from you? Su Hao was speechless and didn't bother to argue with him. He chuckled and said, "Suit yourself. However, I think I heard someone say earlier that whoever loses has to run 100 laps around the playground? At least let us catch our breath for a moment." Yang Hangwu gave a bitter smile. At the thought of the oath they had just taken, even the martial arts students lying on the ground looked dejected, as if they had suffered a loss they couldn't speak of. He paid no further attention to the group from the martial arts hall. Suhao sat to the side drinking an energy drink, recovering his physical strength while clicking open the system interface to check. At the bottom of the ability tree diagram, 3 ability points were impressively listed. I've finally saved up enough. Hee, let me see what kind of good stuff this mana source actually is. Sliding the skill tree to the passive ability section, Suhao gleefully activated the mana source ability. The next second, a searing, scorching current of air suddenly surged from his abdomen. A sharp pain, like being stabbed and roasted alive, shot straight into his brain. Suhao's entire body stiffened as he instinctively clutched his stomach in agony. Beads of sweat the size of beans poured down his forehead. The pain was so excruciating it felt as if something were turning his internal organs upside down. Fuck! Are you kidding me? Upgrading a mere passive ability is actually this painful? The pain was so intense that Suhao couldn't help but swear. Even when he had acute appendicitis in middle school, it hadn't hurt this much. Suhao's face was pale as he gulped down the rest of the energy drink in one go. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, the icy liquid entering his stomach seemed to slightly dampen the burning sensation. He could clearly feel the current of air swirling and settling somewhere in his abdomen. Every rotation meant a surge of searing pain. What else could he do? He just had to grit his teeth and endure it. He had chosen this path himself, and he had to see it through to the end, even if it meant doing so in tears. He remembered a great man once saying that pain can make time stretch infinitely. At this moment, Suhao felt he could testify to the truth of that statement. Only a dozen or so seconds had passed, but to him, it felt as long as several hours. The pain was so intense he was on the verge of actual tears. The burning, twisting pain slowly receded, replaced by a warm and comfortable current. How can that feeling be described? Everyone has experienced a bout of diarrhea, right? That moment when you can't hold it in any longer and finally find a toilet to let it all out, that was exactly how Suhao felt at this very moment. In an instant, he had ascended from hell to heaven. Suhao let out a long, blissful sigh, as if his entire soul had been redeemed. A warm current settled firmly in his lower abdomen, swirling slowly like a vortex and branching out into countless streams that spread throughout his entire body. Miraculously, the spreading warmth was rapidly replenishing his weakness. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, the exhaustion from his earlier fight with the martial arts hall members vanished completely. He was once again bursting with life and vigor. Is this the wonder of the source of all methods? It can even restore physical strength. It feels a bit like the internal energy from martial arts novels. Suhao pondered thoughtfully. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the warm current in his abdomen. This warm current was about the size of a fist, residing 3 inches below the navel, exactly what people commonly refer to as the dantian. Airflow? Dantian? Could this really be the legendary internal energy? Suhao's mouth twitched. Could that intense pain from earlier have been caused by the internal energy carving out his dantian? Setting everything else aside for now, he was desperate to test just how powerful a lightning element ability he could unleash now that he possessed the source of all laws. I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'm heading back now. I'll come by to give you some more pointers when I'm free in a couple of days. Suhao walked to the elevator and waved goodbye to the martial arts hall disciples lying scattered across the floor. Please, go about your business, we can practice on our own. The martial arts hall disciples shouted in unison. I couldn't possibly do that. Suhao scratched his head with a smile. After all, I am a temporary coach here. How can I take a salary without doing any work? I'm not that kind of shameless person. Well, let's set it for tomorrow then. We'll go a few more rounds just like today. No, please don't. The disciples of the martial arts hall were on the verge of tears. Even Yang Hongwu, usually a martial arts fanatic, looked like a frostbitten eggplant, unable to muster any joy. Ignoring the wails of these fellows, Suhao hummed a little tune and stepped into the elevator in high spirits, making a stylish exit. After eating a boxed meal at a fast food restaurant, he took the bus back home. I wonder how things are going on Willow Wind's end. She should have already gone to the ability group for training by now, right? Sitting on the sofa, Suhao casually gave Willow a phone call. The line went dead with a busy tone, indicating that the phone was temporarily unavailable. In all likelihood, they weren't allowed to have their phones on during training. Willow Win's matter could be set aside for now. Let's test the effects of the mana source. Suhao raised his hand, his palm slightly curved as if grasping something, and threads of crackling electricity began to dance within it. As he maintained a steady output of current, he could clearly feel the airflow within his abdomen slowly diminishing, depleting by about 1/10 every 3 seconds. How about this? Suhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he walked into the kitchen. He struck the back of the cutting board with his palm, leaving behind another faint scorch mark. This was a voltage high enough to knock an ordinary person unconscious. Based on his measurements back when he had 17 constitution, he could discharge about 9 strikes. Now that his constitution was at 21, that number should have increased to around 11 or 12, right? He struck the cutting board 10 times in succession, leaving 10 charred palm prints, yet the cyclone in his abdomen had depleted by less than half. This meant that Suhao could manifest his lightning element ability at least 20 times without exhausting his physical strength. The number of casts has suddenly nearly tripled. How significant is such an improvement to one's raw power? As expected of a passive ability worth 3 ability points, the effect is absolutely superb. Although the awakening process was a bit painful, the value of this mana source is truly beyond words. Ceasing the lightning element ability, the cyclone in his abdomen began to rotate naturally, slowly, and steadily, drawing strength from the air. At this rate of recovery, even if the mana source were completely depleted, it would likely be replenished in about a day or 2. Speaking of which, could the final spirit attribute be linked to this? For instance, the stronger the spirit, the larger the mana pool and the faster the recovery rate? Chapter 48, The Invisible Thief. Out of the 4 attributes, I've already significantly increased the other 3, yet spirit remains at the level of an ordinary person. Gazing at the system interface before him, Suhao pondered for a moment. Come to think of it, spirit attributes in games are generally linked to skill intensity. Perhaps this system works in a similar way? Could increasing spirit enhance my abilities? Well, it's worth a try. Even if I'm wrong, there's nothing to lose. Besides, I don't like leaving myself with any weaknesses I was going to have to invest in the spirit column sooner or later anyway. With a swipe of his finger, he allocated all 4 free attribute points gained from the level up into spirit. In the next instant, it felt as if his brain had been washed with holy water. He became exceptionally clear-headed and calm. Not only did his spirit reach a new height, but even his thinking speed increased significantly. What a remarkable effect! Suhao was stunned, clearly not expecting the effects of his spirit attributes to be so extraordinary. He could clearly feel his thoughts becoming more active. Knowledge and memories long forgotten were being unearthed from the depths of his mind. He was in a state of unprecedented comfort, more wired than if he had taken stimulants. He pulled out his phone and opened the ability group regulations that Miao Yueying had sent him. Suhao's gaze swept rapidly across the text line by line. A minute later, he closed his eyes and was amazed to find that he had actually memorized an entire page of rules and regulations after just one reading. This speed, while perhaps not as formidable as legendary hyperthymesia, was at least far superior to the memory geniuses advertised online. Oh, by the way, hyperthymesia is a real-world medical phenomenon. People with this condition lack the ability to forget. They can remember every personal experience with absolute clarity, down to the smallest detail. This is a real-life ability known to the public. Suhao had also seen the hyperthymesia ability on the ability tree. Although it wasn't particularly powerful, it likely involved the brain, as it required a significant number of ability points, 3 points, the same as mana source. TSK, after boosting spirit to 15 points, my thoughts are jumping around surprisingly fast. Suhao shook his head. Why had his thoughts suddenly drifted to hyperthymesia? Right now, researching the system ability was the top priority. He raised his hand and gave a gentle flick of his fingertip, sending a blue arc of electricity streaking out like a lively sprite dancing across his skin. Previously, Suhao had to concentrate intensely just to release the lightning element. Now, it had become far more intuitive and fluid, to the point where he could confine the discharge to a single finger. Finer control, increased power. A bold idea suddenly struck Su Hao. After playing with the lightning between his fingers for a moment, he held his hands up facing each other. He tensed his fingers into claws, and a sudden current of electricity erupted from his palms, piercing the air and converging in the center with a violent, crackling roar. Gradually increasing the current output, the arc between his palms grew wider. It expanded from the thickness of a chopstick to nearly the width of a thumb. Extending his arms, a beautiful yet violent arc of electricity was stretched out between his palms. The flickering electric light illuminated the dim room. It can even break down the air. If this current were fired at someone, wouldn't it electrocute them instantly? Su Hao was inwardly shocked. Before he could test the power of the arc, the source of mana in his abdomen was exhausted. The arc in his palms began to drain his physical strength, and a sense of weakness rapidly spread from his arms to his entire body. Incredible power, but incredible consumption as well? He stopped the release without hesitation, and the electric current vanished abruptly, like a plug being pulled from a socket. As expected, increasing spirit attributes really does make the ability easier to control. Su Hao took a casual glance at the system interface. As anticipated, the EXP required for the next level had broken the 1,000 mark. He was still 1,330 points short. Although the required EXP was high, he was no longer surprised. Since the EXP rewards from side quests were also higher now, the two factors balanced each other out, meaning the actual difficulty of leveling up hadn't increased much. Ding! Side quest triggered, capture the ability criminal. The system notification tone echoed faintly in his ears. Side quest? Su Hao was taken aback. This was the first time the system had proactively issued a side quest. Task requirements: on the street outside the residential complex, there is an ability criminal committing a theft using invisibility. He has not yet been discovered. Find him and capture him. Task rewards: 500 EXP, 100 proficiency points. Invisibility ability? What kind of guy uses an ability like that to steal things? Normally, shouldn't the first stop be a day trip to the women's bathhouse? Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he headed out of the residential complex. At the entrance of the complex, he stood by the roadside looking around. After searching for a long time, he failed to spot anyone suspicious. Instead, he looked quite suspicious himself. The security guard at the gate was staring at him with bewilderment, and if Su Hao hadn't been a familiar face, the guard likely would have come over to question him long ago. Su Hao scratched his head and simply plopped down on a stone bench. This side quest is a bit baffling. Since that guy can turn invisible, where am I supposed to start looking? I don't exactly have infrared equipment specifically for detecting invisibility. Just as he was at his wit's end, a light breeze blew past, and he felt a subtle, strange sensation in his pocket. An ordinary person might not have noticed, but Su Hao was different. With his master-level combat experience and agility far exceeding that of a normal human, how could he possibly ignore something happening to his own body? Something was fishing the wallet out of his pocket. I've searched far and wide only to find it right here. You're actually delivering yourself to my doorstep? The corner of Su Hao's mouth curled into an imperceptible smile. He calmly focused his attention, judging the direction the tweezers in his pocket were coming from. Suddenly, he struck. He clamped his hand firmly onto the transparent arm behind him. The thief, who was fully focused on his crime, never expected anyone to actually spot him. Startled into a cry of "Holy crap," he tried to jerk his arm back to flee, only to find it clamped as if by a vice, impossible to break free. Su Hao tracked the sound to pinpoint the location and, without a word, threw a punch straight at the invisible thief's face. Thud! The solid sensation of the hit connected the invisible thief let out a cry of pain, and the blow instantly broke his stealth state. What the hell? It's you? Seeing the invisible thief clutching his nose with tears streaming down his face, Su Hao was astonished. This guy was actually the same yellow-haired punk who had tried to pick pockets on the bus and had been taught a lesson by him. It really is a small world, enemies always seem to cross paths. Seeing Suhao looking at him, Yellow Hair forced a smile that looked even worse than crying. Big brother, if I said I just wanted to say hello to you, would you believe me? Give me a break. Who says hello by reaching for someone else's wallet? Suhao was so exasperated that he actually started to laugh. Chapter 49, Escorting Yellow Hair. Side Quest. Task Reward, 500 EXP, 100 Proficiency Points. To my surprise, the ability criminal the system referred to turned out to be this Yellow Hair. The coincidence was almost laughable. A pickpocket just happened to obtain a stealth ability. What do you call that? A fish in water. If left unchecked, there's no telling how much chaos he would cause. No wonder the system suddenly issued this side quest. It was likely meant for him to nip the trouble in the bud. Haven't seen you in a few days, and your courage has grown quite a bit, hasn't it? You even dared to steal from me? Suhao stared at Yellow Hair with a faint, mocking smile, making Yellow Hair's skin crawl with unease. Yellow Hair's legs went weak. Big brother, listen to me, let me explain. Can you let go of me first? Suhao rolled his eyes at him. Let you go? Do I look stupid? What if you run away? How would I dare to run? Yellow Hair tried to smooth talk his way out. With your skills, big brother, I couldn't get away even if I grew 2 extra legs, right? This guy actually thought Suhao was unaware of his invisibility. He figured he'd only been caught because Suhao felt someone fumbling with his pocket, a stroke of blind luck that allowed him to snag him. As long as he could trick Suhao into letting go, he would turn invisible instantly. No matter how capable this kid was, he'd be helpless if he couldn't see his target. Yellow Hair was smugly calculating his move when, unexpectedly, Suhao delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Bullshit! You really think I don't know you can turn invisible? Suhao was so amused he was almost angry. Behave yourself, or I won't mind knocking you unconscious before taking you away. Ha! Yellow Hair was completely dazed and tried to play dumb. Invisibility? Big brother, what are you talking about? What invisibility? Still trying to play the fool with me, are you? Suhao didn't waste words. He slapped the back of Yellow Hair's head again, leaving him disoriented and seeing stars. Yellow Hair realized he couldn't hide it anymore. How did you know I could turn invisible? Nonsense, do you think I'm blind? When my fist was right in front of your face, your entire body was transparent. How else would I know you could turn invisible? Suhao snapped irritably and raised his hand again. Seeing this, Yellow Hair hurriedly shielded the back of his head with his hands. To his surprise, Suhao only reached into his pocket to pull out his phone instead of hitting him. With a half smile, Suhao asked, I'm curious, what was going through your head? How did you come up with such a brilliant idea as stealing my wallet? This time, Yellow Hair didn't dare to lie and confessed honestly. It turned out that while wandering the streets earlier looking for a suitable target, he happened to spot Suhao sitting on the edge of a flower bed. He initially harbored malicious intent and wanted to turn invisible to give Suhao a beating, but after thinking it through, he lost his nerve. Instead, he settled for stealing the wallet as a form of petty revenge. Suhao chuckled. Be glad you didn't make a move. Otherwise, this wouldn't have ended as simply as a single punch. Yellow Hair nodded in agreement with a miserable expression, feeling a bitterness in his heart that words couldn't describe. What on earth had possessed him? Why did he have to go out of his way to provoke this powerhouse? He had finally awakened an invisibility ability, with the whole world seemingly at his feet, but now he had completely screwed it up. He swore to himself that from now on, whenever he saw Suhao, he would stay as far away as possible. Unfortunately, his vow was destined to go unfulfilled. Suhao gripped Yellow Hair with one hand while dialing his phone with the other. Hello? Team Leader Xing? I've found another ability user. Yes, that fast. I ran into him on the street. He tried to pickpocket me while invisible and I caught him. Oh, okay, I'll bring him over to you right now. Yellow Hair froze, a bad feeling sinking in. Where are you taking me? Don't worry, Suhao said with a brilliant smile. It's definitely not the police station. Oh, as long as it's not the police station, that's fine. Yellow Hair subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, being someone with a criminal record, but he quickly snapped back to his senses and stared at Su Hao warily. Wait. Where exactly are you taking me? Who were you just talking to on the phone? As a modern-day ability user, most people have fantasized about whether they would be captured and used as lab rats or sliced up for experiments if they were ever discovered by some secret organization. It was no wonder Yellow Hair was so guarded anyone would panic if they were suddenly being hauled off to an unknown location. Cut the crap and just come with me. Su Hao didn't bother explaining further to Yellow Hair. He twisted both of the man's arms behind his back and pinned them there with one hand. Yellow Hair grew anxious and struggled violently. Let me go, or I'm going to scream. Su Hao's face darkened. Scream my ass. You're a grown man, don't use such suggestive language. You're ruining this serious atmosphere. Anyone listening would think there's something wrong with my sexual orientation. If you don't want me to scream, then let me go right now. Yellow Hair shouted. Facing Yellow Hair's resistance, Su Hao looked indifferent. Let's get one thing straight, I'm not afraid of you screaming. It wouldn't matter even if you screamed until your throat went hoarse. Ah! Help! Murder! Kidnapping! This blonde-haired punk really had no shame, shouting and yelling without a shred of decency. Passers-by on the street stopped to watch as they heard the punk's clamor. Some pulled out their phones to film, while others actually took out their phones ready to call the police. Make way, everyone. Police business. No filming over there, or you'll be arrested for obstructing official duties. Su Hao calmly pulled out his ability unit credentials from his jacket and flashed the black booklet for everyone to see. The blonde punk was dumbfounded when he saw the black booklet in Su Hao's hand. Having been in and out of the station many times, he was all too familiar with the authenticity of police identification. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should continue to resist. Seeing that Su Hao was a state official on a case, the bystanders lowered their phones with lingering doubt and stopped calling the police. Those who had been secretly filming were also ordered by Su Hao to delete their videos. Waving down a taxi, Su Hao flashed his credentials to the driver before escorting Yellow Hair into the car and leaving the scene. Big brother, where exactly are you taking me? Just give me a straight answer, otherwise I'm really feeling uneasy. Yellow Hair finally gave up his struggle with a miserable expression. Su Hao shrugged. You'll know when we get there. Anyway, it's an official state institution. Along the way, the taxi driver kept glancing at the two through the rearview mirror. Every time he tried to strike up a conversation, Su Hao shut him down with a curt no comment. After arriving at the destination about 10 minutes later, Su Hao stuffed a 50 yuan bill into the driver's hand and escorted Yellow Hair along the highway toward the Ability Bureau. Noticing the desolate and deserted surroundings of the suburbs, Yellow Hair's legs began to tremble. He forced a nervous laugh and said, Big brother, you didn't bring me here to, silence me for good, did you? You've got quite the imagination, don't you? Su Hao glanced at Yellow Hair. What's your name? Yellow Hair said, Shui. That's quite a refined name, I wouldn't have guessed. Su Hao teased, I'm Su Hao. Want to get to know each other? You're too kind, boss. Yellow Hair replied with a trembling, sycophantic smile. Su Hao shrugged, there's no need to be so distant. As the old saying goes, no discord, no concord. We are all ability users, we might even have the chance to work together in the future. Chapter 50, Catching a Dog? What? Ability user? Chance to work together? Hearing Su Hao's words, Yellow Hair's brain stalled on the spot. After all, the amount of information contained in that sentence was far too much to process. Since they were idle on the road anyway, Su Hao explained, ability user is the state's collective term for people with special powers. Your ability to turn invisible belongs to the special type, while mine is a physical enhancement ability. As for the chance to work together, you'll find out in a moment. After saying that, Su Hao didn't say anything more to Yellow Hair, signaling him to hurry up and follow. Walking into the ability group building, Su Hao led Yellow Hair familiarly to the door of Group Leader Xing's office, knocked, and entered. I've brought the person. Su Hao pointed to Yellow Hair behind him. Shui. Team Leader Xing was sipping his tea. Setting down the teacup, he smiled and said, "Xiao Su, your efficiency is simply astounding. Just yesterday you brought in a special type ability talent, and today you've caught another ability criminal. It's truly unbelievable. It was just pure luck." Luck is also a part of one's strength. Team leader Xing nodded approvingly, his gaze shifting toward the bound yellow hair as his expression returned to a serious one. "What is your name?" My name is Shin Sishue." Seeing team leader Xing in his white police uniform, yellow hair completely wilted. He knew all too well that while ordinary officers in the police station wore light blue uniforms, only those at the leadership level wore white. The man before him was a high-ranking official, holding at least the rank of police commissioner. Since yellow hair was a pickpocket with a prior criminal record and had used his ability to commit multiple thefts, team leader Xing interrogated him sternly for some time, questioning him on matters such as when his ability had awakened and its overall strength. Su Hao, standing nearby, overheard everything clearly. It turned out that yellow hair had awakened an invisibility ability on the night of the meteor shower, just 2 days ago. He could remain hidden for up to 6 minutes, a duration that shouldn't be underestimated, as 6 minutes is more than enough time for a pickpocket to accomplish a great deal. Of course, sneaking into a women's bathhouse was likely out of the question, as the time was still relatively short, ahem. Although he could currently only stay invisible for about 6 minutes, as far as Su Hao knew, ability users could make their abilities stronger and more durable through long-term training. Extending invisibility to over an hour was not impossible. After learning about yellow hair's ability, team leader Xing immediately ordered someone to investigate and verify his entire file. Quite a criminal record, isn't it? Sent to juvenile detention for pickpocketing in middle school, and after reaching adulthood, detained for theft almost every single year. You've really treated being a pickpocket as a professional craft, haven't you? Team leader Xing frowned slightly as he flipped through Shin Sishue's file. Under normal circumstances, the ability unit wouldn't easily recruit someone with such a long list of priors. However, a stealth ability does have some value to the organization. I'll give you a chance. Do you want it? Yes. Of course I do. Although Shin Sishue had no idea what joining the ability unit actually entailed, how could he dare say no in an atmosphere like this? Good. There's a mission I need you to handle. Team leader Xing nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward Su Hao. Xiao Su, come over here as well. For the mission I'm about to describe, I expect you and Xiao Miao will need to take him along with you. What kind of mission? Su Hao asked, his interest piqued. Excluding yesterday's assessment, this would be his first official mission since joining the ability unit. With a stiff, solemn expression, team leader Xing uttered 2 words, catch a dog. Ha? Catch a dog? Su Hao had been quite tense, but upon hearing those 2 words, he nearly tripped over himself. Even the yellow-haired Shin Sishue stood there in a daze, staring at the 2 of them with wide, incredulous eyes. Naturally, the dog we're catching is no ordinary dog. Team leader Xing brushed it off and explained, what you're tasked to capture is a mutant dog that escaped from the research institute. Although it isn't large, it possesses an extremely dangerous ability. Most importantly, the higher-ups have requested it be captured alive. Su Hao asked, what kind of special ability? The Research Institute refers to the mutant dog's ability as bestial deterrence, Team leader Xing said. Any creature it gazes upon will suffer severe psychological pressure, involuntarily feeling a surge of fear and losing the courage to resist. If an ordinary person is stared at for more than 3 seconds, they will enter a weakened state. If it exceeds 10 seconds, they may suffer a spirit collapse. Substantial damage only occurs after 10 seconds? That doesn't sound too dangerous. Su Hao was puzzled. Although this so-called bestial deterrence would take effect just by being looked at, wouldn't it be enough to simply catch the mutated dog within 10 seconds? Bestial deterrence isn't as simple as you think. Group leader Xing shook his head and said, furthermore, the physical strength of a mutated dog is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Its speed, in particular, is something even Xiao Miao can't keep up with. Combined with its small size, it's extremely difficult to capture in the city center. After all, a classified operation like this must be conducted discreetly. We can't just go around cordoning off blocks or mobilizing the military with great fanfare. Its physical strength is even higher than a little sprite's? Su Hao's expression shifted slightly. I'm afraid Miaoying and I won't be enough, will we? The little imp's strength and agility were estimated to be under 20 points, with only their speed potentially approaching 30, yet they were already difficult to handle. Let alone a mutant dog like this, whose strength and agility attributes both exceeded 30 points, firearms would likely struggle to even pose a threat to it. Rest assured, that mutant dog doesn't show any inclination toward proactive aggression. As long as you're careful not to catch its gaze, the danger level isn't high. Group leader Xing pulled a document from a drawer and handed it to Su Hao. Su Hao took the document and glanced at it. Printed on it was a photo of a scruffy little local dog, about 3 or 4 months old, wearing a high-tech metal collar around its neck. While it couldn't exactly be called cute, it certainly didn't look like it belonged anywhere near adjectives like ferocious or dangerous. Do you see the collar around its neck? Team leader Xing said, originally, this collar was equipped with a remote-controlled sedative measure, but for some unknown reason, it malfunctioned, which is why we couldn't capture the mutant dog smoothly. Your mission is to manually activate the red button on the collar. The collar will then automatically inject a potent anesthetic into its vein to put it to sleep. I see. Su Hao looked at the yellow-haired Shen Sishue beside him. So we just need to find the mutant dog and have him go over while invisible to press the button? If that's the case, the mission is indeed much simpler. About that. Shen Sishue said hesitantly, aren't dogs' noses very sensitive? What if it smells me before I even get close? Group leader Xing said, no need to worry about that. The Research Institute has sent masking powder and equipment for tracking the positioning collars. When Xiao Miao arrives in a bit, have her take you to the warehouse to collect them. Group leader? I'm here. Speak of the devil, Miao Yueying's voice rang out from outside the door. Chapter 51, Departure. Oh. Su Hao, you're here even earlier than me. Did you know about this mission in advance? Miao Yueying was quite surprised to see Su Hao. Her gaze shifted to the yellow-haired man with his hands tied beside him, and she asked curiously, who is this? Why is he tied up? Su Hao introduced him, this guy is Shen Sishue, an invisibility ability user. I caught him trying to steal my wallet on the street. Invisibility ability? Miao Yueying looked astonished. I remember you just introduced an ability user to the organization yesterday, didn't you? How is it that these rare ability users are popping up around you like common cabbages? It just so happens to be the task at hand. Su Hao shrugged and pointed toward yellow hair. By the way, team leader Xing said he should participate in this mission. His invisibility ability should be useful for capturing the mutated dog. You're kidding, right? Letting a rookie join the mission? Miao Yueying raised an eyebrow slightly. Team leader, isn't that a bit reckless? I heard that mutated dog is several times stronger than a gremlin. This yellow-haired guy clearly has the mental fortitude of an ordinary person. Even with an invisibility ability, it's still very dangerous. It's fine. Group leader Xing waved his hand. According to the intelligence provided by the Research Institute, that mutant dog does not have strong aggressive tendencies, otherwise, I wouldn't have sent just the two of you. Alright, go and get ready quickly. Don't let that mutant dog wander around the city center for too long. Ding. Side quest triggered, catch the dog. Mission requirements, a mutant dog has escaped from the Research Institute. It is highly agile and possesses dangerous special abilities. You have only one objective for this trip, capture it alive. Mission rewards, 800 EXP, 150 proficiency points. Su Hao, Shen Sishue, and Miao Yueying walked out of the office, looking at each other in dismay. In the office, Shen Sishue hadn't had a chance to chime in. He couldn't help but ask, Big brother, what exactly is this mutant dog thing? Is it very dangerous? Here, see for yourself. Su Hao handed the file on the mutant dog to Shen Sishue and turned to Miao Yueying. Sister Miao, why do I feel like our ability unit isn't very serious? Are the three of us really the only ones assigned to an emergency mission like this? The whole process feels pretty casual. The ability unit is short-staffed as it is. There's no helping it seems like everyone else has been sent out on field assignments recently. Miao Yueying replied nonchalantly, as for the casual atmosphere, the circle of ability users is small to begin with. Team leader Xing faces the same dozen or so of us day in and day out. After a while, everyone becomes so familiar that it's impossible to keep things formal even if he wanted to. That's not the kind of serious I meant, never mind. Su Hao shook his head, feeling that the overall vibe of the ability department was slightly different from what he had imagined. Miao Yueying asked, Su Hao, have you finished reading the ability department code of conduct I sent you earlier? Su Hao paused, then admitted guiltily, I've read some of it, but I haven't finished it yet. It hadn't even been a full day. After getting home, he hadn't had the chance to look at the document at all, only skimming a few lines while testing his spirit attributes. However, with his current memory capacity, he should be able to finish most of it on the way. Miao Yueying nodded. As long as you've read it. It saves me the trouble of explaining what not to do all over again. Come on, let's go get the equipment. With that, Miao Yueying walked briskly toward the building's warehouse, and Su Hao called Shen Sishue to follow along. The ability department's warehouse is divided into 3 floors. The first floor contains common equipment that ordinary members can access at any time, such as pistols and walkie-talkies. As for the second and third floors, they cannot be entered easily, even senior members must file an application. The tracking collar device was a rectangular display similar to a handheld game console. Made entirely of metal, it featured only 2 buttons, red and blue, and a rotary dial. Is the red one for tracking the direction, and the blue one for the emergency anesthetic injection? Su Hao fiddled with the metallic locator. The display showed concentric radar-like circles and a directional arrow pointing northeast. Miao Yueying said, the researchers mentioned that because the distance is too great, the locator can only indicate a general direction. The specific location won't appear on the radar until the mutant dog is within a 10-mile radius. Additionally, the research institute had sent a large bag of breath-masking powder. The pale white substance emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance and weighed at least 3 or 4 pounds, more than enough for the 3 of them to coat themselves entirely. After roughly sprinkling the powder over their bodies, there wasn't much else to prepare, and the trio set off. Since this operation required discretion, Miao Yueying wore neither her police uniform nor drove a patrol car. Instead, she picked a common Volkswagen from the parking lot and drove the 3 of them toward the city center, following the direction indicated by the locator. Big brother, what exactly do you guys do? What kind of organization is the ability group? How come I've never heard of it? Yellow-haired Shen Sishue cautiously asked Su Hao. Since they had some downtime, Su Hao gave him a rundown of the basic information regarding the ability group. The kid listened in a daze, his eyes widening into circles. His expression shifted from initial fear and trepidation to a growing sense of excitement. Holy crap! A specialized national agency for abilities. That is freaking legendary. Shen Sishue beamed with delight. Big brother, does this mean if I join the ability group, I'll become a government employee on the official payroll? I never dreamed that one day I could actually become a cop. Watch your mouth. Don't go calling people snitches or cops. Su Hao glanced at him, don't get excited too early. Your entry into the ability department is far from a done deal. Whether it happens or not depends on your performance. Don't worry. I promise I'll be on my best behavior. Having learned about the benefits of joining the ability department, Shen Sishue was suddenly full of energy. He shook his bound hands and said with a sheepish grin, Big brother, can we loosen the ropes first? Su Hao didn't hesitate and casually untied the rope. Don't do anything stupid. Shen Sishue gave an awkward laugh. Brother, look at what you're saying. With such a great opportunity to become a civil servant, how could I possibly run away? No one was worried that Shen Sishue would flee, unless he wanted to have no place left to hide in the entire country. One should never underestimate the strength of state agencies. As long as they are willing to invest a certain amount of manpower and resources, finding a single person is simply a breeze. Suhao looked at the scenery outside the car window and said helplessly, "To be honest, I really didn't expect that my first official mission after joining the ability team would be something as low class as catching a dog." Miao Yueying, who was driving, remarked, "Give it a rest. When I first joined the ability team, I had almost nothing to do for nearly half a month. In comparison, you've encountered a major case on your very first day. Your luck is actually quite good." "You call this good luck?" Suhao asked with a smile. While having tasks to complete was indeed a stroke of luck for him, for a normal person, wouldn't life be easier with fewer troubles? Of course it counts. There's a bonus for every task completed, and you can accumulate points. Miao Yueying paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something. "Wait, it seems your points are already higher than mine? 20 points for the sprite, 10 for recommending an ability user last night, plus finding another one today. You already have 40 points. You're almost at the level of a rank 2 member." As she did the math, her tone shifted from initial confusion to growing astonishment. She hadn't realized it until she crunched the numbers, and the result was startling. It was only Suhao's first official day on the job, yet his points were skyrocketing like a rocket. He was already on the verge of being promoted to a level 2 member. Chapter 52, The Urban Village. "I can't believe it." Miao Yueying slapped the steering wheel in frustration. "The points I've earned over 3 months aren't even as much as what you've made in a day or two. It's just luck, pure luck." Suhao brushed it off with a casual laugh. He hadn't expected his points to accumulate so quickly. If he could earn another 10 points from the mutant dog capture mission, he might even be promoted to a level 2 member of the ability group today. The main quest was to reach level 3 membership within a month. Suhao had originally thought this task would be difficult, but given the current momentum, it wouldn't take a month at all. He'd likely reach level 3 in less than a week. Feeling elated, Suhao said generously, "Once this mission is over, it's on me. Sister Miao, what would you like to eat?" "Sure, I won't fleece you. Just treat me to a seafood buffet." Miao Yueying said with a grin, "I heard a high-end seafood buffet called Heart of the Sea recently opened on Donghua Street and it's supposed to be great. I haven't had the chance to go yet, so I'll leave the treat to you." "Heart of the Sea? I've heard some colleagues mention it before." "Alright, we'll go once the mission is complete." Suhao remembered that Heart of the Sea seemed to be an upscale buffet restaurant, costing about 200 or 300 per person, featuring everything from abalone to lobster. A seafood buffet at this price point might have been a bit of a luxury for the old Suhao, but in his eyes now, it was nothing. It was just a few $100. With the system's help, he would be making the big bucks sooner or later. Arrived at the city center. After driving around the streets for about 10 minutes, a faint, flickering dot of light finally appeared on the locator. Suhao adjusted the distance on the display and cross-referenced it with the map on his phone. The target is to the west, about 4,000 meters away. The approximate location is in the Shiqing Street area. Miao Yueying turned the steering wheel and drove along the street toward Shiqing Street. Although the light on the locator was moving, it wasn't going very fast. As the car entered the Shiqing neighborhood, the distance on the screen grew shorter and shorter, until they finally pulled up in front of a bustling network of small alleys. A plaque hung at the entrance of the alleyway, bearing the name Sajin Lane. "It's hidden within the urban village. The car won't be able to get in." Miao Yueying frowned as she looked at the narrow alley ahead. The already cramped road was further occupied by street vendors, and with the heavy foot traffic, even if a car could squeeze through, it would likely move slower than they could walk. "Let's go on foot, it's not that far anyway." Suhao held the locator, which showed the light dot less than 500 meters away from them. "Wait a second, let me see if there's a parking lot nearby." "No need for a parking lot." Miao Yueying didn't hesitate for a second. She whipped the steering wheel around, swerving the car to a steady halt by the side of the alley before killing the engine and stepping out. Suhao froze for a moment. "I don't think you're allowed to park here, are you? You'll get a ticket." Miao Yueying looked completely indifferent. "Let them ticket it. It's a government vehicle anyway. It's not like the traffic police are going to send the fine to the ability department, right?" Suhao broke into a cold sweat. "Fair enough. I guess I haven't adjusted my mindset yet." The ability group's jurisdiction outranks that of the local police, and within permitted bounds, they possess a vast array of powers. Something as trivial as parking wherever they please is of no consequence at all. Holding the locator, the group of three headed deep into the urban village. In recent years, most of the urban villages in the city center have been demolished, with only a handful remaining that haven't yet been carved up by real estate companies. Shajin Alley is one of these few surviving enclaves. It's estimated that in a few years, it too will be torn down and replaced by skyscrapers. The mutated dog is inside this small courtyard? Glancing at the locator, which showed a distance of less than 20 meters, Suhao looked up at the residence in front of him. The residence before them was a duplex building typical of urban villages, standing about 3 stories high and covering several hundred square meters. The 2 black wooden gates of the courtyard were left ajar, and an elderly woman sat by the entrance, basking in the sun while cracking melon seeds. Shin Sishue muttered, "Could the mutated dog have been adopted by this family?" "It's possible," Suhao agreed thoughtfully. The mutated dog's appearance in the file was no different from an ordinary young Chinese rural dog. Its gray fur made it look quite charming and naive. Furthermore, it showed no aggressive tendencies. It was entirely possible that an unsuspecting resident of the urban village had picked it up and taken it home as a pet. Miao Yueying said, "I think it's unlikely. According to the researchers, that mutated dog is very shy and cautious. Besides, it only escaped during transport this morning. It's hard to believe a civilian could have picked it up and brought it home in such a short amount of time." The 3 of them whispered amongst themselves for a few moments. In truth, it mattered little whether the mutated dog had been adopted or was simply hiding inside the small courtyard. Suhao stepped forward and asked the elderly woman cracking melon seeds in front of the door, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you live here?" The old woman looked up at Suhao while continuing to crack her seeds. "I'm the owner of this courtyard." "What is it, young man? Looking to rent a room?" "No, I wanted to ask if any of the residents in this courtyard picked up a small local puppy today." With that, Suhao pulled out the document, showing her only the page with the photo of the mutated dog. "My pet dog ran off near here this morning." "It's the one in this photo." "A little mutt?" The old woman frowned. "I'm not sure about that, but dogs aren't allowed in our courtyard." Suhao felt a pang of regret. If the mutated dog had been taken in by someone, he could have learned its specific floor and unit number. The tracker could only show a general location and struggled with precision within a few meters, nor could it indicate vertical elevation. Shen Sishue's invisibility could only last for 1 minute. Searching for the dog floor by floor across 3 buildings would likely take more time than they had. Miao Yueying stepped forward and said, "Ma'am, could you let us in to take a look? I heard from some people nearby that they saw a mutt running into this courtyard." The old woman glanced at the 3 of them, her gaze fixing on Shen Sishue's yellow hair. "No, we don't let outsiders just wander into our courtyard." Suhao and Miao Yueying both followed the old woman's gaze and looked at Shen Sishue. The guy looked completely bewildered, having no idea why everyone was suddenly staring at him. Shen Sishue was a street punk to begin with, and standing there with his thuggish posture and that non-mainstream yellow hair, he was a total eyesore. One look was enough to tell he was up to no good, so it was no wonder the old woman wouldn't let the 3 of them in to look for the dog. Suhao shot him a glare. "Once this mission is over, you'd better dye that yellow hair back immediately." "Fine," Shen Sishue muttered, touching his hair with an innocent look on his face. The old woman insisted on barring them from the yard. Left with no choice, Miao Yueying had to pull out her police credentials to prove they weren't bad people. Only then did the old woman, still skeptical, accompany them inside to search for the dog. Initially, Suhao and Miao Yueying had hoped to keep their identities hidden, as capturing a mutated dog was a covert operation that should ideally remain out of the public eye. Chapter 53, The Mission Gets Tricky. The 3 of them conducted a thorough search of the yard, from the first floor all the way to the rooftop, but surprisingly, they couldn't find so much as a single strand of dog hair. "That's strange. The tracker shows this is definitely the right location." Suhao frowned, staring at the blinking dot on the display, positioned right in the center of the crosshairs. Could it be that it was no longer? Just as the 3 of them were at a loss, a young girl of about 11 or 12 came skipping out of the room. She seemed to be holding something in her hand with his sharp eyes. Suhao recognized it instantly. It was the mutant dog's collar. The metallic collar had been snapped in half from the middle, and the tracking device in the bottom right corner was still flashing, echoing the blinking dot on the locator. Startled, Suhao strode forward. "Little girl, where did you find that thing in your hand?" Seeing a stranger suddenly approach, the little girl clutched the collar timidly and took a few steps back. "I found this at the courtyard gate when school let out at noon." "Does it belong to you, big brother?" "Noon?" Suhao frowned slightly and pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. This meant the mutated dog had broken free from its collar at least 4 hours ago. Without a trackable target, where were they supposed to find the mutated dog in this chaotic urban village? With a full 4-hour gap, it wasn't even certain if the mutated dog was still within the village. After offering 20 yuan in change as a reward to retrieve the collar from the little girl, the three of them left the courtyard in low spirits. "What now? The dog even broke its collar. Where are we supposed to find it?" Walking through the bustling alleyway, Shin Sishue wore a look of distress. "If this mission gets called off, will I still have a chance to join the ability department? I finally had a shot at becoming a civil servant." "Miao Yueying, why don't you call Captain Xing first and report the situation?" Suhao looked at the broken collar and tracker in his hand, sighing helplessly. "Things have become tricky. I didn't expect the first mission to go so poorly. I hope the research institute has a backup plan." Miao Yueying nodded, pulled out her phone, and reported the news of the broken collar to team leader Xing. A few minutes later, she hung up the phone. "Well, it looks like we can forget about resting today." Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. "That mutant dog seems to be very important to one of the research institute's scientific projects. It must be caught before tomorrow. The team leader wants us to continue searching near the urban village for now, and he's having the institute send extra personnel to help us look. Do we really have to find it?" Suhao swept his gaze over the intricate, winding alleys of the urban village. In a place like this, finding a person would be difficult enough, let alone a dog. Miao Yueying blinked. "Since we don't have any leads anyway, why don't we grab a bite first? I rushed over as soon as I got the team leader's call about the mission at noon. I haven't even had lunch yet." "That works." Suhao's stomach was also feeling a bit empty. He turned his gaze toward a small rice bowl restaurant on the side of the street. "Do you guys eat rice bowls? Your treat?" Suhao couldn't help but laugh. "My treat. Hee hee, then I won't stand on ceremony." Since Miao Yueying had no objections, the matter was settled. As for Shin Sishue, he wasn't in a position to object. It was already generous enough for Suhao to treat him to a meal in passing. They entered a restaurant and ordered several rice bowls. The three of them sat at the table, chatting while they waited. Suhao asked, "Sister Miao, what do you think the research institute is busy studying all day long?" "I'm not entirely sure. I don't know many people over at the research institute." Miao Yueying thought for a moment. "But my mentor, Lao Ji, mentioned that the research institute seems to be focusing on how to make ordinary people awaken an ability. They're trying to develop something like the super soldier serum from the Marvel movies." Suhao looked thoughtful. "Could that mutated dog be an experimental subject?" "More than likely." Miao Yueying nodded in deep agreement. Based on experience, if that mongrel puppy had mutated naturally, it would more or less exhibit aggressive tendencies. Generally, its physical appearance would also undergo mutations. As I've mentioned before, most little sprites are formed from the mutation of stray cats and dogs. However, the mutated dog in the file showed no physical changes whatsoever, nor had it developed a violent animalistic nature due to the mutation. This was completely different from other naturally mutated animals. Hypothetically, if the higher-ups really tasked the research institute with developing a super soldier serum, there would be at least two prerequisites. First, it must not cause physical mutations in humans, as it would violate ethics. Second, it must not make a person's personality violent for ease of control. Mutated dogs with no aggressive tendencies and a normal appearance happen to meet these two criteria perfectly. Following this logic, that mutated dog was indeed an experimental subject created by the research institute. Su Hao rubbed his chin. In that case, could it be that the research institute is close to developing a finished product? To give a common mutt puppy 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary human, along with a dangerous ability like feral deterrence TSK, that's even more impressive than the super soldier serum in the movies. If such a thing were truly developed, it would likely usher in a massive transformation for the entire world. However, the tsunami of the ability wave has already arrived first. This transformation is destined to be nothing more than embers following a great conflagration. What truly interested him was whether the serum developed by the research institute could enhance his attributes or grant him a new ability. The lightning element ability he currently possessed was not self-awakened, but rather bestowed by the system. Strictly speaking, he was not an ability user, nor had he ever awakened a power of his own. Of course, if the system itself was his awakened ability, then that would be a different story. A finished product? I find that unlikely. Perhaps that mutated dog was just an accidental byproduct? Miao Yueying rested her face in her hand, her fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop. Think about it, if they had actually developed a serum that powerful, why would the government still be offering such massive benefits to recruit civilian ability users like us? It would be much easier to manage if they just injected the serum into highly trained special forces soldiers, wouldn't it? Besides, even if a serum could be created, it likely couldn't be mass-produced for years. The manufacturing costs would be astronomical, and there's probably a risk of failure. It's likely something only the wealthy elite could afford. Either way, it has nothing to do with low-level people like us. Miao Yueying spoke with confidence. Actually, there's no point in overthinking it. If the research institute really comes up with something good, our ability team will definitely get the news firsthand. After all, we've been collaborating with them for years. That's true. Su Hao stared blankly at Miao Yueying, feeling as though he had gained a deeper understanding of his colleague. Regardless of her ability's strength, her series of logical analyses alone was enough to command respect. A conversation between gods. I don't quite get it, but it seems impressive. Shin Sishue, completely unable to join the conversation, muttered to himself. He felt around in his trouser pocket, only to remember that his phone had long since been confiscated. Left with no choice, he stared helplessly at the scenery outside the window. As he watched, he suddenly froze. Why does that dog look a bit familiar? Chapter 54, Twists and Turns. Hearing Shin Sishue's murmur, both of them shifted their gaze in the direction he was looking. Outside the window, next to a fast food restaurant across the street. A few middle school children were gathered around a small, gray local dog, feeding it ribs. One daring girl reached out to try and pet the dog's head, but the stray warily dodged every attempt. It then snatched up the remaining large piece of rib meat and bolted into the alleyway with startling speed. That's the one. After it. Su Hao slammed his hand on the table and stood up, dashing out of the shop with Shin Sishue and Miao Yueying following close behind. Wait! Sir, your food is ready. Why are you leaving? The waiter, who had just brought out 3 plates of rice bowls, saw the trio rushing out and hurriedly called after them. It's an emergency. Keep the change. Su Hao didn't even look back. He handed over 50 yuan and dashed out the door, chasing them into the narrow alleyway. The mutated dog was incredibly fast. Tracking such a nimble and cautious creature through a labyrinth of winding alleys was no small feat. Fortunately, as an ability user specializing in agility, Miao Yueying was just barely able to keep up. She snatched the iron collar from Su Hao's hand and dashed ahead to catch up. Su Hao instantly understood her intention. With a tracker locked onto the collar's location, even if they were shaken off by the mutant dog, they could still follow from behind as long as Miao Yueying kept it in her sights. Within seconds, the figures of the mutant dog and Miao Yueying vanished from their sight, one after the other. Boss, I'm out of breath. The gap in agility among the 3 gradually became apparent. Despite his best efforts to keep up, Shin Sishue had fallen significantly behind Su Hao. Furthermore, the overexertion from sprinting had drained all his stamina, leaving him unable to continue the pursuit. Su Hao frowned, understanding the gap in their physical constitutions, and did not push the matter. Stay right here and wait. Once we've confirmed the mutant dog's whereabouts, we'll come back for you. With that, Su Hao set off again without pause, racing in the direction indicated by the tracker. After running along the narrow path for about 10 more seconds and navigating several twists and turns, Su Hao finally spotted Miao Yueying. She was crouching by the edge of a wall in a small alley. Seeing Su Hao approach, she gestured for him to be quiet and pointed inside. Su Hao crept up silently. There, in an open space, the small gray local dog was lying on the ground, crunching away as it gnawed on some rib meat. Its sharp teeth easily crushed the hard bone, swallowing it whole along with the meat. It finished off a sizable piece of rib in just a few bites of feet that would be absolutely impossible for any other canine pup. After finishing the meat, the little gray mutt seemed to have had its fill. It crawled into an abandoned concrete cylinder in the clearing and lay down to rest. The two exchanged a glance, stepped back a few paces, and began to converse in hushed tones. Su Hao said, "Keep an eye on it here. I'll go get Shen Sishui. The collar should still be usable, right?" His gaze fell upon the flickering iron collar in Miao Yueying's hand. Aside from the break in the chain, there was no other visible damage. Miao Yueying froze for a moment. "You want to put the collar back on it and then administer the potent anesthetic?" "That's right." Su Hao nodded. "If we go head to head, there's no way we can capture this dog alive. We have to rely on the potent anesthetic in the collar. The collar should still be functional." Miao Yueying expressed her doubt, "But, can that guy's invisibility work on objects?" Su Hao rolled his eyes at her. "Nonsense. If it didn't work on objects, wouldn't he have to run around naked to stay invisible? Since even the clothes on his body can turn invisible, adding one more dose of potent anesthetic shouldn't be a problem." Fair point." Miao Yueying was left speechless. He doubled back and returned about a minute or two later, bringing along Shen Sishui, who had been waiting by the roadside. "Go on, it's all up to you now." After confirming that the mutated dog was still inside the concrete cylinder, Su Hao solemnly handed the collar to Shen Sishui and patted his shoulder, entrusting him with the heavy responsibility. Shen Sishui's hands were trembling slightly. "Big brother, I'm a little nervous." Su Hao offered some comfort. "Don't be nervous, think of something positive. Once this mission is successfully completed, you'll become a civil servant, and at the very least, a cadre at the deputy section level or higher." Miao Yueying chimed in, "If you fail, the state will collect your body for you, and you might even earn a spot on the ability department's wall of martyrs." Shen Sishui's hands began to tremble even more violently. "Stop teasing him at a critical moment like this." Su Hao glanced at Miao Yueying before adding, "That mutated dog doesn't have much aggressive intent. As long as you don't do anything suicidal to provoke it, your life won't be in danger. All right, get moving, lest any complications arise if we delay too long." "Fine, I'll go." Shen Sishui gritted his teeth, his expression hardening like a martyr preparing for death. His body gradually became transparent until he vanished completely into the air. He was gone from sight, leaving only the faint sound of footsteps receding into the distance. The two people hiding in the shadows grew alert. They pulled out specialized bags made of unique materials provided by the Research Institute specifically for capturing mutant dogs and stood ready to rush out and make the arrest at any moment. Miao Yueying whispered, "Do you think there's any way for him to muffle those footsteps? What if the mutant dog hears him?" "Probably not. In principle, invisibility is likely just an optical refraction camouflage. It can't completely eliminate all traces of one's presence. The invisibility ability may seem powerful, but it actually possesses many flaws. Setting aside unavoidable factors like footsteps, breathing, heartbeat, and scent, there is even the intangible concept of presence. For instance, even if you cannot see or hear anyone behind you, you can still sense someone standing there. This is the intuition sensing a living being's presence. Science explains this as a potential effect of biological magnetic fields. Su Hao had only read about this briefly in books and did not have an in-depth understanding of the subject. Invisibility is effective enough for bullying ordinary people who rely solely on vision and lack strong intuition, but if used against martial arts masters or other creatures, it would likely yield minimal results. It was precisely because he considered these factors that Su Hao did not rush to unlock this ability, choosing instead to prioritize lighting up the mana source. Getting closer. From the faint footprints in the dust of the clearing, Suhao could tell that Shinsishue was less than 3 meters away from the mutated dog. His pace grew progressively smaller and slower. Fortunately, the mutated dog was napping with its eyes closed after finishing the ribs, and a light breeze was blowing through the air. Otherwise, the sound of his breathing or the disturbance of the dust on the ground would likely have betrayed Shinsishue's presence. Just at the moment he was about to successfully place the collar on the mutated dog, several children came running and playing from outside the clearing. Hearing the commotion, the mutated dog suddenly stood up in alert, frightening Shinsishue, who was standing not far away, into freezing in place. He remained in his invisible state, not daring to breathe a single word. Damn, what rotten luck! Suhao rubbed his face in frustration. If I had known, I should have cordoned off this area beforehand. Now things have become a mess again. What do we do now? Miao Yueying asked, blinking her eyes. She was originally supposed to be the one leading the two newcomers, but somehow Suhao had taken charge, and it felt completely natural. There's no other way, we'll just have to force our way through. Suhao's expression grew solemn as he took a few deep breaths. Since the opportunity we worked so hard for was interrupted, we'll just have to create our own. Chapter 55, Capture Successful. You take the left, I'll take the right. Try your best to draw its attention. Suhao gestured toward the clearing and walked toward it, pretending to be just passing by. Miao Yueying also began walking in the other direction, the two of them perfectly blocking the exit. Finding its newly discovered sanctuary suddenly swarmed by humans, the mutated dog bared its fangs warily. However, seeing that these people didn't seem to notice it, it simply crawled into a concrete cylinder to hide. Walking slowly toward the sycamore tree beside the clearing, Suhao was so anxious that beads of sweat began to seep from his forehead. He wondered if Shinsishue had understood the hand signals. Why hadn't he made a move yet? Everything was now waiting on him to snap the collar on. Ow! The mutated dog suddenly began to bark loudly. Did it work? Suhao hurriedly turned to check the situation, only to find that Shinsishue had dropped out of her invisibility state. She was sprinting toward them for dear life, her face filled with terror. The mutated dog had also lunged out in a rage, its blood-red eyes locked onto her. Although it was unexpected that the mutated dog hadn't been anesthetized on the spot, Suhao was slightly relieved to see that a half-hanging iron collar had indeed appeared around its neck. Shinsishue cried out through a mess of tears and snot, "Help! Big brother, save me! Can't you show a little backbone? Is it really that scary?" Suhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he pulled a folded piece of specialized capture cloth from his pocket and charged toward the mutated dog. The anesthetic should have taken effect by now. The little mutt clearly looked weak and listless. Suhao was confident he could handle a mutated dog in such a state. He had just rushed to within 5 meters of the creature and was about to bag it when, unexpectedly, the dog suddenly whipped its head around and fixed its blood-red gaze on him. In an instant, an irrepressible sense of dread welled up from the depths of his heart. Panic, helplessness, fear, and a flood of other negative emotions suddenly exploded in his brain. It felt as if he were being stared down by a natural predator, a prickling sensation on his back, a sudden heart palpitations, and movements that became stiff and sluggish. How terrifying! No, I can't go over there. I'll be killed. I have to run, I have to get away from this dog right now. His mind was consumed by thoughts of terror and retreat. Even though logic told him this mutated dog no longer posed much of a threat, the fear remained lingering, even gnawing away at what little rationality he had left. Is this the power of feral deterrence? It was completely different from what I had imagined. To think that even the most basic sense of fear could impact one's actions so deeply, it's hard to imagine what a spirit collapse would look like after being stared down for 10 continuous seconds. Fortunately, I increased my spirit attributes beforehand. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have turned and fled just like Shinsishue. Suhao clutched his head, barely managing to suppress the fear. He took a large stride forward, spreading the special capture bag wide to trap the cornered mutant dog, and pulled the drawstring tight with all his might. Without the gaze of feral deterrence, the sense of fear vanished without a trace in an instant. Side quest. Task reward, 800 EXP, 150 proficiency points. Phew, it's finally over. Suhao let out a long breath and slumped onto the ground. Enduring the fear brought by the mutant dog's feral deterrence had taken a significant toll on his spirit. In common terms, he was mentally exhausted. To be honest, this kind of special spirit attack ability was impossible to dodge or guard against, making it practically unsolvable from a certain perspective. He wondered if there were many ability users of this type out there. Either way, he figured he had to stack his spirit attributes as quickly as possible, plus, he did need to find a way to acquire a spirit-type ability for himself when he had the chance. Did you catch it? Miao Yueying rushed over, looking at the bulging bag with pleasant surprise, before noticing Suhao's pale complexion. Are you alright? I'm okay, my head is just a bit of a mess. Suhao shook his head, unable to resist complaining, that dog's ability is simply terrifying. What kind of monster did the research institute create? It's this dangerous even as a cub. If it ever escaped back into the wild, it would absolutely have no natural predators. Is it really that terrifying? Miao Yueying hadn't experienced the bestial deterrence firsthand and remained somewhat skeptical. I'll report to the team leader first and let him know we've caught the mutant dog, so he doesn't need to send anyone else over. Dusting off his clothes, Suhao stood up carrying the bag. The mutant dog inside had gone completely still. The potent anesthetic had likely taken full effect. The bag was made of a specialized material that not only ensured ventilation but was also incredibly durable. Even if the mutant dog were to wake from its anesthesia, it wouldn't be able to tear through the sturdy fabric anytime soon, making it very secure. Are you alright? Suhao turned his gaze toward Shen Sishue, knowing full well that the sensation of feral deterrence was far from pleasant. I'm fine. Shen Sishue hurriedly wiped the tears and snot from his face, feeling utterly humiliated that he had broken down so miserably in public. Carrying the bag containing the mutated dog, the trio walked out of the urban village and drove back to the ability group to submit their mission. The limp mutated dog was placed into a pre-prepared, reinforced iron cage. A team of specialists and a dedicated transport vehicle dispatched by the Research Institute arrived to escort it away, finally bringing the mission to an official close. Due to the trio's outstanding performance during the mission and their proactive handling of emergencies, though they actually just went out to eat, each was rewarded with 10 merit points plus a 10,000 yuan bonus issued on the spot. Setting aside the 10,000 yuan bonus for a moment. 10 merit points might not seem like much to Suhao, but in reality, it was quite a significant amount. Points in the ability group are not easy to earn. Under normal circumstances, a mission to capture a minor sprite is carried out by a 4-person team, and capturing one alive only yields 20 points. When split among 4 people, that is only 5 points each. But none of that was the main point. The key point was that he had finally accumulated 50 points. Congratulations! As of today, you are a level 2 member of the ability group, and your clearance has been promoted to the section chief level. Group leader Xing teased, Xiao Miao, you'd better step it up. You've only been a senior for 2 days and you're already being overtaken. Currently, in the entire ability group excluding those in training, you're the only level 1 member left. Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. If I could run into an ability user every single day, I would have reached level 2 ages ago. Out of his 50 points, 20 were earned by referring ability users to join the organization. Because ability users used to be extremely rare with perhaps only a few hundred in the entirety of China, the ability group had established this specific reward system. In reality, however, earning points through this method was typically even harder than completing missions. After all, ability users weren't exactly common. Where would one normally get the chance to stumble upon a wild one? But Suhao knew that after the meteor shower, ability users would no longer be a rarity. Perhaps I can use this to farm points? The thought flashed through his mind. At least until the rules changed, he could find as many newly awakened ability users as possible to join the organization. Each one was worth 10 points. As long as he recruited 10 more people, he could easily promote to a level 3 member. Chapter 56, Treating to a Buffet. The only problem was, how could he locate ability users in such a short amount of time? Suhao pondered as he opened the ability module, scrolling and searching through the complex tree diagram. Hard work paid off. Within a few minutes, he found an ability that was just right. Detection: gaze at a target for 3 seconds to obtain their basic attribute information by touching the target. More detailed information can be acquired. This ability requires 2 ability points to unlock. This is undoubtedly a highly practical support type ability. Not only can it help him locate ability users to earn points, but it can also be used to scout enemy information during combat. In online games, scouting skills are almost essential. They allow one to ascertain the gap between friend and foe in advance, avoiding unnecessary injuries, and even enabling one to strike the enemy's weaknesses with their own strengths to secure victory. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. It's decided you are the next ability. After turning in the mission, Miao Yueying and Su Hao both received their bonuses and points, while Shen Sishua successfully joined the ability group as she had wished. Team leader Xing sent someone to drive Shen Sishua to the military district specialized for training ability users. After bidding farewell to the two of them, Shen departed by car. It would likely be several weeks before they met again. Stepping out of the office, Su Hao asked Miao Yueying, "Sister Miao, what are the benefits of being a level 2 member?" Miao Yueying thought for a moment. Your monthly salary increases from 8,000 to 10,000, and your police rank rises to supervisor class 1, which is equivalent to the section chief level. Actually, there isn't much difference between level 1 and level 2. You only gain significantly higher clearance once you reach level 3 or above. Su Hao said thoughtfully, "After the promotion, can I still use those 50 points to exchange for vacation time?" "Of course." Miao Yueying replied, "Rank promotion in the ability group uses a cumulative system. The system calculates all the points you've earned since joining. It doesn't matter if you spend them along the way, as they are all recorded in your file." "I see, that's quite convenient then." Su Hao walked toward the main gate and said with a smile, "We didn't get to finish that rice bowl earlier. As per our agreement for me to treat you, let's head over to the Heart of the Sea buffet for a meal." Miao Yueying grinned. "In that case, I won't hold back." The two of them drove the ability department's car straight to the Heart of the Sea restaurant on Donghua Street. The decor of this newly opened high-end buffet was impressive, carrying a rather elegant atmosphere. After Su Hao purchased the tickets at the counter, the two entered the restaurant, secured a table, and split up to raid the seafood counters. Miao Yueying truly lived up to her reputation as a tomboy. She had piled a large plate high with lobster, salmon, and other seafood, cluttering more than half the table. Her portion was nearly half as large again as what Su Hao had taken, making one wonder if she could actually finish it all. As it turned out, his doubts were entirely unnecessary. Miao Yueying was devouring the seafood on her plate at an astonishing speed, without the slightest hint of the reserve typically expected of a girl. Her manner was hardly better than wolfing down her food. Seeing her eat with such gusto made Su Hao hungry as well. He took a sip of soda and began tackling the grilled meat on his own plate. Once he was about 80% full, he wiped his mouth and remarked, "The food at this restaurant actually tastes pretty good. The main thing is that the portions are huge and filling." Miao Yueying chuckled and ran back to the buffet area to grab more seafood. Su Hao was shocked to discover that the massive pile of seafood on her plate was already gone. This speed and appetite, it was practically on par with those professional competitive eaters online. Before long, Miao Yueying trotted back to the table with another large plate of grilled meat. Su Hao exclaimed in amazement, "Sister Miao, you have such a huge appetite?" "It's normal, isn't it? Ability users generally eat a lot after all. We have to balance our energy consumption. In the organization, my appetite is actually considered small." Miao Yueying didn't think much of it. Instead, she looked at Su Hao in confusion. "Why are you eating so little? Aren't you hungry?" "I'm not that hungry," Su Hao replied with a sheepish smile. In the past, when he didn't have a mana source in his body, he indeed needed to consume a large amount of food to satisfy his hunger every time he used his ability. But things were different now. As long as his physical exertion wasn't too intense, his appetite was no different from that of an ordinary person. To be honest, Su Hao couldn't figure out exactly what the energy source of the mana fountain was. As long as he left it alone, the cyclone would recover automatically, much like automatic mana regeneration in a video game. He could only roughly guess that the cyclone might be drawing energy from the air. After eating his fill, Su Hao sat to the side playing on his phone, occasionally glancing at Miao Yueying, who was still eating. While this policewoman couldn't be called exceptionally beautiful, scoring perhaps a 6 out of 10 in terms of look, she was more delicate and clear-featured than the average person, falling into the category of those who grow on you over time. However, her straightforward personality paired with her crisp, short hair gave her an indescribable aura. Su Hao had known her for less than 2 days, so it wasn't a matter of liking her or not, it was simply that through their interactions and experiences over these 2 days, he had developed a slight favorable impression of her. "Why do you keep staring at me? I can't even finish my meal." Miao Yueying noticed Su Hao's gaze and teased, "Oh? Little brother, you're not actually trying to hit on me, are you? Well, for the sake of this meal today, I might just give you a chance." As she spoke, she even blew a kiss toward Su Hao. "I just never seen a girl eat so fast, I couldn't help but take a few extra looks. If you don't want me to look, I won't." Su Hao shrugged and went back to eating the seafood on his plate. "Humph, that's just your own lack of experience." Miao Yueying rolled her eyes at him, then glanced toward the left and frowned. "Speaking of which, do you hear that? It sounds like it's getting quite noisy over there." "Oh?" Su Hao looked in the direction Miao Yueying was pointing, but his view was blocked by a Japanese-style screen. However, listening closely, he could indeed hear a commotion coming from behind it, seemingly a conflict breaking out. From time to time, the sound of things being smashed echoed through the air. "It sounds like a fight has started. If you're curious, do you want to go take a look?" Su Hao suggested. Miao Yueying shook her head. "Forget it, it's better not to get involved in that kind of drama. Let's just keep eating." With that, she lowered her head again and continued her battle with the food on her plate. Most people would generally be reluctant to get involved in such matters. After all, being a bystander isn't exactly a good habit, and meddling is just asking for trouble. It might even bring unnecessary problems upon oneself. But Su Hao was different. One of his primary sources of EXP was sticking his nose into other people's business. "After finishing the dog-catching quest, I'm only 30 EXP away from level 8. I can level up instantly just by completing one more random task." Su Hao scrolled through the system interface, looking toward the source of the commotion, unable to hold back his excitement. "I'm going to the restroom." With that, he walked quickly toward the screen. Rounding the screen that blocked his view, he took a closer look and saw that a couple was having a heated argument, seemingly over a relationship dispute. The man had flipped the table, while the woman was hurling insults at him, as several servers stood by trying to intervene. Ahem, as expected, the system task showed no reaction whatsoever. Even an upright judge finds it hard to settle family disputes. It wasn't his place as an outsider to interfere in a young couple's quarrel. What a pity. Just as Su Hao was about to turn and leave in disappointment, he inadvertently noticed that the fragments of tableware scattered on the ground were inexplicably trembling in an irregular pattern. Chapter 57, Shockwave Ability. What the hell? An earthquake? Su Hao's nerves instantly tightened as he scanned his surroundings. His enhanced focus was naturally higher than that of an average person, allowing him to detect these subtle anomalies that others had missed. Only the debris near the overturned dining table was vibrating. No other area showed any signs of abnormality. Could it be? He looked up in horror at the young couple, only to find the man clenching his fists in a desperate attempt to suppress his rage. His face had become contorted and grotesque, and as his body trembled with repressed emotion, the small objects around him began to vibrate incessantly. Ding! Side quest triggered, stop the awakening. Mission requirements. The ability being awakened by this ability user has a high danger rating. The energy suppressed for so long is highly likely to blow up the current building. For the sake of public safety, please temporarily interrupt the awakening. 8000 EXP 150 proficiency points. Another awakening? And the ability is actually this dangerous. Su Hao's expression turned solemn. Pushing his surprise aside, he allowed a faint, hidden current of electricity to brew in his palm. He walked up quietly and inconspicuously, resting his hand on the back of the man's neck. Seeing Su Hao step forward, the woman who had been pointing and cursing at her boyfriend froze for a moment. Who are you? One of Lu Yuanming's friends? Oh, something like that. Su Hao replied nonchalantly, his focus entirely on brewing the lightning element in his palm, releasing a current strong enough to knock an ordinary person unconscious. As the stimulating current surged in through his neck, the man, who had been suppressing his rage, began to twitch violently. Meaningless wails escaped his lips, and immediately following, the accumulating ability strength erupted with a sudden explosion. A world-shaking boom thundered out. An invisible shockwave erupted from his body. The light bulb overhead shattered, and a large hole tore through the tatami-covered ceiling. Onlookers within a few meters were pushed back several steps by an invisible strength, and even distant guests couldn't help but cover their ears, turning their gazes toward the source of the noise. What was that loud noise just now? That scared me. My ears are almost deafened. What's wrong with this restaurant? Could it be a natural gas explosion? Should we call 119? If it really was a gas explosion, it might even start a fire. Shouldn't we head to a shelter first? The restaurant guests were buzzing with discussion, and the buffet hall descended into chaos. Many people even dropped their utensils and hurried to leave. The culprit behind all this fainted and lost consciousness immediately after releasing the shockwave. Correspondingly, Su Hao was also in bad shape. Being closest to the source, he undoubtedly took the brunt of the impact. He felt as if he had been hit by a car. His stomach was churning, and he couldn't help but vomit up all the seafood he had just eaten. Mixed with the vomit at the corner of his mouth was a trace of blood. It looked highly likely that his internal organs had been injured by the shock. Pulling out a napkin to wipe his mouth, Su Hao casually picked up a glass of juice from a nearby table to rinse his mouth. He took a few deep breaths before finally regaining his composure. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. I already knocked this guy out with electricity, and I still couldn't interrupt the ability release? Besides, this power is way too brutal. Just what kind of badass ability did this guy awaken? Looking at the mess surrounding him, he couldn't help but complain. His constitution was more than twice that of an ordinary person, yet he had nearly failed to withstand a single burst. If this man had been allowed to charge up for any longer, blowing up the entire restaurant really wouldn't have been out of the question. He didn't know whether to call it lucky or unlucky. Aside from Su Hao, the only witnesses to the man releasing the shockwave, the two waiters and his girlfriend, had all been knocked unconscious. At such close range, only someone with a beastly constitution like Su Hao's could withstand it. Sir, are you all right? We are terribly sorry. There may have been an accident in the restaurant. We'll call an ambulance right away. The restaurant manager heard the explosion and rushed over. When he saw the unconscious people on the floor and Su Hao with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his brain instantly went blank. Their restaurant had been open for less than half a month when this kind of accident occurred. The impact would surely be disastrous. If they couldn't suppress the matter and settle it privately, it was uncertain whether they could even stay in business. No need. Su Hao waved his hand, refusing the manager's assistance, and pulled out his ability group ID from his pocket. Public security organs are handling a case. Please cooperate. Ah. The manager was stunned when he saw the rank of level 1 superintendent on the ID. What was going on? The person accidentally caught in their restaurant's blast was a public security official? This was a total disaster. There was no way to downplay this now. This matter has nothing to do with your restaurant. As for the specific cause, I am not authorized to disclose it. Seeing the manager's miserable expression, Su Hao explained, however, I need you to first claim to the public that it was a natural gas leak. Of course, this is just a formality. This incident won't be reported in the news, and no one will investigate further. Relevant agencies will compensate your restaurant for its losses later on. Ha? The manager nodded blankly. Okay, our restaurant will fully cooperate. Having received a positive response, Su Hao hoisted the unconscious man onto his shoulder and left the manager a special business card from the ability group. I'm taking this person with me. When the police come to investigate later, just give them this card. After saying that, Su Hao carried the man back to find Miao Yueying. What was that sound? Did the gas really explode? Miao Yueying was still buried in her bowl of crawfish, incredibly calm and completely unaffected by the explosion just now. She looked up and saw a man slung over his shoulder, her face full of surprise. Holy crap, what did you do? How did you go to the bathroom and kidnap a guy back? You're not actually into that sort of thing, are you? Knock it off, I have serious business to discuss. Su Hao's face was covered in dark lines. This guy is an ability user. That noise just now was caused by his ability awakening. Ability user. Miao Yueying's eyes widened, her tone filled with disbelief and astonishment. How did you do it? You just reached out and caught an ability user? Actually, I was just watching the commotion earlier. This guy was one of the people involved in the argument. Su Hao scratched his head awkwardly. I noticed the debris under his feet trembling when he got angry, and my intuition told me his ability might be dangerous. To prevent things from getting out of hand, I stepped in and knocked him out first. Unfortunately, the strength he was suppressing still erupted right before he lost consciousness, knocking out several people nearby. I expect we'll need to organize logistics to clean up the mess. I'm truly speechless. Miao Yueying slapped her forehead. Whenever I'm with you, I always feel this sense of frustration rooted in sheer luck. Su Hao gave a dry laugh. It looks like I'll have to make another trip to the ability department. Why don't you head back first? No need, I'll stay with you. Miao Yueying crossed her arms. You're treating me to dinner. Wouldn't it be incredibly disloyal of me to just ditch you and run home? By the way, is your injury okay? Your lip is bleeding. Chapter 58, Reaching Level 8. Over here. She reached out and tapped the left side of her own lip, signaling to Su Hao that there was still a smear of blood on the corner of his mouth. True enough, he had only given his mouth a casual wipe earlier. Bloodstains weren't that easy to clean off. Su Hao wiped away the bloodstains with his finger. I'm alright, it's just that my internal organs feel a bit uncomfortable from the shock. Miao Yueying said worriedly, I heard that the shockwave from an explosion can cause internal organs to rupture. Leaving it untreated can easily lead to internal bleeding. How about we go to the hospital for a checkup first? Su Hao pondered for a moment. I personally feel the injury isn't too severe. Let's deliver the person to the ability group first. It won't be too late to go to the hospital afterward. That works. And so, the two of them gave group leader Xing a call and drove back to the ability group together. Side quest. Task reward, 800 EXP, 150 proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 3, you have received 4 free attribute points and 1 ability point. Inside the office. After listening to Su Hao's description of how he discovered the ability user and his speculations regarding the man's power, team leader Xing cleared his throat. He glanced at the unconscious man, then back at Su Hao, momentarily at a loss for words. Once or twice could be attributed to luck, but a third time was bordering on the unbelievable. An ability related to shockwaves? And the longer it's suppressed, the greater the power. It is indeed a very dangerous ability, practically a human stun grenade. We can't just leave him be. Group leader Xing pondered for a moment. Very well, Xiao Su, you've performed a great service once again. If you hadn't knocked him unconscious midway, there might have been even greater casualties. In addition to the 10 points for discovering the ability user, I'm awarding you an extra 10 points and a 10,000 yuan bonus. Thank you, group leader. Su Hao smiled. He had just racked up 20 points in one go. What a rush! No need for thanks, group leader Xing waved his hand. I heard from Xiao Miao that your internal organs were injured by the shockwave. That's no minor injury. Don't delay, get to the hospital for a checkup immediately. The medical expenses will be covered by the public fund. After bidding farewell to team leader Xing, Miao Yueying drove Su Hao to the hospital to register for a physical examination. After taking X-rays and undergoing a series of comprehensive tests, the diagnosis was finally ready. His internal organs had sustained some minor damage, but it wasn't severe enough to require surgery. The primary injury was signs of gastric bleeding. Although it had already healed on its own, the doctor still recommended hospitalization for rest and observation. Naturally, Suha was unwilling to be hospitalized. Was this a joke? His time was incredibly precious. The few days spent lying in a hospital bed would be enough for him to level up again. To be honest, that guy's ability is a bit too overpowered, isn't it? Just taking a hit from an uncharged shockwave nearly ruptured my internal organs. If he had fully charged it, wouldn't it have turned someone's brain to mush? Suha clutched his stomach with a depressed look on his face. This was arguably the most severe injury he had sustained since acquiring the system. He was well aware of the gravity of internal organ rupture. Once internal hemorrhaging began, emergency surgery was mandatory, otherwise, his life would be at risk. Had he known that guy would release a shockwave right before passing out, he should have stayed far away and just chucked a brick at him. Are you sure you don't want to stay in the hospital for observation? Miao Yueying couldn't help but say, it's covered by public medical insurance anyway, so what are you afraid of staying for a few days? Internal bleeding is no joke. Don't you already know my constitution? Since the hospital diagnosed that my internal organs have already healed, it's clearly no big deal. Suha shrugged. Besides, I've hated hospitals since I was a kid. Unless it's a major injury requiring stitches or bone setting, I usually don't come here, let alone stay as an inpatient. Miao Yueying asked curiously, why? Suha suddenly put on a serious face. If I told you I could see ghosts when I was little, would you believe me? I would, Miao Yueying nodded. Ha? Suha froze, scratching his head. That's not how the script goes. Weren't you supposed to say you don't believe me at this point? Miao Yueying rolled her eyes at him. Don't be ridiculous. Even though I haven't seen a ghost yet, our ability team is specifically designed to handle supernatural phenomena. Our jurisdiction includes the paranormal and the ghostly, so what do you think? Right, I forgot about that part. Suha shrugged helplessly. But I really did see a ghost when I was a kid. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what it was, just some childhood nightmares and hazy experiences. Anyway, I've never liked staying in hospitals for too long since I was young. What kind of hazy experiences? Tell me about them. Miao Yueying's interest was piqued. Perhaps every woman is born with a gossiping heart, and even a tomboy like her was no exception. Suha glanced down at his phone. It's past 9 already? Time really flew while we were messing around. How about we head back first? It's not too late to pick up this topic next time. Are you trying to leave me hanging? Miao Yueying looked dissatisfied. Fine, I won't hold it against you since you're injured. Get in the car and let's go. Just remember to tell me the story next time we're on a mission. Definitely, definitely. Suha burst out laughing. In truth, he avoided the topic simply because he didn't want to discuss it in the middle of the night. Some memories were too unsettling to dig up. After all, having experienced them firsthand, it was hard not to overthink and become paranoid upon reflection. He still wanted to get a good night's sleep once he got home. It was no lie that he had experienced supernatural events during his childhood. He believed most people had encountered inexplicable things when they were young, only to naturally forget them as they grew up. He caught a ride back to the residential complex. After bidding farewell to Miao Yueying, Suha returned to his room. Phew, after a busy day, nothing beats the comfort of my own bed. Suha lay down on the soft, large bed, intending to get a good night's sleep. Unexpectedly, his stomach began to growl at that moment. Only then did he remember that everything he had eaten in the afternoon had been vomited out due to the shock, leaving his stomach completely empty. Damn it, I finally treated myself to a high-end seafood buffet, and it's gone before I could even digest it. Looks like I'm stuck living off takeout after all. With a look of utter resignation, Suha opened the app and randomly picked a place to order some light meals. He flopped onto the bed like a salted fish, staring blankly at the ceiling, enduring the hunger pangs while waiting for his delivery. Today had been absolutely exhausting. First, he had spent the day wandering around the urban village hunting mutated dogs, leaving his spirit battered by ability shocks. Then, just as he was trying to enjoy a buffet, he ran into an ability user awakening, which left his body ravaged by ability energy. The phrase physically and mentally drained couldn't be more fitting. Only a bountiful harvest can soothe my wounded soul. However, at the thought that his hard work today had finally earned him another level up, all of Su Hao's displeasure vanished. With a sense of gratification, he tapped open the system interface. His current attributes interface was as follows. Character, Su Hao level 8. Constitution 2-1. Strength 1-6. Agility 2-0. Spirit 1-1. Free attribute points 4. Proficiency points 530. EXP required for next level, 2,230 points. Chapter 59, Scouting Ability. The proficiency points have accumulated to over 500? Seeing the staggering number of proficiency points, Su Hao was shocked. He hadn't expected that the points accumulated from individual tasks would amount to so much. With these proficiency points, he could even level up all of his proficiencies once more. It was within his expectations that the EXP required for the next level had surged to 3,000 points. There was nothing to be surprised about. It was a universal law of all leveling systems that the EXP required would increase as one progressed, though he didn't yet know if the growth followed a fixed multiplier. Click to open proficiency. Su Hao thought for a moment and decided to upgrade his Bajiquan first. He was curious to see what kind of power could be unleashed by deeply cultivating this ancient boxing technique. Do you wish to consume 500 proficiency points to upgrade Bajiquan to elite tier? Holy crap! This is a total rip-off. Even though Su Hao had mentally prepared himself, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he saw that staggering number of proficiency points. The total proficiency points he had spent upgrading all his other skills combined probably didn't even add up to this figure. Even when he upgraded combat to master level, it only cost 100 proficiency points, right? But what about Bajiquan? It required 500 proficiency points just to reach the elite tier. This is insane. To get this thing to master level, wouldn't it take several thousand points? And to reach grandmaster level, wouldn't it be over 10,000? Clutching his forehead, Su Hao went through a difficult mental struggle before finally gritting his teeth and pressing the confirm button, consuming a massive amount of proficiency points to upgrade Bajiquan to the elite tier. If for nothing else, he simply wanted to see what kind of profound mysteries this exorbitantly expensive Bajiquan held. His proficiency points plummeted back down to double digits, and immediately following, a massive surge of knowledge and experience flooded into the depths of his mind. This transfer of knowledge was particularly complex. Su Hao lay stiffly on the bed, his body twitching and shuddering unconsciously. He could even clearly feel subtle changes occurring in certain joints and muscles, adapting to the specific power delivery points of Bajiquan. He lost track of how much time had passed, feeling as though he had lived through years of martial arts training within his subconscious. In reality, only a few breaths of time had passed. He regained control over his body. Su Hao tentatively stood up and practiced a few forms of the boxing technique. He discovered that with every punch he threw, he instinctively exerted his full strength. His muscles aligned perfectly with the technique's power points, unleashing 120% of their potential. Is this the mystery of elite tier Bajiquan? The value of ancient martial arts lies not just in individual moves and forms, but in the long-term tempering of the body through practice, weaving the essence of martial arts into one's very flesh and blood. No wonder it requires so many proficiency points. These 500 proficiency points were well spent. Su Hao exclaimed in admiration. He was now confident that even without relying on his physical fitness, he could crush those dozens of people at the martial arts gym solely through the subtlety and mastery of his moves. It would be a total landslide victory. Without taking a single hit, he wouldn't be struck by a single punch from his opponents. I might as well boost my constitution a bit to heal these internal injuries, otherwise I won't even be able to enjoy my meal later. He casually added 2 points to constitution, and after a brief thought, added another 2 points to strength. He hadn't increased his strength attributes in a long time, and they had been sitting at around 16 points for a while now. Even with 2 points added, they only reached 18. He decided that for the next upgrade, he would have to bring them up to at least twice the level of an average person, just to satisfy his inner perfectionist. A warm current surged through his body. Under the healing influence of this warmth, the faint, aching pains from his internal injuries vanished without a trace. System upgrades really are a panacea. Next time, I should save a few attribute points to see if this warm current can even bring someone back from the brink of death. Su Hao muttered to himself. Just as he was about to close the system interface, another notification chime rang out. Ding! 1/10 of the ability essence has been successfully digested. You have gained 1 ability point. 3 days have passed already? Su Hao was momentarily stunned. He had almost forgotten that the system was still absorbing the ability essence for a whole month. It would grant him 1 ability point every 3 days. What did this mean? It meant he had finally saved up 2 ability points. Detection ability, here I come. Hee. Ecstatic and wearing a mischievous grin, Su Hao couldn't wait to open the ability tree diagram. He flipped to the scouting ability and lit it up without a second thought. A strange, numbing warmth surged into his eyes. A faint, flickering golden light flashed across his pupils. The glow blossomed on the surface of his eyes before immediately receding into the deepest depths of his pupils, leaving only a faint shimmer visible. Rubbing his eyes, Su Hao turned his gaze toward the smartphone nearest to him and silently chanted Scout in his mind. Smartphone, Rice brand smartphone, owner Su Hao, market value approximately 3,000 RMB. That's right. The scouting ability could be used not only on people but also on objects. With just a casual glance, he had obtained this basic information from the phone. What would happen if he performed a deep, tactile investigation? Su Hao picked up the phone, held it before his eyes, and activated his investigation ability. Smartphone, Rice brand smartphone, 8GB RAM, 128GB storage, kernel is. Owner, Su Hao. It contains bank cards, social media accounts, photos, documents, and various other private information. The power on password is. Market value is approximately 3,000 renminbi. Not just the specs, it can even detect the power on password. No way, for real? Su Hao stood there dumbfounded, find it somewhat hard to believe. It was likely because this was originally his own phone that he was able to detect the power on password. Otherwise, this investigation ability would be far too broken. If it could identify phone passwords, wouldn't it be able to detect bank card pins as well? He might as well quit his job and specialize in hacking accounts to strike it rich, starting by stealing Pony Ma's QQ account. He would know for sure tomorrow after testing it on someone else's phone. The cost of investigation isn't that high. After using it twice, the cyclone in the mana source has only weakened by a tiny sliver, which doesn't even compare to the cost of casting a random lightning element spell. Once he confirmed that this ability was both practical and convenient, Su Hao felt at ease. He closed the system interface and drifted off into a deep sleep. A good night's sleep followed. At 8 in the morning, the alarm clock went off. Su Hao dizzily wanted to sleep a bit longer, but a knock at the door forced him to crawl out of bed to answer it. However, he didn't recognize the person outside, a young man dressed in black. This immediately put Su Hao on high alert, and his sleepiness vanished instantly. Before the man could speak, Su Hao took the initiative and used his newly acquired ability, Investigate. Zhou Chuliang, upright primate, estimated height 178 centimeters, healthy status, possesses a certain degree of aggressive tendencies, ability unknown. To obtain more information, please make physical contact with the target. Ability user. What on earth is going on? Even if the meteor shower triggered a wave of abilities, ability users shouldn't be swarming toward his doorstep every day like common cabbages, right? Can I help you with something? Su Hao's brows twitched slightly, unable to fathom the intention behind this ability user's visit. The reconnaissance information even noted aggressive tendencies? Could he be coming with ill intent? Chapter 60, The Man in Black. Are you Su Hao? The man in black spoke with a superior tone and a contemptuous attitude. Cut the nonsense, Su Hao snorted coldly. Before asking someone else's name, state your own first. The man in black raised an eyebrow and, without a word of greeting, swung a fist directly at Su Hao's face. The man's punch was incredibly fast and thrown from a tricky angle. Su Hao couldn't estimate the exact force behind it, but he was certain this was no ordinary punch. This man in black was a trained martial artist. Ding! Side quest triggered, defeat the man in black. Requirement: someone has come knocking at your door to pick a fight. How can you not pay them back in kind? 800 EXP 150 proficiency points. The system notification chimed briefly in his ear. Even without a quest, he would never hesitate to strike back when provoked. Su Hao's expression turned cold. He flipped his palm to intercept the man's punch, locking his elbow firmly in place. Pivoting his right fist with the explosive power technique of Bajiquan, he launched a counterattack straight at the man's face. He's got some tricks up his sleeve. The man in black frowned, tilting his head to the side in an extremely dangerous maneuver, narrowly dodging Su Hao's fist. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. His head snapped back instantly, using his cheek and shoulder to firmly trap Su Hao's wrist. Simultaneously, he launched a feint with his foot while his free left fist swung violently towards Su Hao's flank. If that blow landed, it would almost certainly result in ruptured internal organs. A total dilemma. If Su Hao tried to block the punch with his leg, the opponent's feint below would instantly turn into a real strike, most likely sweeping him off his feet. Even if he released his grip on the opponent's right fist, the disadvantage would remain, rendering the move futile. For an ordinary person, this would already be a fatal deadlock. However, a cold sneer brushed across the corners of Su Hao's mouth. Think this is enough to stump me? You've got to be joking. I wasn't born yesterday. Facing this life and death predicament, he suddenly slammed his foot against the ground. The vibrating power of Bajiquan surged through his entire body, with every muscle exertion point simultaneously oscillating with immense force. Stomping to drive the hips, twisting the hips to power the waist, rotating the waist to thrust the shoulder, turning the shoulder to propel the arm, and snapping the arm to vibrate the fist. The 5-step power generation was executed in one fluid motion. This single punch carried the weight of 1,000 caddies. Such was the profound mystery of elite-tier Bajiquan. Leveraging the momentum of his entire body, Su Hao forcibly wrenched his trapped hand free. Seizing the opening, he evaded the incoming fist and lunged forward, hooking his arm toward the man's neck. By securing a hold on the neck, a critical vulnerability, he could easily neutralize his opponent. What terrifying strength! Still dazed by the shock of Su Hao's punch, the man in black had no time for astonishment as he scrambled to counter the relentless onslaught that followed. After these few exchanges, it was clear that the man in black was inferior to Su Hao in both speed and raw power. At this moment, Su Hao held the proactive advantage and was already unstoppable. Just as Su Hao was about to hook the man's neck, the man in black remained calm. He stomped his foot and leaned his body to the right, evading Su Hao's arm with a posture impossible for an ordinary person to achieve. How is this guy as slippery as a loach? Su Hao frowned and took the opportunity to throw several more punches, but each time he was about to land a hit, the man in black managed to narrowly avoid it with subtle movements. He missed by a mere fraction of an inch every single time. It was truly infuriating to fight him. What on earth is wrong with this guy? His physical fitness and moves are clearly inferior to mine, yet every time I'm about to hit him, he manages to evade at the most incredible angles. Su Hao was utterly perplexed. He could only speculate that this might be related to the enemy's ability. Unless he blocked off all of the opponent's paths of retreat, it would likely be difficult to catch this slippery loach. Trading blows for over a dozen moves, although Su Hao was overwhelmingly suppressing the man in black, neither side had managed to land a single punch on the other. You actually have some skill. It seems I underestimated you. I'll have to take this a bit more seriously. The man in black was clearly lacking the stamina of Su Hao. He was already panting heavily, yet he refused to back down, still spewing threats. What exactly is the raw material for your confidence? Could you spare me a few carrots? Su Hao was utterly speechless. Aside from the initial sneak attack, this guy had been on the receiving end of a beating the entire time. Where did he get the audacity to think he could pull off a counter kill? Did he think he was Ultraman, able to unleash a finishing move to one-shot a monster just because his health was low? Still, considering this idiot is an ability user after all, it's better to be a bit cautious to avoid an embarrassing slip-up. Losing to anyone else wouldn't matter much, but losing to this guy would be downright humiliating. Take this. The man in black raised both fists in a ridiculous posture, yet he maintained a dead serious expression, charging straight at Su Hao as if prepared for a mutual suicide pact. What the hell? A suicide attack? Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't dodge, instead settling into a defensive stance from the 8 Vajra forms. The gap in their strength was so vast that he didn't even view this as a fight. With a playful mindset, he wanted to see what kind of moves this idiot could actually pull off. Even if something went wrong, he had his lightning element ability as a safety net. Losing? Simply not an option. In an instant, the man in black charged right in front of him. It's worth mentioning the guy's posture, both fists held out flat in front of him. It was hard to tell if he looked more like a hopping zombie or Superman in flight. To put it bluntly, he looked like a complete clown. Even children wouldn't use such a ridiculous move in a playground scrap. He was wide open from head to toe. Su Hao originally intended to grab both of the guy's fists with his hands and then kick him flying. Unexpectedly, just as he raised his fist, the opponent's left fist dropped down, coincidentally blocking his path. Su Hao frowned and was forced to change his move on the fly, but as soon as he did, the opponent seemed to have foreknowledged. The left fist adjusted its position slightly and blocked his path once again. Being restricted at every turn was more than just a little frustrating. Just as Su Hao was considering another change of tactics, the man in black took the opportunity to strike at his chest with his right fist from a tricky angle. If one looked closely, it wasn't hard to see that the fella's left leg was also gathering strength, aiming right for Su Hao's groin. If he dodged the fist, he would inevitably fail to escape the lethal blow to his family jewels from below. Holy crap! Have you no shame? You're actually using a low-blown move like a crotch kick? Su Hao couldn't take it anymore. As the saying goes, don't hit the face, and don't kick the crotch. Since you're not playing by the rules, I don't need to show any mercy either. In for a penny, in for a pound. He played right into the man's hands by taking a punch to the chest without even a grunt. Simultaneously, he reached out and grabbed the back of the man's neck, a surge of electricity erupting from his palm, knocking the bastard unconscious on the spot. Phew, trying to take me on? You're still a bit too green, kid. Su Hao patted his chest. With over 20 points in constitution, taking that punch had only left his chest feeling a little tight. Seriously, where did this idiot come from? He acted like he had a personal vendetta against me, and he's not just an ability user but a trained fighter too. Have I offended anyone lately? Glancing at the man in black twitching on the ground, Su Hao tilted his head and fought long and hard, but he couldn't come up with any answers. He had been busy with the ability group these past few days. He didn't recall provoking any trained martial artists. Forget it, I'll find a rope to tie this guy up first. Once he wakes up, there will be plenty of time for interrogation. Chapter 61, What is your ability? Side quest. Task reward, 800 EXP, 150 proficiency points. After dragging the man in black into the living room, Su Hao couldn't find any rope in the house, so he had to settle for using belts to bind the man's hands and feet before tossing him onto the floor. Before handing this guy over to the ability department, he first had to figure out exactly who he was, how he knew his home address, and why he acted as if he held such a deep grudge against him. At the moment, he only knew through his investigation that the man in black was named Zhou Chuliang and possessed an ability. Everything else remained a mystery. After the previous fight, he had gained a rough understanding of the man's strength. After a moment of deliberation, he used his investigation ability on the man once again. Zhou Chuliang, upright primate, height 178 centimeters, weight 145 pounds, unconscious state, ability unknown. Target attribute information acquired. Constitution 13, strength 14, agility 16, spirit 10. Huh, this guy's agility is actually quite high? But it's still strange. Even with 20 points in agility, I might not be able to pull off those extreme dodges he did earlier. Su Hao frowned as he sized up the man in black. This guy's physical fitness was clearly a cut above the average person's. His agility was even superior to that of most trained martial artists. Had he not encountered a freak like Su Hao who possessed not only exquisite martial arts skills but also dual abilities, he wouldn't have suffered such a pathetic defeat. Moreover, the fellow hadn't been entirely defenseless. Right before falling unconscious, he had managed to land a punch on Su Hao's chest, though it was rather embarrassing that he failed to break through his defense. A tiny fist thumping your chest? Su Hao shuddered with disgust. He fetched a cup of water from the bathroom and splashed it onto the man's face to wake him up. The man in black was a bit dazed at first, but he snapped awake the moment he saw Su Hao. He struggled to stand up, only to find his hands and feet bound tightly. Leather belts weren't exactly easy to break. Damn it! Untie me right now. Are you an idiot? Have you seen the situation you're in? You still dare to give me orders? Su Hao glanced at the guy and ignored him. He leisurely went to the fridge to grab a cold drink, then sat on the sofa, watching the man in black squirm and struggle on the floor like a maggot. After a few minutes, presumably because the guy had exhausted himself, he stopped struggling and lay on the floor like a dead dog, glaring fiercely at Su Hao. Su Hao finally spoke. Had enough yet? The man in black remained silent, merely glaring at Su Hao with a death stare, though looks alone couldn't kill. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Su Hao cleared his throat. Spill it. Who exactly are you? Who sent you? I don't recall offending anyone lately. It couldn't be that grandson of a bitch manager Lu, could it? Though I find it hard to believe he could afford to hire someone like you. The man in black let out a cold snort. You beat up my senior brothers and you have the nerve to play dumb? I came here today, naturally, to settle the score. As he spoke, he fell silent again, likely realizing that shouting threats while pinned to the ground was a bit humiliating. He talked big about getting even, but look at him now, tied up like a bundle, nothing more than a piece of meat on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. Beat up your senior brothers? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, appearing lost in thought. I don't seem to recall that. I've been so busy lately that I might have forgotten some trivial matters. Why don't you give me a reminder? The man in black roared in fury. You've gone too far. He likely assumed Su Hao was feigning memory loss to subtly mock his senior brothers, implying that beating them was a trivial matter not even worth remembering. Su Hao felt genuinely innocent. He truly couldn't recall the incident. He had been swamped these past few days, juggling over a dozen system missions alone. Besides, he didn't recognize this man in black, and the name Zhou Chuliang meant absolutely nothing to him. Stop playing dumb. My master took my senior brothers to your martial arts hall for a friendly exchange, but you ignored your status as an instructor and insisted on fighting them yourself. The man in black said with an indignant look, you have no sense of etiquette. These exchanges are supposed to be between apprentices. Why did you, a coach, have to butt in? My senior brothers were depressed for days because of you. Are you one of those guys who practices Tonbikwan? Su Hao finally remembered. A few days ago, he had indeed helped Yang Hangwu drive away a group of people who had come to challenge the gym. He figured they couldn't handle the loss of face and had come back to settle the score? He glanced at the man in black. Are you a disciple of that old master Lu? The man in black raised his head proudly. Indeed. Fourth disciple of the Lu-style Tonbikwan school. Zhou Chuliang. He spoke with an air of grandeur, but lying flat on the ground with his head craned up, he looked exactly like a turtle sticking its neck out. Oh, so it's the fourth disciple. Su Hao almost couldn't hold back a laugh. I don't feel like I was breaking any rules. It was your master who first suggested I trade a few blows with your eldest senior brother. To avoid being a bully, I already made enough concessions by taking on 5 of them at once. Does that still count as bullying your senior brothers? The man in black, Zhou Chuliang, was struck dumb, unable to find a word to say. It was indeed his master who had proposed the match between Su Hao and the eldest senior brother. Furthermore, taking on 5 people alone certainly couldn't be considered the strong bullying the weak. There was simply no fault to be found from any perspective. In truth, he hadn't come here to reason with Su Hao in the first place, so upon closer scrutiny, he found himself without a leg to stand on. A few days ago, he had awakened his ability and found that his strength had improved significantly. He intended to take this opportunity to pay a visit and give Su Hao a beating to reclaim face for his master and senior brothers. As for logic? As long as he could win, there was no need for logic proving their martial arts hall was stronger would be enough. However, to his surprise, this martial arts coach was even stronger than his master and the others had described. And incredibly so. He didn't even know how he had been knocked unconscious just now. He clearly remembered that his full-strength punch had finally managed to strike the chest, so why was he the one who blacked out the next moment? What, cat got your tongue? Speak up. Seeing that Zhou Chuliang remained silent, Su Hao chuckled twice, coming to my doorstep first thing in the morning just to pick a fight according to the rules. If I give you a good thrashing, you'll have no one to blame but yourself, right? Zhou Chuliang closed his eyes and stiffened his neck. Do whatever you want with me, kill me, or cut me up. We live in a society ruled by law. Where is all this talk of killing coming from? Su Hao shrugged. Beating you up doesn't do me any good. I'll hold off on the physical stuff for now. Let's talk about something else first. Talk about what? Zhou Chuliang grew wary. Coming to find you was entirely my own idea. It has nothing to do with my master or senior brothers. Look at what you're saying. I never intended to cause them any trouble. Su Hao leaned forward, his eyes fixed on him without a trace of emotion. What is your ability? Zhou Chuliang was startled inwardly, but he feigned composure and played dumb. What ability? You can understand it as a type of special power. Su Hao spoke with easy confidence. Your ability must have awakened just in the last few days, right? There's no point playing dumb. I already know you have one. I'm just curious about what exactly your ability is. Chapter 62, a thought acceleration ability? Having the secret of his ability exposed by Su Hao in a single sentence, Zhou Chuliang fell silent. Who exactly are you? To be honest, I have an ability too. Su Hao shrugged. You've seen my physical stats for yourself. If it weren't for the fact that you're as slippery as an eel every time I'm about to land a hit, your basic martial arts skills wouldn't stand a chance. Forget a one-on-one. Even if there were 7 or 8 of you, I could knock you all down with ease. Yeah, right. Zhou Chuliang retorted stubbornly. Bragging doesn't cost a dime, does it? Cut the crap and spill it. What the hell is your ability? If you don't talk now, don't blame me for using enhanced interrogation techniques. Su Hao couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with this guy. He looked around, grabbed a toilet plunger from the bathroom, and made a threatening gesture toward Zhou Chuliang's face. The move terrified the coward, who immediately shrunk his neck and clamped his mouth shut. My ability is being able to briefly accelerate my own thinking. Unable to withstand Su Hao's intimidating interrogation, Zhou Chuliang confessed honestly. I only discovered I had this ability the day before yesterday while practicing boxing with my senior brother. As long as I concentrate, I can speed up my thinking by about 10 times. In a fight, it gives me more time to analyze the situation and consider how to dodge or counterattack. Thought acceleration? Su Hao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, finding it difficult to judge whether this ability was strong or weak. If you called it strong, it only accelerated thought and provided no practical combat power. If faced with an unavoidable situation such as a bullet flying straight at one's face, even accelerating one's thoughts 100-fold would be futile if the body isn't fast enough to dodge. Yet, to call it weak would be a mistake. Accelerating one's own thinking is, in a sense, equivalent to slowing down the movement of the entire world. The various extreme evasions Zhou Chuliang had performed earlier were precisely thanks to this ability. With his original skill level, he wouldn't have lasted 3 moves against Su Hao. However, by relying on the thought acceleration ability, he managed to hold out for dozens of exchanges, eventually forcing Su Hao to tank a punch just to knock him unconscious. Su Hao couldn't help but ask, how long can you maintain that state of accelerated thought? Zhou Chuliang replied reluctantly, usually it's 1 second, but if I grit my teeth and push through, I can maintain it for about 3 seconds. After each acceleration, there are a few seconds where it's difficult to concentrate. No wonder, the duration is very short. Su Hao understood. A single instance of thought acceleration could only last a few seconds at most, and it was difficult to perform consecutively. The limitations were quite significant. Since his ability had already been exposed anyway, Zhou Chuliang simply clamored, "Do you have anything to eat at your place? I used thought acceleration too many times just now, and my stomach is killing me. Even prisoners of war have human rights. How about some food?" Suhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't refuse the request. He untied the rope around Zhou Chuliang's hands, took a pack of whole wheat bread from the refrigerator, and tossed it to him. He wasn't afraid that Zhou Chuliang would try to attack him after being freed. His strength was right there, giving him full confidence. Zhou Chuliang remained quite honest, huddling in the corner to drink water and eat the bread without making any reckless moves. However, he would occasionally steal glances at the front door and the belt tied around his ankles, seemingly plotting his escape. Suhao pulled out his phone and called Leader Xing. "Hello, Leader, I've found another ability user." The person on the other end of the phone was bewildered. "Xiao Su, don't joke around so early in the morning." Suhao said calmly, "Due to some private reasons, an ability user came to my house to cause trouble just now, and I've subdued him. He says his ability is thought acceleration, making him another special type ability user." There was silence on the other end for several seconds. "Alright, bring him to the ability group." Chief Xing was almost becoming numb to this, but Suhao constantly finding ability users wasn't a bad thing. After all, the ability group was currently expanding its recruitment. They could accommodate as many ability users as he brought in. Hanging up the phone, Suhao whipped out his police identification and flashed it before Zhou Chuliang's eyes. "Come with me. Your ability needs to be registered with a state agency." "Huh?" Zhou Chuliang was completely dazed. "Aren't you an instructor at the Baji Martial Arts Hall? How did you suddenly become a cop?" "Temporary instructor." Suhao corrected him. "Furthermore, I'm not a cop, I'm a member of the Bureau of Special Operations." Despite him showing his ID, Zhou Chuliang couldn't stop prying with questions. Suhao ignored the guy completely, escorting him out of the residential complex and hailing a taxi to the ability group. Zhou Chuliang complained, "Aren't you with a state agency? Why are we taking a taxi? Just shut up." Suhao gave Zhou Chuliang an annoyed glare, feeling frustrated himself. It seemed he really needed to put buying a car on his agenda. Or maybe, would it be okay to secretly drive one of the Bureau's undercover duty cars? That's exactly what Miao Yueying does. Arriving at the ability group. Following the same procedure as before, I brought Zhou Chuliang to the office and introduced him to Team Leader Xing. Team Leader Xing was very interested in Zhou Chuliang's background as a martial artist. When an ordinary person gains a thought acceleration ability, it is difficult for them to make much of it without extensive training. However, it is a different story for a trained fighter. Their physical control is on par with that of elite special forces. Thought acceleration acts like giving wings to a tiger. Furthermore, Zhou Chuliang's ability had also enhanced his physical attributes, making his combat effectiveness quite formidable. Beyond its effectiveness in hand-to-hand combat, thought acceleration is exceptional for marksmanship. With just a bit of practice, one can perform skills similar to bullet time in video games, becoming a dead-eye sniper who never misses. Given the inherent appeal of the ability team to ordinary people, combined with Zhou Chuliang's clean record and before long, both parties signed the contract, which, like Suhao's, was the type that required no immediate training. The ability group generally won't interfere with your affairs at the martial arts hall, as long as you complete your missions on time. I'll have someone take you to the shooting range for firearms practice in a moment. From now on, Little Su will be your senior. Since you two already know each other, feel free to ask him if you have any questions. Group Leader Xing organized the documents, looking at the two of them with a smile. "Ask him for advice?" Zhou Chuliang said with a look of disdain. "Group Leader, can you assign someone else to me?" Group Leader Xing rejected the request immediately. "You're both comrades in the same organization. Don't be so exclusionary, you'll get along just fine once you spend more time together." Left with no choice, Zhou Chuliang had to agree. Suhao didn't really care, he was only concerned about how much his points had increased again. "Group Leader, are there any missions lately?" Group Leader Xing looked surprised. No." Suhao couldn't help but feel disappointed. "If any missions come up, make sure to call me immediately." For others, going on missions was a grueling and troublesome chore, but for him, it was entirely different. Not only did he need points to promote to a level 3 member, but he also required a vast number of side quests to level up and accumulate experience. Xiaosu, your work attitude is very proactive. Not bad. If the opportunity arises, I'll apply to the higher-ups for a bonus for you. Group leader Xing nodded approvingly. Considering that Su Hao had made so many contributions within just 2 days of joining the ability group, what leader wouldn't like such a hard-working subordinate? Chapter 63, Bodyguard Mission. Su Hao took the opportunity to push further. Group leader, I've taken at least 10 taxis lately just commuting to and from the ability group. Do you think the bureau could lend me a service vehicle to drive for the time being? Team leader Xing thought for a moment. Alright, there are a few field vehicles sitting idle in the garage. It's fine to lend you one for the time being. Go to the garage later and find the administrator to pick a car yourself. As he spoke, the team leader tore a sticky note from the side, wrote an authorization slip, and handed it to Su Hao. Thanks, team leader. Su Hao took the slip with a grin. The vehicles in the bureau's garage weren't actually that impressive. Most were basic civilian models, with none costing over 100,000. With his current financial resources, it wouldn't be difficult to buy one if he really wanted to. However, according to Su Hao's thinking, if he was going to buy a car, he would save up for a high-end one worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Until then, he could just make do with whatever car the bureau provided. Zhou Chuliang was taken away to collect his equipment and record his files, leaving only Su Hao and the team leader in the office. Su Hao asked, Team leader, how was that ability user from yesterday handled? Him? He was taken to the military district for isolation. It was exactly as you guessed. His ability releases shockwaves through body resonance. It's extremely lethal, and he's prone to emotional outbursts, making him difficult to control. Team leader Xing took a sip of tea. Ability users who pose a threat to public safety must be isolated and monitored. Until he gains proficient control over his ability, the ability team will not grant him an official position for the time being. Emotional outbursts? Su Hao pondered thoughtfully. Yesterday afternoon, that man unleashed a shockwave precisely because he was suppressing his anger. It seemed this wasn't a coincidence. As long as his emotions became too intense, he would involuntarily build up a shockwave. Anyway, let's put that aside for a moment. Group leader Xing looked at Su Hao, wondering aloud, Xiaosu, how exactly did you find so many ability users in such a short time? Could you let me in on your secret a little, just to satisfy my curiosity? I'm not really sure myself. Su Hao gave a wry smile. Look, Chief, Willow Wen used to be my colleague, so she came to me of her own accord to vent. Shin Sishue was caught red-handed trying to pick my pocket on the street. That guy yesterday almost blew up the entire restaurant, and even the fellow just now came looking for a fight. I found out they were ability users completely by accident. There's really no secret to it. Chief Xing was left speechless after hearing this. Indeed, thinking back carefully, the fact that Su Hao kept running into ability users was almost entirely coincidental, and it was always the other party who initiated the encounter. Su Hao suddenly thought of something. By the way, Chief, do members of our ability unit get any special treatment when it comes to bank loans? Chief Xing was puzzled. What do you need a loan for? Are you short on cash? I'm just asking, how much can I borrow? Su Hao's plan was that if he could secure a loan of several $100,000, he might as well just go ahead and buy a car. Back when he was struggling to get by on a meager salary, he hadn't even considered buying a vehicle. But now, with the system in hand, his future success was inevitable. He began to set his sights on a high-end car. As for a house and other assets, he could take his time considering those later. The desires of life are nothing more than the basics: food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and entertainment. Su Hao didn't consider himself some saint devoid of worldly desires. Now that he had the capability, his first instinct was naturally to elevate his lifestyle to a higher level. Team leader Xing pondered, if you're in urgent need of money, given your status as a level 2 member, you could probably get approval for around 200,000. It would be an interest-free loan for 1 quarter. I'll try to push for a bit more for you. The limit might be able to go up a little higher. 200,000 interest-free? Su Hao suddenly felt a surge of spirit. Then I'll have to trouble you to file the application for me, team leader. Thank you so much. Although 200,000 wasn't an exceptionally large amount, the key was that it was interest-free for 3 months. It would be a waste not to take it. What do you need that much money for? Team leader Xing was puzzled. Didn't I just issue you a 20,000 yuan bonus yesterday? Is that still not enough for you to spend? I'm planning to buy a car. Su Hao didn't beat around the bush and spoke frankly. Team leader Xing looked surprised and sighed. It seems I really am getting old. I truly can't understand young people these days. Fine, I'll file an application with the higher-ups. The loan should be approved within 3 days at the latest. Thank you, team leader. Su Hao was in a cheerful mood. A 200,000 yuan loan, combined with yesterday's 20,000 yuan bonus and the 110,000 yuan in gratitude from Yang Hangwu, added up to over 300,000 yuan. This was the first time since he started working that he had held such a massive sum of money in his hands. In truth, if he really wanted money, he could have simply asked Yang Hangwu for a loan. The man wouldn't have hesitated for a second to lend him several 100,000. However, Su Hao was a man of great pride. Unless it was an absolute emergency, he wouldn't easily ask others for money, especially for something like buying a car, which he felt should be done within his own financial means. Group leader Xing, however, remarked, "Don't be so quick to thank me. Speaking of which, there actually is something I need you to handle." "What is it?" "A mission?" "That's right, you could call it a mission, a solo mission." Group leader Xing paused for a moment before asking, "Xiao Su, I just heard from Zhou Chuliang that you're working as a coach at a martial arts gym. Do you know martial arts?" Su Hao was taken aback for a moment and nodded. "I know a little bit." "As long as you know some, that's fine." Team leader Xing nodded slightly, pulled several documents from his drawer, and handed them over. "There is a private business ball being held this afternoon in the Villa District on Yongquan Road. The attendees are all business elites, and the higher-ups need us to protect someone. This mission might conclude this afternoon, or it could last for several days." "A business ball?" Su Hao took the documents in surprise. The first thing he saw was the image of an elegant and beautiful young woman printed on the page. She appeared to be under 20 years old, dressed in a pale white gown with a faint smile on her lips, and a striking purplish-red jade bead hanging around her fair neck. "She's the one I'm supposed to protect?" "Exactly. This girl is the granddaughter of the wealthiest man in Shaanxi province. Higher-ups have received reliable intelligence that an ability criminal syndicate seems to have targeted her." Group leader Xing waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about the details. The priority is ensuring her safety. I originally planned to send Xiao Mingcheng, since his ability can deflect bullets, but his mission out of town ran into some trouble, and it's unlikely he'll be back anytime soon." "What? The granddaughter of Shaanxi's richest man? An ability criminal syndicate?" Su Hao was dumbfounded. "What do you mean, don't worry about it? There were way too many details in that sentence to just ignore, okay?" Setting aside the granddaughter of Shaanxi province's richest man for a moment, he had long expected that becoming a member of the ability team would involve plenty of missions interacting with high society. Protecting someone was perfectly normal. But could someone please tell him, what on earth is an ability criminal syndicate? Does this mean that besides the government-controlled ability team, there are also large-scale criminal organizations made up of ability users? Chapter 64, A Cushy Job. "Oh, I forgot, you might not know yet." Group leader Xing explained, realizing his oversight. Ability criminal gangs are organizations formed illegally by civilian ability users. Their movements are erratic, and they are involved in many gray areas. Some of the larger ability criminal gangs have histories even longer than the ability group itself, with records dating back to the late Ming Dynasty. Su Hao looked amazed. The late Ming Dynasty? Wouldn't that make them ancestral, just like martial arts sects? But don't worry, the group you need to be on guard against this time is just a smaller ability criminal gang, with 4 or 5 people at most. The ability groups in various provinces have had their eyes on them for a long time. Team leader Xing stood up, patted Su Hao on the shoulder, and said, "Although these ability criminal gangs haven't undergone any formal training, their abilities are unpredictable. You need to be mentally prepared for a tough battle." Su Hao was puzzled. I'm the only bodyguard. Yes. To avoid alerting the enemy, the fewer outsiders involved in the business gala, the better. Team leader Xing continued, Xiao Su, you know martial arts, and your combat skills are among the best in the ability department. I heard from Xiao Miao that your marksmanship is also quite accurate. This bodyguard mission has to be yours. Su Hao gave a wry smile. Leader, you think too highly of me. I don't even feel confident that I can hold off 3 ability criminals. The mission is simply to ensure the safety of the tycoon's granddaughter. You weren't asked to go head-to-head with ability criminals. Group leader Xing pulled a covert button the size of a fingernail from his drawer and handed it over. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. As soon as members of the ability criminal gang appear, just press this button, and the ability team members lying in ambush nearby will move in immediately. Oh, so there are others involved. Su Hao understood, pointing to himself as he asked, so I'm basically the vanguard for this mission? You could say that. Group leader Xing said with earnest concern, the difficulty of this mission is indeed quite high. Comrade Xiao Su, if you truly feel you cannot take it on, I can find someone else. However, if the mission is completed successfully, the rewards will definitely not disappoint you. What are the rewards? 200,000 in cash and 40 merit points. Group leader Xing smiled and added, and those are just the base rewards. If there is outstanding performance during the mission, the bonus will be adjusted upward. For example, capturing an ability criminal ahead of schedule earns an additional 300,000. Holy crap! This is a gold mine. Su Hao was stunned. The base pay for the mission was actually a staggering 200,000? And an extra 300,000 bonus for every ability criminal captured. His motivation instantly skyrocketed. Yesterday, catching that mutated dog only yielded a 10,000 bonus. Even though everyone got 10,000, he had to admit the research institute was pretty stingy. Besides, the person he was tasked to protect wasn't some crusty old man, but a gentle and beautiful young lady. Wealth and beauty combined, how could he possibly refuse such a fantastic mission? Team leader, look at what you're saying. How could I possibly be unfit for the task? Is there anything I need to prepare in advance for this afternoon's ball? Su Hao hurriedly accepted the assignment. Eyes on the money. Aim for the big bucks. If nothing else, that 200,000 yuan bonus was something he absolutely could not afford to miss. Then there were those walking 300,000 yuan bounties from the ability criminal gang. If they dared to show up, he wouldn't let them off easily, even if it meant risking the exposure of his lightning element ability. He was determined to catch them. In any case, after the incident with the elemental crystals, team leader Xing was already aware that he possessed an affinity for the lightning element. At worst, he could simply claim that his powers had suddenly awakened during a confrontation with an ability criminal. His current trump cards were no longer limited to this single trait, and their number would only grow over time. It was just a lightning element ability. If it was exposed, so be it, it didn't matter. Don't worry, the organization has already prepared everything you'll need for the ball. Team leader Xing gave a cheerful laugh and picked up the desk phone to call in a staff member. He instructed the aide to take Su Hao to the preparation room to collect his formal suit, leather shoes, and other attire specifically for the event. 10 odd minutes later, Su Hao changed into a pricey formal suit. As he moved his limbs to adjust, he felt entirely out of his element. He asked, puzzled, Chief, aren't I supposed to be a bodyguard? Why am I wearing a suit and dress shoes? When did I ever say your identity was that of a bodyguard? Chief Xing countered with a question of his own. Your identity is the general manager of a medium-sized company. During the ball, you must find every opportunity to get close to the richest man's granddaughter and protect her without leaving her side. Furthermore, she is unaware of your true identity. Su Hao complained, you want me to approach her without even knowing who she is? How am I supposed to do that? Chief, do you really think I have that much personal charm? Actually, clothes make the man. Now that you've changed into this outfit, you look quite spirited, Xiao Su. Chief Xing cracked a joke, there's no need to worry so much. How hard can it be for a man to approach a lady at a ball? No one is asking you to invite her to dance, just stay relatively close to ensure her safety. All right then. Su Hao agreed helplessly. Then what about the weapons? How am I supposed to bring a gun into the ball? Chief Xing said, the higher-ups will handle the negotiations for that. Just tuck your pistol into your waistband and head in. There will be a special mark on your invitation. The security personnel will let you through once they see it. It was actually quite thorough. There wasn't much else to say after that. Group leader Xing then had Su Hao go to the armory to exchange for a new, specially made anesthetic pistol. Su Hao toyed with the anesthetic pistol with a sense of novelty. In terms of appearance, the pistol looked like a miniature version of the Type 92, with a scale of roughly 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. The muzzle was slightly smaller, the magazine had been modified specifically for anesthetic rounds, and it was significantly lighter than a standard handgun. It is said that this specialized pistol is a new model developed by the Research Institute, loaded with over a dozen anesthetic rounds. A single hit can put a person to sleep for an entire day, with the effects kicking in within just 3 seconds. He tucked the small pistol into the holster at his waist, making it completely invisible from the outside. Group leader Xing glanced at his watch. There are still 3 hours until the ball begins. You should take some time in your room to get into the right headspace, or head to the firing range to practice with the tranquilizer gun if you like. There's plenty of ammo in the warehouse, but once you're at the ball, you'll only have the 15 rounds in your magazine. Alright, I'll head to the range for some target practice. Su Hao replied, heading toward the building's internal firing range with the pistol in hand. Inside the shooting range, the deafening sound of gunfire rang out incessantly. Su Hao was wondering who would be at the range practicing so early in the morning. When he walked over to take a look, he found that it was Zhou Chuliang. Having finished his file registration, he had also hurried over to the range to practice shooting. After all, ordinary people in the country rarely get a chance to touch a firearm, so the kid was incredibly excited to have a gun in his hands. He glanced at the target. None of the 3 shots just now had missed. 2 barely hit the target, but 1 had actually struck the bullseye. It was more than likely the result of the guy using thought acceleration to aim for a long time. Chapter 65, A Marksmanship Contest. Are you here to practice shooting too? Zhou Chuliang had noticed Su Hao long ago. That final shot just now was purely for show. He had deliberately used thought acceleration to aim for a long time before hitting the bullseye. He provocatively blew the smoke from the muzzle. What's the matter? Do you have the guts to challenge me to a shooting match? 10 shots each, highest total score wins. Su Hao was speechless. Why was this guy as competitive as a little kid? He felt that if he agreed to the duel, it would somehow lower his own standards. It's just target practice, there's no need to. Ding! Side quest triggered, shooting range showdown. Task requirement, hit the bullseye at least 8 times within 10 shots. 500 EXP 100 proficiency points. Fine. You're on. Su Hao, who was just about to refuse, suddenly changed his tune. He spun the tranquilizer gun in his palm, his fighting spirit soaring, leaving Zhou Chuliang completely dazed. In the face of the temptation of experience and training, what did style matter? Could you eat it? That being said, a competition needs a prize. What are you planning to wager? Since they were going to compete, it was best to profit from both ends. Su Hao persuasively suggested adding a wager to the mix. Zhou Chuliang pondered for a moment. How about the loser gives the winner 3,000 yuan? It's not too much, but not too little, just right, wouldn't you say? Deal. It's a promise. Although 3,000 yuan wasn't much to him now, even the smallest bit of meat is still food. At the very least, it could cover a few months' rent. Standing before the shooting range, Su Hao flipped the safety off the practice pistol, loaded it, and chambered around, his fingers tracing a seemingly casual arc in the air before him. Consume 100 proficiency points to upgrade firearm mastery to master level? Confirm. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Since he had agreed to the competition, he had to ensure there was absolutely no chance of losing. Besides, firearm mastery would have to be upgraded sooner or later anyway. Once the targets were lined up, the two took their positions and prepared. Shortly after, the sound of gunfire echoed throughout the shooting range. Under the enhancement of master-level firearm mastery, Suhao's movements as he raised his gun and fired were as fluid as flowing water. 10 bullets spat out like tongues of fire in rapid succession, the intervals marked by a distinct sense of rhythm. Within a few seconds, all the targets on his side had fallen. On the other side, Zhou Chuliang had only just fired 2 shots. This guy likely used thought acceleration to aim for a long time before each shot, which was why he was firing so slowly. What's the point of shooting fast? Accuracy is what matters. Hearing the gunfire stop on Suhao's side, Zhou Chuliang let out a disdainful scoff. Without even looking over, he continued hitting his targets. He had heard that Suhao had joined the ability department less than 3 days ago. Even if Suhao had handled a gun a few days earlier than him, so what? His own ability gave him a unique advantage in target practice, and as a trained martial artist, his physical control was far superior to that of an ordinary person. There was simply no way he could lose. About half a minute later, Zhou Chuliang finally fired his last shot. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling very satisfied with his performance this time. Out of the 10 targets, half were bullseyes hitting the 10 ring, while none of the others were lower than a 7. His total score added up to a staggering 89 rings. This result was considered impressive even for someone who practiced shooting year-round. He turned his gaze toward the other side with full confidence, eager to see how poorly Suhao had performed. After all, the guy had emptied his magazine in just a few seconds. He even doubted whether Suhao had bothered to aim at all. One look was all it took to leave him utterly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me! How could they all be bullseyes?" On Suhao's range, every single target was the same. A black dot had appeared dead center in the bullseye without exception. Barely hitting the bullseye is one thing, but striking the exact center is quite another. Zhou Chuliang hit the bullseye because his skill allowed him to land within the 10 ring zone. Suhao hit the bullseye because the 10 ring was the only target there. Even if the bullseye were half its size, he would still have hit it with ease. Master-level firearm mastery: within the 50-meter effective range of a handgun, you hit exactly where you aim. Side quest. Task reward: 500 EXP, 100 proficiency points. Damn it, I've been tricked. How could a guy like you have just joined the ability squad a few days ago? Were you a cop before? Your marksmanship is incredibly accurate. Zhou Chuliang had a look of resentment on his face. What do you mean tricked? That's a nasty way to put it. You were the one who suggested a shooting contest, weren't you? Suhao shrugged. I've never been a cop. I just shoot by feel. After all, everyone knows some marksmen are just born that way. Zhou Chuliang was left speechless, unable to find a retort. It was true, some people were born with a natural sense for it, and with just a bit of training, they could match what others took 3 to 5 years to achieve. In the end, Zhou Chuliang had no choice but to accept his defeat. He transferred 3,000 yuan to Suhao and left the shooting range in a gloomy mood. Let's compete in something else next time if we get the chance. Suhao beamed with joy as he watched him leave. Hearing that last remark, Zhou Chuliang nearly tripped over the threshold on his way out. He hurried away, likely cursing up a storm in his head. After practicing with the tranquilizer gun at the range for a while, he lost interest and returned to the prep room to lie down. With master-level firearm control, using this small pistol was child's play for him. He could hit whatever he aimed at with zero effort, making practice entirely unnecessary. Sometimes, upgrading your proficiency comes at a cost, like losing the ability to feel frustrated, perhaps? Pulling out his phone, Suhao played a game to kill time, and 2 hours passed by in a flash. The ability group had someone specifically assigned to drive him to the villa district for the ball in a luxury car. Sitting in the back seat, Suhao carefully examined the car's interior. Judging by the model, it seemed to be an Audi A series. While his knowledge of luxury cars was limited, he could infer that this vehicle cost at least $1 million. Well, once I finish this job, I'll buy myself $1 million luxury car too. Wait, why did that sound so strange? It didn't sound like he was going on a mission. It sounded more like a bandit chief heading down the mountain to hijack a convoy. The driver sped off and brought him to the Yongquan Road Villa district. This area was home to the wealthy and powerful, where villas weren't sold by the square meter, but as entire estates priced at nearly 10 million each. The business gala was held in the grand auditorium at the center of the villa district. Looking out from the car window, it wasn't hard to see a dazzling array of luxury cars and sports cars parked like common cabbages in the lot. Those stepping out of the vehicles were all rare titans of the business world, though Suhao didn't recognize a single one of them. "Sir, we have arrived." The car pulled up to the red carpet. Just as Suhao was about to push the door open, the driver stepped out first and opened the door for him. Cough, cough. The habits of the wealthy are truly difficult to imitate. Dressed in a well-fitted black formal suit, Suhao strode along the carpet toward the auditorium entrance and handed his invitation to the security guard at the door. The guard carefully checked the contents of the invitation and then glanced at Suhao. As expected, he didn't inspect any belongings. He simply nodded and let him straight in. Stepping through the auditorium doors, Suhao instinctively felt for the tranquilizer gun at his waist. He had the distinct illusion of heading into an abyssal dungeon equipped with nothing but a basic starter knife. Chapter 66, The Ballroom Scene. Stepping into the auditorium, everything was as magnificent as a ballroom scene from a movie. To be honest, as an ordinary person, this was Suhao's first time attending such a high society gathering, and it felt somewhat surreal. In his entire life, he had barely attended any banquets, let alone a formal business ball. Furthermore, his identity as a general manager was merely a disguise, so he naturally knew no one in such a setting. Watching the business elites gathered in small groups and chatting, he felt completely out of place and for a moment didn't know what to do with himself. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" A waiter, seeing Suhao standing there in a daze, walked up politely carrying a tray of wine glasses and asked, "Ahem, just give me a glass of red wine." Suhao took a glass of red wine from the tray. Sipping it, he walked toward the center of the ball, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of his mission target. According to the records, the granddaughter of the wealthiest man in Shanxi province is named Mo Lishuan. She is 18 years old, and this business gala is actually being held in the form of a celebration for her coming-of-age ceremony. The wealthiest man in Shanxi province is named Mo Xingmin. He built his fortune in real estate before shifting his investments toward the field of biological research several years ago. With a net worth in the tens of billions, he wields significant influence in both business and political circles. His reputation has drawn numerous high-ranking officials and business leaders to the event, resulting in this bustling, large-scale banquet. The deeper I go, the more I feel that the poor and the rich live in entirely different worlds. Many TV dramas and novels describe high society as if it's very accessible, with the protagonist easily mingling with the wealthy as if it were child's play, fooling audiences who have never had contact with the upper class. In reality, social strata are almost insurmountable to a certain extent. If Suhao didn't have his status with the ability group, it would have been impossible for him to attend the ball as a guest. There is a very fitting saying on the internet, sometimes the gap between humans is greater than the gap between a human and a dog. However, with the system by his side, Suhao believed that sooner or later, he would stand in a venue like this under his true identity. For him, it was merely a matter of time. Walking through the luxurious and spacious auditorium, he quickly located his target. In the side hall of the ballroom, surrounded by young men and women like stars orbiting the moon, was Mo Lishuan. Looking from a distance, she stood in the center of the crowd wearing a pale purple chiffon gown. From time to time, she pursed her lips into a smile under the glow of the lights. Her profile alone was breathtakingly beautiful. She looked even more stunning in person than in her photos. It must be said that in terms of looks, this Mo Lishuan was definitely the most beautiful woman Suhao had ever seen with his own eyes. Ding! Side quest triggered, secret bodyguard. Mission requirements: protect Mo Lishuan's personal safety, prevent her from being kidnapped, prevent her from sustaining serious injuries, prevent her necklace from being stolen. 2000 EXP 400 proficiency points. Just as Suhao caught a clear glimpse of Mo Lishuan's face, the system notification sounded at the perfect moment, snapping him out of his daze. The system finally showed some activity. It had been so long since a side quest was issued that he almost thought this bodyguard mission wouldn't trigger one. 2000 EXP? The figure left Suhao somewhat stunned. This was the first time he had received a mission where the EXP reward exceeded 1,000 and it hadn't just barely crossed the threshold, it had doubled in one fell swoop. Judging by the reward alone, it wasn't hard to deduce that this mission would likely be far more difficult than imagined. Protect her from serious injury and prevent her from being kidnapped, I understand those two. But why add a final condition to prevent her necklace from being stolen? Suha was puzzled. Could that necklace really be as important to her as her own life? Forget it, it was best just to follow the system's requirements. The immediate problem wasn't that anyway. The question is, how am I supposed to get close to her? Suha held his wine glass gloomily. His skills at picking up girls were mediocre at best, and what's more, he knew absolutely nothing about high society topics. Trying to wedge himself into the conversations of those rich second-generation heirs was as difficult as climbing to heaven. As the saying goes, when your worldviews are worlds apart, how can you even communicate? By the way, I recall there should be a related proficiency in the system, right? A sudden thought struck him, and he opened the proficiency tab. Sure enough, he found eloquence proficiency listed there. He was currently only at the beginner tier for this skill. Do you wish to consume 8 proficiency points to upgrade eloquence to adept tier? Do you wish to consume 30 proficiency points to upgrade eloquence to elite tier? Do you wish to consume 100 proficiency points to upgrade eloquence to master tier? Since the proficiency points consumed weren't much and could be recovered with just 1 or 2 tasks, Suha simply upgraded this proficiency to master level in one go. Instantly, a vast amount of conversation techniques flooded into his mind, and an endless stream of topics surfaced in his heart. With topics at hand, his confidence grew. Suha walked straight toward the group of young men and women. Using the fake persona data provided by the ability group, Suha picked a random topic and managed to blend into the group's conversation. It was manageable at first, but the conversation among these wealthy heirs soon began to drift into a wide range of topics. They jumped from entertainment industry gossip to luxury cars and travel, occasionally touching upon the current economic climate. Suha felt his head spinning. How could he possibly know so much about this random trivia? Forget traveling abroad in all his years, he hadn't even been to the seaside. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. No matter how high one's conversational skills are, they are useless without sufficient knowledge and perspective. Suha simply resorted to playing the brooding, silent type, only offering a few words when necessary while silently cursing Captain Xing's ancestors back 18 generations. That guy actually claimed it wasn't difficult for a man to approach a lady at a ball. If this isn't difficult, what is? Right now, this wasn't just hard mode, it felt like he was playing on hell mode. He even began praying for the ability criminal gang to show up sooner. He would much rather engage in a life and death struggle with ability criminals than endure this awkward small talk with a bunch of rich heirs. Excuse me for a moment. A few minutes passed, and finally, Emolishwan seemed to have something to attend to. She broke away from the group of socialites and headed toward the other side of the hall. Suha finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad he no longer had to mingle with that crowd. He set aside his long-emptied wineglass and followed Emolishwan toward the corridor on the far side of the hall. Who are you? Is there something I can help you with? Noticing that Suha was following her, Emolishwan asked politely. Being caught in the act, Suha felt a bit awkward. I was just heading to the restroom. Oh, my apologies. Emolishwan's cheeks flushed slightly. She had mistakenly thought Suha was following her on purpose. Was she really being too sensitive? It's fine. Suha waved his hand with magnanimity. His excuse about going to the restroom wasn't entirely a cover story for his tailing. He had long ago obtained the architectural layout of the entire ballroom from team leader Xing and committed it to memory. Based on the direction Emolishwan had instinctively moved, it wasn't difficult to deduce that she was heading to the restroom. Sure enough, after their conversation, Emolishwan continued walking toward the restroom. Chapter 67, Conflict erupts in the restroom. Miss Mo, your necklace is beautiful. May I ask where you bought it? Given the brief interaction just now, Suha's attempt at small talk didn't seem abrupt. Moreover, he genuinely felt that the purplish-red jade bead was dazzling, making it the perfect conversation starter. I'm afraid you can't buy this anywhere. Mo Lishwan told him the truth. This jade bead was a coming-of-age gift from my grandfather. He used to keep it with him at all times. I heard it was given to our ancestors by a traveling Taoist priest during the late Qing dynasty. They say wearing it brings health, longevity, and wards off evil spirits. As she spoke, she subconsciously raised her hand and lightly touched the jade bead resting against her snow-white neck. The jade bead was roughly the size of an eyeball, its interior faintly revealing a celestial map seemingly formed by tiny bubbles. It was crystal clear, refracting a magnificent purplish-red glow under the light, more dazzling than any gemstone and purer than the finest crystal. Most importantly, the bead possessed an indescribable, mysterious allure that compelled one to fixate their gaze upon it involuntarily. Something from the late Qing dynasty? Suha was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this brilliant jade bead to have a history spanning hundreds of years. No wonder the side quest required that the necklace not be stolen. This jade bead was not only an ancestral heirloom but also a priceless treasure. Based on its antique age and the quality of the jade alone, it would likely fetch tens of millions, at least perhaps even 100 million or more. Your grandfather gave you this jade bead, which shows how much he values you. Suha let out a feigned sigh. Speaking of which, it's quite a pity. If only there were a place to buy such a beautiful jade bead, even if it were just a replica. In truth, even if there were a place that sold them, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Mo Lishwan smiled. I don't believe I've seen you before? Suhao hadn't forgotten his persona. I am the newly appointed general manager of XX Company. I haven't developed my career here in Shaanxi province before, so it's only natural that Miss Mo doesn't recognize me. They chatted a bit more, but the conversation was brief. They parted ways once they reached the entrance of the restrooms. Suhao stood at the entrance of the restroom, feeling a bit conflicted. Team leader Xing had instructed him to follow Mo Lishwan every step of the way, but he couldn't exactly follow her into the ladies' room, could he? If he actually went in, never mind protecting her undercover, he'd likely be branded a pervert and kicked out of the ball on the spot. Left with no choice, he had to enter the men's restroom first, ears pricked for any sound outside, waiting for Mo Lishwan to come out so he could follow her out of the restroom area. The bonus from 20 points in agility and constitution made his 5 senses significantly sharper than those of an average person, particularly his hearing and vision. If nothing else, distinguishing the sound of high heels outside was an easy task. Just as Suha was listening intently and waiting, he overheard someone making a phone call inside one of the restroom stalls. Hello, I'm already inside. Are you guys in position yet? The caller's voice was slightly raspy, and the constant sound of running water in the restroom muffled his low whispers. Had it not been for Suhao's exceptionally keen hearing, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to make out a word he was saying. Upon hearing the content of the call, Suhao immediately became alert. What was going on? Had he just happened to stumble upon members of an ability using criminal gang coordinating with each other while taking a bathroom break? Don't worry, this operation is very discreet. The target has entered the women's restroom. Right, get ready on your end. I'll bring them out as soon as possible. With that, the voice from the stall went silent, and the sound of the flushing water stopped along with it. Suhao's expression grew solemn as he secretly gathered a high-voltage electric arc in his palm, powerful enough to knock someone unconscious. The moment the door to the adjacent stall opened, he would charge forward and use his lightning element ability to stun the man. But to his surprise, several seconds passed without any movement from the stall. He couldn't even hear the sound of breathing. Damn it! A jolt of alarm struck Suhao's heart. He kicked the stall door open, only to find that it was already empty. Disregarding everything else, he dashed out and charged straight into the women's restroom. He wasn't sure what the enemy's ability was, but he knew all too well that Mo Lishwan was definitely in danger. Inside the women's restroom, several women were touching up their makeup in front of the mirror. They looked shocked when Suha burst in, but out of politeness, they didn't scream. Instead, they packed up their makeup kits and hurried out, likely running to call security. Suhao had no time to explain anything to them. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and used brute force to rip open the door of every stall one by one. Sure enough, when he pulled open the second stall, he found a middle-aged man pressing a white cloth soaked in ether over Mo Lishwan's mouth and nose, attempting to knock her out. Mo Lishwan's eyes had already begun to lose focus. The middle-aged man stared at Su Hao, who had suddenly pulled open the stall door, his face etched with utter disbelief. "Damn it, you bastard! You're the reason I had to sneak into the ladies' room. Eat shit!" Fuming with rage, Su Hao swung a straight punch toward the man's face, his fist crackling with gathering lightning elements. A straight punch is renowned for being fast, precise, and ruthless, let alone one thrown in a fit of fury. Before the middle-aged man could react, the fist made intimate contact with his face, dislocating his jaw in a single blow. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity surged into his body, knocking him unconscious. So weak. Su Hao looked at the unconscious middle-aged man and frowned. How on earth did this guy suddenly move from the men's restroom to the women's? His clothes seemed to be soaked. Could it have something to do with water? He scanned the man using his investigation skill. Tang Gaiyang, upright primate, height 173 centimeters, weight 140 pounds, status, unconscious, ability, unknown. Target attribute information acquired. Constitution 11, strength 10, agility 11, spirit 10. His attribute panel is completely that of an ordinary person. No wonder he's so weak. Since the investigation couldn't yield any more information, Su Hao had no choice but to set the middle-aged man's matter aside for now. He went over to support Mo Lishwan, who was dazed from inhaling ether. "Miss Mo, are you alright? My head is so dizzy, what on earth happened?" Mo Lishwan clutched her head, and as she regained her senses, a trace of panic appeared on her face. "Why is this man in the ladies' room?" "He came here to kidnap you." Su Hao didn't bother beating around the bush and said bluntly, "And I'm here to protect you." Kidnapping? Protection? Mo Lishwan looked utterly confused. "Who on earth are you people?" Su Hao was considering whether or not to explain when he heard a sound coming from the middle-aged man's pocket. After fumbling around, he realized it was a walkie-talkie. Old Tang. Old Tang, what's going on over there? Damn it. Boss, it looks like something happened to Old Tang. A muffled voice came through the walkie-talkie, followed by a sharp click as the signal cut out. Troublesome, I've been spotted by that side. Su Hao frowned, tucked the walkie-talkie into his pocket, and said to Mo Lishwan, "Get your clothes sorted out first." She had been using the restroom just now, so naturally, her skirt wasn't properly adjusted. Upon Su Hao's reminder, Mo Lishwan realized her disheveled state. With her cheeks flushing slightly, she hurriedly turned around to fix her clothes. Su Hao pulled the small button given to him by team leader Xing out of his pocket, hesitated for a moment, and pressed it. He had taken the lead in neutralizing one ability criminal, but regardless of whether the remaining ability gang intended to proceed with the kidnapping or retreat, he might not be able to handle them all alone. Support from the ability team was essential. Chapter 68, Chaos. In less than half a minute, before the ability team's backup could arrive, the commotion caused by Su Hao barging into the ladies' room had already drawn several security guards. Having received reports from several women, the guards rushed into the restroom. They were stunned to see Su Hao and the disheveled Mo Lishwan inside a stall, and immediately moved to see Su Hao. If something were to happen to Miss Mo, the star of tonight's ball, who could imagine how furious old Master Mo would be? Since this occurred within their designated security zone, none of the guards could escape accountability. At the very least, they would be guilty of a serious dereliction of duty. Facing the burly security guards lunging at him, Su Hao frowned. Without even moving his feet, he used a combination of hard and soft techniques from Bajiquan, employing clever leverage to repel them all. For the time being, these guards couldn't even get close to him. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have made things difficult for them. At worst, he would have let himself be caught and explained the situation later. But at this critical juncture, he couldn't afford any carelessness. What if an ability criminal was hiding among the guards? If he were captured, his life would be at risk, and Mo Lishwan's safety would no longer be guaranteed. Better to be overcautious than to let a single threat slip through. Stop it, all of you. Mo Lishwan adjusted her skirt, turned around, and hurriedly shouted at the security guards, "This gentleman isn't a bad person, he just saved me." The security guards looked at each other, all of them looking quite bewildered. What was going on? How did this pervert who broke into the ladies' room suddenly become a savior? What had happened? There, see for yourselves. Suhao pointed at the unconscious middle-aged man on the cubicle floor, who was still clutching a white cloth soaked in ether. I saw this guy sneaking into the ladies' room with ill intentions, so I chased him in to protect Ms. Mo. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. He didn't even blink as he spun the lie, though a large part of it happened to be the truth. Yes, it is exactly as this gentleman said. Mo Lishuan spoke with lingering fear. Although I didn't see how this man managed to slip into the restroom, he certainly harbored ill intent toward me just now. If it weren't for this gentleman, I'm afraid something terrible would have happened. Since even the young mistress of the Mo family had put it that way, the security guards had nothing left to say. They offered their apologies to Su Hao, pulled out handcuffs to restrain the unconscious man on the floor, and prepared to drag him off to the security office. Su Hao said, "Make sure to tie this guy up tight and have more people watch him. Don't let him get too close to any water source." He wasn't yet sure how the man managed to teleport, but his ability was most likely related to water. Before the security guards took the man away, Su Hao took a sedative dart from his pocket as a precaution and discreetly pricked the man's wrist under his sleeve, ensuring it would be impossible for him to wake up anytime soon. To be honest, if it weren't for the sake of protecting Mo Lishuan, Su Hao wouldn't have wanted the security guards to take the guy away at all. This was a living, breathing 300,000 credit bounty if something went wrong and he managed to escape. What then? Seeing that Mo Lishuan's body was still swaying slightly, likely because the effects of the ether had not yet worn off, Su Hao reached out a hand to support her. He suggested, "Let's head to the main hall first, it's safer where there are more people." "Okay, thank you." Mo Lishuan also felt somewhat weak and did not refuse Su Hao's assistance, merely offering a reserved word of thanks. Accompanied by several security guards, the two returned to the auditorium hall. At that very moment, the lights across the entire auditorium dome suddenly cut out, plunging the enclosed venue into a pitch-black darkness where one could not even see their own hand in front of them. What's going on? Why did all the lights go out? Is there some kind of performance about to start? Could it be a power outage? This ball is hosted by Old Master Mo himself. How could the Power Bureau make such a blunder as a blackout? Even if an accident did occur, the venue should have backup power for emergencies. It can't be a power failure, it must be some kind of entertainment program specially prepared by the organizers, right? At first, the crowd in the venue was somewhat noisy and panicked, but they soon quieted down. Many speculated that this was a deliberate atmosphere created by the organizers, so they stood their ground and waited, with some even chatting and laughing. In contrast, the logistics staff responsible for the venue were in a state of total chaos, scurrying about like ants on a hot pan. The auditorium manager roared, "Where are the people in charge of lighting? What's going on? Making a mistake on an occasion like this, do you all want to lose your jobs? It has nothing to do with us. It seems to be an electrical issue, the power is out. Then switch to the backup power immediately. You bunch of idiots. Do I really need to teach you that? But for some reason, the backup power won't connect either. The power department said it looks like aging circuitry, and it'll take over 10 minutes to fix. A bunch of useless idiots. What were they doing during the venue inspection yesterday? Tell them it must be fixed within 5 minutes. If the organizers hold us accountable, not a single one of those hacks in the power department will keep their jobs." While logistics was in a state of total chaos, the auditorium remained plunged in darkness. No one noticed several uninvited guests slipping into the venue through the skylights in the dome. Switching the perspective back to Su Hao. These guys actually dared to cut the power in broad daylight? That's incredibly brazen, isn't it? Su Hao's expression grew solemn. He switched on his phone's flashlight, gripped the device between his teeth, and scooped the weakened Mo Lishuan up into his arms. "Ah! What are you doing?" Mo Lishuan exclaimed in surprise. Su Hao said, "Shh, keep it down. There are kidnappers planning to take advantage of the chaos to abduct you. This blackout was most likely their doing. I'm taking you to hide somewhere crowded first. But given the current situation, why does it feel like you're the kidnapper? Mo Lishwan hesitated, leaving the rest of her sentence unsaid. She didn't call for security either, allowing Su Hao to carry her as he sprinted toward the center of the auditorium. After all, Su Hao had just saved her life. She owed him at least a shred of basic trust. Besides, if he truly intended to kidnap her, he would have knocked her out and taken her away long ago. She wouldn't still be conscious now. He had only just picked her up and taken a few steps. Suddenly, the world began to shake violently. Already on edge in the tense, intimate darkness, the sudden accident sent nearly everyone in the venue into a panicked frenzy. They screamed at the top of their lungs, surging toward the main exit in a chaotic swarm. The entire auditorium emitted dangerous creaking sounds as its shuttered chandeliers swayed and plummeted, while the sounds of objects shattering echoed from all sides. Shoving, cursing, screaming, and wailing filled the air in a relentless cacophony. At least in this moment, the value of human life was equal, regardless of social class. The ground shook violently, and Su Hao, holding Mo Lishwan in his arms, nearly lost his footing. Fortunately, his reactions were swift enough. He braced himself, dropped into a horse stance to lower his center of gravity, and managed to stay upright. An earthquake? No, it can't be such a coincidence. The city where Su Hao lived was located in a stable inland zone where earthquakes were extremely rare. Furthermore, the swaying of the building was significantly more intense than the vibration of the ground. It didn't feel like a seismic tremor, but rather a top-down shaking. Taking everything into account, this so-called earthquake is highly likely to have been engineered by an ability criminal syndicate using some kind of method. Chapter 69, 1 against 2. Does an ability that can even mimic earthquakes actually exist? The world truly is full of wonders. There was no time for sentiment. Su Hao looked around. Instead of following the crowd toward the auditorium's main entrance, he carried Mo Lishwan back toward the restrooms. What are you doing? There's an earthquake. Why aren't you running? Why are you coming back this way? Mo Lishwan was frantic. She writhed her delicate body, trying to leap from Su Hao's arms, but his grip remained firm, locking her in place so she couldn't break free. Su Hao said, "This isn't a real earthquake. It's just one of the tactics the kidnappers are using to create chaos. Don't worry, the auditorium isn't going to collapse. Compared to that panicked crowd over there, it's safer to stay where there are fewer people." Really? Mo Lishwan was skeptical, clearly not buying Su Hao's explanation. Could an earthquake really be man-made? Su Hao simply pulled out his credentials. "I'm actually someone sent from above to protect you. Please trust my judgment for now. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, and you'll be safe then." Mo Lishwan glanced at the ID. "But why didn't my grandfather ever mention this to me?" "The operation is classified," Su Hao said helplessly. Mo Lishwan bit her lip. "All right, I believe you." At this point, she had no choice but to trust Su Hao. Everyone in the venue, from the staff to the guests, was scrambling to escape. As Su Hao had said, in such a chaotic situation, no one would even notice if she were kidnapped. Holding Mo Lishwan to avoid the crowd, Su Hao's peripheral vision keenly noticed a figure flashing past the skylight in the auditorium's vaulted ceiling. "I'm coming." Turning to duck into the restroom, he set Mo Lishwan down and pulled the small tranquilizer gun from his waist, instructing her, "No matter what you see later, don't run around. If someone tries to grab you, shout for me as loud as you can. Do you understand?" Mo Lishwan huddled in the corner and nodded obediently. "But I still don't know your name?" "My name is Su." Bang! Bang! The muffled crack of suppressed gunfire rang out, carving two pits into the wall beside him. Su Hao quickly ducked into the restroom, switching off his phone's flashlight. Hiding behind the wall, he peered out with half his face, his eyes scanning the darkness to pinpoint the shooter's location. In the pitch-black auditorium, it was no easy task for Su Hao to find the gunman, but it was equally difficult for the shooter to land a hit on Su Hao. As expected, the opponent fired a few more rounds, but gave up after failing to hit the target. A silhouette came sprinting down the corridor at a speed almost too fast for the naked eye to track. Agility ability user. Su Hao frowned, his gaze catching a dagger-like object gripped in the figure's hand, and he grew secretly vigilant. Sure enough, as the figure rushed to the front of the restroom and saw Su Hao, they raised the knife and lunged it toward his stomach. Your speed is decent, but playing close quarters with me? You're still a bit green. Su Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and assumed a Bajiquan parrying stance. Stepping to the left, his fists intercepted the person's wrist holding the blade. With a swift slap and a twist, he snatched the knife from their hand in an instant. Tossing the knife aside, Su Hao aimed the tranquilizer gun at the figure. The person seemed to have anticipated this, turning and bolting out of the restroom again. They moved as fast as a gust of wind, leaving Su Hao no opportunity to pull the trigger. TSK, they sure run fast. He hadn't forgotten to use his scouting ability on that figure just now. Kongping, upright primate, height 157 centimeters, weight 89 kilograms, status healthy, explosive agility ability, agility instantly increases by 1/3 within 3 seconds. Target attribute information acquired. Constitution 11, Strength 13, Agility 2837, Spirit 10. Nearly 30 points of agility? That's only slightly lower than Miao Yueying's agility, but with an added burst capability, and the strength attributes aren't low either. Judging by the name, is this ability criminal a woman? Having gained a general understanding of his opponent's basic attributes, Su Hao tucked the tranquilizer gun back into its holster. Handguns are useless against agility-type ability users. Not only are they incredibly fast, but more importantly, their reaction speeds are lightning quick. Forget about hitting them with a shot the moment you even prepare to raise your gun, they've likely already vanished from sight. I have to take her down in close quarters combat. Su Hao glanced at the nervous Mo Lishuan behind him and steadied his mindset. Pressing his body against the wall, he let crackling electric arcs brew in his palm, waiting for the agility-type ability user's second assault. So you're the brat who knocked out old Tang? A coarse male voice drifted in from outside the restroom. This voice didn't belong to the agility-type ability user from before. Another enemy? It was me. What? Got a problem with that? Su Hao replied irritably, for a pervert who sneaks into a ladies' room to kidnap women, getting knocked out was letting him off easy. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a black t-shirt, walked in through the door and stared at Su Hao with a hostile expression. Standing behind him was a short woman in a black one-piece leather suit. Though her face was obscured, it wasn't hard to deduce that she was the agility-type ability user who had just attacked Su Hao. The burly man snorted coldly, "You've got guts, kid. Can't you see the situation you're in? Hand that woman over to me and I'll let you live. Otherwise, humph. Too much nonsense." Su Hao didn't waste any words with him at all, pulling out his tranquilizer gun and firing. With a physique that massive, there was no way this brute was also an agility ability user, right? At a distance of less than 3 meters, he didn't believe the man could dodge it. You're doing this the hard way. Despite being hit in the stomach by the tranquilizer dart, the burly man didn't panic at all. Instead, he was infuriated. "Kongping, leave this kid to me. You take that woman out first." As he spoke, the burly man's already massive frame began to swell. His height surged, and his arms and chest expanded significantly. Even more incredible was his skin, which became coarse and hard, looking from a distance as if it were composed of jagged slabs of rock. Scan. Shi Changyang, upright primate, current state, mutated. Current height, 210 centimeters, current weight, 280 kilograms. Mutated special ability petrification, skin petrifies for a short duration. Constitution and strength attributes increase by 1/3. Target's current attributes information has been acquired. Constitution 32, Strength 28, Agility 9, Spirit 10. Petrification ability? Su Hao was struck with amazement. No wonder the tranquilizer gun had no effect on the burly man. The needle likely failed to even pierce through that outer layer of petrified skin. Die! The burly man, his entire body encased in rock, let out a furious roar and swung a stone fist directly at Su Hao. The punch whistled through the air with immense force. Had it connected, it likely would have crushed a person's head like a ripe tomato. Facing such a boss-like adversary, Su Hao naturally had no intention of a head-on confrontation. He sidestepped the punch, grabbed the man's rocky wrist, and unleashed the pre-charged thunder surging from his palm. Crackle! Pop! The electric arcs hissed and sputtered. However, it did not produce the expected effect. Suhao's heart jolted. Oh no! The arcs are being completely insulated by the rock. This guy's ability is a natural counter to the lightning element. Your attacks are useless. Ha ha ha! The stone giant laughed as he pulled back his right fist, nearly hoisting Suhao up along with his arm. Without a moment's pause, he swung another heavy punch. Suhao dodged frantically, barely managing to evade the second blow within the cramped space. The stone giant's fist slammed into the floor, shattering the tiles into dust. It wasn't hard to imagine that a human would suffer the same fate if hit. What a nuisance! This petrification ability is too troublesome. Not only is it bulletproof, but even lightning element abilities are ineffective. It's practically impossible to fight. If I had known they had someone like this, I never should have brought Mo Lishuan into a confined area like the restroom. While the battle raged on this side, the woman in black, an agility-type ability user, attempted to bypass Suhao to seize Mo Lishuan. Do you think I'm invisible? Suhao gritted his teeth. Seizing the opening as the stone giant retracted its fist, he raised his gun and fired several shots at the woman in black. The woman in black was well prepared. Her speed suddenly surged, dodging the trajectory of the tranquilizer rounds and instantly rushing in front of Mo Lishuan. Witnessing this world-shattering battle, Mo Lishuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. Seeing the woman in black charge toward her, she closed her eyes in terror, her hands tightly clutching the jade bead necklace at her chest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suhao fired several more tranquilizer needles in succession, each shot precisely cutting off her movements. He forced the woman in black to abandon her attempt to seize Mo Lishuan and retreat, narrowly avoiding being hit. Had she been holding someone, her speed would have inevitably been affected, making it impossible to dodge the tranquilizer rounds. Humph, master-level firearm mastery is no joke. Even if you can dodge the trajectory, I can use those very trajectories to seal off your every move. However, even the greatest hero is no match for a crowd. With his attention divided, Suhao narrowly failed to dodge the stone giant's next strike. The rocky fist grazed his left shoulder, sending a sudden, bone-shattering surge of pain through him. His entire left arm went limp, hanging lifelessly as he lost all sensation in it. Hiss! Suhao let out a sharp groan, his features contorting in agony. He swore that the most severe injury he had ever sustained in his entire life didn't come close to this. The pain pierced through to his very marrow. It was absolutely not something that could be endured through willpower alone. How long has it been? Why hasn't the support from the ability team arrived yet? If this continues, he really might die here. No, I have to get out of here. The pain stimulated his nerves, making Suhao's mind even sharper instead. He gripped the tranquilizer gun in his right hand and fired several shots in succession at the woman in black, forcing her back. He rushed forward, scooped up the terrified Mo Lishuan, bypassed the slow-moving stone giant, and bolted out of the restroom. Bang! The gunshot rang out, followed by a searing, tearing pain from his lower back as blood splattered. Suhao didn't even need to think to know what had happened. That woman in black had definitely shot him in the back. Fortunately, it only hit his side. It shouldn't have damaged his spine, otherwise, it would truly be game over. Chapter 70, A Last Stand. Are you okay? You're bleeding so much from behind. Held in Suhao's arms, Mo Lishuan trembled in terror as she heard the gunshot. Lowering her head, she could see the wound on Suhao's waist, bleeding incessantly. Cut the crap, who could be fine after getting shot? Suhao squeezed the words through his gritted teeth, hold on tight. If you get thrown off, no one can save you. Mo Lishuan hurriedly tightened her embrace around Suhao. Her slender arms wrapped tightly behind him, and he could faintly feel the warmth and softness of her delicate body. Unfortunately, at this very moment, Suhao was in no position to appreciate any of it. Staggering and reeling, he gritted his teeth to endure the searing pain radiating from every part of his body. Under the threat of death, his full potential was forcibly unleashed. Instead of slowing down, he actually picked up speed, clutching Mo Lishuan as he charged toward the dim and chaotic auditorium hall. Women rely on cuteness, but men rely on willpower. My wonderful life has only just begun. How could I die in a godforsaken place like this? Charge! He roared in his heart. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but Suhao felt the pain in his back and left shoulder subside significantly. His feet felt light as he sprinted, moving even faster than his usual top speed. Ding! Conditions met. Triggering the hidden passive of Mana Source, Last Stand. Last Stand consumes the remaining mana in the Dantian vortex and overdraws a portion of Constitution vitality. All attributes are increased by 30% for 3 minutes. Pain is nullified. Certain negative status effects are blocked. Once this state ends, you will enter a weakened period lasting 1 day, during which all attributes will be reduced by 50%. A hidden passive? Hearing the system notification, Suhao was overjoyed. As expected, a warm current surged from the mana source in his abdominal cyclone, circulating through the wounds on his left shoulder and waist. The pain dissipated instantly, and even the bleeding from the gunshot wounds was temporarily halted. He had long suspected that the mana source ability couldn't be as simple as a mere energy reserve. Sure enough, it had miraculous secondary effects. Under the nourishment of the cyclone, Suhao's heavily injured body temporarily returned to a normal state. A continuous surge of strength even welled up within him, as if he possessed inexhaustible physical stamina. However, Suhao knew these were all illusions. The last stand state was predicated on consuming mana and overdrawing his constitution. It could only be maintained for a mere 3 minutes. The 4 attributes under last stand: Constitution, 31 points, Strength, 24 points, Agility, 27 points, Spirit, 20 points. 3 minutes, either we break through, or we turn the tables and kill them. A trace of bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in Suhao's eyes. This was the first time he had been pushed to the brink of exhaustion. A cornered beast's fight. It was either kill or be killed. Leave the person behind. The woman in black caught up. She was, after all, an agility ability user, and her speed was a notch faster than Suhao's as she reached out to grab Emolishwan from his arms. How could Suhao let her have her way? Although he wasn't as fast as this woman, in terms of close quarters combat, 10 women in black wouldn't be a match for him in a single exchange. Not to mention he was currently in an explosive state with his back against the wall. His agility wasn't necessarily much lower than hers either. Stepping back and shifting his body, he drove his elbow straight toward the woman's face. The woman in black had thought Suhao was at the end of his rope after being shot and losing the use of one arm. She never expected him to have the strength left to counterattack, and that his movements would be even faster than before. Facing this elbow strike, let alone dodging, she couldn't even see clearly what had happened. In the dim environment, the impact of the elbow combined with her sprinting speed made the collision happen in a mere instant. Bang! The muffled thud alone was enough to make one wince in pain. Elbow met face. The woman in black lost her balance entirely, her petite body tumbling across the floor several times due to inertia. She overturned a wooden banquet table along the way and twitched a few times on the ground before falling completely still. Her neck was twisted at a grotesque angle with her eyes wide open and her breath extinguished. She was as dead as could be. A simple strike of the elbow, one move to take down the enemy. Agility ability users may be difficult to deal with, but their bodies are surprisingly fragile. A single hit is all it takes to kill them. The elbow strike just now was already powerful, and when combined with the black-clad woman's own momentum, the resulting impact likely exceeded the force of a full-strength blow from someone with over 50 points of strength. It was no wonder her neck snapped. Only after Suhao used his scouting ability to confirm the woman in black was truly dead did he finally feel somewhat relieved. Although the other burly stone man seemed invincible, this agility-type woman was actually the most dangerous threat. After all, Suhao's primary mission was to protect Emolishwan from being abducted. With her around, he had to remain constantly on guard during the fight. Now that the woman in black was dead, the remaining stone man posed virtually no threat to his life. The tide turned with startling suddenness. It must be said that this was entirely thanks to the power of the last stand buff. Had his physical condition not been temporarily restored to normal and his attributes significantly boosted, he might not have had the chance to land a hit on the woman in black. I wonder if there's still a bounty for killing an ability criminal. Suhao took a deep breath and muttered to himself subconsciously. This was the first time he had ever killed someone, and it was impossible to say he wasn't affected. However, perhaps due to anger, hatred, or simply the last stand buff shielding him from certain negative states, he felt an unexpected lack of guilt. Instead, he found himself preoccupied with the thought of that 300,000 yuan reward. Is that person dead? Mo Lishuan was different. She was just an ordinary girl who had recently come of age, and her voice was thick with terror. Indeed, setting aside her family background, she was truly just an ordinary person. Seeing the assailant sent flying over 10 meters by a single elbow strike, only to lie there completely motionless, she was terrified. She clung to Suhao's chest, not daring to move an inch. I don't know if she's dead, but at the very least, she won't be getting back up to grab you again. Suhao offered a few words of comfort to Mo Lishuan. Come on, let's get out of the auditorium first. All right. In the dim light, Mo Lishuan's eyes brimmed with tears, her face filled with panic like a helpless little deer. Unexpectedly, she looked somewhat cute. Just as he was about to head out, he heard a commotion coming from outside the distant auditorium doors. It's too dangerous inside the auditorium, you can't go in. Everyone, stop them. Exactly, there's an earthquake happening. What are you trying to go in for? Public security? No, not even the Public Security Bureau is allowed in. We are the security guards here. Even if you are from the Public Security Bureau, you aren't allowed into the venue without official written permission from above. Those are the rules. Do you have any idea what kind of place this is? The chaotic shouts and clamor reached Suhao's ears with perfect clarity. He had a nagging feeling that something was wrong outside. Who were those security guards trying to stop? The police? Wait, holy crap, it couldn't be that the ability team's rescue squad is being blocked, could it? I was wondering why no one had shown up after I pressed the button. Turns out they're all stuck outside the gates. That is way too unreliable. He held Mo Lishuan, intending to rush out and check the situation, but to his surprise, the auditorium doors began to creak shut, clearly positioning to lock the place down. Suhao was starting to lose his mind. Are you kidding me? What on earth is happening out there? They're even locking the doors? Chapter 71, Serum. Kong Ping. What happened to you? Damn it. The petrification ability user rushed out from the restroom. Seeing the woman in black, who had pursued first, lying dead on the ground, he flew into a towering rage. His fury caused the rock covering his body to swell even further. Suhao had no intention of going head-to-head with this invulnerable brute. He scooped up Mo Lishuan and sprinted toward the auditorium skylight not far away. Since the main doors were locked tight, he decided to simply take her and jump through the skylight. A drop of 7 or 8 meters was nothing to him, and it would get them out of the building just the same. As for whether the stone giant would give chase? He didn't give a damn. He was specifically exploiting the fellow's low agility and slow speed. If I can't beat you, can't I at least outrun you? Boom! The sound of the wind whistled past. Something was pelting him densely from behind. Suhao turned his head and saw that the stone golem was actually picking up nearby tables and chairs to hurl at him. It was even gouging fist-sized rocks from its own body and launching them toward him like cannonballs. Damn, it even has a long-range attack method like this? Carrying Mo Lishuan, Suhao's movements couldn't be very agility, but fortunately, the last stand state had boosted his attributes by 1/3. 27 points of agility were enough to support him in dodging most of the projectiles. Occasionally, a few struck him in the back, making Suhao's figure stagger from the impact. Fortunately, with pain blocking active, he was barely able to endure and keep going. Seeing that his attacks were having little effect on Suhao, the stone giant began throwing objects to restrict Suhao's movements while pulling a walkie-talkie from his waist pouch, pinching it between 2 rocky fingers and holding it to his mouth. He spoke heavily to the other side. Boss, Kong Ping is dead. This kid is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. I can't catch him. Why don't you step in and handle this? What? Dead? How did she die? The voice on the other end didn't sound surprised, only slightly irritated. Is the opponent also an agility ability user? Or some kind of restrictive special ability? I'm not sure. The kid can release electric currents from his hands. It seems to be an elemental ability. I don't know how he killed Kong Ping. His speed is nowhere near hers. Besides, he should have been in a state of heavy injury not long ago, yet somehow he recovered and even managed to kill her instead. The stone giant reported everything truthfully, suppressing his anger. It was clear he held great awe and fear for this so-called boss. An elemental ability user? Electricity? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly cried out in shock. It's actually an elemental type? And the rarest lightning element at that? Why didn't you report this to me sooner? Quick! Stop him. Don't let him get away. I'm bringing third brother with me to catch the kid personally. Remember, we need him alive. Ha! The stone giant stammered, stunned. We're not killing the kid? What about avenging Kong Ping? To hell with revenge. How can that woman Kong Ping's life be worth as much as an elemental ability user? The voice on the line continued urgently. I know of an international ability organization that buys elemental ability users at high prices. Do you know how much they pay? 30 billion. Plus an ability crystal. Never mind that 30 billion is enough for us to live in luxury for several lifetimes. That ability crystal alone is a rare, priceless treasure. Carrying it on you long term can even permanently and significantly enhance your ability. Forget about capturing the girl for now. Focus all efforts on cutting off that kid's retreat. I'll be there with reinforcements in 30 seconds at the latest. The stone giant replied truthfully, Boss, the kid is too fast. I'm afraid I can't stop him. Then inject that vial of serum. Stop him at all costs. The walkie-talkie went dead after the roar. The stone giant's expression flickered with uncertainty as he stared gloomily at Su Hao, who was already nearing the skylight. For some reason, he deactivated his petrification state, his frame instantly shrinking from nearly 3 meters tall back to around 190 centimeters. Su Hao also glanced at the petrification ability user in confusion. Had this guy's ability duration reached its limit? He pondered to himself, now that the brute had lost his invulnerable rock skin, it was nearly impossible for him to put up a fight. Should he take advantage of his current last stand state and try to finish the guy off once and for all? After all, in his eyes, that man was a walking 300,000 yuan bonus. It would be a waste not to claim it. He pulled out his tranquilizer gun and fired a few experimental shots in the brute's direction. To his surprise, the fellow didn't just stand there dazed, he scurried behind a nearby marble counter. While firearms could penetrate wooden tables, they couldn't pierce through marble. The guy is definitely at the end of his rope. I need to take him down quickly during this period of weakness and not give him any chance to transform back into that stone giant state. Su Hao became even more convinced of his suspicion. He pivoted his body, intending to neutralize the threat by dealing with the burly man first. Under normal circumstances, anyone would have made the same judgment. After all, Su Hao was unaware of the previous conversation, much less that this group of ability criminals had wickedly shifted their target to him. Hiding behind the marble counter, the burly man pulled a small vial of purplish-red injectable medicine from his coat. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face before he closed his eyes and slammed the needle into his arm vein. Within seconds, the purplish-red liquid in the vial had completely entered his bloodstream. The man's heart began to thud violently as if injected with stimulants. His nostrils flared as he gasped for air, and even his skin turned a glowing crimson heat, making him look as though he had been plunged into a vat of boiling water. Just as Su Hao rushed to the other side of the marble counter, he spotted the crimson-skinned brute. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly fired several shots in quick succession. Roar! The brute let out a mindless howl from his throat and managed to dodge the tranquilizer darts with incredible speed. He then charged towards Su Hao on all fours in a bizarre running posture, looking exactly like a monster from a horror game. What the hell is going on? Does this guy have dual abilities? Both shocked and frustrated, Su Hao scrambled to dodge while using his scout ability to observe the brute once more. Sure Cheng Yang, upright primate, abnormal agility burst state obtained by injecting inferior agility type serum, lasts 10 minutes, height 192 centimeters, current weight 180 kilograms. Target's current attributes information has been acquired. Agility burst state, briefly grants speed comparable to an agility ability user of the original serum source. Constitution 17 Strength 21 Agility 28 Spirit 10. Agility type serum? There's actually such a thing? Su Hao frowned. Judging by the serum's description, it seemed to be manufactured using raw materials extracted from an agility ability user. There was a high probability that the ingredients for this specific vial had been harvested from that woman in black just now. This was going to be troublesome. Even in his last stand state, his agility wasn't as high as a true agility ability user's. Furthermore, he had to protect Mo Lishuan with his hands tied like this. It would be difficult to break out of the building. The only silver lining was that the brute couldn't maintain his sanity after injecting the serum. Otherwise, if he had simply picked up a gun and engaged in a firefight, Su Hao might have lost his life right then and there. The most pressing issue now was that he had just over a minute left in his last stand state. 7-2 Spirit Ability User. The enemy's reinforcements are almost here, yet the support from the ability group still hasn't arrived. Doing his best to dodge the Berserk Brute's attacks, Su Hao felt a throbbing headache as he was desperately blocked every time he tried to break through the skylight. And why did it feel like the equipment issued to him by the ability unit was less high-end than that of the ability criminal gang? What on earth was that agility serum? Had modern technology already developed a serum that could grant people abilities? However, since those people didn't use the serum right from the start, it could at least be inferred that the serum either had significant side effects, was extremely rare and precious, or perhaps both. I can still hold out through this extreme escape, but the rich young lady in my arms isn't doing so well. Su Hao glanced at Mo Lishuan in his arms out of the corner of his eye. Her face was deathly pale, although she was grit her teeth and refraining from screaming. Anyone could see she was reaching her limit. Being carried around by Su Hao at 3 times the speed of an average person, with a violent thug chasing them like a wild beast, and constantly dodging and shifting the inertia from all the sudden movements was impossible to ignore. It was several times more intense than riding a roller coaster. How good could the constitution of a pampered young lady be? It's uncertain if she even reaches the 10-point average of an ordinary person. It's already impressive that she has held out this long. What if I intercept that guy and let Mo Lishuan escape through the skylight first? The moment this thought surfaced in Su Hao's mind, it was quickly dismissed. This wasn't the only member left in the ability criminal gang. It would be too dangerous for Mo Lishuan to be alone. What if she happened to be caught by the others? All the desperate effort he had put in for so long would go to waste. No, that won't do. While Su Hao was deep in thought, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit appeared unnoticed in a corner of the auditorium, followed by several bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, lurking in the shadows. This man did not join the fray. Instead, he lurked in a corner, clutching a copper pocket watch and surreptitiously swinging it toward Su Hao. The pocket watch swung with the rhythmic precision of a pendulum, emitting an invisible strength from its regular motion that rippled outward, affecting Su Hao dozens of meters away. Dizziness, nausea, and discomfort. Su Hao felt as though he were being struck by a beam of invisible waves. These sensations flashed through his mind for a fleeting moment before being swiftly suppressed. This was thanks not only to Last Stand, which could filter out certain negative statuses, but also to his naturally high spirit power. He cast his gaze toward the source of the fluctuations, spotting the man in the suit and the 7 or 8 bodyguards in black standing behind him. Is this guy an ability criminal too? A spirit type? The thought flashed through Su Hao's mind as he frowned. Forget it, I'll just knock him out first. The man in the suit was also extremely surprised. My spirit interference had no effect? How is that possible? Before he could try again, he saw Su Hao seize a gap while the Berserk Brute was distracted and charged straight toward him. His expression changed instantly, and he ordered the black-clad bodyguards beside him to intercept Su Hao. Although he wondered why these bodyguards were working for an ability criminal, Su Hao had no intention of holding back. The black-clad bodyguard's constitution was significantly stronger than that of ordinary people, but it paled in comparison to an ability user, let alone when facing Suhao with his reinforced attributes. It was no exaggeration to say he could send one flying with a single punch. Initially, Suhao thought that after he sent the first few bodyguards flying, the rest would realize the gap in power and scatter like startled birds. To his surprise, instead of fleeing, the group of bodyguards lunged at him even more fearlessly. They all tried to grab Suhao's arms and legs, using their bodies to obstruct him, and one or two even opened their mouths in an attempt to bite him. Holy crap! Are these guys insane? Suhao hurriedly shook his arms and legs, flinging off the black-clad bodyguards who were clinging to his limbs. Uncle Lu! Mo Lishuan, who had been biting her lip in silence, seemed to recognize one of the bodyguards. Ha! You know this bodyguard who's in league with the kidnappers? Suhao asked, puzzled. Mo Lishuan said in disbelief, Uncle Lu has been a bodyguard for our family for over 10 years. He practically watched me grow up. He couldn't possibly be working with kidnappers. Oh? Suhao frowned and reached out to remove the sunglasses from one of the bodyguards. He discovered that the man's eyes were half open, his pupils vacant and out of focus. The man seemed to be in a state of semi-consciousness. It seemed these bodyguards weren't acting of their own volition, but were likely being controlled by an ability criminal through some unknown means. As Suhao observed the bodyguards, the man in the suit retreated, swinging his pocket watch at a different frequency than before. He muttered words that drifted faintly into Suhao's mind. You will fall into a deep sleep here, you are so tired, sleep now, sink into slumber. Dizziness, confusion, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. This eerie sensation, accompanied by the words echoing directly in his brain, welled up in Suhao's heart. He found himself involuntarily staring at the pocket watch, his gaze following its rhythmic sway. The pain of his wounds, his physical exhaustion, and his mental fatigue swallowed him whole in an instant, threatening to drag him into a deep sleep. Is this hypnosis? Suhao was struck with alarm, his body swaying as he nearly collapsed. He desperately summoned every ounce of his willpower to combat the overwhelming wave of drowsiness. Although his spirit was 50% higher than that of an average person, it still fell within the normal human range. Faced with a genuine spirit-type ability user, he stood no chance at all, barely able to put up a final struggle before falling into a deep slumber. What's wrong? Mo Lishuan slipped from his embrace. Noticing Suhao's deathly pale complexion, she hurriedly reached out to support him. Did your wounds reopen? Are you alright? Suhao didn't respond. He secretly summoned the system proficiency interface in the palm of his hand, frantically searching for a way to break or resist the hypnosis. New proficiency added, anti-hypnosis. As expected, after encountering hypnotic techniques, a new uninitiated proficiency appeared in the system module. Spend 10 proficiency points to upgrade anti-hypnosis to beginner tier? 10 proficiency points just for the beginner tier? TSK, that's even higher than Bajiquan. Fortunately, he had saved some proficiency points. Although it wasn't much, it was definitely enough to upgrade anti-hypnosis to adept tier. Consume 40 proficiency points to upgrade anti-hypnosis to adept tier? Confirm. Instantly, a flood of information regarding anti-hypnosis surged into his mind, expanding his field of knowledge once again. Hypnosis is a form of psychological suggestion that induces a sleep-like state by stimulating the visual, auditory, or tactile senses of humans or animals. Generally, it requires the cooperation of the subject to be effective, but clearly, spirit-type ability users can force hypnosis. The man in the suit used spirit power to project words directly into Suhao's mind. Visuals and sounds were merely secondary. The true method of hypnosis was spirit influence. This type of forced hypnosis is difficult to break and can only be suppressed, requiring several critical psychological steps. Suhao hurriedly followed the anti-hypnosis procedures in his mind to actively establish a psychological defense line. After a second, he barely managed to regain a bit of mobility. Remaining calm and composed, he instantly drew his tranquilizer gun in secret, held his breath, and fired several consecutive shots at the man in the suit. The man in the suit clearly hadn't expected that Suhao could still draw a gun and fire while under the influence of hypnosis. An ordinary person in such a state would have been unable to even lift their hand, let alone complete an action like shooting, which requires a high degree of spirit concentration. He dodged hurriedly, but Suhao's shots had blocked all his paths of retreat, and the tranquilizer needle inevitably struck his right leg. Chapter 73, Survival in Desperation. Stone! Get over here and save me! Shot in the leg, the man in the suit's face contorted as he hurriedly called the brute over for help. He realized these were no ordinary bullets. A powerful numbing sensation was surging up through his veins, and it wouldn't be long before it plunged him into a helpless coma. The petrified ability user was already hot on Suhao's heels, lunging forward just before the bullets could strike. He threw his arms wide in a bear hug, attempting to pin Suhao down with his sheer body weight. You want to take me on in close quarters? Suhao exerted his full strength, using a parrying stance to redirect the momentum. He executed a shoulder throw, hurling the burly man away. Off you go. As he sent the man flying, he didn't miss the opportunity to fire off 2 more shots during the opening. The brute's agility was indeed high at the moment, but with no leverage while suspended in mid-air, how could he possibly dodge even if he could see the trajectory of the bullets? Poochie! Both anesthetic darts struck the target's back. A dosage of this magnitude was enough to knock out even a full-grown lion. It's over. Suhao breathed a long sigh of relief as the countdown for his last stand ability ticked down to its final seconds. Once last stand expired, he would immediately plunge into a state of doubled exhaustion, a dual overdraft of both physical vitality and mana source, and might even lose consciousness on the spot. He hoped no more ability criminals would emerge, otherwise, he would truly be at the end of his rope. Hiss, that really hurts. To his absolute surprise, the burly man hit by the anesthetic round had actually remained conscious. He stood up while rubbing his back, staring at Suhao with a sinister expression. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly see fragments of rock mixed with the anesthetic ammunition falling to the floor from behind him. There wasn't even a drop of blood on his lower back. Rock, a petrification ability? Suhao was utterly dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? His ability recovered that quickly? If this guy can turn into a stone giant while maintaining his agility state, how are we supposed to fight? We might as well just surrender. A stone giant with Herculean strength, invulnerability, and freaking high speed, just thinking about it is enough to drive anyone to despair. Despair aside, he couldn't let his momentum falter. Taking advantage of the last few seconds of his last stand, Suhao forced himself to stand up. Straightening his back, he said coldly, so even that couldn't finish you off? Fine, let's keep grinding. I want to see whether you kill me first or the ability department reinforcements arrive first. As he spoke, a deep blue light erupted from his palm, crackling as electric arcs coiled around his entire hand. The flickering blue light reflected off his blood-stained, resolute profile, exuding an indescribable aura of tragic heroism in that moment. Emolishwan, standing beside him, was dazed, staring blankly at Suhao's face, lost in thought. In truth, Suhao's heart was also trembling violently. After all, who isn't afraid of death? Aside from wanting to show off in front of a girl before he died, he said those words with the intention of stalling for time. While his expression remained calm, he had already cursed team leader Xing's ancestors back 18 generations in his mind. Didn't they say backup would arrive immediately after pressing the button? It's been nearly 5 or 6 minutes already. If you'd come any later, I'm afraid the grass on my grave would be 2 meters high by now. Stone, retreat. Just as Suhao's heart was racing with uncertainty, the man in the suit weakly called out to the burly man who was preparing to fight Suhao to the death. The burly man asked in confusion, retreat? Why, boss? My ability has mostly recovered, and with the remaining effects of the serum, it won't take long to take this kid down. I said retreat. The man in the suit said firmly, the effects of the anesthetic are too strong, I can't hold on much longer. Those guys outside have already caught third brother. Once I pass out and lose hypnotic control over that crowd, the ability unit will storm in within 10 seconds. Are you sure you can capture this kid in under 10 seconds? 10 seconds, this. The burly man hesitated. He glanced at the crackling lightning in Suhao's palm, and a sense of retreat began to stir in his heart. He was afraid of breaking the vase while trying to kill the rat. The two had been fighting for so long that he had a very clear understanding of Suhao's true strength. Forget 10 seconds, it was almost impossible to determine a winner even within a few minutes. Furthermore, his petrification ability hadn't fully recovered yet, so he couldn't cover his entire body. Facing off against this kid's lightning element ability likely wouldn't be easy after all. He had heard quite a bit about the sheer destructive power of elemental ability users. Little did he know, however, that Suhao had long since lacked the strength to unleash any legitimate lightning elements. The arc of electricity in his palm was mere window dressing despite its intimidating appearance. If it actually struck someone, it would likely have less kick than an electric fly swatter. The man in the suit struggled to keep his eyes open. His spirit power was formidable, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't succumb to sleep so easily. However, he had no defense against the physical paralysis of a sedative. Resistance to such substances relied primarily on one's constitution. After a brief hesitation, the burly man shot Suhao a vicious glare. "Kid, this isn't over." With that, he hoisted the nearly unconscious man in the suit onto his shoulder and, bursting forth with maximum speed, deliberately skirted around Suhao to leap out through the nearest skylight. "Don't you dare leave!" Seeing that his bluff had actually worked, Suhao was so amused he nearly burst out laughing. However, to avoid giving himself away, he maintained his facade of indignation and attempted to stop them. He took a few steps forward and fired several consecutive shots at the burly man's retreating back. "Stop chasing them! You're injured so badly. If they want to leave, just let them go. As long as you're alive, nothing else matters." Seeing the blood-soaked Suhao looking as if he were about to give chase, Lishwan hurriedly tried to stop him. She wrapped her slender arms around him from behind, holding on tight as if she wouldn't let go until he promised to stay. Suhao frowned. "Let go." "I won't." "You can't go." "I never said I was going to chase them." Suhao sighed. "You're pressing against my wound. It hurts." "Ah. I'm so sorry." Only then did Lishwan realize she had accidentally bumped the gunshot wound on Suhao's waist. Blood was seeping out uncontrollably, staining her own clothes. She was like a startled fawn, hurriedly letting go of him with an apologetic look. Her head hung slightly as she spoke with embarrassment. "Are you okay? You're bleeding so much." "Wait, I'll call an ambulance right now." "Please, you have to hang in there." "I'm fine. I won't die just yet." Suhao shrugged, attempting to lean his body against the wall. "Last stand has ended. The overdrawn state of the source of all laws is expected to be repaired in 3 days. During the repair period, mana is halved, and the last stand state cannot be triggered." The system notification flashed by, followed immediately by a wave of endless weakness and pain surging over him all at once. Thud! Suhao's legs gave out, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Without the pain shielding, his entire body instantly curled up like a shrimp. Excruciating pain surged from every part of his body. A gunshot wound in his lower back, a fractured left arm, strained muscles, a brain operating under extreme overload, and countless other injuries of all sizes. In short, there was practically not a single spot on his entire body that didn't hurt. The biggest problem was that without the suppression of the last stand state, the puncture wound in his lower back began gushing blood again like a fountain, completely unstoppable. A sense of frailty deepened with every passing second. If this continued, he would likely bleed to death. If an ordinary person had sustained such a severe injury, they would have likely died or at least fallen unconscious long ago. However, because Suhao's constitution and spirit attributes were both quite high, he managed to remain agonizingly conscious. Waves of pain relentlessly tortured his mind. Damn it! He would have been better off passing out. Seeing Suhao in such agony on the ground, his clothes soaked crimson with blood, Lishwan was on the verge of tears. She rushed over to support him. "You have to hold on. I'm taking you to the hospital right now. You're going to be fine. I'll beg my grandfather to find the best doctors in the world to save you." With that, she propped up Suhao's shoulder with all her might and dragged him toward the auditorium exit. At that moment, the auditorium doors, which had been closed for some unknown reason, were pushed open from the outside. Chapter 74, Mission Accomplished. Several armed personnel rushed in through the auditorium doors. 3 of them moved with incredible speed, darting into the hall and searching the surroundings with high alert. The tremors of the building had stopped at some point, though Su Hao had been too preoccupied with the battle to notice. Su Hao. A slender figure noticed Mo Lishuan supporting the blood-covered Su Hao and let out a startled cry, rushing forward like a gust of wind. Su Hao looked up and saw that the newcomer was indeed Miao Yueying. Su Hao lifted his head weakly and said irritably, "Your timing is impeccable. Any later and you'd be here to collect my corpse." Seeing that he was still in the mood to joke, Miao Yueying gave a helpless smile, knowing that he was at least out of immediate life-threatening danger for now. "Sorry, a lot happened outside as well. Our people were all tied up, so we got in a bit late." Su Hao didn't have the energy to ask what had happened. Now that he saw the ability team taking over, the willpower that had been sustaining him finally relaxed. He closed his eyes and drifted into unconsciousness with a sense of relief. Side quest. Task reward, 500 EXP, 100 proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 9, you have gained 4 free attribute points and 1 ability point. The pleasant chime of the system notification signaled the end of the mission. He had done his utmost in the part he was responsible for. Whatever happened next was no longer his concern. Before losing consciousness, he thought he heard Mo Lishuan's frantic shouting. "TSK, does this little girl think I'm dying? Is it really necessary to scream like she's summoning a ghost? Whatever. This is probably the last time I'll hear her voice anyway. For a long time to come, an ordinary guy like me and a wealthy young lady like her aren't likely to cross paths again." His vision went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. "Fu Chuan, come here and save him, quick!" Miao Yueying shouted toward the space behind her. A young man in a white shirt, roughly 25 or 26 years old, stepped forward quickly. He did not look like a doctor and carried nothing but a simple first aid kit. After a cursory glance at Su Hao's injuries, he took out bandages and hemostatic powder from the kit and began busily treating the wounds. This newcomer is seriously injured. His constitution is quite impressive, though if it were an ordinary person, they'd probably be dead by now, wouldn't they? Fu Chuan clicked his tongue in wonder as he used tweezers to extract the bullet lodged in the body. He roughly cleared away the surging blood with iodophor, sprinkled on hemostatic powder, and wrapped the mangled wound on the side of the waist layer by layer to prevent excessive blood loss before reaching the hospital. Once the bandaging was finished, it was clear his technique was no different from an amateur's. The bandages barely managed to cover the wound. Immediately after, the young man before him pulled out a knife, slashed his own wrist, and pressed the gushing blood against the bandages. The blood did not run down the bandages but instead miraculously merged into the wound. In the next second, the gruesome gunshot wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gash, which was originally nearly 3 to 4 centimeters wide, actually closed up until only a tiny opening remained. Watching this scene unfold, Mo Lishuan, who was standing guard nearby, was left dumbfounded, while Miao Yueying and the others looked on as if it were a common occurrence. "It's done." A few seconds later, Fu Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he raised his arm and pressed a hemostatic gauze against the wound. "I can only heal the flesh. I can't handle fractures or excessive blood loss. We should still get him to a hospital as soon as possible." "Right, okay." Nodding to Fu Chuan, Miao Yueying pressed the wireless radio communication device at her ear with her finger. "Team leader, visual inspection suggests no ability criminals are on site. They likely fled. Su Hao is in a deep coma with severe injuries, a gunshot wound to the waist causing massive hemorrhaging. His life may be in danger. Should we prioritize getting him to the hospital for treatment? As long as he's still alive. Get someone to rush him to the hospital immediately." Team leader Xing, commanding from well outside the battlefield, breathed a sigh of relief. Su really went through a lot this time. "We expected to provide backup within a dozen seconds, but those ability criminals somehow brainwashed a massive crowd of civilians inside the venue. Between that and the guy triggering earthquakes, our team was blocked from entering the auditorium for several minutes." Continuing, Team leader Xing asked, "Is Miss Mo injured?" "No." Miao Yueying glanced at Mo Lishuan, who was hovering anxiously over Su Hao. Aside from some bloodstains on her clothes, she hasn't sustained any physical injuries, though she appears to be quite badly shaken. As long as no one is injured, otherwise we wouldn't be able to give a proper account to the higher-ups. Group leader Xing breathed another sigh of relief. Alright, go ahead and clear the battlefield. If there's an opportunity to pursue the escaped ability criminals, do so. If not, let it go. At least we captured one person this time, so it's not a total loss. The person he referred to as captured was the ability criminal who had artificially triggered the earthquake from the top of the building. The members of the ability group had gone to great lengths to take him alive. Group leader, it's more than one. Miao Yueying's gaze swept across the chaotic venue, coming to rest on the body of the woman in black. According to our search, a major battle took place here. There is a female corpse in black, who appears to be an ability criminal killed on the spot by Su Hao. Group leader Xing said, although we couldn't capture him alive, Xiao Su's mission was originally just to protect Miss Mo. Being able to gun down an ability criminal under such circumstances is already quite an achievement. Miao Yueying added, not only that, there's also an unconscious man in wet clothes in the security room. According to the guards, this pervert was caught by Su Hao while attempting to attack Miss Mo with ether in the ladies' room. It's suspected that he might also be an ability criminal. He caught two of them? Group leader Xing's tone was filled with surprise. The ability unit team he sent, though small with only 3 members, had spent a great deal of effort just to capture one ability user who caused earthquakes. Su Hao, in the same amount of time, had managed to knock out and kill 2 ability criminals. The disparity was staggering. Another man responsible for investigating the scene chimed in, based on the details and bloodstains at the site, excluding the pervert who was knocked out at the very beginning, he was likely fighting at least 3 opponents. It's just that 2 of them managed to escape through the skylight. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Could you please walk us through what happened, Miss Mo? After a series of questions, the ability team members gained a general understanding of the harrowing minutes inside the auditorium. Their gazes toward Su Hao now held an added measure of respect. Setting aside his staggering combat prowess and holding off more than 2 ability users single-handedly, the mere fact that he never gave up on protecting Mo Lishuan even in such a desperate situation spoke volumes of his noble character. He was, without a doubt, a trustworthy companion. The ambulance arrived at the scene shortly after. Su Hao was placed on a stretcher and rushed to the hospital for emergency blood transfusions and life-saving treatment. Mo Lishuan hesitated. Can I come along? He is, after all, my savior. Mo Lishuan's bodyguards had all been controlled by the man in the suit and were knocked unconscious one by Su Hao not long ago, so there were currently no bodyguards from the Mo family looking after her. Miao Yueying reassured her, you should head back and check on Elder Mo first. He heard there was an earthquake at the auditorium and is very worried about your safety. As for Su Hao, you can rest assured that guy is tough as nails, his life isn't in any danger. After persuading Mo Lishuan to get into the ability department's car to be taken to a safe zone, the remaining peripheral personnel continued to cordon off the scene, while some were responsible for explaining the situation to the social elites outside the auditorium. The ability criminal kidnapping incident thus came to a somewhat less than perfect conclusion. Chapter 75, Over 5 million. In the hospital ward, Su Hao slowly woke up. I passed out? Is this a hospital? Looking around, he found himself lying on a pristine white hospital bed. The medical facilities in the room were all brand new. It appeared to be a VIP private ward. He tried to move, only to find his entire left arm encased in a cast and secured to a splint by the side of the bed. His waist was also wrapped in bandages, and even the slightest movement sent a piercing pain through him. Su Hao frowned. Although these injuries were not life-threatening, it would likely take several weeks before he could be discharged from the hospital. Setting aside the gunshot wound to his waist for a moment, the fracture in his left arm was a major problem. The saying, it takes 100 days to recover from a bone injury, was no joke. Even though his constitution was twice that of an ordinary person, it would still take at least half a month to heal properly. For Su Hao, who was on a tight schedule, this mission was a massive net loss. Mr. Su, you're awake? A young nurse walked into the ward and asked with concern, would you like something to eat? Do you need a nutritional meal? Yes, please. I'm counting on you. Suhao didn't stand on ceremony, he was indeed feeling quite hungry. Before long, the nurse brought over a hospital nutritional meal, set up a small over-bed table, and even thoughtfully asked Suhao if he needed help with feeding. Suhao awkwardly declined. Although his left arm was broken, his right arm was still functional despite some minor muscle strain. He wasn't so incapacitated that he needed someone to feed him. He took a few bites of the meal, his gaze drifting toward the window. Noticing the twilight sky, he frowned slightly. How long have I been unconscious? The young nurse said, It's been nearly 2 days. Today is Saturday. Saturday? Suhao was stunned for a moment. He had been unconscious from Thursday night until Saturday evening? 2 whole days. To think they were wasted just like that. A wave of frustration washed over him. Under normal circumstances, he might have leveled up once or twice during these 2 days. Now that he was injured, he probably wouldn't be able to complete missions to level up for a while. He could only lie obediently in his hospital bed to recover. Fortunately, he had captured several ability criminals, earning at least several $100,000 in prize money. Otherwise, this would have been a massive loss. After finishing his nutritional meal, Suhao said to the young nurse who was clearing the trays, Could you hand me my phone? I'd like to make a call. The nurse replied, Mr. Su, your phone was shattered long ago, and your previous clothes are no longer wearable. Please use my phone to make your call for now. As she spoke, she pulled a phone with a pink case from her pocket and handed it over. Thanks, Suhao said, momentarily stunned. The nurse waved her hand and said, You're very welcome. You are a VIP patient at our hospital. If you have any needs, please feel free to let me know at any time. VIP patient? Suhao glanced around. This ward was not only a private room but also had a great, quiet atmosphere, even including dedicated nursing services. He estimated it must cost at least 1,000 yuan a day. He hadn't expected the organization to be so willing to spend money. He took the phone and called Leader Xing. Hello, Leader, it's Suhao. Xiao Su, you're awake? The voice on the other end sounded slightly surprised. How is your body? Are you all right? I'm fine, Suhao asked. Have all those ability criminals been caught? And was Miss Mo escorted back safely? Rest assured, Miss Mo was safe. As for those ability criminals, most have been apprehended, though 2 are still unaccounted for. Group leader Xing laughed heartily. Let's not worry about that for now. You've done a tremendous job this time, Xiao Su. Not only did you protect Miss Mo from harm, but of the 3 ability criminals the organization captured, you personally took down 2 of them. The higher-ups have decided to award you a 600,000 yuan bonus. Also, that 200,000 yuan interest-free loan has been approved, though I suspect you might not need it much now. That's fantastic news. Suhao flashed a knowing smile. 600,000 yuan, it made all that life and death struggling well worth it. It's a pity I didn't catch that burly man and the guy in the suit along with them, otherwise, I could have pocketed another 600,000 in bounty money. I bet the 2 people team leader Xing mentioned is still being at large are those 2 guys. That's not all. Team leader Xing said with a mysterious air, there's another surprise. Can you guess what it is? Team leader, since when did you start being so cryptic? Suhao was in high spirits and took a guess. Could it be that I've been promoted to a level 3 member? Not yet, but you're almost there. You earned 60 points all by yourself in this mission, so you're only 10 points away from being promoted to a level 3 member. Group leader Xing said bluntly, you probably won't be able to guess the surprise I'm about to tell you. Old Mr. Mo is very grateful to you for saving his granddaughter. He decided to donate 100 million to fund our ability group, and he's also set aside an additional 5 million as a thank you gift for you. F5 million? Suhao was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his hospital bed. Holy crap! He originally thought earning $1 million from this mission would be good enough, but he never expected to rake in over 5 million in one go. Ha ha ha. So what if I'm a little injured? So what if I can't do missions for a few days? It's worth it. Totally worth it. Suhao chuckled foolishly, already calculating how to spend this massive sum of money. If he were still working at his old company, he might not have earned this much in an entire lifetime. However, he knew very well in his heart that this 5 million was actually nothing. In the future, he would eventually earn much more. Group leader Xing added, "Xiao Su, focus on recovering for now. I'm still busy tracking down the remaining 2 ability criminals, so I probably won't be able to visit you, but Xiao Miao and the others will head over in a bit." "Wait, don't hang up yet." Su Hao suddenly remembered something and said irritably, "There's something we need to clear up. You promised that once I pressed the button, backup from the team would arrive immediately. Why did it take 7 or 8 minutes for anyone to show up? Do you have any idea how close I came to dying in there?" Well, about that." Team leader Xing stammered, "There were some unexpected complications on site at the time. You can ask Xiao Miao and the others for the specifics. Actually, this mission was originally only worth 40 points. To make it up to you, the organization decided to award you an extra 20 points as a bonus." Complications? Su Hao had a rough idea of what might have happened outside, but he wasn't about to stop pushing for his due interests. "Leader, trying to brush me off with just 20 points doesn't seem right. I'm not a greedy man. How about you just give me another 10 points to round it up, and we can just promote me to a level 3 member?" Team leader Xing also felt a sense of guilt. "Well, I'll try applying to the higher-ups again after some time has passed." "Alright, then I'll leave it in your hands, team leader." The call ended, and Su Hao handed the phone back to the young nurse. He thought for a moment and asked, "Could I ask when I'll be able to be discharged?" The nurse replied, "Mr. Su, although the wound on your side didn't damage any internal organs, the hospital recommends staying for observation for at least half a month just to be safe. Furthermore, given the severity of the fracture in your shoulder, it will be at least several months before the cast can be removed." Chapter 76, The Blood of Tithonus. Oh. So that means the injuries aren't that severe. Su Hao pondered. His recovery speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. As long as the gunshot wounds hadn't damaged his internal organs, there wouldn't be any major issues. "I plan on being discharged tomorrow." "Is that feasible? Tomorrow? You must be joking." To dissuade Su Hao from the idea of leaving, the young nurse handed him an examination report. "I'm afraid you don't realize just how serious your injuries are. In any case, the hospital does not recommend you be discharged for at least half a month." He took the medical report. Systemic muscle strain, severe fracture of the left shoulder, adrenal insufficiency, excessive blood loss, rib trauma. A long list of professional medical terms. Just picking a few would be enough to put an ordinary person out of commission, let alone having all these injuries concentrated on a single individual. It was a miracle from the heavens that he was even alive. Am I really that badly injured? Su Hao scratched his head, guessing that this examination might have been conducted while he was in his most weakened state. The side effects following the last stand had ended, resulting in a day-long aggravation of his injuries and a 50% reduction in all attributes. While his wounds appeared significantly more severe as a result, in reality, the damage he sustained was not yet life-threatening. "Alright then, I'll stay for a few more days." Su Hao glanced at the casts and bandages covering his body. In this state, he couldn't even think about taking on any missions anyway. The young nurse went out to call the doctor in charge of his injuries. The doctor asked him how he was feeling physically and performed another general diagnosis. This was followed by a routine check of the wound healing progress, which was completed quickly. Back in the ward, Su Hao lay alone on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. He pulled up the system panel. "Huh? I've reached level 9? It made sense. The mission to protect Mo Leshuan had rewarded him with a full 2000 EXP, so leveling up wasn't exactly a surprise. Let me see how much EXP is needed for level 10, 6000? It doubled again, just as expected. Su Hao pondered. Reaching level 5 had unlocked the ability module, so what new features would be unlocked at the level 10 milestone? He had a lingering feeling that the system was far more complex than what he could currently see. Then there was the matter of allocating those 4 attribute points. If he dumped all of them into Constitution, perhaps his injuries would recover instantly? As for how to explain it? Does an ability user's rapid recovery speed even need an explanation? He had already revealed his lightning element ability. Would he really care about a minor detail like a wound healing exceptionally fast? However, regarding these 4 attribute points, I'm more inclined to add them to spirit. The spirit attribute was currently his only shortcoming. Moreover, the value of the spirit attribute was obvious to everyone. Not only could it make his thinking more active, but his spirit power would also become stronger, allowing him to manipulate various abilities with ease. Without hesitation, he allocated all 4 attribute points to spirit. His mind cleared instantly as his spirit attribute surged to 19 points. As for the issue of recovering from injuries, I can't always rely on adding stamina attributes to solve it. I should see if there are any corresponding abilities. Otherwise, I can't possibly add to my constitution every time I get hurt, can I? Where would I get that many attribute points from? Su Hao flipped open the ability tree diagram. Densely packed abilities were displayed across it. In the bottom right corner, he unexpectedly discovered that he had not just 1, but 2 ability points. Oh, right, I almost forgot about the ability essence crystal again. This is another ability point absorbed after 3 days. Having 2 ability points made things much easier. After all, there were very few useful abilities that required only a single point to unlock. He continued to scour the ability tree for ones that could accelerate the recovery of his injuries. Unsurprisingly, there were quite a few abilities of this type, except he couldn't afford most of them. Limb regeneration. If limbs or non-vital appendages are severed, they will automatically and completely regrow within 1 day at the latest. If activated using the mana source, limbs can be regenerated within 1 minute at the cost of a massive amount of mana and stamina. Cost: 2 ability points. Active flesh, flesh that regenerates infinitely like cancer cells. As long as the brain and heart remain undamaged, even the most severe injuries can self-repair. Consumes a massive amount of mana and stamina depending on the severity and recovery time. Cost: 5 ability points. Blood of Tithonus, a curse originating from Zeus, the blood of the man beloved by the goddess of the dawn. Those who possess this blood cannot have their physical bodies killed by any form of damage. Even if turned to ash, they will eventually be reborn from the dust. Cost: 10 ability points. Blood of Tithonus? Are you sure this thing is an ability and not a curse? Seeing this ability, Su Hao couldn't help but be surprised. He had read some Olympian myths during his university years. As the description stated, Tithonus was a mortal loved by the goddess of dawn. However, they both knew that mortals and gods were different. A human's lifespan is but a few fleeting decades, far incomparable to that of a god. No matter how much they loved each other, they would eventually be separated by death. Thus, the goddess of dawn went to Zeus to beg him to grant Tithonus eternal life. What kind of character was Zeus? Anyone who has read Olympian mythology basically knows that once you strip away his title as king of the gods, he is internally a pervert with extremely foul tastes and sexual inclinations. At the repeated pleading of the goddess of the dawn, Zeus finally agreed to grant her wish. But in reality, the king of the gods took advantage of a linguistic loophole. Out of a perverse sense of humor, he only bestowed immortality upon Tithonus without granting him eternal youth. The ending was obvious. Tithonus continued to age. For 10,000 years, the goddess of the dawn could only watch helplessly as the man she loved withered from youth to old age and finally into a decaying wreck. In the end, he even aged into a cricket, forgetting human speech entirely, yet continuing to live on in agony. People often pursue immortality, yet overlook that eternal life can also be a punishment. Forget it, I can't afford this ability for now anyway. As long as I don't touch it, I'll be fine. Su Hao shrugged and was about to continue searching for an ability to accelerate his recovery when he noticed a ripple in the ability tree diagram. An additional branch had sprouted from the Tithonus's blood. Fragmented Tithonus's blood, originating from Zeus's curse, the incomplete blood of the one beloved by the goddess of dawn. Those who possess this blood will gain weakened physical regeneration. The recovery process can be accelerated by channeling mana and stamina. Cost: 1 ability point. 1 ability point? Weakened physical regeneration? Su Hao was tempted. A legitimate physical regeneration required a full 5 ability points, which he couldn't afford. However, the fragmented Tithanos's blood only cost 1. Although the effect was inferior, its cost-performance ratio was unbeatable. It was even cheaper than severed finger regrowth. Furthermore, the branch of defective Tithanos blood leads to other sub-branches such as turbid Tithanos blood and pure Tithanos blood, eventually leading directly to the true Tithanos blood. Chapter 77, The Visit. Evolution step by step? It takes 2 more points to go from defective to turbid, 3 from turbid to pure, and 4 from pure to complete. That's 10 ability points in total. Suha thought about it carefully. An installment plan? That's actually quite a good deal. Thinking it over, the curse of immortality in the myths wasn't actually that bad. It was only because Tithanos lacked the gift of eternal youth that he ended up in such a state. But Suha was different. He had the system. Actually, the ability for eternal youth existed within the system as well. He had seen it long ago, but it required 5 ability points to unlock. He hadn't taken it seriously at the time. After all, he was still young and wasn't a woman, so he had no interest in worrying about vain issues like youth for the time being. But when the eternal youth ability was combined with the blood of Tithanos, it became complete, true immortality. For just 15 ability points, one could obtain the immortality that countless people craved but could never find. Wasn't that an absolute bargain? I choose you. Happily, he unlocked the incomplete blood of Tithanos. A surge of searing heat appeared out of nowhere in every inch of his blood vessels, shifting from warm to scalding, causing Suha to frown in pain. Fortunately, this burning sensation lasted only for a moment. Immediately afterward, his entire body began to itch, as if countless small insects were gnawing at his muscles. An uncomfortable, tingling numbness. This was most intense at the wounds on his waist and shoulders. Suha could barely resist the urge to scratch them. Carefully unwrapping the bandage on his waist to take a look, he saw that, as expected, the sutured wound was healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The scar, which had been oozing blood slightly, saw its surface layer heal completely in a short time. The scab fell off automatically, and the internal puncture wound was healing non-stop, though it would likely take more time. A tingling sensation also came from the fractures in his left arm, but since bone was involved, it was clearly more difficult to heal. Let me calculate exactly how long it takes for this incomplete blood of Tithanos to fully recover from a puncture wound and severe fractures in a passive state, without using mana or stamina to fuel it. Suha glanced at the small clock nearby to check the time, then closed his eyes and waited for the itching sensation of the healing wounds to end completely. 10 minutes passed. The itching sensation throughout his body stopped entirely. Will such a severe injury only take 10 minutes? Opening his eyes, Suha couldn't help but feel astonished. Injuries that originally would have taken at least half a month to recover from could now be fully healed in just 10 minutes under the influence of the fragmented blood of Tithanos. It was hundreds, if not thousands of times faster. While this speed certainly couldn't compare to the flesh regeneration ability, which heals all non-fatal wounds within seconds, as a post-battle recovery ability, it was undoubtedly the ultimate value for money. If I channel a massive amount of mana and physical stamina into it, this ability might prove incredibly useful in combat. I don't expect it to achieve instantaneous flesh and bone regeneration, but healing most injuries within 10 to 20 seconds would be enough. Think about it, you and your enemy have fought to the point of exhaustion, both prepared to go down in a mutual blaze of glory. Then, suddenly, your wounds begin to heal rapidly, restoring you to near peak condition within seconds. Can you imagine the sheer despair your enemy would feel? Tisk, just thinking about it is exhilarating. From now on, even if I find myself in a dire situation, it won't be so easy for it to turn into a life or death crisis. The fragmented blood of Tithanos did not possess the power of the complete version. If the injuries sustained were too severe, death was still a possibility. For instance, fatal wounds to the head or heart, excessive blood loss, internal organs being completely shattered, or half of the body being ground into mincemeat. You can't expect too much from an ability unlocked with a single ability point, can you? There's still one ability point left. Suha gazed at the ability tree diagram, lost in thought. He had gathered information early on, and there were only 9 abilities valued at a single point. Aside from the 5 main elements, only 4 remained: invisibility, X-ray vision, absolute balance, and near-death suspension. In terms of synergy with Tithonus's blood, near-death suspension was the best option. As long as he could hang onto a breath of life for 3 minutes, he could activate Tithonus's blood to restore the injured area, achieving a form of immortality. However, once Tithonus's blood reached its maximum level, the near-death suspension ability would become redundant. After all, if you can't die, how can you be near death? Forget it, I'll save it for now and unlock it when the need arises. For the sake of efficiency, Suha didn't unlock near-death suspension immediately, deciding instead to put it on hold for the time being. After tossing and turning in bed for a full half-hour while tinkering with the ability tree diagram, he had nothing better to do, so he simply browsed through most of the abilities. The ward door was pushed open, and 2 familiar figures walked in, Miao Yueying and Ji Changmin, whom he had met once before. "Su-hao, how is your recovery going?" Carrying a gift basket, Miao Yueying saw Su-hao lying in bed dazed. She flicked his forehead with her finger. "You were unconscious for so long, and now that you're awake, you're just staring into space?" The hospital diagnosis didn't say anything about brain nerve damage, did it? Su-hao was speechless. "Is this how you visit a patient? I demand a replacement." Alright, our big hero, it was this little lady's fault." Miao Yueying laughed, pulled a can of hot coffee from her pocket, and handed it to Su-hao. "You really stole the spotlight this time. You took down 2, chased off 2 more all by yourself, and even protected that rich young lady from getting a scratch. Meanwhile, we couldn't even make it past the front door. How can the gap between people be so huge?" Su-hao shrugged. "People are driven by necessity." Miao Yueying looked at him with disgust. "You're so dirty. Don't twist my words, I wasn't making a double entendre." Su-hao's face darkened as he stared at Miao Yueying and Ji Changmin. "Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Why did I have to fight alone in the auditorium for 7 or 8 minutes without any backup? This is actually our fault for not considering all the possibilities," Miao Yueying admitted. Ji Changmin explained helplessly, "As soon as we received your signal, we rushed from the secret base to the auditorium immediately. However, just as we arrived, the building started shaking. We thought it was an earthquake, and we were blocked by the surging crowd, making it impossible to get inside right away." "Oh, that was indeed unavoidable. Xiao Chen and Xiao Mao originally planned to enter through the skylight to back you up. But as luck would have it, they ran into the ability criminal who was causing the tremors, so they prioritized capturing that guy instead. It's no wonder the tremors stopped so quickly. Prioritizing the capture of this dangerous individual was the right call." The source of the tremors vanished, and the crowd settled down. "The rest of us from the ability unit were planning to enter the auditorium to back you up, but for some reason, we were blocked by a group of people outside. They refused to let us in and even slammed the doors shut to barricade them. The people blocking us were all prominent figures in the business world, so we didn't dare use force against them. We tried to find a way around, but they surrounded us wherever we went, acting as if they were possessed. Because of them, we never found an opportunity to break into the auditorium. It wasn't until later that we realized that group of people had been hypnotized by an ability criminal." Chapter 78, Discharge from the Hospital. Hypnosis? Su-hao's mouth twitched, so it was that guy in the suit all along. No wonder the reinforcements arrived immediately after I knocked him out. Was the suit guy's ability really that overpowered? To be able to hypnotize so many people at once for his own use, Su-hao originally thought the group of black-clad bodyguards in the auditorium was the limit of his capacity, but it turned out to be far more than that. "The guy in the suit?" Ji Changmin said, "You're talking about that spirit-type ability user named Jiang Mingzhi, right? That man is indeed very dangerous. He can easily hypnotize anyone with lower spirit power than his own. There has been a domestic bounty of nearly 3 million for his capture since 2 years ago, but he is very cunning and never shows his face in public. Yesterday was likely the closest we've ever come to catching him." "A 3 million bounty?" Su-hao's eyes widened. Had he known that man in the suit was worth so much, he would have risked his life to stall him for a few more seconds yesterday. After all, as soon as the man in the suit passed out, reinforcements arrived almost immediately. Unfortunately, hindsight is 20/20, and no amount of money can buy it. Miao Yueying pulled up a small stool and whispered, "Su Hao, is it true that you've awakened a lightning element ability?" Su Hao nodded. "Yeah, while I was fighting that petrification ability user in the auditorium, I somehow awakened the lightning element. It's just a pity that Guy's petrification ability was a natural counter to my lightning, otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state." The ability group likely learned about his awakening of the lightning element ability from Mo Lishuan with electric arcs dancing in his palm. Even a fool could see it was lightning. Miao Yueying said with great interest, "Give me a demonstration. I've never seen an elemental ability user before." Xiao Miao. Ji Changmin shot her a glare. Brother Su is still an injured patient. Miao Yueying shrugged. "Forget it then. You can perform once you've recovered." "It's a pity, though I don't expect that to happen within the next half-month." "That's not necessarily true." Su Hao gave a playful smile and raised his right hand, forming a claw-like grip. Brilliant azure electric arcs burst from his fingertips, crackling like a stun gun as they pierced the air, dancing between his fingers like leaping spirits. After increasing his spirit attribute to 19 points, his control over his ability had become increasingly proficient. It really is quite magical. Miao Yueying blinked, her eyes fixed on the arcs dancing between his fingers. She instinctively reached out to touch them, but quickly stopped herself from such a suicidal impulse. Ji Changmin was stunned for a moment. "Little brother, don't go using your ability recklessly while you're in the hospital. I've heard that elemental type abilities take a heavy toll on the body." "It's fine." Su Hao remained calm as he leaped up from the bed. He casually tore off the cast fixed to his left shoulder and rotated his arm. "My injuries are already healed." Miao Yueying and Ji Changmin looked on in disbelief, their eyes wide, unable to find words for a long while. After a long silence, Ji Changmin managed to stammer out, Didn't the hospital diagnose you with critical injuries? How did you recover so fast?" Miao Yueying added skeptically, "The day before yesterday, I saw with my own eyes that you were practically at death's door." "It's only been 2 days, how could your injuries be completely healed? No hospital has that kind of technology. Did you swallow some kind of miracle elixir?" Su Hao lied through his teeth without even blushing. "I have no idea what happened. Anyway, not long after I woke up, I realized my injuries had somehow vanished." "Maybe it's because of my ability?" "An ability?" Miao Yueying rubbed her chin. "Could it be that you've awakened a secondary special type ability?" Ji Changmin hesitated. "That's impossible, isn't it? Brother Su is already a rare dual awakener of both the common and elemental types. I've never heard of anyone being able to awaken 3 different types of abilities. Has a triple awakening never occurred in history?" Since that was the case, Su Hao didn't plan on exposing his Tithanus blood either. "The reason my injuries healed so quickly might be a side effect of awakening an elemental ability? Think about it, when an ability awakens, the entire body undergoes a transformation. It wouldn't be strange for it to heal injuries as well." "That's true." Miao Yueying agreed. "Before I awakened my ability, I had a knee injury from my student days that would hurt whenever I ran fast, but after awakening, the leg injury was completely healed. It's certainly possible that awakening an ability can restore one's health." With no better explanation available, Ji Changmin had no choice but to reluctantly accept this answer. Su Hao placed the removed bandages and cast onto the hospital bed. "So, can I be discharged now?" Since his injuries had healed so rapidly, he certainly couldn't just tell the hospital staff directly. It would have to be handled through the ability department. "If you insist, I'll give the team leader a call in a bit and have the hospital process your discharge papers." Ji Changmin added, "However, my personal recommendation is that you stay in the hospital for a while longer, just to make sure there aren't any lingering underlying issues." Su Hao waved his hand. "No need, I feel like I'm in great shape." When group leader Xing learned that Su Hao had fully recovered from his injuries, he was just as astonished as Miao Yueying and her companion. After a lengthy discussion, he finally agreed to discharge Su Hao from the hospital. The three of them chatted in the ward for a while longer until the discharge procedures were finalized. Su-hao then swaggered out of the hospital, bid farewell to Ji Changmin and Miao Yueying, stopped by a shop to buy a new phone on the way, and took a taxi home. How could a hospital ever be as comfortable as one's own home? Even if I really needed to recuperate, I'd rather do it here. Curling up comfortably on the sofa, Su-hao turned on the air conditioning, took a cold drink from the fridge, and took a satisfying sip. One word: blissful. Pulling out his phone again and looking at the long string of digits in the banking app, he felt a wave of pure exhilaration wash over him. Over 5 million. How should he spend this money? First, he'd head to a 4S dealership tomorrow to buy a car. What kind of car should I get? Su-hao hadn't considered this issue yet. He had originally thought that buying a car worth 200,000 or 300,000 would be good enough, but now that over 5 million had suddenly popped up, sticking to the original plan of buying a cheap car felt a bit beneath him. To him, the primary value of a car was for commuting between the ability group and home, and it would make going on missions more convenient in the future. Moreover, driving a luxury car around every day would bring him a lot of prestige, allowing him to show off a bit to his neighbors and his parents back in his hometown. If he were to use this car for missions, upon careful consideration, buying an armored vehicle would be more practical. Ordinary cars were too fragile if they got crashed or bumped, the repair costs alone would be a fortune, and they weren't safe either. For someone like him who frequently had to handle various dangerous missions, an armored vehicle was both safer and more cost-effective. As for which specific model to buy, I'll decide after visiting the 4S dealership tomorrow. 5 million is certainly enough for a standard luxury car, but for an armored vehicle, I'll have to see if the budget can stretch that far. Finishing his drink, Su-hao turned off the lights and prepared for bed. Just as he tucked himself into the covers, the doorbell rang from the entryway. He couldn't help but wonder it was nearly 11 o'clock, and even his neighbor should be asleep by now. Who would be knocking on his door at this hour? When he opened the door, the elegant figure standing outside left Su-hao unable to believe his eyes. Mo Le Xuan. Chapter 79, The Wealthy Young Lady's Midnight Visit. What are you doing here? Su-hao was stunned. It hadn't even crossed his mind that the person knocking on his door in the middle of the night would be Mo Le Xuan. What was this wealthy young lady doing here? I came here to thank you. Mo Le Xuan was wearing a black t-shirt and a small fedora, exuding a hazy beauty under the dim lights. She blinked her large eyes while sizing up Su-hao. I heard you were awake and originally planned to visit you at the hospital, but when I got there, I heard you'd already been discharged. Is your injury really okay? I've already recovered. Su-hao gave a casual reply, then poked his head out to look around. Where are your bodyguards? Wait, don't tell me you came here all by yourself. Yeah, my parents wouldn't let me go to the hospital to see you, so I snuck out. Mo Le Xuan took it for granted, tilting her head to look inside the room. I went through a lot of trouble to find your place. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? So you actually snuck out. Fine, come in first. Su-hao had a massive headache. He gestured for her to enter the house, closed the door, and pulled out his phone to call Leader Xing. Mo Le Xuan hurriedly tried to grab the phone. Hey! Who are you calling? To my team leader, of course, so he can get you back home as soon as possible. Su-hao spun around, easily dodging Mo Le Xuan's sneak attack, and said irritably, Don't you know 2 of the kidnappers escaped that day? They might still be watching you, ready to strike at any moment. You dare to sneak out at a time like this? Do you have a death wish? Mo Le Xuan blinked and said, But I heard the kidnappers have already fled the city. The police did a carpet search of the entire city and couldn't find a trace of them. There's no way they'd be bold enough to come back and kidnap me again, right? Don't believe everything you hear. What if they haven't given up? Don't gamble with your personal safety. Su-hao didn't realize that if those 2 escaped ability criminals were still lurking in the city, the one they hadn't given up on might not be Mo Le Xuan, but rather him. An elemental ability user was far more valuable than a wealthy young lady. Sigh. Mo Le Xuan sat on the sofa, kicking her shoes back and forth as she finally compromised. There's no rush to send me back right this second, is there? Can you give me 10 minutes? There are some things I want to ask you. Su-hao stopped dialing. What is it? Speak. He realized that this wealthy young lady had a completely different personality than the one she displayed in the auditorium. His first impression of her was clearly that of a beautiful and elegant heiress, but now? She was no different from a rebellious child, willful, naive, and even a bit silly. By the way, are your injuries really healed? You were clearly hurt so badly back then, and it's been less than 2 days. Mo Lishuan leaned in, wanting to lift Su-hao's shirt at his waist to take a look. My recovery speed is quite fast. Those minor injuries were nothing. Su-hao dodged Mo Lishuan's small hand and proactively lifted one side of his shirt, revealing his clean lower back. Not only was there no sign of injury, but not even a single scar remained. This was the power of the blood of Tithonus. Even if it was incomplete, it still possessed unparalleled regenerative capabilities. So powerful. Mo Lishuan's eyes sparkled like a child discovering something brand new. Just how many superpowers do you have? To recover from such heavy injuries so quickly? Oh, right, can you show me that palm electricity superpower again? No way, Su-hao refused. Was he joking? Was his lightning element ability just for show? Although he often played around with it when he was alone, if he just showed it whenever someone asked, wouldn't that be a total loss of face? Besides, he didn't have any particular feelings for Mo Lishuan. Even though this young lady from a wealthy family was beautiful and had an excellent background, it was precisely for those reasons that Su-hao had no interest in trying to please her. As for the reason, perhaps it was his pride acting up? Why not? Mo Lishuan asked wonderingly, is it because that electrical superpower consumes a lot of energy? Su-hao made up a lie on the spot. Yeah, it takes a lot out of me. I need to eat a lot of supplements and rest for many days to recover. I can't just use it whenever I want. I see, Mo Lishuan said tentatively. Then how about I give you $1 million to buy supplements, and you give me a little demonstration? No. Su-hao was about to refuse when he caught a specific number. Wait, what did you say? Can you say that again? Mo Lishuan took it for granted. I said I'd give you $1 million for supplements. That's all the pocket money I have left for these few days, and I'll give it all to you. Consider it a small token of gratitude for saving me the other day. A mere $1 million, did she really think such a small temptation could make him take back what he just said? Su-hao curled his lip disdainfully. Then, in a classic display of saying no but doing yes, he raised his hand. With a series of crackles, a lightning glow instantly brewed in his palm. Mo Lishuan stared in wonder at the dancing arcs of electricity in Su-hao's palm, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly agape. Her pale cheeks were illuminated in a deep blue hue by the lightning, giving her a look that was actually somewhat dorky and cute. Mo Lishuan asked, can you fire it off like in a video game? Like a lightning bolt, or chain lightning, or something? I haven't tried, but it might be possible. Su-hao was also a bit uncertain. In the past, he had only tried gathering the lightning element between his two palms, which could indeed produce a powerful arc of electricity. However, he had never tried firing it outward. Since the electrodes were his two hands, physics dictated that once the connection was broken, the arc would most likely vanish instantly. Now that his spirit power had reached 19 points, he had an idea. Stand back. Better yet, stand by the entryway. I'm going to run an experiment, and I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Su-hao grabbed an iron pot from the kitchen and placed it on a stool. He stepped back a few paces, pressed his palms together, and rubbed them. The crackling of the electric arcs grew increasingly intense. Then, positioning his wrists in a Kamehameha-like stance, he aimed at the iron pot in front of the kitchen door from several meters away and ramped up the lightning output. Crack boom! With a loud blast, an arc resembling a bolt of lightning shot from Su-hao's palms. It zigzagged through the air several times, hitting the iron pot with the precision of a homing missile. In an instant, the pot glowed red-hot from the massive energy surge. Had a normal person been hit, they would have been left crippled if not dead. Even Su-hao was astonished by the sheer power of this lightning. Within a range of several meters, the lightning would automatically seek out the next conductor, and humans certainly qualified as excellent conductors. If he increased the output, he could likely hit a target over 10 meters away. However, there was one fatal flaw. For the time being, he had no way of selecting a specific target for the lightning. Once discharged, the lightning would prioritize the nearest target. Even if the target were standing behind him, the lightning might curve around to strike them. Fortunately, he had told Mo Lishuan to stay far away beforehand. If he had accidentally injured this young lady from a wealthy family, it would have been a massive headache. Chapter 80, Refusing to be a Bodyguard. So powerful. Witnessing the thunderous power of the lightning, Mo Lishuan had no idea she had just brushed past the edge of death. Instead, she clapped her small hands in excitement. "Can you do it again?" "No." Su Hao shook his head. Glancing at the scalding iron pot and fearing it might burn the stool, he hesitated for a moment before fetching a basin of water from the bathroom and pouring it over the pot. Poochie! Scalding steam billowed upward. While the iron pot finally cooled down, the entire room became as stiflingly hot as a sauna, and the air conditioner couldn't disperse the heat wave immediately. In the height of summer, no one could stand staying in such a sweltering, inhuman house. Su Hao hurriedly turned on the kitchen exhaust fan and ushered Mo Lishuan into the bedroom, closing the door to wait for the steam in the living room to dissipate. "What a tiny bedroom for a boy," Mo Lishuan said, looking around. "Tiny." Su Hao was speechless. Although his bedroom was less than 10 square meters, it shouldn't be considered that small, right? He simply couldn't understand the mindset of a wealthy young lady. "I've finished the demonstration you wanted to see. Now, shouldn't you have someone take you back? Don't be in such a hurry." Mo Lishuan blinked. "I haven't finished asking all the questions I wanted to ask." What else could he do? Su Hao said helplessly, "Fine, let's hear it. Would you be willing to be my personal bodyguard?" Mo Lishuan said with a grin, "You can name your monthly salary, and I guarantee your annual pay won't be less than 10 million. How about it? 10 million a year." Su Hao couldn't help but gulp. The temptation was massive. Had this girl figured out his weakness? She was deliberately using something as wicked as money to lure him. If it weren't for the position in the ability group, he might have agreed without a second thought. A job like being a personal bodyguard paid well, involved little work, and allowed him to feast his eyes on beautiful women every day. He might even use it as a stepping stone to enter high society. At most, the work would get a bit busy during unexpected incidents, but it was definitely much more relaxed and safer than being in the ability group. However, compared to the benefits of a position in the ability group, the money from being a personal bodyguard paled in comparison. While it might make him wealthy in the short term, from a long-term perspective, the drawbacks were numerous. If he had to follow Mo Lishuan around every day, where would he find the time to complete missions and level up? In the ability group, however, every mission yielded a massive amount of EXP, making leveling up as fast as a soaring rocket. In the future, he could even establish connections with the research institute. Not only could he get his hands on a few vials of the serum used by the petrified ability users, but he might even have the chance to see an ability crystal. It is important to understand that the National Research Institute is always at the absolute forefront of scientific research. If any treasure worthy of study is discovered, it will undoubtedly be sent there immediately. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in being a personal bodyguard." After careful consideration, Su Hao declined decisively. "However, if you encounter danger again in the future, you can still post a mission through the ability group. I wouldn't mind coming over to protect you for a few days." Mo Lishuan looked stunned, clearly not expecting Su Hao to refuse so bluntly. Given how quickly his attitude had shifted when he heard about the 1 million earlier, wasn't he supposed to be desperate for money? Little did she know that for Su Hao, while he wouldn't pass up a chance to earn extra cash, his long-term priority remained focused on leveling up.